Chapter 1951, Dharma Idol World. After reading the information of the deep-sea demonic manta ray, Han Fei sneered. Since this guy's swallowing power couldn't catch him, how could he snatch the second divine pill? Han Fei shouted, "Since you're here, don't leave." The deep-sea demonic manta ray was also shocked. He had thought that under his absolute devouring, this human shouldn't be able to escape. Who could have expected that with a golden flash, this guy would appear on his back? Seeing that the situation was not good, the deep-sea demonic manta ray immediately mobilized all the power in his body, and a green lightning bolt shot straight at Han Fei's body. Its power was so terrifying that Han Fei's body was slightly paralyzed. Besides, in his soul, the 9-poison treasure silkworm began to spontaneously swallow part of the power in the lightning bolt. Han Fei shouted, "Evil creature, die!" Han Fei clenched his fist, activated his great Dao and his combat power sword. He punched the back of the deep-sea demonic manta ray with all his strength. Boom, hakakaka-I. The place where Han Fei stood sank dozens of kilometers, and the sound of bones breaking was endless. The huge deep-sea demonic manta ray fell to the bottom of the sea, raising waves and currents that swept tens of thousands of kilometers away. The deep-sea demonic manta ray didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. He almost dug out his heart with one punch. In order to get rid of Han Fei, countless steel needles and bone spurs seemed to stand on the body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray. The bone spurs had a dark green sheen which was obviously poisonous. Swish, 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 clank, 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 clank. Han Fei said disdainfully, "Do you think others are weak just because your physique is strong? Today, you shouldn't have come to find trouble with me. All great Daos in one, kill." Han Fei pointed 2 fingers and the Dao runes steamed. He minced the infinite steel spikes and stabbed them into the body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray. Bang. The body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray was collapsing at a visible speed. With Han Fei as the center, the body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray was crushed by Han Fei. However, even so, Han Fei was shocked to find that this guy didn't completely collapse. Perhaps because his defense power was too strong and he was too big, the power of his sword only left a huge hole in the body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray, but it didn't completely kill him. In other words, this guy had completely resisted all great Daos in one sword. This made Han Fei speechless. This was the first ordinary king he had met who could withstand all great Daos in one sword. However, the deep-sea demonic manta ray was also stunned at this moment. He didn't even have the time to run before his body was almost shattered by Han Fei's attack. Just as he reacted and was about to flap his wings to run, he suddenly felt that his soul seemed to be grabbed and a feeling of death attacked his heart. Oh Noah, when the deep-sea demonic manta ray realized that something was wrong with his soul, he couldn't escape anymore. In terms of soul power, Han Fei was also stronger than the deep-sea demonic manta ray. At this moment, he activated the void lines and controlled the deep-sea demonic manta ray to consume his own reserve to restore his body. A moment later, when Han Fei controlled the huge deep-sea demonic manta ray to return to the Avenger, Nine Tails and the others were dumbfounded. Their master had caught such a huge creature so easily? Perhaps because Han Fei had caught the deep-sea demonic manta ray back, the venerable-level ferocious beasts that were trying to besiege him all fled. Han Fei had an idea. He summoned a guy who hadn't appeared for a long time. This person was Ji Chen, who was controlled by Han Fei with the Dao-devouring insect king in the land of King Death. Ji Chen only had the strength of a half-king, so Han Fei didn't have any chance to use him. So Han Fei had almost forgotten him. Now that he had caught a living giant beast whose combat power was much higher than Ji Chen's, it was time for the Dao-devouring insect king to change its host. Han Fei pointed at the center of Ji Chen's eyebrows, and then a green fat worm crawled out of Ji Chen's mouth. The moment the Dao-devouring insect king came out, Ji Chen's eyes gradually recovered some clarity. Han Fei glanced at him casually. "Since you're already asleep, sleep forever." As Han Fei slapped him, Ji Chen was crushed by Han Fei without even taking the last look of this world. The Dao-devouring insect king followed Han Fei into the body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray. This time, it took Han Fei about half an hour to establish a connection with the Dao-devouring insect king again, which meant that the deep-sea demonic manta ray had been parasitized and controlled. Han Fei put away the void lines and put on a bright smile. Not only had he obtained the second divine pill, but he had also caught a sea establishment realm giant beast. Good things came in pairs. Not to mention anything else, the defense power of this deep-sea demonic manta ray was definitely among the top 30 of the sea establishment list in the Raging Sea. At this time, the 8th heavenly tribulation of the second divine pill had just ended. Han Fei saw that a large amount of tribulation lightning was gathering in the sky. Thunderfire emerged, and in less than 5 seconds the 9th lightning struck down. At this point, the second divine pill's tribulation was completed. With a thought, Han Fei put the demon purification pot back into the Origin Sea. Just as he was about to enter the Origin Sea, he looked at the huge deep-sea demonic manta ray and thought to himself, "This thing should be able to turn into a human, right? Otherwise, how could he stuff such a huge creature into the Origin Sea?" he would occupy an area with at least a radius of 600 or 700 kilometers in his Origin Sea world, which would seriously affect his Origin Sea's development. Fortunately, as Han Fei transmitted his thoughts, the giant body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray began to shrink, replaced by a 5-meter-tall monster fishman with 2 wings and a hollow chest. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. This time, with a thought, he put the deep-sea demonic manta ray into his Origin Sea. The second divine pill had matured. When Han Fei extended his hand, a small red pill fell lightly into Han Fei's hand. When this pill was ripe and fell, a large amount of spiritual energy poured into the demon purification pot from the billions of ultra-quality spiritual stones where the demon purification pot was. The third divine pill began to absorb resources. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. This thing was ridiculous. As long as he had enough resources, he could enjoy such super benefits 7 times. The first time was the golden light movement technique, which allowed his speed to reach the limit of speed. There was no telling what effect the second divine pill would have. Han Fei couldn't wait to swallow the second divine pill. The next moment, he felt that his soul seemed to be extracted to another world. When Han Fei came back to himself, he found himself among the white clouds. In front of him was a super giant of unknown height. The giant's body was emitting golden light, and Han Fei was at the height of his waist. When Han Fei lowered his head, he saw that under the white clouds 10,000 feet high, the vast was surging and the giant's body was submerged in the water. As Han Fei looked up again, he saw the giant's explosive muscles, the arms that looked like 2 azure dragons, and the solemn face looking like a Buddha. Han Fei seemed to have a hunch that if this thing punched out, even he couldn't easily block its punch. Is this the Dharma idol world? Han Fei couldn't help but think that this thing was much stronger than the Dharmakaya. Han Fei still remembered the introduction to the second pill. It said that one had to comprehend the world of the Dharma idol, and use the body as the Dharma idol. With the 9 heavens above his head, he would step on the abyssal sea, and his Dharma idol was 33,000 feet long, swallowing all the images into his own. After exclaiming at the height and power of this Dharma idol, Han Fei couldn't help but sit cross-legged, spontaneously wanting to summon the Dharmakaya. Buzz! Perhaps because of the inexplicable resonance between the Dharma idol world and the Dharmakaya, when the Dharmakaya appeared, Han Fei felt that the two seemed to be fusing. Yes, Han Fei's eyes blurred, and he gradually couldn't see clearly. However, he seemed to be able to see the vague shadow of a giant again. Han Fei wanted to see the giant's true body through the mist. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't, until Han Fei felt the feedback from his Dharmakaya. He seemed to have re-established a connection with his Dharmakaya. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that he had become another person. He controlled a body that didn't belong to him. This body seemed to be standing in the sea. Han Fei extended his hand to push away the mist, only to see that he was reflected on the calm sea. Golden skin, a burly body, and perfect muscle lines. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he was like an old Buddha. With a wave of his hand, terrifying power would pour out. However, before Han Fei could feel much, he felt a complicated golden inscription appear in his mind. Although Han Fei didn't recognize these words, he vaguely understood them. The Dharma idol could be Buddha, devil, giant, or monster, and the most fundamental state of the Dharma idol was himself. Therefore, Han Fei looked at the water again and found that his face was reflected on the sea. Han Fei realized that the Dharmakaya, as the first Dharmakaya he cultivated, had been assimilated by the Dharma idol. Now, he was the manifestation of the Dharmakaya, and his Dharma idol had swallowed the Dharmakaya. Hiss. In addition to this comprehension, with a thought from Han Fei, his reflection had 3 heads and 6 arms. With another thought from Han Fei, he became a devil fuming with black flames. Han Fei shook his head and looked at Han Fei again. It was still him. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to understand that the so-called Dharma idols were formless. His Dharma idols were different in the eyes of different people. Some people could feel that he was a Buddha, and some could feel that he was a demon. What they saw was what they saw, but Han Fei knew that he was himself and had never changed. Chapter 1952, Taiyuan. The magical effect of the second divine pill was to make Han Fei realize that his Dharma idol world had fused with his Dharmakaya. From now on, he didn't have a Dharmakaya, but only his own Dharma idol. When Han Fei's soul returned to reality, he took a deep breath and left the Origin Sea. After coming out, Han Fei immediately tried to summon his Dharmakaya. This time, a giant more than 5,000 meters tall appeared behind Han Fei. Han Fei looked over. This was indeed not his Dharmakaya, but an enlarged version of him. At the same time, his consciousness descended into the Dharma idol. Han Fei raised his hand, looked at his palm, checked his arm, and pinched his muscles. So hard. Han Fei flicked his arm with his finger, only to hear a loud clang. Where did this Dharma idol come from? Han Fei was also confused. He could feel that the Dharma idol seemed to have stronger power than his Dharmakaya. However, Han Fei really didn't understand the source of this power. Han Fei could only guess that this was the descent of a heavenly Tao power, or that he had borrowed some indescribable power. As for how strong the Dharma idol could be, Han Fei clenched his fist and tried to punch out, but the surrounding void collapsed, and the void cracks cut his body, making clank sounds. and the power of his punch directly crossed more than 60,000 kilometers on the sea, leaving a fist mark on the sea. Hiss, it's even stronger than the power of my great Tao? At this moment, the old turtle said, is this huge body your Dharma idol? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Old Yuan, do you know this? The old turtle said in surprise. I've heard of it and seen others use it, but it doesn't seem to be used like this. It doesn't seem to be used like this? Han Fei was stunned. Then how should I use it? The old turtle asked in confusion. Why don't you stand on the Dharma idol and feel it yourself? Han Fei, hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei suddenly realized something. Yes, whether it was the Dharmakaya or the Dharma idol, he had never tried to stand on it. Swished. When Han Fei appeared above the Dharma idol before his feet touched its head, he felt that he seemed to have established a completely synchronized connection with the Dharma idol, unlike just now when his consciousness was separated from this Dharma idol. Now he could control himself and the Dharma idol at the same time. Han Fei punched again, and this punch blasted out more than 80,000 kilometers, more than 20,000 kilometers more than before, which was much more than his own strength. At this time, the old turtle roared, I've seen people fight like this before. They stand on their Dharma idols and fight with the power of their Dharma idols. Different Dharma idols are different in strength. The power you're unleashing now doesn't seem to be able to exert the real power of your Dharma idol. Han Fei asked, how can I exert the full power of my Dharma idol? The old turtle said, I once heard from a demon emperor that he cultivates a Dharma idol and in the end, he and his Dharma idol are fused. The moment you completely fuse with your Dharma idol is the moment you truly control it. But clearly, you are still far away from it. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the saying, your body is the Dharma idol and the Dharma idol is your body. Did it mean that the body and the Dharma idol fused? Unfortunately, he didn't know much about this aspect and wasn't very good at using it. He could only gradually learn to use it in the future. All in all, the most basic benefit of swallowing the second divine pill was that he had a super fighter who was even stronger than him, and this fighter might be able to completely fuse with him in the future. At this point, the hunt for the dream-weaving world was officially over. Han Fei didn't dwell on the Dharma idol thing anymore. Although it wasn't as useful as the golden light movement technique, it was probably because he hadn't learned how to use it yet. When he had the chance to enter the Void Temple again, he would definitely ask how to use the Dharma idol. Now, Han Fei had already threatened those who should be threatened and fought those who could be fought. It wouldn't get him anywhere to continue to attack the 36 heavenly palaces. Han Fei thought for a long time, and with a flash of golden light, he disappeared into the vast sea, the Chaos World. This was an extremely powerful heavenly palace independent of supreme clearness and infinity. The overall strength of the Chaos World was ranked second among the 36 heavenly palaces. However, the Chaos World didn't collude with supreme clearness and infinity. The main city of the Chaos World was called the Origin City. Among them, the most famous was the Primordial Chaos Palace, the highest academy in the chaotic world. In terms of structure, architectural characteristics, and clothing culture, it was not much different from other heavenly palaces. The cultivation of the chaotic world was not on the path of body refinement. Its complexity was no less than that of supreme clearness and infinity. All kinds of heavenly talents could be born here. It just happened that Howl, whom Han Fei had once met, was a body refiner. At this moment, Han Fei's purpose was clear. He was here to ask for reinforcements. The Chaos World was aloof from everything, but no matter what, he had to try. At least, it wasn't his enemy. Above the Origin City, Han Fei deliberately revealed a wisp of his aura. Buzz. Almost immediately, 3 sea establishers appeared in the sky. Someone smiled. Oh, fellow Taoist, what brings you here? Someone smiled and said, so it's the master of the yin-yang world, fellow Taoist Han Fei. I wonder why you're here. The other person stood in the distance and began to use the power of the sea establishment realm to seal all perceptions. Ordinary people could no longer find Han Fei. Han Fei said, I'm Han Fei. I'm here to meet the master of the Chaos World, Senior Taiyuan. The 3 kings narrowed their eyes. If it were an ordinary person who said this, they would definitely be beaten out. But this Han Fei was too domineering and arrogant. They had just learned that the dream-weaving world was almost destroyed by this person. Although the Chaos World never got involved in the affairs of other heavenly palaces, they were all humans after all. They certainly didn't like Han Fei causing a civil war among humans. However, because the Han Fei here was only a projection, the 3 kings knew that it was useless to kill him. They wouldn't attack him, but how could they just let him meet the palace master so easily? Just as one of them was about to drive Han Fei away, he heard a voice say, let him in. The 3 kings were slightly stunned. Although they were unhappy, one of them still said, fine, since the palace master is willing to see you, go. With that, a teleportation array appeared in the void. Han Fei smiled and walked in without hesitation. The void flashed, and the scene in front of Han Fei's eyes changed. What came at him was billowing heat waves. The heavenly palace in the chaos world seemed to attract the essence of the sun to calcine it from time to time, and the heat was even stronger than the yin-yang world enveloped by the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. In this fiery heat, a burly white-haired topless old man was sitting cross-legged on a red stone that looked like a soldering iron. Han Fei couldn't feel any aura of a strong master from this person, but at first glance, Han Fei knew that this was the master of the chaotic qi, Taiyuan. Han Fei stopped 100 meters away from Taiyuan and then cupped his hands. Junior Han Fei greets Senior Taiyuan. The old man was looking at Han Fei up and down, his voice loud and clear. It's a pity that your original body is not here. I heard that your physique is extremely strong. You had already cultivated the indestructible golden body when you were still in the sea establishment realm. You even gave Wu Hao some pointers. I've seen your insights. Not bad, Han Fei said. Senior, you flatter me. I've long heard that you are the best in body refinement in the raging sea. I think you will only be stronger. Taiyuan nodded non-committally and said, Okay, don't stand on ceremony. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Han Fei said. I want to make a deal with you, Senior. Oh? Tell me about it, Han Fei asked. Senior Taiyuan, since the Age of Doom, we humans have yet to step out of the raging sea, right? Taiyuan nodded. Yes, from what you said, the thing that Han Guanshu planned to make has been made. Han Fei was briefly stunned. Why does everyone know this? But he still nodded. As long as I want, I can leave the raging sea at any time. Taiyuan said, Your deal is quite attractive to me. However, this is not enough for me to stand on your side and deal with supreme clearness and infinity. It's not that I can't, but that once I stand on your side, the two forces of the human race will be evenly matched and internal strife will rise. Then the 100 demons, the undersea human race, and the merman royal family will have a chance to take advantage of it. Han Fei thought to himself, Taiyuan knows the situation very well. He knows why I'm here and has already come to a conclusion. Han Fei was silent for a moment and said casually, In that case, I have nothing to say. Goodbye. Originally, Han Fei just came to give it a try and wasn't completely confident. After all, Old Man Taiyuan was different from others. He was a sky opener and his lifespan was incomparable to a king's. He didn't have to start a war with other emperors. Hearing Han Fei's words, Taiyuan smiled and said, You really don't know how to persist. Although I refuse, don't you give it another try, Han Fei? Han Fei smiled bitterly. Senior, you know the situation very well. What else can I say? Yes, I caused the internal strife of the human race, but since the division of the 36 mystic worlds, the human race has actually become a heap of loose sand. In troubled times, we should unite and reorganize the human race. Since Senior doesn't want to fight, I will work out another way to deal with it. I can still defeat supreme clearness and infinity, but it will take more time. Ha ha ha, interesting kid, you're so young, but you're quite arrogant. Including supreme clearness, infinity, and soul sealing, there are a total of 3 sky openers, while you only have a sword god on your side. I can't figure out where you get your confidence from. Has your 9-palace world produced a sky-opening realm cultivator? Han Fei smiled and said, No, but even Senior in supreme clearness and infinity might have underestimated my potential. Oh? Taiyuan couldn't help but say, Good boy, you're really arrogant. Do you mean that it's not difficult for you to open the sky? Han Fei smiled and said, To tell the truth, it's not difficult indeed. Chapter 1953, The Wild Abyss Broke. Han Fei dared to say that it was not difficult to open the sky because he had already figured out the cultivation method of the sea establishment realm. To be honest, because of the existence of the demon purification pot, he had already made a schedule of his cultivation progress in the sea establishment realm. If he cultivated with his current strength, if his origin sea reached 100,000 kilometers, he would definitely take the first place in the sea establishment realm. Hearing Han Fei's words, Taiyuan couldn't help but take a deep look at Han Fei. Although Han Fei didn't seem to be a good person so far, he wouldn't deny Han Fei's talent. As a junior, few people could reach Han Fei's level. Han Fei had only been a king for a few years, but he could already integrate the 10 pirate groups. What he lacked was time. However, this was not the reason for Taiyuan to help. Old Man Taiyuan said simply, You are interesting, but the chaos world has never cared about these messy things. Since you are confident to fight with supreme clearness and infinity, you can fight them yourself. But I also want to use your navigator. Fine, I'll give you some additional help. He didn't expect Old Man Taiyuan to be so easy to talk to. Han Fei said, I'm all ears. Taiyuan said, At that time, if the battle between you and supreme clearness and infinity involves too many human forces, the 100 demons and the undersea human race will definitely cause trouble. I can take action and suppress these people, giving you a fair and pure environment to fight supreme clearness and infinity. As for who wins and who loses, I won't interfere. With that said, Taiyuan waved his hand and a teleportation array appeared beside Han Fei. He said, That's not really helping you. I'm helping the human race. If you don't die, we'll meet again. Han Fei thought to himself. That's not bad. Han Fei had planned to lead the kings of the heavenly palaces in the outer domain to resist the 100 demons and the undersea human race. Anyway, most of these people wouldn't participate in the battle, so they certainly wouldn't let go of the chance to restrain the 100 demons and the undersea human race. After all, the heavenly palaces in the outer domain didn't want to get involved in the battle between the yin-yang world and supreme clearness and infinity. What Han Fei was doing now was just to prevent the other heavenly palaces from getting involved. In this way, only a few heavenly palaces like Supreme Clearness and Infinity would take the initiative to attack the Yin-Yang world, which was much better than the entire 36 mystic worlds attacking the Yin-Yang world. I'll take my leave, Senior. More than 3 months passed. In the outer sea, the Avenger pirate ship was on a public route to the Wild Abyss. On the deck, Han Fei said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, "In a few days, the Yin-Yang world or the Waterwood world may appear. At that time, combat power below the sea establishment realm may be useless. Therefore, you don't have to fight for the time being." Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "No, if even venerables don't participate in the battle, then you'd have to face the entire Infinity alone." Xiao Xiaoshan also said, "That's right. If even venerables can't help, wouldn't only kings or even emperors come?" "How can there be so many kings in the raging sea?" Zhang Xuanyu said. "Fei Fei, how can we sit by and watch you face such a crisis alone at such a critical moment?" Lu Renquang nodded. "At least take us with you." Han Fei sighed slightly. "Okay, then let me see. If there is a battle of venerables, I will let you out. Let's see how powerful Bei Luochen can be." "Can he swallow the entire Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world?" Luo Xiaobai nodded and asked, "How long before the Monarch Palace opens?" Han Fei smiled. "A year." "Huh?" Luo Xiaobai and the others were surprised. Didn't they say that the Infinity world had grasped the time? Why did they release the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world in a year? Han Fei said with a smile, "The Infinity world certainly doesn't want the cage of the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world to break so early. However, he is only an emperor, and he is not the only emperor in this world." Xia Xiaoshan raised her eyebrows. "Did you turn to the Martial King for help?" The only one Xia Xiaoshan could think of was the Martial King. Only the power of the Martial Emperor City could make the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world appear in advance. Han Fei grinned. "Anyway, the Martial Emperor City still owes us 2 favors. It's a waste not to use them." 3 days passed. In the depths of the desolate abyss, Bei Luochen was cultivating in the sky above the abyss. There was only 1 year left before the Monarch Palace opened. According to his calculations, in about 8 months, he would be able to gradually break through the seal of the Yin-Yang world. When the seal was broken, if Han Fei came, he would die, and if he didn't, they would just slaughter the people in the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world and seize the 2 worlds. No one would dare to say anything. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the void. When Bei Luochen took a closer look, he found that it was the Martial King. Bei Luochen immediately narrowed his eyes and said, "Martial King, are you here to intervene in the battle between the Yin-Yang world and the Infinity world?" The Martial King smiled faintly. "You should know that after Han Fei finishes the trial of the Martial Emperor's inheritance, our Martial Emperor City has promised him to do 3 things for him." Bei Luochen's face turned cold. "So you even agree to help that brat save 2 heavenly palaces?" the Martial King said indifferently. "However, you're really petty to threaten a junior with 2 heavenly palaces. Don't you dare to fight him with your sky-opening realm strength? Why do you still need to use such despicable means? I'm here today to break the cage. Do you have any objections?" Bei Luochen's face immediately turned cold. "Martial King, your Martial Emperor Cities better mind your own business." The Martial King glanced at him sideways. "Why? You want to stop me? Do you think you can?" Bei Luochen, "So, Your Excellency, you've decided to be on Han Fei's side?" The Martial King snorted. "So what? Do I need to explain my actions to you?" Just as the Martial King was about to enter the vortex, Bei Luochen said, "Your Excellency, if I've guessed right, Han Fei has already used the Martial Emperor City twice, right? I'd like to see how he will use the 3rd favor. If he used up the 3 opportunities, I'd like to see what reason your Martial Emperor City has to protect Han Fei." Humph. Ignoring the threat of Bei Luochen, the Martial King jumped into the eye of energy in the Wild Abyss. In fact, the existence of the Yin-Yang world had never been a secret to these real big shots. However, in the past, because the Yin-Yang world had the Yin-Yang heavenly millstone, which was as firm as a rock, even those in the sky-opening realm couldn't break it. But to this day, the Yin-Yang Great Millstone's strength was declining, and its internal structure had been greatly destroyed. As long as one cast his projection into it and exerted a power that could shatter the structure of the cage, it would be fine. Not only Bei Luochen, but any other sky opener could also do this. Han Fei had asked the Martial King before if he could protect the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. However, Han Fei was told that the Martial Emperor City wouldn't take the initiative to help any force. This was the principle of the Martial Emperor City. Otherwise, once the Martial Emperor City broke this rule, not only would the 36 Mystic Worlds have to deal with the Martial Emperor City, but the 100 Demon Clan, the Merman Royal Family, and the Undersea Human Race would also deal with it. Especially the 100 Demon Clan and the Undersea Human Race, they had actually been waiting for the human race to have internal strife. If the Martial Emperor City took action, the human race would have no internal strife. Then it would be strange if they didn't hate the Martial Emperor City. Of course, this wasn't the most important reason. If the Martial King was afraid of them joining forces, the Martial Emperor City wouldn't have existed in this world. In fact, up to now, no one knew the real significance of the existence of the Martial Emperor City. Bei Luochen couldn't do anything about the Martial King's interference. However, he wasn't very angry, because he had long guessed that Han Fei would ask the Martial Emperor City to take action. If the Martial Emperor City took action directly, he would directly give up this operation. But now it seemed that although the Martial King had agreed to release the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world in advance, he had no intention of directly interfering. This was already good news, which meant that although the Martial King disdained his actions, he wouldn't stop him. One day passed. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying bang sounded in the wild abyss, as if a giant beast was roaring in the abyss. The area within tens of millions of kilometers trembled, and countless deep-sea vortexes formed at the same time. The entrance to the wild abyss suddenly opened, and the Martial King stepped out on the waves, choosing to escape immediately. Even the Martial King had to quickly leave the center of this place. How could Baluachan stay here? Infinite energy poured into the wild abyss crazily. The suction force at the entrance was so strong that it could kill a venerable in an instant. Buzz. In the 36 heavenly palaces, many kings looked at the wild abyss. Someone said in surprise, so loud, "Is the Yin-Yang world about to come out?" Someone was puzzled. Why did the Infinity world let the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world come out at this time? Isn't it too early? Someone's expression was ugly. Just let the Yin-Yang world and the Infinity world fight. What does it matter to me who wins or loses? 100 Demon Clan. A green shark suddenly said, "The human race is finally in internal strife. If this battle involves sky openers, it will be even more interesting. Let's go and take a look." An old man from the undersea human race opened his eyes. The human race is finally in chaos? Unfortunately, it was before the Monarch Palace opened. Let's see how big this battle can be. At this moment, at the edge of the huge vortex in the wild abyss, Han Fei felt the crazy suction force and said, "How can I get the heavenly palace out with such a suction force?" Chapter 1954, Yin-Yang and Waterwood reappeared, one Yin-Yang world. Xuanhuan was dealing with the spirit awakening of the new generation. In the Yin-Yang world today, with the recovery of spiritual energy, the talent of newborns had significantly improved. Level 3 spiritual heritage had become the most ordinary spiritual heritage, and now more than half of the children had level 4 spiritual heritage. Of course, under such circumstances, the Yin-Yang world would inevitably be developing rapidly. As Han Fei and the others had expected, the quality of the cultivators in the Yin-Yang world was rapidly improving. However, as more and more strong masters appeared, the demand for spiritual energy in this world would increase. Although the overall spiritual energy level of the Yin-Yang world was several times higher than before, because of the disappearance of the enemy and the supply of spiritual energy, the number of cultivators who could become hanging fishers was more than 10 times higher than before. However, it was at the cost of the cage cracking that more and more energy was supplied. This year, the number of cage cracks was 3 times more than when Han Fei left. The Yin-Yang world was like this, and the Waterwood world was even more so. As for the Waterwood world, a few years ago, Ma Yuhun failed to transcend the tribulation and died under his king's tribulation. However, when Ma Yuhun transcended the king's tribulation, hundreds of cracks appeared in the cage, so no one in the Waterwood world dared to transcend the tribulation now. On the Yin-Yang world side, it was actually not much better. When Cao Tianji transcended the tribulation and became a king, he also caused 70 or 80 cage cracks, causing no one in the Yin-Yang world to dare transcend the tribulation until now. After Xuanhuan finished reading the latest Spirit Awakening Fluid Supply Plan, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows, somehow feeling a little irritated. Rumble, rumble. Ka-ka-ka-eat bung. Suddenly, there was the sound of collapse in the sky. The extremely obvious cracking sound shocked many people. Hiss, not good. Xuanhuan's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed and he stepped out of the sky. The sky was colorful and cracks appeared occasionally. Xuanhuan tried to find Teng Yan and Cao Tianji, only to find that neither of them was there. Xuanhuan quickly calculated the time and his expression was extremely ugly. The 21st year? He still remembered what Han Fei said before he left. If the cage collapsed 22 years after he left, he would come back. Why was it stuck in the 21st year? Judging from what Han Fei said, there must be something he didn't know. Now it was obvious that there was something wrong with the cage, which made Xuanhuan nervous. On the Scattered Stars Island, everyone was discussing. Someone was shocked. What's going on? The sky suddenly changed. The thunder doesn't sound like thunder. Is this sound? Someone shouted. Don't talk nonsense. The cage should be able to last for decades. How many years has it been? However, the man's tone became more and more unconfident. There were too many cracking sounds. In everyone's ears, it was like a mirror full of cracks, ready to shatter at any time. 100 seconds passed. Teng Yan had already returned. He glanced at Xuanhuan and said, "The cage is breaking. At this speed, I'm afraid it will be broken in less than a day." Hiss! So fast? Xuanhuan was stunned. No one knew what a broken cage meant, but why did Han Fei have to go out to find a way out? Xuanhuan didn't dare to think too much. Teng Yan said, "I'm going to the Waterwood world." 10 seconds after Tang Yan left, Cao Tianji returned. He said with an ugly expression, "The cage has shattered, and a massive storm of spiritual energy and energy has swept over. We have to arrange for venerables to protect the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city immediately." Shui Shenqi's expression changed again. "So serious?" Cao Tianji said. "The violent spiritual energy and energy are not something ordinary people can resist. As long as we block this wave, the situation will be much better when the spiritual energy completely dissipates here." At this moment, Shui Shenqi couldn't care less. The sky curtain opened, and Shui Shenqi's solemn face appeared in the sky curtain. Shui Shenqi said, "Attention everyone. The wall of death is broken, and violent spiritual energy and energy are sweeping over. Those who are training outside must return to the island as soon as possible. All venerables immediately go to the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns to resist the energy storm." Half a month later, the yin-yang world and the water-wood world had barely blocked the impact of the cage breaking. But on that day, billions of creatures in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world died in the energy impact. The survivors had either adapted to this new environment or made a breakthrough. It was also from that day that the yin-yang world and the water-wood world completely connected, and the cage that blocked the two worlds completely disappeared. In the cage, millions of explorers and the venerables of the two worlds began to attack the sea demons of the Black Blood City. Now that the cage was broken, no one knew where the yin-yang world and the water-wood world would go in the future. The Black Blood City should be wiped out as soon as possible. A month later, suddenly, in the sky of the yin-yang world and the water-wood world, the sky was torn apart, revealing endless darkness. Then, some illusory threads spread in the sky, and countless people looked up at the sky, watching the scene where day became night, as if the sky had been opened. Even the venerables were dumbfounded. What was going on? Tang Yan and the others were gathered. Tang Yan said, "It seems that our entire world is moving." Queen Life nodded. "Yes, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree has awakened. It said that the entire space we are in is migrating." As for where to migrate, everyone gasped. "The Raging Sea?" They learned the name of the Raging Sea from Han Fei. Bear Handsome said, "Didn't Han Fei say that we seem to have many enemies in the outside world?" Jinger said, "Yes, it said that they're very powerful." "Is it really okay for us to go to the outside world now?" Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky worriedly. Tang Yan said, "No matter what, the top priority is to gather everyone immediately. The people living on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree are fine, but in our yin-yang world, all the people have evacuated from the Scattered Stars Island and returned to the 1,000-star city. Even so, the 36 towns can't be completely protected." The yin-yang world was facing an unprecedented event, just as Tang Yan and the others were actively dealing with the outside world. Outside, Han Fei had been wandering outside the wild abyss for nearly half a month. In this month, the suction force of the wild abyss gradually slowed down. However, as the suction force slowed down, it also meant that the depths of the wild abyss were returning to peace. Once everything returned to peace, it meant that it was time for the yin-yang world and the water-wood world to come out. However, although it seemed calm now, Han Fei hadn't shown up yet. If Han Fei showed up now, it meant that the hunt had begun. Rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt the suction force suddenly stop. Here it comes. With a thought, the vast ocean navigator in his hand pointed to a direction, which was where the Merman royal family was. With the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei had long come to the place where the Merman royal family stayed. He was only waiting for the right time to fulfill the agreement with Xuanhuan. As Han Fei flashed several times in a row, he felt someone looking at him. Han Fei shouted, "Xuanhuan, it's time to fulfill your promise. I have to enter the wild abyss." However, Xuanhuan said, "So, you don't know?" Han Fei was puzzled. "What should I know?" Xuanhuan said. "Back then, Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu snatched a world and stuffed the two heavenly palaces into it. Then, they forcibly stuffed this small world into the wild abyss and sealed it with the yin-yang great millstone. Now, the yin-yang great millstone has collapsed. That world doesn't have the power to seal it, so it will automatically be spat out." Xuanhuan was millions of kilometers away from Han Fei. He glanced at the direction of Han Fei and said, "If you go with us mermen, you will become a traitor of the human race. Have you thought it through?" Han Fei sneered. "Cut the crap, swish." With a golden flash, Han Fei had already taken action. In the center of the wild abyss, billions of kilometers away, cracks were tearing open. The waves here were tens of thousands of meters high, and a crystal ball sealed by a barrier and emitting dazzling white light flew out of the sea. This was a small world in the real sense, yin-yang world. On this day, everyone looked up at the sky only to see a dark night. In the darkness, cracks filled the sky, and crisp cracking sounds could be heard from time to time. It was as if their entire world was about to shatter. The 1,000-star city was already overcrowded. This was because everyone agreed that at this moment the human race should be united. If there was only 1,000-star city, under the joint efforts of the venerables, they could still carry the 1,000-star city to run. But if the human beings were too scattered, they wouldn't be able to save them. At this moment, in the 1,000-star city, someone was uneasy. "Why do I feel that the world we live in seems to be fake? Isn't the wall of death already broken?" Why is the sky shattered and even the endless darkness full of cracks? Someone sighed. Don't think too much. The kings have clarified that where we are is an independent world. The outside world is also an independent world. The two worlds confuse. Someone shouted, but our world is clearly about to be broken. Will we die? Someone said. The human king said that he would go out to seek a way for us to survive, but for some reason, he hasn't returned yet. The human king has never been away for so long. Among the billions of people, an old man took a group of children to live in a remote house outside the Sioux family on Pure Sun Island. A boy asked, Grandpa Village Chief, will the human king really come back? The village leader smiled and said, Don't worry, I watched the human king grow up. He will definitely return. Chapter 1955, Yin Yang and Waterwood reappeared, two outside the wild abyss. Bei Luochen and the other powerhouses were already standing here. They didn't intend to find Han Fei. For them, if they could directly control the yin-yang world and the water-wood world, they could force Han Fei to show up. There were as many as 10 sea establishers here, as well as a sky opener, Bei Luochen. Among them, the Golden Crow Heavenly Palace Master, Huo Buli, was among them. This person's strength couldn't be underestimated. To be honest, Han Fei alone certainly couldn't resist so many sea establishers, and the kings in the yin-yang world and water-wood world like Tang Yan were far inferior to the kings of the heavenly palaces in the outer domain in strength. After all, in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world, how many resources could a king have to improve himself? The extreme lack of resources made it almost impossible for their strength to improve greatly. No matter how talented they were, it was useless. Therefore, in Han Fei's opinion, it was already not bad that Tang Yan and the other kings could resist the two kings outside. In fact, the ones they could resist would only be the most ordinary kings in the outside world. As for the masters of the heavenly palaces, even the master of a heavenly palace in the outer domain was not someone they could resist. Therefore, Han Fei didn't count on them from the beginning. At this moment, the suction force of the wild abyss paused for a rare moment because the small world where yin-yang world and waterwood world were located was being spat out. Seeing this world descend, Bei Luochen snorted. Since you've come out, let the yin-yang world and the waterwood world reappear in the raging sea. Bei Luochen turned into a void hand and slapped at the transparent crystal ball that was no longer full of cracks. Ka-ka-ka-in. In the void, cracks were repaired, but how could a world that could accommodate two heavenly palaces be ordinary? Bei Luochen certainly couldn't break it with a slap. However, inside the world, billions of creatures were horrified. This was because at that moment, they felt that in the sky, there seemed to be a roar of the great Tao. The terrifying roar almost deafened ordinary people. For the people of the yin-yang world and the water-wood world, this feeling was no less than the end of the world. It was as if someone had hammered their hearts, causing their lives to be in danger. Rumble, rumble. Since one slap didn't work, another slap followed. The power of a sky opener was extraordinary. No matter how strong this small world was, it might not be able to block 100 or 1,000 slaps. Knock, knock, knock. Not only the yin-yang world and the water-wood world and the small world felt the terrifying rumbling of the great Tao, but Han Fei could also feel the energy impacts from tens of millions of kilometers away. 100 seconds later. Crack An. Obvious black crack appeared on the crystal ball. Instantly, the eyes of the kings around Bei Luochen lit up. A crack appeared. Bei Luochen said, This is a small world snatched from the monarch palace. It's only one crack, and it can't reveal the small world's original appearance. I'm also curious about how sturdy this small world in their hands is. Yin-yang world. Countless people pointed at the sky in shock. Look, the sky is cracking. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The originally dark sky was torn open at this moment, revealing a white light that spanned the sky. This light was like a crack, opening above everyone's heads. But at this moment, a voice that everyone had been eagerly waiting for vaguely came from the void crack. The voice shouted, Old bastard, Bei Luochen, are you fucking going to cut off your own cultivation path? Swish, 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 swish. A golden light leaped in the void. When the cracking sound resounded between the heavens and earth, Han Fei finally arrived. 1,000,000 kilometers away, Han Fei cursed. In the yin-yang world, someone was puzzled. I don't know if it's my illusion, but why do I hear the human king's voice? Someone was surprised. Did you hear that too? I thought I was hallucinating. Ordinary people were asking each other questions, seeming to be talking about the voice. However, the strong cultivators above the venerable realm heard it very clearly. Queen Life, it's him. But the situation doesn't seem good. Jinger asked, Your Majesty, why do I feel that he seems to be fighting someone? Queen Life frowned. What I'm wondering is, what is this space we're in? Why can we still hear the outside world? What was that great Tao rumbling just now, in the outside world? Swish to Han Fei suddenly stood 1,000,000 kilometers away from where Bei Luochen and the others were. Almost at the moment Han Fei arrived, he suddenly had a premonition. Then he saw an arrow shadow break through the void, penetrate the sky, and arrive in an instant as if it was about to nail him to death. At this moment, Han Fei had nothing to hide. In front of him, a blue halo circulated, and the terrifying arrow's speed plummeted by 10 times. As Han Fei extended his hand and pulled, the endless void was torn apart and the arrow pierced through and disappeared. Han Fei couldn't help sneering. You're a sky-opening realm powerhouse, but you're playing dirty tricks on me. Bei Luochen, how did you reach the sky-opening realm? Han Fei scolded an emperor as if he were scolding an iron-headed fish. He cursed eloquently without any hesitation, which made the people around look at each other, thinking that this guy was really tired of living. Bei Luochen sneered. Han Fei, it seems that you're just bluffing. Even if the yin-yang world and the waterwood world appear in advance, I can still suppress this place. Hurry up and surrender. Perhaps I can show some mercy to the billions of creatures in this small world. Han Fei's soul was vigilant of his surroundings. He didn't know who shot that arrow just now. It was so strong that it almost seriously injured his time technique. That guy's strength was definitely extraordinary. Han Fei said, Old bastard, do you think I have no means to do anything to you? Han Fei kept calling him Old Bastard, which made Bei Luochen very unhappy. He shouted, You sharp-tongued brat, you want to save your human race? Let me see how you can do it. Bang, rumble, rumble. Bei Luochen attacked again, hitting the crystal ball 3 times in a row. The crystal ball was full of cracks, and the void ripples spread out more than 100,000 kilometers. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Seeing this scene, his face turned green. How strong was this beastard? If this small world really collapsed, it would mean the death of billions of creatures. Then, how could he continue his cultivation to reach the sky-opening realm? However, while Han Fei was stunned, his heart tightened again. He felt that the surrounding void was instantly sealed. Huh? How was it possible? Han Fei had been secretly paying attention to the person who attacked him just now. Unfortunately, he didn't find him, but the other party could seal the void while he was so vigilant. This made his expression change. Sky-opening realm? This guy must be a sky-opener. If he was in the sea establishment realm, with Han Fei's soul perception and current strength, it was almost impossible for him not to notice what he was doing. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe suddenly appeared in the void. This person was holding a big bow. After glancing at Han Fei, the man said indifferently, You're quite vigilant, but your perception range is limited. Bei Luochen couldn't help but sneer. In the end, a sea establisher is still a sea establisher. Thank you for your help, Brother Jingyuan. Han Fei suddenly looked up at this person. Huang Jingyuan, the master of the soul-sealing world? A sea establisher on Bei Luochen's side scolded, How dare you? How dare you call the palace master's name, Huang Jingyuan said. Han Fei, hand over xuanhuan and I'll leave this place. With a thought, Bei Luochen quickly stepped to where Han Fei was. Huang Jingyuan was willing to come because of xuanhuan. If Han Fei was really willing to sacrifice xuanhuan, he would be in a passive position. Han Fei said, Dream on. I'll flatten the soul-sealing world someday. Hearing this, Bei Luochen was relieved. Han Fei was really arrogant. He was only in the sea establishment realm, but he dared to challenge 2 people in the sky-opening realm. Today, no matter how capable Han Fei was, the void was sealed this time. Even if he had a way to escape, with 2 sky-openers around, how could he escape? Huang Jingyuan also snorted and said, You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. That arrow just now was just to test if you had used the twin divine technique. Now, how can you escape? Han Fei, however, looked weird. Do you really think you are bound to win? Swish tea. At this moment, Han Fei had even used the time technique. How would he hide his golden light movement technique? Although Huang Jingyuan could seal the void, how could he seal time? Golden light flashed on Han Fei's body, and he jumped into the river of time. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared 600,000 kilometers away, looking indifferently at Bei Luochen, who was charging at him like a clown. Bei Luochen's pupils were constricted, and he shouted from his throat, Han Fei is Wang Yijian. Stop him. Everyone was still wondering how Han Fei escaped, but when they heard what Bei Luochen said, they were all shocked. Han Fei is Wang Yijian? At this moment, Han Fei flew into the void and grabbed at the crystal ball. Chapter 1956, You Ally with Sea Demons? Han Fei had seen Bei Luochen slapping the crystal ball. Han Fei wondered why his yin-yang world and waterwood world, which spanned tens of millions of kilometers, could be contained in such a small ball. However, thinking that the demon purification pot could forge the universe, Han Fei didn't dwell on this question. The old turtle suddenly said, Hiss! Is this the legendary primordial spirit Earth? Han Fei was about to say what the primordial spirit Earth was, but the old turtle immediately denied his judgment. It can't be the primordial spirit Earth, otherwise it's impossible for a mere sky opener to destroy it. At most, it's a small world mixed with the residue of the primordial spirit Earth and the mystic yellow soil. Han Fei was lost for words. Is it appropriate for you to tell me this at this critical moment? At this time, Howl attacked. Han Fei had never fought this person, but this person stomped his feet, and sky-burning raging flames swept thousands of kilometers. In the flames, a giant python vomited red flames and aimed at him with a locking technique. Han Fei roared and activated his Great Dao. He extended his 2 fingers and unleashed all Great Daos in one sword. Such a sword couldn't be blocked without the combat power of the top 10 of the raging sea. The pillar of flames was directly pierced through by this sword. The sword intent stretched out for 8,000 kilometers, like a beam of light, blasting at Howl. For a sea cage, Huobuli didn't care about the power of this sword. The fire snake behind him attached to him, and 12 firewalls appeared in front of him like shields. At the same time, Huobuli retreated quickly, made a seal with his hands, and roared. The endless sea of fire was like wisps of flame needles, shining brightly, and covered with some strange dark red colors. Fire poison? The 9-poison treasure silkworm was moving, and Han Fei's body was absorbing the flame poison. But how could Han Fei waste his time here? Swish the golden light flashed again, past the kings, and appeared on the transparent ball. The moment Han Fei reached out to grab it, the old turtle shouted, "Number." However, Han Fei was too fast now. Although the old turtle shouted, he was still a step slower. Han Fei wanted to grab the ball away. However, under Han Fei's terrifying speed, his entire arm exploded, golden blood splashed, and his severed arm turned into a bloody mist. The old turtle shouted, "This thing is too heavy. It contains 2 heavenly palaces. It's not something you can carry at all." However, as soon as the old turtle said so, the transparent bead was dragged hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Buzz! Almost instantly, a blue light flashed on Han Fei's body, and the severed hand was gone. Han Fei had already recovered to his strongest state with the time technique. At that moment, Han Fei was shocked. This thing was so terrifyingly heavy. Fortunately, he was a sea establisher. Otherwise, his body might have collapsed when he was yanking it. Buzz! Beiluokan charged at him again and shouted, "Ignorant brat, how dare you hold back a world with one hand? You must be dreaming." Huobuli also shouted, "Han Fei, you're already caught in the net today. Do you still want to escape?" Huang Jingyuan said. "Han Fei, hand over Sha Xiao or I'll kill you." The battle outside had already begun, but the yin-yang world and the waterwood world were still calm. The crystal ball swept out for 100,000 kilometers, but the inside of this world didn't seem to be affected. However, countless people inside heard the shouts of Bei Luoshan and Huang Jingyuan from the gap. Han Fei's name was mentioned frequently, which shocked countless people in the yin-yang world and waterwood world. From a certain perspective, the sound they heard through the obvious crack on the crystal ball seemed to be the sound of the heavenly Tao. For the people in the small worlds, it was like there were invisible gods standing in the sky, cursing and communicating with each other. Of course, although they could hear it, the sound wasn't that clear. After all, although this small world was broken, it hadn't completely lost the protection of the heavenly Tao. The so-called small worlds and the outside world were just spaces. Since they were spaces, there were heavenly Tao rules. In a sense, they hadn't left this main world but existed attached to it. The most typical example was this, sun-moon shell. This crystal ball was like an ultra-large sun-moon shell, but much more advanced than the sun-moon shell. At this time, Shui Shenqi and the others pricked up their ears. In terms of the situation outside, Han Fei seemed to be very passive. The ordinary people also had ugly expressions. Someone said with a black face, "The human king has indeed been seeking a way out for us. Although we don't know what the outside world is like, it seems to be very unfavorable for the human king." Someone roared, "The human king will win." Someone said in a low voice, "The survival of our human race all counts on the human king. I wish I could go to the outer domain and fight alongside the human king." Gradually, in the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city, wherever there were statues of Han Fei, there were people kneeling in front of them. The heavenly Tao collapsed, the sun and moon dimmed, and in this doomsday-like situation, they could do nothing but pray. Of course, everyone was listening attentively. Although most people couldn't hear clearly, some of the stronger ones could. They knew that Han Fei seemed to be fighting. Han Fei failed to hold the crystal ball, and a black moon rose to the sky beside him. He immediately activated the golden light leap. He had to ensure his own safety first. Otherwise, if he really fought Bei Luoshan or Huang Jingyuan head-on, he would probably be instantly defeated. But although Han Fei retreated, he didn't panic. In the void, Han Fei said, "Xuanhuan, have you watched enough? Come out and work." "Huh? What?" Bei Luoshan and Huang Jingyuan both frowned. "Xuanhuan? How was Han Fei related to Xuanhuan? Wasn't the princess of the mermaid royal family abducted by Han Fei? Did Han Fei surrender himself to the mermaid royal family?" Not only were Bei Luoshan and the others surprised, but there were also other strong masters secretly watching the battle. For example, a big octopus hidden in the void, surrounded by a group of kings. At this moment, his voice shook. Has Han Fei betrayed his race? An old man from the undersea human race also frowned slightly. If Han Fei is a traitor, is this still an internal strife in the human world? Won't he become the public enemy of the human race? Then how can there be internal strife? As soon as Bei Luoshan's black moon rose, a figure came out of the void. It was none other than Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was still quite relaxed at this moment, with an evil smile on his lips. He immediately glanced at Huang Jingyuan and then chuckled. One is the heavenly palace ranked third in the 36 mystic worlds, and the other is the soul-sealing world that is said to know the god-descending art. Neither of the two sky openers can take down a sea establisher. What a pity. You've missed the best opportunity. Han Fei has cooperated with the Merman royal family. The Merman royal family will protect the yin-yang world and the waterwood world. Beiluokan narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Fei, who had already escaped, saying coldly, The master of the yin-yang world actually betrayed the human race and colluded with the sea demons. Not to mention that Xuanhuan can't protect the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. Your behavior has angered everyone. Han Fei cursed back. I, Han Fei, have a clear conscience. Why do I need to explain to others? Instead, you old beastard who doesn't know that you want to scheme against the yin-yang world. I haven't opened the sky, so I'll let you live a few more years. Let's wait and see. After I open the sky, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. Han Fei's breath vibrated as he glanced at the surrounding void. He knew that there were actually many sea establishers watching the battle in secret. As far as he knew, Taiyuan was here too, although his goal was to intimidate the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race. There were many strong masters in the wild abyss today. Some people didn't come out, and you didn't know if they were watching the show or had other purposes. It was as if the Infinity World insisted on killing him. In fact, when he was still in the Half-King realm, the old bee-starred Bei Luotian had already stopped him once. To be honest, as a sky opener, would he really care about a mere Half-King? At that time, Bei Luotian didn't know that Han Fei was talented, nor did he know that Han Fei would become so strong in such a short period of time. Therefore, Han Fei suspected that many people wanted to kill him for a purpose. The only reason Han Fei could think of was that he held the vast ocean navigator and grasped the way to leave the raging sea. Bei Luotian snorted. You overestimate yourself. You want to reach the sky-opening realm? Humph, let's see if you can survive today. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Xuanhuan, wondering if the Merman royal family only sent him over. Then, what was the use of that? The opponent had 2 sky openers. At this moment, millions of kilometers away in the tide, there was an extremely huge whale. Along the way, the surging tide it stirred carried the power of the Tao runes. From afar, everyone saw that on the head of the giant whale that was thousands of kilometers long, a man in green stood holding a sword. His hair fluttered in the wind, looking extremely extraordinary. The moment Bei Luotian saw this person, his eyes turned cold and he gritted his teeth. Merman King? Li Qingdi? Chapter 1957. Battle begins. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person was Li Qingdi? Xuanhuan had told him that when Xuanhuan was still pretending to be in the Sea Establishment realm, the only sky-opening realm powerhouse of the Merman royal family Xuanhuan knew of was Li Qingdi. This person was said to be mysterious. It was said that few people in the entire Merman royal family had seen his true face. There was a reason why Li Qingdi could intimidate the inner and outer domains alone and make the sky-openers of the 36 heavenly palaces not dare to attack. Firstly, no one thought that there was only one sky-opening realm powerhouse in the Merman royal family. In fact, their guess was true. For example, Xuanhuan was a hidden sky opener. The other was related to the history of Li Qingdi. There was a period of time which was said to be nearly 50,000 years ago. At that time, there were no sky openers in the raging sea, but people like Bei Luotian had almost reached the peak of the Sea Establishment realm. At that time, in order to open the sky, Li Qingdi challenged the 13 worlds in the outer domain alone and even defeated He Daoyuan, the master of supreme clearness. At that time, the heavenly palaces had besieged this person once, but no one could kill him. After this person escaped, he didn't stop but went straight to the Martial Emperor's city to challenge the Martial King. It was said that no one knew the result of the battle. The news was that the Martial King won a small victory, but Li Qingdi wasn't defeated. Instead, he got an epiphany. 3 months later, Li Qingdi reached the sky-opening realm, and since then no one attacked the Merman royal family again. But it was strange. It was rare for Li Qingdi to take action. Even if Bei Luotian had a guess, he only guessed that Long Yujun hid his strength and had actually reached the sky-opening realm. He didn't expect that Li Qingdi would personally appear. 1,000,000 kilometers away, Li Qingdi nodded slightly in a direction. Martial King. The Martial King nodded slightly in return. Then, Li Qingdi looked at Han Fei from a distance, and a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. After this matter, the princess must return. Otherwise, I can destroy you. No matter how talented you are no match for me now. From what Li Qingdi said, it could be seen that he completely agreed with the agreement between Xuanhuan and Han Fei. However, even such a figure had come out, which made Han Fei wonder why the Merman royal family was so desperate to revive Xuanhuan's mother. It could be imagined how strong her mother was. According to what Xuanhuan said about Xuanhuan's mother, Han Fei couldn't help wondering whether she would object to him being with Xuanhuan. That was a real child of a god. If she was unwilling, he wouldn't be able to be with Xuanhuan until he reached the sky-opening realm. Han Fei was speechless. His mother-in-law's status was too high. It didn't seem to be a good thing, Han Fei replied. After this matter, I will go to the Merman royal family with Xiaochan. Li Qingdi looked at Han Fei. Do you dare to go? Han Fei said. I have an avatar. Li Qingdi couldn't help being a little disappointed. It seems that I overestimated you, Han Fei said without blushing. I don't need your approval. In Han Fei's opinion, if his original body went with Xiaochan, what if he died? Could he revive and blame the Merman royal family for not keeping their word? It was already a great sacrifice for him to send his avatar over. If anything went wrong, he would cultivate hard and destroy the Merman royal family when his strength reached the peak. Therefore, Han Fei didn't think there was anything wrong with his answer. Seeing Li Qingdi come out, Bai Luochen frowned and said, Li Qingdi, what you want is just the princess of your merman royal family. If you catch Han Fei, how can the princess of your merman royal family escape? I didn't expect that you, a royal merman, would cooperate with a human brat. Li Qingdi smiled faintly. The merman royal family has always been open and above board. There's a reason for us to cooperate with him. We can't be as scheming as you humans. However, our merman royal family only protects the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. As for the grudges between you humans, you'll have to resolve them yourself. Chun Huangdian said, Huang Jingyuan, if you know what's good for you, get lost. We both know your purpose. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you here? Chun Huangdian was not so polite to the soul-sealing world. Their target was Xia Xiaoshan. Once Xia Xiaoshan died, his plan would fall through. At that time, even if he destroyed the soul-sealing world, he wouldn't be able to get back this loss. Li Qingdi also looked at Huang Jingyuan and said, if you stay, the soul-sealing world will be destroyed. Huang Jingyuan seemed to have expected that Han Fei had reached an agreement with the merman royal family. He said, Shuang Qingzi, since you're here, why don't you come out and join us? When Bai Luochen saw Emperor Li Qing, he had already wanted to retreat. But who could have expected that Huang Jingyuan would refuse to let go at this moment? Xuan Qingzi was here, but if it wasn't Li Qingdi, this battle could still be fought. But now that Li Qingdi was here, they would have no chance to win. Buzz, a figure crossed the void. This white-haired old man looked a bit annoyed. Xuan Qingzi said, Huang Jingyuan, why did you call me? Huang Jingyuan said disdainfully, do you really think no one will notice you here? Anyway, the matter of you already reaching the sky-opening realm will be known sooner or later. What's the difference? Xuan Qingzi said angrily. How do you want to fight the battle? Huang Jingyuan said. Li Qingji said. Li Qingji, right? You all say that our soul-sealing world has the god-descending art, so I'll use this method to see how strong you have become in the past tens of thousands of years. With that, Huang Jingyuan looked at Bai Luochen. You want to kill Han Fei, and I want to kill Xia Xiaochan. Let's cooperate then. Unless the merman royal family can send a third sky opener today, I won't retreat. With that said, Huang Jingyuan clasped his hands, and a purple triangle appeared behind him. It looked like the halo behind the Buddha. However, his was triangular and larger, enclosing himself in it. God-sealing seal, open. Instantly, it was as if a divine might had descended between the heavens and earth. In the vast divine splendor, Huang Jingyuan pointed 2 fingers, and a phantom appeared. The phantom had a human head and a snake body, looking extremely sinister. You god, fuse. This was something that even Bai Luochen didn't expect. He didn't expect Huang Jingyuan to have the ability to fight Li Qingdi head-on. If he had known that Huang Jingyuan was so strong, he and He Daoyuan wouldn't have underestimated the soul-sealing world. And the status of the soul-sealing world wouldn't be like now. Bai Luochen couldn't help but think, does Han Fei have a secret, or does Xia Xiaochan have a secret? Is it worth it for Huang Jingyuan to expose his real strength? It seemed that they were not here for Han Fei. But in any case, both Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were binds. Han Fei's cultivation speed was too fast, his combat power was astonishing, he had mastered the time technique, and he could even pretend to be Wang Yijian. He had only been a king for a few decades, but he was already ranked in the top 10 of the sea establishment realm in the Raging Sea. How could he let go of such a monster? Bai Luochen and Xuan Qingzi looked at each other. Kill. Han Fei's face turned green. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? Isn't Huang Jingyuan too strong? No wonder the soul-sealing world was so arrogant. They were indeed not easy to deal with. Bai Luochen's black moon bloomed in front of the transparent crystal ball. Then he stepped on the crystal and struck down with all his strength. At this moment, Bai Luochen was no longer tempting Han Fei to appear, but forcing Han Fei to come and die. He shouted, Han Fei, are you going to give up the billions of creatures in these 2 heavenly palaces? Han Fei glared at him. Bai Luochen, your behavior today will bring a disaster to the infinity world. Chun Huangdian, if you can't even keep your promise, don't blame me for breaking my promise. Humph! Chun Huangdian pointed at the sky, and the black moon was shattered at his fingertips. Xuan Qingzi's sword cut through the sky like a waterfall, trying to stop Chun Huangdian. The latter knocked with one hand, grabbed the sword momentum, and crushed it. Rumble, rumble, the battle began in an instant. The power of the blow caused the void to collapse for tens of thousands of kilometers, and seawater filled the sky. Chun Huangdian had already landed in front of Bai Luochen. Their fingers and palms collided, and Bai Luochen seemed to be defeated and was pushed back. Chun Huangdian casually pushed the crystal ball small world that Han Fei couldn't carry more than 100,000 kilometers closer to Han Fei. In the blink of an eye, whether it worked or not, Han Fei felt that at least he could release Tang Yan and the other kings out first to help him. However, Huo Bulei led a group of kings to pounce at him. Yes, even if all the sky openers were stopped, at least there was still the master of the Golden Crow world and the other 9 kings here. How could Han Fei resist them alone? Han Fei shouted, the sky openers of the 100 demons and the undersea human race, don't say that you aren't here. Now, He Daoyuan is besieging the 4 palaces of the Sword God, and all the sky-opening powerhouses of the 36 mystic worlds are here. If you hunt them now, you will gain a lot. Chapter 1958, Attack the Enemies with the Stench. Perhaps in the yin-yang world, Han Fei's mission was to destroy sea demons and protect the human race. However, in the raging sea, the so-called enemies and friends were just relative. Perhaps he and the 100 demon race were still enemies, but under the current circumstances, they might join forces. In the yin-yang world, Tang Yan and the others looked at each other. The battle outside had already involved the sky-opening realm. How strong was the combat power? Hearing Han Fei's shout, a brawny white-haired old man suddenly appeared above the sea. The old man looked at Han Fei. "Boy, your method is to ally with sea demons?" Han Fei shouted. "Senior, are you just watching the 3 sky-openers of the 36 heavenly palaces attack me? Is this your so-called fairness? Ha ha ha!" A big octopus tentacle tore through the void and appeared on the battlefield. "Taiyuan, Han Fei is right. Bei Luotian and the others are really shameless. As sky-openers, they're bullying a Sea Establishment Realm Junior. In this case, why do you have to maintain the so-called fairness here?" Old man Taiyuan snorted. "It seems that you are going to stand on Han Fei's side today, right? Fine, 4 against 4. Now it's fair, isn't it?" On the other side, an old man who looked very much like a human came with a spear in his hand. He said in a deep voice, "It's indeed been a long time since the last sky-opening realm war. As for the Sea Establishment Realm War, it's none of our business." The big octopus of the 100 Demon Clan also said, "The Sea Establishers of our race, just watch the human race's internal strife." Han Fei was relieved. That's right. If he were a member of the 100 Demon race or an undersea human, he would also create opportunities for the human race to kill each other. Not only that, he would even send Sea Establishers to ambush some human Sea Establishers. It was just that there was no need for an ambush today. It just so happened that in Han Fei's current state, it was obvious that he couldn't take the crystal ball's small world. This crystal ball was too heavy. If he pulled it with the golden light jumping technique, even his palm would shatter. Even if he used all his strength, he could at most move the crystal ball. If he wanted to take it away, the success rate was minimal. At this moment, Hui Buli and the 9 kings had arrived at the same time. Even Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. It would be fine if he was to only deal with 1 person, but 10 Sea Establishers had come at the same time. Besides, none of these people looked weak. It was extremely difficult to kill them instantly. But Han Fei had the invincible heart. How would he be afraid? Seeing that the kings were approaching, Han Fei made up his mind and a golden light flashed between his eyebrows. Invincible eye, open. Buzz. Han Fei's momentum soared again. In an instant he flipped his hand and 2 strange powers were grabbed in his hand. The immortal chi and the fiendish energy instantly intertwined and were released. Immediately, Huobuli's pupils were constricted and he shouted, "All kings, help me. Try your best to resist this blow." As the master of the Golden Crow world, Huobuli instantly judged the power of Han Fei's blow, so he immediately changed from attack to defense. He shouted, "Golden Crow Sun, Fire Sun Divine Wheel, suppress." A dazzling flame divine disc extended from the sea, like a miniature planet materializing. At the same time, 1 sea establishment power after another blocked in front of Huobuli, forming a 9-level king barrier. The attack of the immortal fiend saber was like the power of an immortal. Although it was extremely powerful, it was just an attack after all. Breaking the defense of 10 kings in a row was still a little difficult. Crack, 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 shattering 8 barriers in a row, the power of the immortal fiend saber didn't really break through the 9th level of the Sea Establishment Realm protective power. But even so, these kings were all shocked. This guy had such ferocious power. How long had it been since he became a king? He actually wanted to fight 10 kings alone? More importantly, he almost did it. Tweet in the sun. Like fire disc, a firebird flew out, and the flames of the world rushed to Han Fei in an instant. This was an attack, and the bird form was just a form. Attach. The only thing Han Fei had time to do was to fuse with Little Fatty. Although Little Fatty hadn't reached the level of a half-king yet, its ability was very strong and could block 90% of the attacks. In addition, he had fused with Little Fatty's body and should be able to block king-level attacks several times. Of course, that being said, Han Fei had already put on his battlesuit. The battlesuit he was wearing was forged from the divine demon vine grass leaf and the ancient mystic turtle shell armor he bought in the Martial Emperor city. In terms of quality, it was comparable to a mid-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. In this way, Han Fei's defense power could be said to have reached an astonishing height. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's attack didn't work out, and Huobulei's Golden Crow Firebird had already arrived. Rumble. The terrifying explosion directly collapsed the space where Han Fei was, creating an endless void. But in the aftermath of the explosion, Han Fei's battlesuit was slightly tattered, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and Little Fatty's phantom directly lost 2 tentacles. Huobuli felt a chill down his spine. This person's defense power was so terrifying and his physique was so strong. Under his powerful bombardment, Han Fei was only slightly injured. It could be seen how strong he was. On the other side, Chen Guangjia, xuanhuan, Zhou Chen, and Black Phoenix, who were also secretly observing, looked at each other, especially Black Phoenix, who looked shocked and angry. In the end, Han Fei still had to fight these people alone? Black Phoenix asked. Should we help? xuanhuan said. Help? Black Phoenix? Look at the level of this battle. On Hui Buli's side, any random person is enough to kill one of us, and he has 9 such people with him. Look at us. How many of us are there? Chen Guangjia nodded slightly. xuanhuan is right. The 10 pirate groups sound powerful, and each of them has a king, but who really dares to fight these Heavenly Palace powerhouses? Zhou Chen frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. He looked at Black Phoenix and asked, will it work if we attack? Black Phoenix made up her mind. Everyone, don't forget how keen Han Fei's perception is. He knows that we are nearby. At this moment, the sky openers are blocked, and only he is left fighting the kings. We have 4 kings here, but we don't help him at all. How do you think Han Fei will deal with us if he survives? Chen Guangjia said. Didn't they say that we just need to deal with the kings of the 13 worlds in the outer domain? Black Phoenix said. Are you stupid? Which king of the 13 worlds in the outer domain dare to attack? I bet a batch of them must have come and are hiding in the dark. If they don't take action now, they probably won't. In fact, as Black Phoenix said, in this battle in the Wild Abyss, at least 7 or 8 kings had secretly come. Among them were Snow Lady and Huang Jie, as well as Hong Yu and Yan Wen. It could be said that they were all thinking about whether to fight or not. As for the Snow Lady and Huang Jie, they were considering whether to help or not. But if the 2 of them took action today, as mere heavenly palaces in the outer domain, once this matter ended, they would probably be crushed to death. This made it difficult for them to choose. Although allies were allies, Han Fei had obviously not been full-fledged enough yet. If they exposed that they were his allies at this moment, they might be killed. In the field, Han Fei was already fighting Hui Buli and the others with great techniques. If he didn't use a fatal move to fight the enemy, no matter how strong he was, he could only blow the enemy back, but not kill them. In particular, there were 3 jerks from the soul-sealing world among them. The 3 of them used the god-descending art at the same time. Each of them carried a triangular halo on his back and attacked Han Fei. One bombarded his soul, one caused an abnormality in his blood qi, and the other attacked him head-on. And these were only the 3 people from the soul-sealing world. There were also kings from the infinity world and the golden crow world. Which of them could be weak? Clang, 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 bang, bang, bang. When the kings besieged Han Fei, they bombarded the crystal ball from time to time to distract Han Fei. Once he was distracted in the sea establishment battle, he might give the other party a chance. Even though Han Fei and the others were in a melee, he couldn't defend against their bombardment on the crystal ball. Son of a beta che, Han Fei was furious. He activated the infinity water and shouted, explode! In an instant, a large cloud of black smoke swept hundreds of thousands of kilometers around. Han Fei cursed, come on, let me smoke you to death. Ew. Even Hui Buli kept vomiting. It felt like he had eaten a jar of shit. Even a king couldn't withstand it. This black mist was the stink that Han Fei collected in the land of King Death. Anyway, he had eaten the sun-suppressing pearl that suppressed filth, but these people didn't. Although they were all sea establishers, they would definitely be affected by this stench. It couldn't hurt them, but it was enough to disgust them. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei burst out and used all his strength to stab a king closest to him with all great douse in one sword. Roar! When the void lines pressed down so fiercely, Han Fei let out a dragon roar that shook the sky and directly shattered this person's soul. Even so, Han Fei pretended to shatter half of this person's body and smashed him to the side of another king. Seeing that this guy was thrown at him, the man instinctively wanted to help, but the moment he touched this person, Han Fei shouted again, explode. Chapter 1959, I, Han Fei, can be the human king, or a demon rumble. In the sky, great Dao cracks appeared, the sky wept, and a rain of blood fell. This was the self-destruction of a king. The power could be imagined. The entire void collapsed, revealing an endless void passage. Killing the king from the soul-sealing world, Han Fei used the golden light movement technique and appeared beside the king who was implicated. With a sacrificing punch, this person was punched into the endless void. Originally, it was very difficult to exile a king through this kind of void collapse, because at the moment he was exiled, he would have a way to come back. Of course, if this road was blocked, it would be a different story. Blue light circulated in front of Han Fei, and the void was repaired. The king was finally exiled and had no chance of returning. Hiss, ah. At this moment, Bei Luoshan and the others who were fighting fiercely were all shocked. Han Fei was fighting against 10 kings alone, but still had a chance to kill 2 kings in a row. It must be noted that being exiled to the endless void basically meant death. Not to mention that the probability of death after a king was exiled was extremely high. Even if a sky opener was exiled into the void and couldn't return, the probability of death was equally high. Of course, this was just a guess. Anyway, those who were exiled would never return. Ha ha ha! The old man from the undersea human race laughed. He fought 10 alone and even killed kings. Bei Luochen, you have to be careful in the future. The 9 brains of the big octopus of the 100 Demon clan were racing. Was Han Fei so strong? If he grew up, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, his existence might break the rule of the 36 mystic worlds, which was what they wanted to see. As for Han Fei, he had just become a king and they weren't in a hurry to deal with him. Besides, since Han Fei could cooperate with the Merman royal family, he must have no bottom line. He should be much easier to get along with than sanctimonious guys like Bei Luochen. With this in mind, the big octopus shouted while fighting Xuanhuan, I didn't expect that the people of the infinity world are all trash. I'm afraid they will all be killed by Han Fei today. On the other side, Black Phoenix shouted, we can't wait any longer. We are pirates in the first place. In the eyes of these people, we are in existence to bully at will. Besides, our rankings are not high. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a fine tree to perch on. It's better to help when needed. Swish the Black Phoenix tried to persuade Chen Guangjia and the other kings. Seeing Black Phoenix rush out, the 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other in deep thought. Xuanhuan said, Han Fei is really powerful. He can kill 2 kings under such circumstances, Chen Guangjia said. The 4 of us can stop the 4 kings, but can the remaining 4 be a match for Han Fei? Zhou Chen said, let's go, let's attack together. Han Fei gave us hundreds of millions of resources for free. This money is not so easy to take. If we don't help him now, we'll be punished later. Chen Guangjia, fine, kill, on this side, Han Fei and the others were fighting crazily around the crystal ball. Because everyone felt that the crystal ball world was extremely hard and couldn't be shaken by ordinary battles, they didn't care about the crystal ball at all in combat. From time to time, Howl would slap the crystal ball to provoke Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly heard something and then looked at Black Phoenix that was rushing over, speechless. Why are you stupidly rushing up alone? However, then Han Fei found that Chen Guangjia and the other 2 also rushed up. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but grin. He looked at Howl and said, Humph, you aren't even a sky opener. Do you think you can kill me? Howl also saw Chen Guangjia and the others. He couldn't help but shout, Han Fei, very good. You not only betrayed the human race and colluded with the Merman royal family, but you also allied with the 10 pirate groups. It seems that your yin-yang world is going to completely betray the 36 mystic worlds. Han Fei cursed, fuck you. Do you think you guys deserve to rule the 36 mystic worlds? Do you think you deserve to rule the human world? If I'm strong enough, I'll beat you through one by one so that you know that you're nothing more than rotten fish and shrimp. Unfortunately, the stinky smell could only work once. The human kings immediately cut off a wisp of their soul and directly broke the power of this stench. Almost everyone activated their secret techniques, trying to kill Han Fei with their own great douse. However, Han Fei had an invincible heart and walked the path of body refinement. With the 9 poison treasure silkworm and the demon purification pot guarding his soul, his body was as hard as an iron wall. The great douse of these people were basically useless to him. If he attacked head-on, these people couldn't even withstand a single punch of his. They had to use the power of their great douse to withstand it. Therefore, although Han Fei was constantly besieged, every time he counterattacked, a king would be shaken back. Howl expression was ugly. No, we can't gain the upper hand even in this situation. What the hell is going on? Howl shouted. The guys from the soul-sealing world used the god-sealing seal. The remaining 2 kings of the soul-sealing world looked at each other and suddenly stepped back. They made a strange gesture, and the triangular marks behind them instantly enlarged infinitely. God-sealing seal, God's eye. In the sky, 2 cracks appeared, like a pair of big eyeballs. Han Fei felt the pressure on his body getting heavier and heavier, and an extremely terrifying pressure descended. Han Fei instinctively jumped 100,000 kilometers away with the golden light technique. However, the power didn't decrease at all. A king of the soul-sealing world shouted, Han Fei, stop struggling. The gods are watching you. Unless you escape this time and give up the yin-yang world and the water-wood world, don't even think about escaping it. Han Fei sensed that his strength had been suppressed by at least 30%. At this moment, Howl's body underwent a violent change, and then a strange creature with a human head and fire feathers appeared above the sea. Howl shouted, Golden Crow Demon Subduing, Heaven and Earth Soul Separation Claw. Han Fei could see with his naked eye that in the sky, a terrifying golden aura was descending crazily. Little Fatty's voice echoed in his mind. I can't resist it at all. At this moment, Black Phoenix and the others were still 500,000 kilometers away, still some distance away from him. The other 5 half-kings all attacked with all their strength, taking the opportunity to attack Han Fei. Some arrows hit the soul, some spears cut through the void, some saber beams tore through the void, and some sword chi swept across. Han Fei seemed to have become a target. Who could withstand this? Bei Luochen snorted. He hasn't reached the limit of the sea establishment realm yet. No matter how talented he is, how can he resist these kings? Roar. However, as soon as Bei Luochen ridiculed him, he saw a huge bronze-colored figure that was 500 meters tall and emitting a brilliant yellow light appear on the sea. Huh? When the martial king saw Han Fei's Dharma idol, he was stunned. He thought to himself, didn't I teach him Dharmakaya? Does the Dharmakaya look like this? The martial king was stunned. This was not the Dharmakaya at all, but an enlarged version of Hanfei. Buzz. Hanfei's figure appeared above the Dharma idol. Huff. Hanfei felt the violent power all over his body, and the pressure of being stared at by the eyes of God was instantly minimal. Hanfei raised his hand, and so did his Dharma idol. All great Taos in one sword. Hanfei hadn't tried to use his Dharma idol to use all great Taos in one sword. This power was 50% stronger than when he used it. At this moment, Hanfei felt that his strength might have reached 800,000 waves. Such a blow caused endless ripples when it collided with the heaven and earth soul separation claw. In the blink of an eye, its power radiated more than 100,000 kilometers. Crack. But at this moment, another obvious crack appeared on the crystal ball. It turned out that under their continuous attacks, the crystal ball would also be broken. The destruction of the crystal ball immediately attracted the attention of Huobu and Hanfei. Huobu wanted to threaten Hanfei with the small world, and Hanfei wanted to take the small world away. The two collided but failed. At this moment, they charged at the crystal ball at the same time. At this moment, Black Phoenix and the others arrived. Huobu shouted, "Stop them!" In an instant, those who were fighting Hanfei were only Huobu, two strong masters from the soul-sealing world, and a king from the infinity world who was using a saber. Hanfei couldn't care less. Seeing that the God's Eye was still looking at him and there was a person guarding there, he counterattacked with the immortal fiend saber. Hanfei shouted, "I, Hanfei, can be the human king or a demon. Anyone who stands in my way deserves to die. Kill." At that moment, Hanfei blocked the crystal ball with a hand, and a black knife with a strange mystic yellow power slashed at Huobu. Dragon subduing world, dragon slaying technique, Qila. Huobu immediately retreated, and the great sun disk blocked the dragon slaying slash in front of him. Puff, crack. At this moment, Hanfei had no time to care about these hidden powers. He pressed his hand on the crystal ball, trying to pull it away. However, without the speed enhancement, although Hanfei managed to move this small world, he could only pull it 1,000 kilometers away a second. Hanfei was lost for words. How did old Han and my mother get such a heavy thing into the wild abyss? They were probably not as strong as me back then. Did they have the strength to take it? Chapter 1960, Third Condition. Hanfei instantly thought of the key point. Old Han and his mother definitely couldn't take this thing away back then. Bei Luochen had been slapping the crystal ball crazily. Although there were dense cracks on the crystal ball, in fact, there was only one real crack. Now, perhaps because the battle was too fierce and Huobu was not weak either after a few attacks, another crack appeared. At this moment, Hanfei realized something. What sealed this thing before was the energy that was constantly absorbed by the wild abyss, and the terrifying energy managed to suppress the crystal ball small world because of the yin-yang great millstone. Now, as soon as the yin-yang millstone disappeared, this small world was spat out, which meant that the power that suppressed it was gone. However, just the energy from the outside world was definitely not enough, because the yin-yang great millstone was connected to the cage in this small world. Therefore, Hanfei suspected that he probably needed to establish a connection with this thing, and the way Hanfei could think of establishing a connection was to bind the crystal ball with his blood. If my mother could drive this thing back then now, with my strength, there's no reason I can't. Hanfei decided to have a try. Of course, before he tried, Hanfei still had something to do. Huobu was knocked back by the dragon-slaying technique, and on the other side, the three kings tried to resist Hanfei's immortal fiend saber together. Unfortunately, they could resist it just now because there were 9 kings. Now, there were only 3 of them. How could they resist it? Boom boom booms, 3 consecutive bell-like impacts sounded as the immortal fiend saber passed through 3 barriers in a row. The third king tried to wrap the immortal fiend saber in the void by collapsing the void. However, Hanfei smiled and thought to himself, how can my ultimate move be solved by you so easily? At the moment the void collapsed, the immortal fiend saber dispersed, jumped out of the void, and condensed again. The power was controlled by Hanfei's will. Without powerful means, how could it be easily broken? The king of the soul-sealing world ignited his essence blood and drew a strange seal in the air, summoning a triangular god-sealing seal. Unfortunately, any power was relative. It was true that the people from the soul-sealing world were strong, but they were not strong enough compared to Hanfei. People like Huang Jingyuan were really rare. Even Huang Jingyuan, who could summon the god-sealing seal to fight Li Qingdi, was sent flying. If it weren't for the divine might he summoned, he wouldn't be a match for Li Qingdi at all. Crack, boom, under the powerful attack of Hanfei, the powerhouse of the soul-sealing world died, and the God's Eye was full of cracks. In the end, it failed to escape the fate of collapse. As soon as the so-called God's Eye was shattered, Hanfei felt that his strength came back by at least 10%. He looked up at the great Tao crack in the sky. Hanfei grinned. Do you want to see me slaughter all the strong masters of soul-sealing and infinity today? Another king had died. This was already the 3rd sea establisher that Hanfei had killed alone. This shocked everyone. But at this moment, he was not arrogant. Instead, he was vigilant. He couldn't really count on the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race. If he showed his real strength so early, were they really not afraid? This was impossible. If he really had the strength to defeat Howl and the other kings, they might stop and even want to see how Beiluochen and the others would fight him. This was because, in their opinion, the battle between Han Fei and Supreme Clearness and Infinity was just an internal strife of the human race. It was just that Supreme Clearness and Infinity were too strong, so they wanted to keep a balance so that the two parties could kill each other better. If Han Fei guessed right, if he could kill 2 or 3 more kings, one of the 100 demons and the undersea human race would stop fighting. Therefore, Han Fei split his soul, and his original body separated from his Dharma idol and appeared next to the crystal ball. Han Fei's Dharma idol punched on the sea and attacked Howl, and Han Fei's original body extended his hand and pressed it against the crystal ball, and his hand was dripping with blood. Han Fei had made a judgment. If his mother could control the crystal ball in this way, so could he. Of course, he had also prepared a time technique. If anything went wrong, he would immediately reverse time to protect himself. When Han Fei pressed his bloody hand on the crystal ball, he immediately felt that his soul seemed to be extracted and sucked into the crystal ball. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to be able to see everything in the crystal ball. He saw the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the Thousand Star City, the deserted Scattered Stars Island, and the crowded Thousand Star City. As soon as Han Fei sensed this, he felt that almost 90% of the blood in his body had dried up, but not completely. However, at this moment, his blood and chi had plummeted. How could Howl not tell it? Howl shouted, "Come on, attack him with all your strength. He is triggering the small world, and he is at his weakest now." Howl was right. At this moment, Han Fei's strength was weakened by at least 30%. Although his Dharma idol could still use all great Daos in one sword, it could only block Howl. As for the other two, one was a powerhouse from the Infinity World, and the other was a powerhouse from the Soul Sealing World. The sea-quelling bizarre treasure in the hand of the powerhouse from the Infinity World shattered, and blood splashed as he shouted, "Bloody infinite slash." The king of the Soul-Sealing World knew that this was his last chance. If he couldn't even kill Han Fei this time, he would never have another chance. He roared, and a faint blue arrow condensed above his head. God-slaying crossbow. Hiss, hiss, Han Fei was speechless. The bloody infinite slash of the Infinity World was nothing, but the God-slaying crossbow of the Soul-Sealing World made him feel a sense of crisis. Fuck, how can he do that? Han Fei felt that his head was very heavy now. He didn't know if it was because of the lack of blood or because he had forcibly controlled the crystal ball. Anyway, he was very uncomfortable now, feeling as if a mountain was pressing on him. But with a thought from Han Fei, a humanoid manta ray that was 100 meters long appeared on the sea and wrapped Han Fei's tiny body with its own. Clang. Puffed. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Buzz. In the sky, a healing divine light descended. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Instantly, Taiyuan, the Martial King, Beiluochen, Xuanqingzi, Huangjingyuan, the Octopus Emperor, and the other Sky Openers, as well as the Sea Establishers, all exclaimed in surprise. How did Han Fei even know the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique? Is he the reincarnation of the human king? Taiyuan couldn't help narrowing his eyes. When the human race traveled to the east, the strongest cultivator in the world was the human king. He decisively decided to step out of the sea to find a pure land for the human race. Back then, the human king built a divine ship and led his people to the east, which was controversial. Some people said that the human king was afraid of battle and took the opportunity to escape for his life. Some people said that the human king was very decisive. Although no one knew what would happen, what the human king had done would eventually pave a way for the human race, and he was like a lighthouse, illuminating a direction for countless people. No one had learned the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique before because this Tao was too heaven-defying. Back then, it was known as the Undying Divine Technique. No one expected to see this Tao here today. Immediately, the Octopus Emperor and the old Emperor of the undersea human race stopped fighting, so it turned out that this guy was the reincarnation of a human king. The human king was so powerful, no one was his match back then. When Han Fei shouted that he was the human king, everyone thought he was just bluffing. Now it seemed that this guy was probably really the human king. The situation was immediately reversed. The moment the two retreated, Xuanqingzi charged at Han Fei, but Taiyuan turned around and stood in his way. "Now we have to be fair," Xuanqingzi shouted. "Taiyuan, what do you know about fairness? If he is really the reincarnation of the human king, how many people did he abandon back then? No matter what, this person should be executed." Taiyuan didn't retreat at all. It's just a fight between taking risks and not taking risks. Back then, countless people stayed voluntarily. "Don't confuse the public," Beiluochen said. "Shipo Huang Kongshen, this guy is the reincarnation of the human king. How dare you let him grow up?" Shipo Huang was the Octopus Emperor, a sky opener of the 100 Demon race, and Kongshen was a sky opener of the undersea human race. These two people helped Han Fei just to increase the internal consumption of the human race. But now that Han Fei's identity had changed, the two of them directly stopped without hesitation. This showed how much the two of them were afraid of the human king. Now, hearing what Bei Luochen said, the two of them were tempted. If the raging sea remained the same, no one could do anything to the other. But if the human king rose, Bei Luochen and the others would probably be wiped out. However, if the human king rose, they might as well keep Bei Luochen and the others. At least they had been fighting these people for tens of thousands of years and were familiar with them. Immediately, the two of them made a decision. Han Fei was not stupid. He didn't expect the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to cause such a huge uproar. At this moment, Han Fei held the crystal ball and felt that he could carry it, but it was still difficult. The soul of the deep-sea demonic manta ray was penetrated by the god-slaying crossbow, and Han Fei found that he had even lost contact with the Tao-devouring insect king. With a thought from him, the deep-sea demonic manta ray was recalled into his origin sea, and Han Fei's Dharma idol dissipated. His original body held the crystal ball and flashed more than 80,000 kilometers away. Han Fei was shocked. He couldn't bind this thing with his blood, but could only increase his control over it with his essence blood. Now he could only carry this world away. However, his speed was 4 times slower. Han Fei wanted to flash more than 300,000 kilometers away, but he could only flash 80,000 kilometers away, which made him very embarrassed. As soon as Han Fei ran, Shipo Huang and Kong Shen moved. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Martial King, the third condition is to help me block these two. With pleasure. The Martial King had been watching and waiting. In the end, even if Han Fei didn't ask him, he might take action. However, he didn't want the Martial Emperor City to owe Han Fei a favor, so when Han Fei asked for help, the Martial King smiled. Chapter 1961, settled. Han Fei was already ready to run. He didn't want to fight anymore. The Sea Establishment realm fighter he had just got was killed by an arrow. Now that Shipo Huang and Kong Shen were still chasing him, it was meaningless to keep fighting. As soon as Han Fei ran, Zhou Chen and the others shouted, "Let's go, let's go." Even Black Phoenix began to escape. Even Han Fei had run. They certainly couldn't stop the enemy here. However, Zhou Chen and the others might have overestimated their status in the hearts of Bei Luochen and the others. Just as someone wanted to stop them from running, Bei Luochen shouted, "Idiot, why are you chasing them? Chase Han Fei." Zhou Chen, Zhen Guangjia, and the others looked at each other. Are our statuses so low? They ran away as fast as they could. As they ran, Shui Ran said, "Thanks to Black Phoenix's reminder, this time, we helped Han Fei in times of need. Although we only stopped the enemy for a moment, we helped him, didn't we?" Chen Guangjia said, "Sure, otherwise Han Fei wouldn't have killed that king so easily. Therefore, we still have credit." Black Phoenix looked worriedly in the direction where Han Fei escaped. Although Han Fei ran faster than them, he didn't seem to be much faster. Could he really escape? At this moment, Bei Luochen shouted, "The 13 worlds in the outer domain, the human king once wreaked havoc in the world. How can you let him leave? Aren't you afraid of me?" However, before he finished speaking, he heard a voice refute. "Great, old Beastard, you've finally exposed your real intention, haven't you? You just want to use your power to suppress others? If you weren't an emperor, guess how many people would listen to you? Didn't you claim to represent the 36 mystic worlds? Who do you think dares to touch me today?" Han Fei shouted. "The kings of the 13 worlds in the outer domain, listen carefully. Whoever dares to stop me shall be executed. Even if I don't kill him today, I'll kill him someday. Old Beastard Bei Luochen is sanctimonious, but I never hesitate to kill my enemy. Let's see who has the ability to stop me today." Swishter relying on his grasp of the great Tao of time, Han Fei was crazily testing the limit of speed. The extreme speed that Han Fei showed was the extreme speed of the Golden Light Movement technique. Unfortunately, he was holding a small world, so his speed was severely slowed down, and he could only run 150,000 kilometers at a time. However, even so, Han Fei could run more than 400,000 kilometers every second, and his speed was still astonishing. However, as soon as Han Fei ran 1,000,000 kilometers, he heard Shipo Huang shout, "All kings of the 100 Demon Clan, chase and kill Han Fei." Kong Shen said, "All the kings of the undersea human race, kill Han Fei." "Fuck," Han Fei shouted angrily. "You old beastards, if you can't kill me today, I'll wipe out your entire races someday." Han Fei had just tricked them into helping him, but now these two people were persuaded by Bei Luochen. However, as soon as they shouted, Han Fei sensed that within 1,000,000 kilometers, 4 kings had appeared. Hase Han Fei certainly wouldn't underestimate the kings of the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race. There were definitely a lot of them. To be honest, there were at least 20 of them. Of course, there wouldn't be many. Otherwise, how could the 13 worlds in the outer domain be peaceful until now? But at this critical moment, let alone 20 kings, he didn't even have the time to deal with 2. For the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race, they had already fallen out with Han Fei when they decided to take Han Fei down. In fact, even if they hadn't, it was impossible for them to become allies with Han Fei. No matter who had said anything in the past, even if these two races used to call Han Fei brother and would do anything for him, at this moment, they had to turn around and stab Han Fei in the back. Therefore, they were very decisive. After discovering Han Fei's real identity, they began to hunt him down without hesitation. Bai Luochen grinned. No matter what the reason was, as long as Han Fei was dead, everything would be fine. The Sky Openers didn't really fight, but as long as Li Qingdi was standing there, Huang Jingyuan had to stay here. For them, they didn't know Han Fei well. Even if there was an agreement, they just needed to ensure that Han Fei could run away. Of course, it would be best if Han Fei could look worse, get injured, or suffer some losses before running away. So at this moment, the kings were fighting, but the emperors were just watching the show. Han Fei thought to himself, none of you are good except for Taiyuan, who has some principles. When I survive this tribulation, I'll settle scores with you one by one. Roar. As Han Fei ran, his body began to twist, and in the end he turned into an azure dragon. His dragon claws clasped a pearl, and his speed increased by another 20%. All kinds of arrays appeared on the dragon, which were all acceleration arrays. At this moment, Han Fei had almost used all his strength. As long as the emperors didn't take action, basically no king could catch up with him. Even Bai Luochen and the others were speechless. Why did this guy still have a trump card? Xuanqingzi said with an ugly expression. Is it the dragon, subduing technique of the dragon, subduing world? Han Fei ran for millions of kilometers before he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't stop. Han Fei's goal was very clear. He might not have been prepared when he came, but he was fully prepared when he left. After fleeing for 30 million kilometers, he smiled. Because the suction force of the wild abyss here was weakened, he set up a long-distance teleportation array nearby. Although his golden light movement technique was very fast, the teleportation array he set up was faster. It could send him 2 million kilometers away at a time, and it was not easy for him to be discovered along the way. As soon as he came here, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and was relieved to see a hidden array here. Uncle Xuan, has anyone discovered it? The gravels on the ground began to move, and Han Fei's figure disappeared into the sea. When Han Fei entered the array, Han Xuan looked at Han Fei strangely. Nephew, where did you learn the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique? Han Fei couldn't help but ask. Uncle Xuan, did you go to watch the show? Han Xuan said, what's so difficult about that? My 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass can directly reflect tens of millions of kilometers. I can see the situation on your side from thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help but say, believe it or not, I figured it out myself. Han Xuan couldn't help but take a deep look at Han Fei. Yes, I believe you. Let's go. This is not a place to stay for long. The wild abyss has only been temporarily restored to peace. In a few days, a vortex will form here again. 3 days later, the Sea of Fog. Han Fei held the crystal ball in his hand. He was thinking about where to release the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. This place had to be hidden. In the Raging Sea, the most hidden places were either far away from the core of the Raging Sea or in the Sea of Fog. The Flying Feather world was too far away. In the Raging Sea, one would get lost if he wasn't careful. Without the vast ocean navigator, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Flying Feather world at all. Of course, Han Fei could let the yin-yang world and the water-wood world go to the Nine Palace world. However, although the Nine Palace world was hidden, there were only more than 20 million people cultivating there. However, the yin-yang world and the water-wood world had billions of creatures. At that time, the cultivation, consumption, combat training, and marine exploration of these billions of creatures would be easily discovered. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be in a dilemma, Han Xuan couldn't help but ask, are you thinking about where to put them? The Raging Sea is huge, but it's also extremely dangerous. All the good places have actually been occupied. But don't you have a navigator? It shouldn't be difficult for you to find a safe place. Han Fei thought that it made sense. Instead of thinking about which world to attach to, he might as well use the vast ocean navigator to find a relatively safe location. After the trip to the Monarch Palace in the future, he would come back anyway. As long as he could ensure that the yin-yang world and the water-wood world wouldn't be discovered in the short term, for example, in 1,000 years, then his strength would definitely have reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. He might even have already opened the sky. It wasn't that Han Fei was too conceited, but that he had already had a clear way to make progress in the sea establishment realm. Besides, he had gained so many resources that it wasn't difficult for him to advance. Therefore, Han Fei nodded slightly. That's good. Uncle Xuan, it's a good thing that the Nine Palace world doesn't have to appear this time. In the future, I'll have a battle with Supreme Clearness and Infinity, so with the 100 Demon Clan and the Undersea Human Race. There are still many battles to fight in the future, but the top priority is to get through the Monarch Palace first, Han Xuan said. Han Fei, don't underestimate the trip to the Monarch Palace. The stronger you are, the more you can't underestimate it. You will find that the difficulty of the Monarch Palace is beyond imagination. Over the tens of thousands of years, do you know how many people have died in it? Among them, there are many sea establishers, and even some sky openers have died in it. It's just that ordinary people don't know it. Han Fei asked, Uncle Xuan, the Nine Palace world hasn't appeared for so long. How do you know the situation in the Monarch Palace so well? Han Xuan said. Do you really think your uncle has disappeared from the world? Every time the Monarch Palace opened, the Nine Palace world would send people in. It's just that others don't know it. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, but why are you the only king in the Nine Palace world? If you send people in every time it opens, at least a few sea establishers can be born, right? xuanhuan said with a faint smile. Who told you that there are no other kings in the Nine Palace world? Just because you didn't see them doesn't mean they don't exist. Chapter 1962, Time Dao Fruit xuanhuan didn't go to find a place with Han Fei. On one hand, Han Fei was more mobile alone. On the other hand, Han Fei still had a lot of things to do, and xuanhuan couldn't help him much. Because Han Fei was getting more and more familiar with the vast ocean navigator, he was getting better and better at finding the way. He still took out the route map he bought from the Martial Emperor city, reciting in his heart the safe place he needed to find. The vast ocean navigator pointed at the end of an abandoned route very close to the Sea of Mist. This route was only halfway, and when it reached the place the vast ocean navigator pointed at, there was no road. Han Fei estimated that there must be a reason why this route wasn't fully developed. Since even the vast ocean navigator felt that this place was most suitable for Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world, Han Fei certainly wouldn't doubt it. Because the time for the Monarch Palace to open was drawing near, Han Fei was very fast and didn't dare to waste too much time. It only took Han Fei 2 days to find this abandoned route among the complicated routes. Just like other abandoned routes, he often encountered some venerables on this route, but fortunately he hadn't encountered any sea establishers yet. Of course, it would be great if he could meet a sea establisher. Han Fei felt that he had consumed a lot of energy in this battle in the Wild Abyss and needed to replenish his energy. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted this time. Although there might be many kings in the Raging Sea, they weren't common on abandoned routes. So far, Han Fei had walked a lot of non-route areas but encountered sea establisher-level giant beasts less than 5 times. Swish Tine, in the void, with a flash of golden light, Han Fei appeared in the sea with the crystal ball in his arms. Looking around, there was nothing but water. Huh? There seems to be no road. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found an endless seaborne prairie about 500,000 kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Is there really such a huge seaborne prairie? I can't see the end of it. It's probably 1,000,000 kilometers wide. Swish! After a few seconds, Han Fei rushed into the seaborne prairie. He sensed it and found that the spiritual energy here didn't seem to be much higher than outside. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was strange. Because this was an endless seaborne prairie and there were few people here, the spiritual energy here should be richer than elsewhere. But in fact, the spiritual energy here was comparable to the outside world. This meant that in the depths of this seaborne prairie, there was a place or something that swallowed spiritual energy. Only this could explain why this route was only developed by half. Obviously, the developers couldn't continue anymore. They even sold this route to the Martial Emperor city for money, but the Martial Emperor city didn't expand this route either, which meant that there might be something here that even the Martial Emperor city was afraid of. Han Fei didn't break in rashly. Although the vast ocean navigator pointed here, which meant that this was the most suitable and safest place in the Yin-Yang world and the Water-Wood world, the vast ocean navigator didn't say if this place was safe for him. Han Fei couldn't help but take out the 9-Palace Luck Ruler, and the ruler fell on the greatly auspicious divination result. This surprised Han Fei. Was this what it meant by, one who survives a great disaster is destined to good fortune? Han Fei had guessed that this place might be dangerous, but he never expected it to be a greatly auspicious place for him. Anything that could be said to be greatly auspicious for him now must be a very useful resource for sea establishers. Since the vast ocean navigator and the 9-Palace Luck Ruler both showed that he could enter this place, Han Fei didn't hesitate and went straight into the depths of the seaborne prairie. Han Fei perceived that too many creatures had appeared, including many venerables. But this was not the key. When Han Fei entered about 5 million kilometers away, he suddenly stopped. However, at the end of his perception, a city appeared where spiritual energy was abnormally gathering. A giant city? The city Han Fei saw was at the bottom of the sea. Too many places had been covered by algae. The city didn't seem to be small. It had a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Many buildings had collapsed, but he could vaguely distinguish the outline of the city. If it was just an abandoned city, Han Fei wouldn't be surprised. However, this map of the Martial Emperor city had been sold countless times, so there were definitely many people who had explored this place. If they had discovered this place, wouldn't they come here to search? However, this place seemed to be quite primitive. There were no signs of battle, which meant that the intruders had either retreated or died quietly. Han Fei was vigilant. All the spiritual energy here was gathered in this city, but it was clearly a ruin. Where was the spiritual energy flowing to? Twin divine technique. Han Fei didn't dare to advance rashly. Although the divination result was greatly auspicious, he was always cautious. Anyway, he'd rather be more careful. His black mist body quietly entered the city. However, what Han Fei didn't expect was that the moment his body entered the city, a faint blue light seemed to appear in front of his eyes, and his body began to age. Hiss, flow of time? Almost in an instant, Han Fei understood the problem here. No wonder no one came here even though this place was abandoned. It turned out that this city was enveloped by the great Tao of time. Han Fei wanted to leave the city immediately, but to his shock, he couldn't. Han Fei suddenly understood. He looked down, his strength shook, and smoke and dust filled the air. He found that under the moss-covered seabed sand, there were piles of bones. Hiss. Once people come in, they can't leave anymore. Because the time acceleration has been activated, time here is different from the outside world. The time in this world is faster. Although the flow of time here doesn't seem to be very fast, it has also separated this place from the outside world. Therefore, the history of this city shouldn't have been long. It was just that the flow of time accelerated the aging of the city that the city declined. Similarly, because of the time acceleration, the growth speed of all plants in the entire city was several times or even dozens of times that of the plants outside. Under such circumstances, of course, this place would continuously absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. Only in this way could the spiritual plants in the city grow quickly. Han Fei figured out the cause and effect in a moment, and blue light circulated on the black mist body and began to reverse time. A moment later, Han Fei left the city after time stabilized. I see. Han Fei smiled and immediately fused his twin bodies. Since he already knew that this place was strange, this city couldn't stop him anymore. There must be a reason for the time problem here. Han Fei stepped into this space, blue light circulating on his body, and he was not disturbed by this place. As the saying went, there must be a reason for a strange place to appear. There must be a special reason for this place to be like this, and this reason was too easy to find. Han Fei just scanned around with his perception and found out that the reason came from a spiritual fruit, which was a pure blue flowers that bore a sapphire-like fruit. However, this spiritual fruit was obviously not so easy to pick, because Han Fei found that within thousands of kilometers around the spiritual fruit, there were bones everywhere. Not only humans, but there were also sea demons and ordinary marine creatures. They all failed to pick the spiritual fruit, so they left their corpses behind. As time went by, these people's corpses were almost reduced to dust. Han Fei didn't care about it. He took a look, and information popped up in his eyes. St. Needy Time. Time Dao Fruit Introduction. A spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, growing in a place of time disorder. If you take this fruit, you may have a chance to comprehend the great Tao of time. This fruit is surrounded by a time barrier produced by heaven and earth. Don't take it forcibly. Once you touch the time barrier, complicated time changes will happen. Quality spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, contained chaotic Chi 1065 points. Effect, eating it. You can comprehend at least one time technique. It can be eaten repeatedly. Seeing that it was a spiritual treasure of such a high level, Han Fei knew that it wasn't easy to get. Han Fei looked at the small barrier that emitted a faint blue halo for a long time. The old turtle said, "Can you? Do you want to call Nianer out?" Han Fei nodded slightly. The great Tao of time is too profound and complicated. Although I might not die if I take it myself, the result might not be good. I'll let Nianer take it. Chapter 1963, Come to the Outside World. Nianer was now a half-king and was sleeping in Han Fei's origin sea. Her cultivation was different from others. In terms of the great Tao of time, no one, including Han Fei, could give her guidance. Therefore, what Nianer had been learning had always been ordinary combat methods. She cultivated the purity mystic body with others, fought with xuanhuan and the others, and hunted marine creatures with them. As for the great Tao of time, it was like her instinct. Every time Nianer grew up a little, her self-knowledge would improve, and her understanding of the great Tao of time would become deeper. At this moment, Nianer appeared outside and was still rubbing her eyes in a daze. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. The smell of time. Nianer opened her mouth and sucked in a large swath of blue light. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's scalp was tingling. Comparisons are odious. The Tao runes of time were absorbed so easily by her in one breath. Huh, brother, what is this? Without Han Fei saying anything, Nianer looked at the time Tao fruit enveloped by the barrier in confusion. Han Fei said, "It's a spiritual fruit about time. After eating it, one can understand how to use the great Tao of time, but it's very dangerous. Once this barrier is touched in the wrong way, it may produce complicated time changes." With that said, Han Fei kicked the bones under his feet, reminding Nianer that it was very dangerous. However, Nianer asked in confusion, "Does one need to comprehend the great Tao of time? Isn't this fruit completely useless?" Han Fei, hearing Nianer's words, Han Fei felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were galloping in his heart. Do you know how many people in this world can comprehend the great Tao of time? How can you say it's useless? However, it made sense. The time dragon carp could control time when they were born, so Nianer didn't care about this fruit. But ordinary people would only think that this was a precious treasure. Once eating this fruit, they might be able to walk a new and powerful great Tao. This was simply what countless people dreamed of. Therefore, so many people had died here because of their greed. Han Fei said impatiently, "Stop bragging and see if you can break this barrier. I sensed it just now, but I can't detect any time power in this barrier. I don't know how it's operating, so there's no way to break it." Nianer squatted in front of the barrier, her eyes turning blue as if she could see the secret of the barrier. Han Fei thought that Nianer would spend half a day cracking this barrier, but after only 10 seconds, she suddenly extended her hand. Han Fei hurriedly said, No, but at this moment Nianer's hand had turned into a blue light, and then Han Fei saw the barrier suddenly shake. Nianer quickly opened her mouth and sucked, and a small blue bead flew out of the barrier and was sucked into Nianer's mouth. Crunch. Nianer ate happily, and the time Dao runes on her body surged. The time barrier disappeared just like that. Hanfei? Hanfei? Didn't understand at all. Nianer, how did you do it? What is that bead? Nianer said. This is a time spiral barrier. Time is spinning in a spiral, forming a barrier. If you can't find the center of the spiral, you won't be able to crack this barrier. However, even if you find the center of the barrier, you have to penetrate it with pure time power, or you will be sucked in by the time spiral and eventually minced. The time Dao runes on Nianer's body surged, and she couldn't help but say in surprise, this barrier might have existed for too long. A time crystal was born inside. Brother, I want to sleep. Hanfei's heart did a flip. Nianer looked a little flushed and couldn't even walk steadily. Hanfei quickly said, then go to sleep. I'll eat this fruit. Nianer said, just eat it. This fruit is useless. Hanfei, speechless, Hanfei sent Nianer back into his origin sea. As soon as Nianer appeared, she staggered and said, I want to sleep. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with Nianer? Is she drunk? Luo Shelbai said, don't talk nonsense. Judging from the rich Dao runes on her body, she must have obtained some kind of opportunity. Lerenquang couldn't help but ask, Fei, what are you doing? Didn't you say that you were going to release the yin-yang world and the waterwood world? We're all waiting here. Why do you still have the time to find opportunities? Shashan said. Maybe he encountered an opportunity on the way. At this moment, no one knew that the battle in the wild abyss had already ended. All of them were tense and ready to participate in the battle and sacrifice themselves at any time. In the outside world, Hanfei didn't take the time Dao fruit immediately because he didn't know the price of taking this fruit. What if he had to sleep too? Even if he wanted to take it, he had to wait until he made arrangements for the new home before entering his origin world to take it. At that time, when the time chain was fully opened, he still had decades to absorb this spiritual fruit. Hanfei easily picked the time Dao fruit without any danger. This must be why the divination result was greatly auspicious. Hanfei put away the time Dao fruit with a smile and strolled around the abandoned city. It could be estimated that this place was at least 100,000 kilometers long. There must have once been an important human civilization here. Now that the barrier had been broken, the time flow here had already stopped. Obviously, the previous time flow was caused by this barrier. Now that the barrier was broken and the time Dao fruit was taken away, the effect of the time flow naturally began to slowly stop. However, it would probably take some time for it to stop completely. Just now, Nianer took a breath of the Dao runes of time, and Hanfei sat cross-legged and activated the great Dao of time too. The Dao runes of time within hundreds of thousands of kilometers were slowly absorbed into his body. 3 days passed. When Hanfei recovered from his cultivation and left the city, there was no time barrier. Immediately, Hanfei grinned. It's really an ideal place. Once the time barrier disappears, the creatures around here will gradually increase. At that time, with kings guarding the yin-yang world and waterwood world, they will be stable for at least 100 years. Yin-yang world and waterwood world. In the past half-month, everyone had been waiting eagerly. Many people probably knew that Hanfei was fighting fiercely, but except for that day, there was basically no sound. Countless people were uneasy. They didn't know if Hanfei was dead or alive. For a moment, rumors were everywhere. Someone said, I heard that the human king is fighting a powerhouse above the king realm. It's said that he's in the sky opening realm. I wonder what the result will be. Someone said anxiously, does the long silence mean that we are safe? Someone sneered, safe my ass. The sun and moon are dim here, and the sky above our heads is dark except for the 2 big cracks. How is this safe? Someone firmly believed, at least so much time has passed, but we're still fine. This means that the human king must have temporarily protected us. Ren Tianfei, Li Daxian, Tang Yan, Cao Tianji, Queen Life, and the others had already gathered, trying to listen to the outside world through the crack. Unfortunately, since the battle, even the vague voices were gone, as if the battle had already ended. Thug Academy. Old Bai and Old Jiang looked serious. Old Jiang said, I don't know about others, but it's impossible for Hanfei to die. That kid is very cunning. Even if he can't beat his enemy, he can definitely escape. Old Bai nodded. That's right. How long has it been since he became a king? If he really encountered a sky opener, it's fine as long as he can escape. It's not that the yin-yang world and waterwood world can't be sacrificed. Anyway, this kid has already tried his best. Hey, can you hear me? Hanfei's voice suddenly sounded in the yin-yang world and the waterwood world. Old Bai and Old Jiang's eyes lit up as they exclaimed, he's fine. It seems that he's fine. Old Jiang cursed with a smile. I knew it. This brat is very cunning. He'll be fine. Queen Life heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that we are safe now. Tang Yan and the others also nodded slightly, relieved. This long wait felt like a year. As for the 1,000-star city or the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, everyone went crazy. Roar, roar, the human king is invincible. The human king is still here. I knew it. Who can stop the human king? Ha ha ha, I was almost scared to death. I thought I was going to die, but the human king really found a way for us to survive. Countless people shouted at the sky, yes, human king, we are all here. The deafening cheers and the outrageous enthusiasm made Han Fei immediately feel a large amount of power of faith growing. To be honest, in the past few days, Han Fei had already received a lot of power of faith. Han Fei estimated that if he digested all this power of faith, his strength would increase by more than 10%. Of course, he wouldn't waste the power of faith. He had already made up his mind to use it on his physique. This was his absolute advantage. He had to maintain this advantage and cultivated the strongest physique. Amid the enthusiastic cheers, Han Fei's voice sounded in the small world. Everyone, don't be afraid. We are safe now. Later, I will take you to the outside world. No matter what happens, don't be surprised. Chapter 1964, Spirit Earth Residue. Before Han Fei was about to open the small world, with a thought from him, everyone on the Avenger appeared. Buzz. Everyone looked surprised as soon as they appeared. Luo Xiaobai asked, "Where is this? Seaborn Prairie? City ruins?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Fei, aren't we going to the Wild Abyss?" "This doesn't seem to be the Wild Abyss," Zhao Shan said. "Of course, this is obviously the Seaborn Prairie. According to the spiritual energy standards here, this seems to be the inner domain," Han Fei said. "Well, let me tell you something," Sha Shan asked. "Tell me, what's that crystal ball in your hand?" However, Han Fei said, "Well, in fact, this is the yin-yang world and the water-wood world." Everyone? They felt that they were hallucinating. Han Fei said, "In fact, the battle in the Wild Abyss has already been fought. The weakest one is in the Sea Establishment realm, and 8 are in the Sky Opening realm. Do you think I can let you out if the battle doesn't end?" Everyone, the group of people stared at each other as if they were listening to a heavenly book. We are still preparing to fight, but you suddenly said that it's over? Even Luo Xiaobai was speechless. That's it? Wang Dashuai, Insect King, Ziluo, and the others all looked at Han Fei speechlessly. What kind of efficiency was this? Most people were amazed. 8 sky openers? Was the raging sea so dangerous now? They hadn't even seen many kings, but Han Fei was snatching things in front of 8 sky openers alone? Lu Renquang's mouth trembled. Damn, Sha Shan glared at Han Fei. "Why did you fight them alone? Why didn't you tell me?" Han Fei shrugged. "I told you, if there's room for you to exert yourselves, I'll let you out." But there wasn't a single venerable in the entire process. How could I let you out to die? Okay, now I'm going to let out the yin-yang world and the water-wood world, Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly said. "No, Fei, do you have a wrong understanding of space? Yin-yang world, water-wood world, they're in this ball? What kind of ball is this?" Han Fei held the ball with difficulty and said, "You don't believe me? Come on, try holding it up. This ball carries the weight of the 2 worlds. If you can hold it up an inch, I'll give you a sea-quelling bizarre treasure." Zhang Xuanyu's eyes glittered. "Keep your word, don't move, let me hold it up." Zhang Xuanyu was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "I've been cultivating the purity mystic body to this day. Few people can compare to me in physique." However, when Zhang Xuanyu held the crystal ball with both hands and tried to hold it up, his face flushed and the veins on his neck bulged. But the crystal ball didn't move at all. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Don't move. Watch my 3 heads and 6 arms." After a few seconds, nothing happened. Zhang Xuanyu transformed and the tertiary body appeared. The 3 Zhang Xuanyus tried to hold up the crystal ball at the same time, but it still didn't move. Yixian said, "Honey, stop it. There are so many people watching." Zhang Xuanyu blushed. Quang. "Do you want to have a try?" Lu Renquang shook his head quickly. "I can't. It's obvious I can't hold it up." "Zhang Xuanyu," Han Fei said impatiently, "go away. As the saying goes, a flower is a world and a leaf is a universe. This thing is extraordinary. It carries the weight of 2 domains. I almost can't carry it." "How can you hold it up?" Luo Xiaobai's heart did a flip. "A flower is a world and a leaf is a universe." Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, "Did this thing really contain the yin-yang world and the water-wood world? How can they be released?" Han Fei said. "Watch." Han Fei was now in half control of the small world. What he could move away was the creatures in this small world. Yin-yang world. Someone exclaimed, "Look, we're taking off." At that moment, everyone from the yin-yang world and the waterwood world saw a huge white light curtain open in the sky. The 1,000-star city was flying towards the sky. In fact, that was not the case. The reason why people thought they were taking off was actually that the sky was descending. Or rather, it couldn't be said that the sky here was gradually fusing with the sky outside. The 2 skies were gradually fusing, so people thought they were flying, but in fact they were transitioning to the outside world. On the waterwood world side, the cloud sea divine trees seemed to have come alive. The roots that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers under the tree began to break or pull out. On the surface of the sea, deep whirlpools appeared, and ravines were torn open at the bottom of the sea. This scene was like the opening of the sky, or the collapse of the sky. It looked extremely scary, and many people sat on the ground in fright. The sky gradually became clear, and everyone saw the sun appear again. They all cheered. They hadn't seen the sun for more than half a month. First, the sun reappeared, and then the spiritual energy between the heavens and earth suddenly soared several times. Yes, the quality of the spiritual energy in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world was several times higher. This number was estimated to be about 2 times. Han Fei knew that this was because the massive amount of spiritual energy had been absorbed by the flow of time. In a few years, the quality of the spiritual energy here would be 4 or 5 times that of the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. What did this mean? To put it another way, it might take a person 5 years to become a fishing master in the past, but now it might only take a year. This was the benefit of abundant spiritual energy. The strong masters of the yin-yang world and the water-wood world would be born at an incredible speed. When the worlds in the crystal ball world overlapped with the outside world, all creatures were thrown into the sea-born prairie where Han Fei was now. Han Fei shouted, "Attention, everyone! It's dangerous outside. Don't enter the sea without permission." The strong masters, sweep the surroundings first. Then, Han Fei said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, "Everyone on the Avenger, clear up the powerful creatures within 100,000 kilometers. Prepare for the coming out of the yin-yang world." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Okay, let's go." Swish, 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 swish. At that moment, Queen Life, Jinger, Bear Handsome, Tang Yen, Cao Qianji, and the others were the first to break through the seal and appear in the raging sea. They could see that the two worlds were overlapping. To be precise, the creatures of the yin-yang world and the water-wood world, including the coral reefs, were all released. However, they also saw a cruel scene. The moment the creatures were thrown out, the battle began. There were billions of creatures hidden in this sea-born prairie. These were all creatures that lived in the raging sea. Their strength was generally stronger than those in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. Therefore, when some strange things were suddenly stuffed into their home, they would certainly clear them up immediately. Of course, it didn't mean that the creatures in this sea-born prairie were necessarily strong. In fact, there were ordinary creatures everywhere, and there were also powerful creatures in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. The battle between the two parties was more like the manifestation of the survival of the fittest, forcing some powerful creatures or creatures who hid their real strength well to fight fiercely to survive. Buzz. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree suddenly appeared in the sea-born prairie. Its countless roots instantly stabbed into the ground, and the spiritual energy within 1,000,000 kilometers was helping the Cloud Sea Divine Tree take root. Seeing this scene, Queen Life was suspicious. "Where did we just come out of?" Han Fei said. "Don't worry about where you came out of. You've basically been transferred from one world to another." In fact, Han Fei had thought about how to fuse the two worlds, but now it seemed that the world in the crystal ball still existed. Only the living creatures and things like the floating islands inside could be transferred out, because they might not belong to this crystal ball in the first place. Therefore, there was no such thing like two worlds fusing. It was just that the yin-yang world and the water-wood world had moved out of the crystal ball small world. In the sky, the appearance of the thousand-star city and the massive spiritual energy impact made many people fall into a state of breakthrough. Millions of explorers, whether from the Demon Beast Union, the immortal city of the human race, or the Forest of Terror, appeared and joined the battle for territory as soon as they came out. Han Fei's voice was still echoing. "All strong masters, clear the surroundings. This is your home from now on, but there are many creatures around and you need to clear them up. All the supplies you snatch from them will belong to you." Xuanhuan and the others all exclaimed, "Fuck, how did they come out? Did they appear out of thin air?" The Insect King shouted, "My queen, Serpent Mengyu, Old Bear." When Bear Handsome saw them, he immediately shouted, "Everyone is here? It seems that we really came out." 1 day passed. With the Cloud Sea Divine Tree as the center, there was a lot of fighting. At first, it was the explorers who joined the battle, followed by the law enforcers and even the hidden fishers. Luo Xiaobai and the others had cleared the surroundings and were telling Shui Shenqi and the others about the raging sea. Han Fei was standing on the surface of the sea alone, holding a crystal ball that had become dozens of times lighter. At this moment, his face was full of confusion. The small world was still the small world, but the space inside was cracking for some reason. Was this why it became lighter? It didn't make sense. Did the creatures add weight to this small world? Crack. While Han Fei was studying this small world, he saw that it was full of cracks and seemed to be about to break at any time. Han Fei hurriedly said to Luo Xiaobai via voice transmission, "Take care of them for the time being. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days." Chapter 1965, Spirit Earth Residue, Time Arcane Technique. The people of the yin-yang world and the water-wood world were all curious about the raging sea. In addition to curiosity, they just wanted to see Han Fei. Although they had never seen any danger, everyone knew that it was all thanks to Han Fei that they could appear in the raging sea safe and sound. But Han Fei was no longer interested in meeting the people from the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. Now that they had been rescued, he had to do his own thing. As it happened, Luo Xiaobai and the others had been idle for a long time. Having stayed in the raging sea for decades, they knew a lot about it. Luo Xiaobai cooperated with Shui Shenqi to use the sky curtain to spread knowledge about the raging sea to people above the thousand-star city. Zhang Xuanyu and the others returned to the Thug Academy. Similarly, Serpent Mengyu, Insect King, Ziluo, and the others had returned to their respective races to spread knowledge. It wouldn't just take them a day or two to get used to such a brand new environment. In particular, after Han Fei released the 2 heavenly palaces, the clearing of the surrounding sea area started. To be honest, this job was extremely dangerous, comparable to the epic war in the history of the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. Besides, this kind of battle would definitely not only last for a short period of time. In the future, it might become the cultivation method of the people of the yin-yang world and water-wood world, Han Fei's origin world. As soon as Han Fei entered the origin world, the crystal ball shattered. Han Fei felt terrible. This was a small world. If it shattered and the small world collapsed, would it affect his origin world? However, to Han Fei's surprise, when the crystal ball shattered, the small world inside seemed to disappear, and the crystal ball turned into powder and dissipated in the origin world. Han Fei could roughly understand. Under the storm of attacks of the Sky Openers, it was already not bad that it could hold on until now, but how could it be reduced to dust? While Han Fei was puzzled, the old turtle said, "You open the small world, and the spiritual energy and energy in this small world have basically been reflected into the outside world by you, so it doesn't have any energy to support it now, which is why it's broken. This is normal." Han Fei was lost for words. It's broken so thoroughly. "How can it be normal?" the old turtle said. "If this is the residue of the primordial spirit earth." Before the old turtle finished speaking, Han Fei suddenly felt that his strength was increasing. Yes, it was increasing for no reason at all. Then, he felt that his entire origin world suddenly seemed to be soft. Even the land turned soft. Previously, his origin sea was made of resources and was relatively stiff. But now, for some reason, all the resources in the origin world seemed to have fused with the origin sea, looking extremely natural as if this place was born like this. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the information popping up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, 93, Sea Establishment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 980,006 Chaotic Chi 25,001 Wisps. Spiritual Power, 705,568 Perception Range, 800,000 kilometers. Strength, 2,513,002. Waves First Spiritual Heritage. Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage. Unknown First Spiritual Beast. Twin Yin-Yang Spirit. Swallowing Fish level 87. Second Spiritual Beast. Emperor Sparrow level 90. Main art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level, Divine Quality. When he saw this information, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. What was going on? His strength had soared nearly 70,000 waves, and his soul power had soared more than 80,000 points. Han Fei's heart trembled. Was it related to the crystal powder just now? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, what is the primordial spirit earth you mentioned just now? Explain it to me." The old turtle said, "Well, I heard from a big demon lobster that when it served as a demon emperor's mount, it heard about the primordial spirit earth. This thing is said to be the treasure soil of the primordial age. Anything planted in this soil is at least a chaotic spirit treasure. One can even plant the legendary primordial spirit treasure with it. But yours obviously can't be the primordial spirit earth. Otherwise, how could a mere emperor destroy it?" Han Fei asked. "Didn't you say residue?" The old turtle said, "This is just my guess. I think most of it is just mystic yellow soil." "That thing is actually quite extraordinary too." Han Fei asked, "What's the mystic yellow soil? It sounds much lower in level." The old turtle said, "Don't mind it. Most spiritual treasures are planted with the mystic yellow soil. Just like your mystic yellow stone, the energy level in it is higher than the chaotic chi. And the mystic yellow soil is also a kind of spiritual treasure. I once found a large mass which is bigger than yours. You know, I was actually quite strong in the demon world." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Okay, stop bragging. What's the use of the mystic yellow soil?" the old turtle said. "Strengthen the origin sea." "Don't you feel that your origin sea has changed? It feels like water and milk blending, right?" Han Fei thought to himself. "This description is appropriate. I do feel that way." He thought to himself, "This piece alone made my strength soar so much. This is too magical. If there were more of this thing, wouldn't I be invincible in the Sea Establishment realm in a minute?" Han Fei twisted his body and made cracking sounds. After a while, he finally looked at the deep-sea demonic manta ray. The god-slaying crossbow from the soul-sealing world was indeed terrifying. The deep-sea demonic manta ray, whose defense power was so astonishing, was almost killed by the arrow. If he hadn't been healing himself with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, the deep-sea demonic manta ray would have been killed. Up to now, Han Fei hadn't been able to communicate with the Tao-devouring insect king. Han Fei pressed his hand on the wings of the deep-sea demonic manta ray and attached the void lines. Then, he discovered, to his shock, that the soul of the deep-sea demonic manta ray was basically in a disorderly state and had completely collapsed. It was basically equivalent to brain death. The Tao-devouring insect king had turned into a pool of water. Ashhole, Han Fei was furious. This damn precious bug, which was so rare, was killed by an arrow. This was a precious bug that could even control sea establishers. Since the Tao-devouring insect king had died, what was the use of the deep-sea demonic manta ray? Apart from using it as food, what else could he do with it? Han Fei was so angry that his heart hurt. He had suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did he lose the Tao-devouring insect king, but he also lost a Sea Establishment realm fighter. What a great soul-sealing world. Once I become a sky opener, I'll definitely destroy your heavenly palace. Xuanfei had no choice but to absorb the chaotic chi of the deep-sea demonic manta ray with the demon purification pot and its vitality and soul with the void lines. Fortunately, there were more than 5,000 wisps of chaotic chi in the huge body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray. After absorbing them, Xuanfei's chaotic chi and soul power had improved a lot, with 30,000 wisps of chaotic chi. Rumble, rumble. In the end, the deep-sea demonic manta ray died in his origin sea. It seemed to be no different from the outside world. There was also a rain of blood in his origin sea. Xiao Sei, who was looking at Nianer, looked at the sky in surprise, as if wondering why the sky was crying here. Xuanfei asked the old turtle, Old Yuan, can the sky cry in the origin sea too? The old turtle said, as for the so-called sky crying, it's not that the sky is crying. It's just that the great Tao between the heavens and earth has shattered, and the shattered great Tao has dissipated with its Tao runes. The falling rain thus formed is not of much use. It's definitely useless to you, but it can somewhat nourish the origin sea. Xuanfei shrugged. He didn't expect such a huge beast to be so useless in the end. Fortunately, his bones were still worth some money. At this time, only 1 day had passed since Xuanfei entered the origin sea. Now only less than an hour had passed in the outside world. Xuanfei extended his hand and grabbed the time Dao fruit. Anyway, it was just about comprehension. He had eaten such things before. No matter how precious it was, he would just eat it. Therefore, Xuanfei stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, the time Dao fruit turned into a blue stream of light. What is this? It's tasteless. However, before Xuanfei had time to think, he was surrounded by time. His eyes turned blue, and there seemed to be blue flames escaping from them. Then, Xuanfei found that everything in his eyes was double-imaged. He opened his hand and found that this hand had become two. In fact, he knew very well that it was only one hand. Illusion? Double vision? No, it's two entities appearing at the same time. No, it can't be the same time. It's a superimposed state with a positive time and a negative time, and both are trying to approach normal time. His Xuanfei took a deep breath as if deprived of oxygen, and the blue in his eyes quickly faded, leaving him with a surprised look. Xuanfei quickly looked down at his hands. When he saw that there was only one, he couldn't help being relieved. But as he thought of something, he seemed to see two hands again. Fuck. Xuanfei was taken aback. With a thought, his hand returned to normal. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he had mastered this power. He casually waved a sword chi. At the same time he waved this sword chi, the sword chi hit the ground, and there was a clang. However, although the sound was only once, Xuanfei saw that the attack was double. This meant that in an instant, the sword chi hit the ground almost twice. Hiss, one attack can be used as two? Interesting, the second attack is of the same intensity, but it's completely untraceable. It's really strange. Wow, this technique is not weak. Let's call it the Time Arcane Technique. Chapter 1966, Leave Quietly. The more Xuanfei comprehended the Time Arcane Technique, the more terrifying he felt the time technique was. In an instant, the two time states superimposed on each other for the strongest blow. This meant that when he unleashed the immortal fiend saber in the future, he could actually unleash it twice in an instant, but the consumption would only be once. This was because one of the attacks was simulated by the great Tao of time, or rather, it couldn't be called a simulation, but stealing and copying. What was stolen was the Tao runes of the heavens and earth, and what was copied was the immortal fiend saber. It could be imagined that if he were to fight someone else, one blow would be equivalent to two blows, who could react in time. It was simply a must-have skill to jump levels to fight. Although greatly auspicious divination is rare, this harvest is indeed terrifying. Xuanfei couldn't help but exclaim. Then he smiled and asked, Old Yuan, how long has it been? Although it seemed to be a simple comprehension just now, he wasn't sure how much time he had spent on it. The old turtle said, Not long. Only 3 days have passed. Just 3 days? Xuanfei couldn't help being relieved. 3 days in the Origin Sea was only more than an hour outside. Xuanfei didn't care at all. He had only entered the Origin Sea for 2 hours. But in these 2 hours, his soul power had increased by more than 80,000 points. His pure strength had increased by 70,000 waves, and he had also comprehended a time technique that could be deemed as a magical technique. Xuanfei didn't leave the Origin Sea immediately. Anyway, it wouldn't take much time. He might as well try walking the Green Jade Bridge again. With such a huge breakthrough this time, the power provided by the Green Jade Bridge must be more limited. As Xuanfei activated his Dao Seed, the Green Jade Bridge appeared. The last time Xuanfei walked on the Green Jade Bridge, his strength increased by about 2.7 times. At that time, Xuanfei concluded that it must be because he didn't comprehend his origin grade Dao enough. Otherwise, there shouldn't be such a restriction. Now, Xuanfei quickly climbed 7 steps and came to the center of the Green Jade Bridge. Then, 1 floor, 2 floors, all the way to the 7th floor, Xuanfei couldn't hold on anymore and was shaken out of the Green Jade Bridge. Xuanfei couldn't help frowning. Not even 2.5 times, Xuanfei gritted his teeth and went up again. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th time, Han Fei finally passed the Green Jade Bridge, but his strength only increased by 2.2 times. This meant that even if his strength increased greatly, the strength erupted by his origin. Great Tao didn't increase much, only about 10%. No, this can't go on. As I become stronger and stronger, if the power of the Great Tao becomes less and less, this Great Tao will be no different from a secret technique. It's definitely impossible. Origin Great Tao, what is my origin Great Tao? Han Fei summoned the Green Jade Bridge again, but this time he walked to the center of the bridge and didn't continue. Instead, he looked down from the center of the bridge. There was still a figure on the road in the middle. Han Fei knew that it should be him at this moment. But now, because the path of invincibility had turned into the invincible heart and the invincible eye, it didn't seem to appear here anymore. Therefore, Han Fei's 2 regular Great Taos were the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment and the Great Tao of Time. The Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment was known as the Immortal Great Tao. Han Fei felt that the Great Tao of Time was stronger than his current Yin-Yang Great Tao in terms of escape and combat ability. However, Han Fei vaguely felt that the Yin-Yang Great Tao couldn't be weak. The Twin Divine technique was indeed powerful, but he hadn't used the Yin-Yang Millstone yet. At present, he only used the Yin-Yang Millstone to obtain Immortal Qi and Fiendish Qi. Of course, now was not the time to study other Great Taos. Han Fei had never known what to call his origin Great Tao. Was it making something out of nothing, or was it predicting the future? For this reason, Han Fei sat cross-legged on the bridge, then he looked at his shadow under the bridge, or rather, he didn't know if the shadow under the bridge was looking at him. But anyway, it felt like you were standing on the bridge looking at the scenery, and the person under the bridge who was looking at the scenery was looking at you. The 2 of them should be the same person, but why did they always feel a sense of distance? The distance between the 2 of them became his Great Tao. What Great Tao could be like this? After a fruitless day, Han Fei didn't have much time to waste here. Putting away the Green Jade Bridge, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the massive resources he snatched turned into endless spiritual energy and began to expand his Origin Sea. Expanding the Origin Sea consumed a lot of resources. Besides, as the Origin Sea grew larger and larger, the resources consumed would increase relatively, just like Forge the Universe in the past. Of course, this kind of consumption was still a little less than the consumption of cultivation. Han Fei certainly wouldn't touch the resources that had already been arranged. However, the resources that he hadn't arranged were the resources looted from the dream-weaving world and from the Origin Sea of Wan Qingling. Even if he used all of them, it wouldn't be enough to expand his Origin Sea to 50,000 kilometers. However, the total resources snatched from the dream-weaving world, plus the resources given by the 3 pirate groups of Fierce Wind, Crimson Fire, and Misfortune, would be enough to expand his Origin Sea to 50,000 kilometers, but it would be difficult to finish arranging the entire expanded Origin Sea with these resources. Because it expanded from a center, the more it expanded outward, the more resources it would consume. This was because the more the land, the more resources it would consume. Han Fei sighed. What a pity. If I had enough resources. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered. Yes, he had killed 3 kings in the Wild Abyss. Although one of them had been exiled to the Endless Void, there were at least 2 kings whose Origin Sea hadn't been harvested yet. There were 2 kings after all, and they were not weak. Even if he couldn't collect much resources from them, it shouldn't be a problem to collect 5,000 wisps of chaotic qi. With this in mind, Han Fei couldn't help but grin. At least in a short period of time, he would have enough resources in the outside world. Han Fei stayed in the Origin Sea for about 3 hours. When Han Fei came out, the moon was rising. Sweeping around with his perception, Han Fei was surprised to find that none of the kings, including Queen Life, were around. Han Fei didn't think of looking for them. They probably had just come to a new world and wanted to explore it. The battle between the insect race, human race, the sky race, and the aboriginal sea creatures hadn't ended yet. However, the intensity of the battle had abated, and it wasn't as fierce as when they first came out. After all, no matter how weak the Water-Wood world and Yin-Yang world were, they still had 5 kings and more than 500 venerables. Furthermore, they had so many strong masters from the Avenger pirates. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before this area stabilized. As for the marine creatures that Han Fei brought over from the Yin-Yang world and the Water-Wood world, after experiencing the battle with the native creatures, those who could basically survive more or less had the means to survive. Seeing that everything was going well, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and saw that another 1,000,000 explorers had gathered on the Scattered Stars Island. The people of the Thug Academy were cooperating with Shui Shenqi and some human executives to develop a plan to restore the operation of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei didn't care. Suddenly, he saw Sha Xiaoshan flash in the air and find him. Sha Xiaoshan said, "I saw you enter the Origin Sea here, so I thought you would appear at this void node too. I thought I would have to wait a few days, but it only took 3 hours." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Why are you waiting for me? Why don't you go to work with Xiaobai and the others?" Xiaoshan curled her lips. "I can't do that. I want to go back." Huh? Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then understood. Xiao Xiaoshan wanted to leave by herself because she was too familiar with Luo Xiaobai and the other two. She didn't want to experience such a parting again, neither did he. Han Fei glanced at the scattered stars island and nodded slightly. Okay, let's go now. Us? Xiao Xiaoshan hurriedly said. It's not us, it's me. You just need to send me to the merman's route. You can't go there. Xiao Xiaoshan put on a serious expression. Han Fei couldn't go. This was her bottom line. Buzz. However, with a thought from Han Fei, an identical him appeared beside Xia Xiaon. This was Han Fei's avatar. Although it was an avatar, it had been cultivating with Luo Xiaobai and the others. When he returned to the Yin-Yang world 31 years ago, his avatar was already a junior venerable. In the Yin-Yang world, during the 10-year-long recuperation, his avatar cultivated in the Origin Sea most of the time. Then, when his avatar came to the Raging Sea with him, he never stopped cultivating. He basically stayed in the Origin Sea for another 10 years, which was equivalent to more than 600 years of cultivation. Then, he stayed in the Nine Palace world to gain experience. At this point, because Han Fei had long planned to take Xia Xiaoshan back to the Merman royal family, he specially went to the Nine Palace world to pick up his avatar before going to the Wild Abyss. Xia Xiaoshan understood as soon as she saw Han Fei's avatar. She frowned and said, "This is your avatar you spent more than 600 years building step by step from the demon-subduing tower. Its talent and combat power are extremely high." "If anything happens to it," Han Fei shouted, "what can happen? I'll just send my avatar over, but you don't have an avatar. If anything happens, I'll regret it. Okay, it's settled. My original body will stay and continue to cultivate in preparation for the trip to the Monarch Palace. And if anything really happens to you, I'll definitely kill all the royal mermen." Chapter 1967, Merman Royal Family. In a certain sea area in the inner domain of the Raging Sea, Han Fei looked at the map and said, "We've arrived. If your route is fine, we've already entered the domain of the Merman royal family." Xia Xiaoshan said, "It should be right. We encountered many large marine creatures on the way. Although they are not giant beasts, they are not weak. These are all creatures attached to the Merman royal family." As soon as Han Fei said so, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a black python sea monster was rolling over on the sea. On the head of the python, a team of mermen was holding something that looked like a saddle. Xia Xiaochan said, "That's the patrol team of the Merman royal family." Since we encountered the patrol team, it means that we are already under the supervision of the Merman royal family. Among the marine creatures we encountered before, there must be supervising creatures, so the patrol team can know the exact direction and find our location. Han Fei smiled. "I wonder how they will react when they find that you, the princess, have returned." After a few seconds, 7 people flew over and surrounded Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan. The leading peak-level venerable shouted, "Who are you? How dare you break into the Merman royal family? Take them down." Han Fei couldn't help looking at Xia Xiaoshan with a strange look. "They don't know you?" Xia Xiaoshan said awkwardly. "Maybe I don't go out often. The Merman royal family is so big, it's normal that they don't know me." Han Fei scratched his head and asked, "Then what are you going to do with these people?" Xia Xiaoshan stepped forward and shouted, "All of you, back off. I am Princess Mingzhu. Go back and call someone who knows me." When those people heard this, they all sneered. "Princess Mingzhu? Princess Mingzhu has already run away with a human. How can she return? Go, take them down." Swish, 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 swish. Xiao Shan's figure flashed and a strange blade swept across the void. The 7 people, including the leader, were all cut in half. Xiao Shan snorted. "Get lost." Han Fei watched with interest and commented, "What level are these people at in the Merman royal family?" Chun Huangdian once told me about the heavenly talents of the Merman royal family. He said that I'm not even a heavenly talent. "Any one of the heavenly talents of the Merman royal family is stronger than me," Xia Xiaoshan said. "They're just ordinary." The 7 people were horrified. In the blink of an eye, they had been chopped up. Even a half-king couldn't do that, right? Could this person really be Princess Mingzhu? Just as they were about to retreat, they found that Xia Xiaoshan and Han Fei had disappeared. The leader's face changed drastically. "Not good. They are too fast. I'm afraid we can't stop them." The man immediately took out a big black conch and shouted at it, "Captain, we found 2 suspicious people in the patrolling area. One of them claimed to be Princess Mingzhu and killed 7 of us in an instant. Now, they seem to be heading towards the royal city." The Merman royal family lived in the deep sea of the Raging Sea. The place where they lived was actually not much different from human cities. It could only be said that the 2 races lived in different places, had different customs and secret realms, and received different education. Han Fei thought that the Merman royal family would be like the White Shell royal city, where the social structure was similar. However, the Merman royal city seemed to be much more developed and advanced than he had imagined. At this moment, there was a team of more than 300 people guarding in Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan's way. Hahowever, the team was obviously not waiting to fight them, but to greet them. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan appeared, the half-king in the lead half-squatted and bowed. "I am Li Aofeng. Greetings, Your Highness. Welcome back, Your Highness." Han Fei took a look. "Not bad." It seemed that Xia Xiaoshan's identity as the princess was still useful. However, as soon as Li Aofeng bowed, he waved his hand and shouted, "Take the human Han Fei down." Han Fei was quite surprised. "Didn't your emperor tell you why I came here?" Xia Xiaoshan's face also turned cold. "How dare you? Han Fei is a guest of the mermaid royal family. Who gave you the courage to attack him?" However, Li Aofeng said firmly, "Your Highness, I haven't received any news that any human is coming to visit our merman royal family. This person abducted you and should be the public enemy of our race. He should be executed." At this time, before Xia Xiaoshan could speak, Han Fei said with a smile, "Just these 300 people? What makes you think you can take me down?" Han Fei took a step forward and motioned Xia Xiaoshan not to intervene. Then he looked at the distant void with a smile and said, "Such low-level means really make me look down upon the so-called merman royal family. Since no one is here to manage today, let me test your real strength." As soon as he said so, Han Fei immediately turned into a 3-headed, 6-armed humanoid monster and punched out, shattering the void cracks into knives. Bang! Li Aofeng thought he was very strong. Seeing that Han Fei was only a peak-level venerable, he tried to block it. However, when he really met Han Fei's punch, he realized how terrifying Han Fei's strength was. It was equivalent to a small void storm. Puh! 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 Li Aofeng was sent flying, dripping with blood. He was forced to return to his original state. Most of his scales were broken, and half of his arm had been ripped off by Han Fei. However, Li Aofeng still shouted angrily, "Attack together. I'd like to see how many of us this clone can fight." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Oh, so you know that I'm not my original body?" Han Fei shouted in a low voice. "Where are the kings of the merman royal family? If you still don't take action, don't blame me for killing your men." No one responded. Han Fei snorted. "Do you really think I came to ask for a beating?" Puff! A spear appeared in Han Fei's hand at some point in time, and he stabbed out, directly piercing through a peak-level venerable merman guard. As Han Fei twisted his spear, the void shattered, and a wisp of soul was strangled by the void. After just one blow, a peak-level venerable died. In another instant, a round wheel fell and wrapped around a merman. Hundreds of arrays erupted from the wheel, trapping the man inside. The power of shock erupted, and the man turned into a bloody mist, dying on the spot. Almost at the same time, a long, dark red ribbon appeared like a ghost and strangled a person. When the long ribbon passed, the person dried up and turned into a corpse. Seeing the attacks that filled the sky, Han Fei smiled in disdain. 9 fire dragons burst out of his body and swept away many attacks. Then, a flame barrier directly enveloped 3 mermen. The terrifying flames rolled, and the 3 people inside had already turned into ashes. Although Han Fei's original body didn't come, who dared to underestimate his avatar? After more than 600 years of training, he had already had many treasures. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, a fire spear, a universe ring, a chaotic sky silk, and a 9-dragon divine fire barrier. And Han Fei had almost created the wind fire wheel. His avatar was not weak at all. How could these mermen resist him? In less than 3 seconds, more than 20 guards of the merman royal family were killed by Han Fei without being given a chance to have a blood rebirth. The more Han Fei fought, the braver he became. The fiery spear instantly pierced through tens of thousands of meters, and 2 peak-level venerables were instantly pierced through. "Okay, all of you, retreat." Suddenly, a burly merman stood in front of Han Fei. He slapped back Han Fei's universe ring and grabbed the chaotic sky silk with one hand. He shouted, "Han Fei, don't go too far." Han Fei sneered. "Go too far? Why don't you say that you fail to discipline your men? Since they dare to come to mess with me, they should be prepared to die." Seeing that a king had come, Han Fei certainly couldn't continue the battle, so he put away the fiery spear, the universe ring, and the 9-dragon divine fire barrier. In the end, he looked at the king holding the chaotic sky silk and said coldly, "Let go." Xia Xiaoshan also said, "How dare you? Li Dian, who gave you the courage to stop me?" The merman king named Li Dian narrowed his eyes, snorted, and threw away the chaotic sky silk. He said coldly, "Your Highness, your reputation in the city is not good in the first place. Now you even brought a human back. Take care." Passing Li Dian and the others, Xia Xiaoshan led Han Fei directly to the depths of the sea. Xia Xiaoshan said, "The merman royal city is very big. Since we have an agreement with Xuanhuan, let's go straight to him." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Are you afraid that if you take me around the city, everyone will come up to kill me?" Xia Xiaoshan rolled her eyes. "What do you think?" The merman royal family and human beings had always been like fire and water, and because of Xia Xiaoshan, mermen hated Han Fei even more. Even Xia Xiaoshan was disliked by many merfolks. Some people were respectful to her just because of Xia Xiaoshan. Although they were disdainful of Xia Xiaoshan, they didn't dare to disobey xuanhuan. Soon, Han Fei saw the city of the merman royal family hiding under the deep sea, which was made up of ground veins, trenches, and forests. Or rather, it could be called a city cluster, like a human city, composed of the inner core city and the satellite villages and fields. He often saw dragons rampaging, clam girls stepping on the water, old turtles swimming slowly, and strange glowing jellyfish rising and falling, looking gorgeous. Sha Xiaochan led Han Fei around, but they didn't meet anyone along the way. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Why is there no one on the road?" Sha Xiaochan said. "When I tried to escape back then, I managed to avoid all the surveillances. What we are walking is a top-secret route that I developed myself." Han Fei, Chapter 1968, The Princess is Crazy. The first half of the path Sha Xiaoshan led did avoid the merfolks. However, when Sha Xiaoshan was about to continue to take Han Fei to walk the path, she was stopped by Han Fei. Sha Xiaoshan, although it was Han Fei's avatar, it was still his original soul. Realizing that someone was paying attention to them, he said, "There's no need to hide. No matter how we hide, the people who should find us can still find us. Besides, we came to make a deal. Why do we have to hide?" Sha Xiaoshan was lost for words. "Are you stupid? In this Merman royal city, not to mention that I have a lot of enemies, you have even more enemies, which are all over the city. Do you really want to fight your way through?" Han Fei asked. "Why not?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Let's fight our way through." "Girl, why are the human race and the Merman royal family enemies?" Sha Xiaoshan said. "Haven't we always been like this? We were born like this." Han Fei shook his head. No race in this world has unreasonable hatred. There must be a reason for all the hatred. The mermen are hostile to humans, mostly because of people's inherent beliefs. That's passed down from ancient history, but who can tell the fundamental reason? Sha Xiaoshan asked. So, even if there is a reason, can you persuade these people? Han Fei smiled and said, "Of course not. I just want to tell them that I, Han Fei, can come to the Merman royal city and get out alive." Although Sha Xiaoshan curled her lips, she was still pulled by Han Fei to the main city of the Merman royal city. Han Fei said, "Where is Chun Huangdian's palace, or where is your palace?" Sha Xiaoshan said, "We're actually still in the outer city. Do you see the 3 extremely high mountains, 100,000 kilometers away?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes," Sha Xiaoshan said, "that's the entrance to the inner city. The inner city is blocked by a huge barrier. Ordinary people generally can't enter the inner city, but I have a way to enter it." Han Fei shook his head. "If anyone tries to stop us, let's fight our way through." Seeing that Han Fei was so confident, Sha Xiaoshan was lost for words. Men really cared about their faces. He could have detoured to avoid a lot of trouble, but he just refused. Sha Xiaoshan had no choice. Fortunately, it wasn't Han Fei's original body, or the Merman royal city would have been overturned. Swishta above the Merman royal city, Han Fei and Sha Xiaoshan appeared above board. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Sha Xiaoshan no longer hid it. She turned into the mermaid princess. Han Fei couldn't help but pinch her tail and say leisurely, "So soft. Ah, go your way. We're outside." Han Fei asked, "What's wrong with being outside?" "I'm just pinching your tail." The two of them muttered as they flew towards the inner city. However, perhaps because Xia Xiaoshan's bloodline level was too high or Sha Xiaoshan was too beautiful, no one came in their way. The two of them flew towards the inner city openly and past countless buildings and people. How could no one discover them? Although most people treated Han Fei and Sha Xiaoshan as passers-by and didn't pay much attention to them, after flying less than 50,000 kilometers, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, isn't that Princess Mingzhu? Princess Mingzhu, where is she? Don't talk nonsense." "Wasn't Princess Mingzhu abducted by humans?" Someone said in surprise. "Look, isn't that a human being? Fuck, a human has entered our Merman royal city?" "Ashhole, when did our Merman royal family become a place where humans can step on at will? Who will stop them?" Countless mermen were roaring and discussing via voice transmission, but Han Fei and Xia Xiaochen ignored them and flew forward. However, countless mermen suddenly appeared behind them and were chasing them crazily. These people were not strong enough to catch up with them, but they didn't give up. Although Xia Xiaoshan was their princess, they still had to condemn her. This time, the noise immediately became louder. Those who didn't notice Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan had all seen them. It could be said that the entire city's eyes were on them, except for those whose perception range was not enough. Swish, swish, swish. Along the way, countless people blocked their way. Someone shouted, "Your Highness, since you ran away with a human, why did you come back? Your Highness, do you still care about the face of the Merman royal family? Han Fei, where do you think the Merman royal city is? Do you think you can come as you please? Han Fei, if you want to cross this road, come and fight me." They were still more than 30,000 kilometers away from the inner city, and a large group of people blocked Han Fei and Sha Xiaoshan's way. Li Dian and the others who blocked Han Fei and Sha Xiaoshan just now were watching the show from a distance. Li Aofeng asked, "King Dian, are we just watching?" Li Dian said, "If they take a detour to avoid the crowd, they might be able to reach the inner city easily. But aren't they capable? Isn't the princess arrogant? Let's see how they can continue to be arrogant." At this moment, in the outer city, several old mermen who had reached the half-king realm stood in front of Han Fei and Xia Xiaochen, and behind them were dense mermen. An old woman shouted, "Your Highness, no matter what, you are still our princess. Even if you don't behave yourself, we can still tolerate you. Even if you have a bad reputation, we can pretend not to hear it. But today, you brought a human to our Merman royal city. What's the meaning of this? Princess Mingju, are you trying to disgrace our Merman royal family? Xia Xiaochan frowned and was about to say that Han Fei was here to cooperate with Chun Huangdian, but when she saw how angry these people were, Xia Xiaoshan was furious. Is this the way they treat their princess? Since she came to the Merman royal city, she hadn't had a comfortable day. Now she was even stopped and scolded by some people from the outer city. Therefore, Xia Xiaoshan immediately said coldly, "Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." However, the leading old woman didn't give in at all. She looked at Xia Xiaochen indifferently without the slightest respect. Han Fei thought to himself, how dare this old woman push my wife like this? I have to kill her. However, before Han Fei attacked, Xiao Xiaoshan shouted coldly, "Do you really think I dare not kill you?" With a thought from Xiao Xiaoshan, a sharp knife light tore through the void and slashed at the old woman, and the latter exploded. Xiao Xiaoshan's voice was cold. "No matter what you think of me, since I am the princess, I can decide your fate. If you want to die, stand there and don't move. Let's see if I dare to kill you." This was just like in human society. Humans would also fight each other. Under absolute strength, the strong would rarely reason with the weak. Although Xia Xiaoshan was irritable and combative, she didn't have that kind of arrogance. Otherwise, how could she allow these ordinary people to stop her, the princess? Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Xiao's figure appeared frequently in the void, and every time a knife light swept past, a person would be killed. The old woman who had just been killed by Xia Xiaoshan had been reborn with blood. Her voice resounded. "Princess Mingju, it seems that you have indeed been bewitched by humans. If you have the ability, just kill me. Let's see how the people of this city will look at you." Xia Xiaoshan suddenly turned her head. "Do you think I don't dare? I, Xia Xiaoshan, never care about how others look at me. I am me, the princess. If you dare to go against my will, you shall be executed." With that, the knife light slashed down. This time, Xia Xiaoshan didn't hold back and directly cut off the old woman's soul. When the old woman was about to be reborn with blood again, Xia Xiaoshan suddenly appeared in front of the drop of essence blood, raised the knife, and slashed down. The old woman didn't expect Xia Xiaoshan to really kill her in public. She couldn't help but shout, "Traitor, the princess has betrayed us." Puffer the old woman died. Roar. At that moment, the giant arowana suddenly appeared, and Xia Xiaoshan stood indifferently on the head of the giant arowana. "Whoever stands in my way will die." As the giant arowana roared, the dragon roar shook the sky. Among the people closest to Xia Xiaoshan, hundreds of people who were not strong enough exploded, and Xia Xiaoshan slashed with the shadowless blade, and hundreds of people died. This scene terrified countless mermen, who dared to stop Xia Xiaoshan if she wanted to kill someone. Someone was furious and cursed from afar, "The princess has betrayed us. I propose to abolish her." Swish day, a stream of light flashed, and the person shattered and died. Among the countless shouting people, Xia Xiaoshan was not afraid at all. "I'm the princess. Why should I give in to you? Since I have a lot of power and a high status, aren't you just like ants to me?" Seeing this, Han Fei chuckled. It seemed that Xia Xiaoshan had been suppressing herself for a long time. If it were him, no one would dare to offend him from the beginning. He would just kill them one by one until they were frightened. Even Li Dian couldn't help but exclaim, "Princess Mingju is crazy." Chapter 1969, Who Dared to Fight? Xia Xiaochen got serious, and these mermen were all shocked. The people Xia Xiaochen killed were all venerables, but she still butchered them. More importantly, no one could do anything to stop her. It would be fine if these mermen were not cultivators, but the longer they lived and the stronger they were, the more reluctant they were to die, especially to die so meaninglessly. After all, Xia Xiaoshan was Xia Xiaoshan. Even if she was the princess of the Merman royal family, what did it have to do with them? Those big shots didn't stop her when she brought her man back. Why should small fries like them try so hard to stop her? For a moment, everyone retreated. Those who dared to yell at Xiao 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 had been ruthlessly killed by her. Who still dared to cause trouble? Han Fei lightly landed on the head of the giant arowana. As the giant arowana moved forward, no one dared to stop it. Han Fei said, "These are only temporary. They don't dare to provoke you, but they will put pressure on others. Of course, sea establishers or Chun Huangdian won't care." Xiao Xiaoshan said, "I don't care about them. I've long been annoyed by these people. It's easier to deal with the outer city. The people here are not very strong, and I can just crush them, but the inner city," Han Fei was puzzled. Is the inner city more dangerous than this? It was only 100,000 kilometers in total. Without anyone stopping them, they covered the distance in a moment. To enter the inner city, one had to enter through the seal at the top of the mountain in the middle of the three mountains. There were certainly people guarding this place, but the inner city wouldn't completely forbid passage. It wasn't uncommon to see people coming and going here. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan arrived, the guard looked complicated. But seeing Xia Xiaoshan bring Han Fei in, he could only watch, fearing that he would be killed by Xia Xiaoshan too. At the top of the mountain, Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan stepped into the invisible seal, and Han Fei's eyes lit up as he saw two huge statues 1,000 meters tall standing on both sides. Han Fei discovered that all marine races, whether ordinary half-mermen or noble mermen, liked to make themselves a big statue. Although it looked quite magnificent, he didn't know what it was for. The two statues, a man and a woman, both had human bodies and fishtails. The man raised his head and pointed at the sky, and the woman held a trident in front of her. Xuanhuan said, "It's said that this male merman is the only god in the history of the merman royal family. Because no one knows what he looks like, his face is not engraved. This female merman is said to be my mother, the war queen of the merman royal family. She is still alive but sleeping." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Your mother is the child of a god. It's understandable that her statue is here." Han Fei moved his eyes away from the statue. This was a world of flashing strange lights. The buildings here were all glowing. In the distance, Han Fei saw a huge clam that emitted milky light. It was probably more than 500 kilometers long. Floating in midair, its light was like the sun in the sea, almost illuminating the entire merman royal city. Xuanhuan said, "That's a Dead Sea Establishment realm clam. His shell can absorb the essence of the sun and moon in the outside world. Every year, someone takes him to the surface of the sea to absorb the essence of the world for months to illuminate the city." Han Fei thought to himself, so a sea establishment level behemoth was reduced to an electric lamp in the end. "Your Highness," at this time 2 people were rushing over. Even Han Fei recognized them. One was Bai Muling and the other was Situ Yuhong. The 2 of them looked at Han Fei in surprise while calling Xuanhuan. When they landed in front of Han Fei, their eyelids twitched in surprise. Situ Yuhong said, "Did you really come to the royal city?" Bai Muling looked back. "It's over. It seems that what happened in the outer city is true." Bai Muling said, "Your Highness, I heard that you were on a killing spree in the outer city. The disciples of the inner city's kings and various heavenly talents are extremely angry and want to challenge you 2 when you're here." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Aren't we already here?" In the distance, Han Fei saw another large group of people coming over, clearly here to cause trouble. Situ Yuhong said, "Your Highness, why don't you go to the princess residence first? The people who want to challenge you are led by Long Yujun's disciple, Feng Qing." "Long Yujun?" Bai Muling said. "Feng Qing hates you because of Zhao Xiaoxiao's death and has long wanted revenge." Xiao Xiaoxiao sneered. "Why would I be afraid of him? If he dares to stop me, I'll kill him." Situ Yuhong said, "Feng Qing certainly doesn't dare to attack you blatantly, but..." With that said, he looked at Han Fei thinking, "You have the identity as the princess, but Han Fei doesn't." However, Han Fei grinned. "Do you think I'm afraid of the heavenly talents of the merman royal family? I'd like to know how strong you are." Han Fei had always remembered what happened back then. Xuanhuan said that he was not talented and couldn't even compare to the ordinary heavenly talents of the merman royal family. Today, he wanted to see how strong this heavenly talent of the merman royal family was. Besides, since he had chosen to let his avatar come, he was prepared that his avatar couldn't go back. Anyway, his avatar was here. Whoever could take its life away could take it away. After taking it away, he would kill the killer's entire race. Therefore, Han Fei was fearless and grinned. "Let me see who dares to keep me here today." As soon as Han Fei said so, someone shouted, "Talking big, how dare a mere clone be so arrogant in our merman royal family?" Han Fei extended his hand and pointed at the person who spoke with a spear. "You blind bastard, watch carefully. I'm an avatar, not much different from my original body. You want to fight me, don't you? Fine, I'll fight you with only one hand. I can still beat the hell out of you. Axhole. Arrogant. Human villain, how dare you're so arrogant here. Let me fight you. Humph, your original body doesn't even dare to come. Who do you, a mere avatar, think you are?" Xia Xiaoshan glanced at Han Fei and thought to herself, "This is my territory. Let me fight them." However, as soon as she took a step forward, she saw Han Fei wave his spear and his voice resounded in the void. "Today, I, Han Fei, beg to be defeated. All heavenly talents below the sea establishment realm can come to fight me. Who will be the first?" Xia Xiaoshan was stunned. Han Fei had become more and more hot-tempered over the years, but this was not bad. Han Fei's avatar was very strong, and his combat power was not much weaker than his original bodies. Besides, Han Fei's avatar took the great Tao of berserk combat. This Tao was chosen by his avatar, namely, by the other half of Han Fei. He chose this path because he was very good at combat. However, this so-called berserk combat didn't mean entering a berserk state like Lirenquang, but erupted from the beginning to the end. Once he was exhausted, it would be the time for Han Fei to lose. But the premise was that someone could block his outburst. Han Fei's voice rumbled, stunning Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong. "Is this guy crazy? How can you, a human, be so arrogant in the merman royal family?" Although the 2 of them really wanted to challenge it, so what if it was an avatar? Would an avatar really be weak? In the dark, the kings didn't move, but they all frowned. Someone snorted. "How arrogant! How dare a mere avatar challenge the heavenly talents of our race? Lin Can, go cripple him." "Yes, teacher." Not just this person, but many others had also received the same instructions. In the distance, Long Yujun looked at his disciple Feng Qing. He was thinking about a question. Could Feng Qing survive if he challenged Han Fei? Chun Huangdian glanced at Han Fei and shook his head slightly. "That guy is extremely strong. He is indeed a rare talent. I'm afraid no one in the current merman royal family can beat him. Li Qingdi watched everything indifferently with his hands behind his back. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. The merman royal family is no longer the same as before. Do they still think they are the overlords of the sea? It's time for them to learn a lesson, Li Qingdi asked. Are you sure the cooperation with Han Fei can continue? We need his navigator. Chun Huangdian said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Even if we need it, don't show it. Besides, once the queen wakes up, there might be a way to leave. Li Qingdi frowned slightly. You're too obsessed with the queen. Have you ever thought that even if the queen awakens and the divine blood returns, can she still recover her peak combat power? Chun Huangdian smiled. You underestimate the child of a god. At this moment, a voice echoed in the sky. Han Fei, I, Lin Can of the mermaid royal family, want to fight you to the death. Chapter 1970, the so-called heavenly talent is nothing but a weakling. With a loud roar, a person flew over from the sky, looking ferocious. In the crowd, someone was surprised. He's the seventh disciple of King Ming, the most combative one among the disciples of King Ming. He's a peak-level venerable who once killed a half-king and escaped from a giant beast. Someone smiled and said, Lin Can is not weak. Although he usually doesn't show his strength can't be underestimated. Someone sneered, this battle will be interesting. I heard that Lin Can is also a body refiner and is extremely good at instant movement. Hearing the praises, Han Fei said disdainfully, a peak-level venerable? Who gave you the courage to challenge me? I advise you to get lost. You're no match for me until you become a half-king. Lin Can hadn't arrived yet. Hearing that Han Fei was so arrogant and felt that he wasn't worthy of being his opponent, he felt as if it was a slap in his face. Lin Can cursed coldly. Arrogant. Today, I'll let you know the real strength of the heavenly talents of the merman royal family. Buzz. Thousands of kilometers away, this person disappeared silently. In less than the blink of an eye, a knife was almost against Han Fei's chest. Someone exclaimed, instant movement. But as soon as the man shouted, he saw that the void behind Han Fei was shattered, but Han Fei didn't move at all. Then he saw that Han Fei's hand was holding the blade of the long knife, so that the tip of the knife was only half an inch away from Han Fei's chest, but couldn't go any further. Lin Can was horrified. How could this guy block his powerful blow with his body? He was also a body refiner. Since Han Fei could hold his long knife with one hand, his body must be comparable to that of a sea establishment cultivator. Lin Can had no time to think. The moment his attack failed, he controlled the chaotic qi to explode from the tip of the knife, but at the same time, Han Fei suddenly moved 2 meters to the side and brushed past him. Hiss, Lin Can didn't find anything, but the onlookers gasped. Lin Can's chest was pierced through by Han Fei with one hand and a round steel ring wrapped him. Rumble. At this moment, the wisp of chaotic qi exploded, but the aftershock of the explosion was locked by the universe ring. An explosive pillar rose to the sky. Before Lin Can was reborn with his blood, Han Fei extended his fingers, shattered the void, and destroyed his soul. This so-called king's disciple died on the spot. From the beginning to the end, he only had time to attack once. He probably didn't even know how he died. Lin Can's death made many peak-level venerables break out in cold sweat. So strong, someone was horrified. He didn't even see clearly how Han Fei attacked at all, but the casual blow was too powerful. Even a half-king couldn't have attacked so easily. Someone was sweating. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly just now. After all, he wasn't even as strong as Lin Can. Even Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong looked at each other in bewilderment. They had seen this battle very clearly. In fact, Han Fei didn't use any profound combat skills. It was just that his physique was stronger and his speed was faster. The other reason was because of Han Fei's universe ring. But even so, Han Fei's casual killing of a heavenly talent was enough to intimidate too many people. At least after this blow, who would dare to attack him except for half-kings? Sure enough, a half-king merman stood out. He had seen Han Fei's combat style clearly. In terms of physique, Han Fei was indeed strong, but his attack wasn't that strong. When this person stood out, someone was surprised. Bansha? He actually chose to challenge Han Fei? Someone said via voice transmission, don't underestimate Bansha. This guy has experienced 13 dangerous secret realms in a row. As many as 7 or 8 half-kings have died at his hands. It's just that his presence is very low. Bansha extended his hands and threw 2 long whips to the ground. He said, I, Bansha of the mermaid royal family, want to fight you. Han Fei held his spear and thrust it into the ground. Come. In the blink of an eye, the 2 long whips of Bansha exploded, turned into gravel, and tried to wrap Han Fei up. Huh? Han Fei had thought that this person was going to use whips, but it turned out that he wanted to use the sand to seal him. In this way, as long as he limited his freedom, he could attack at will. Therefore, the whips were deliberately revealed for him to see. But Han Fei certainly wouldn't be tricked easily. He stomped, and the 9-dragon divine fire appeared and enveloped him. The weird gravel tried to wrap the 9-dragon divine fire barrier, but everyone saw that Han Fei was holding the fiery spear. On the tip of the fiery spear, a cold light burst out as if it was about to attack. Someone asked in surprise, didn't he seal himself in this state? How could he launch an attack? Situ Yuhong and Bai Muling couldn't help but glance at Xuanhuan, who looked calm. To be honest, she didn't think many people could beat Han Fei in a fight. Han Fei's avatar's combat style was more like the combination of Zhang Xuanyu, Le Renquang, and Han Fei's original body. Those who knew Zhang Xuanyu knew that they couldn't let Zhang Xuanyu attack with a spear. If he attacked with a spear, it meant that he had won half of the battle. Now, Han Fei's attack also gave Bansha a bad feeling. Swish! All of a sudden, Han Fei disappeared and then a spear mark appeared in the air behind Bansha. However, when everyone saw the spear mark, Bansha had already exploded. Therefore, Han Fei's spear basically crossed time and space and fell directly on Bansha. However, when Bansha exploded, he turned into sand. This made Han Fei and Xuanhuan think of a person, an opponent they met in the Seaborn Prairie in the Level 3 fishery who could also turn into sand and be difficult to kill. Back then, that person was crushed by his sacrificing punch. Now, Bansha's sand gathered and didn't seem to give Han Fei a chance to kill him. However, Han Fei's reaction was fast. Seeing that his attack didn't work, he punched the void crack where Bansha was. The chaotic sky silk flew out of the void like a ribbon, and instantly, the chaotic sky silk and the sand began to chase each other more than 20 times. However, someone shouted, "Not good. Bansha, retreat." Before Bansha realized what happened, at some point, the area within 10 kilometers of him was filled with arrays. He looked up and saw 9 dragon flames landing in 9 directions. He wanted to run, but the void was already locked down. Clang, the 9 dragon divine fire barrier pressed down. Han Fei's lips curled. "It's nothing. I've already met someone like you when I was still a hanging fisher. How do you deserve to be a heavenly talent?" Han Fei extended his hand and pressed on the 9 dragon divine fire barrier. As if a nuclear bomb exploded inside, flames filled the air, and the sand was directly crushed into dust. Bansha was deader than dead, with no chance of rebirth. Han Fei put away the 9 dragon divine fire barrier with one hand behind his back. "Is this the strength of the Merman royal family? Is this the heavenly talent you are so proud of?" Han Fei's words made countless people crazy. Someone shouted, "You just have a lot of weapons. What qualifications do you have to judge our heavenly talent? Without those weapons, you will only be a peak-level venerable." Han Fei grinned. "Okay, this time I won't use any weapons. Who wants to fight me?" "Huh?" For a moment, Xuanhuan was anxious. She said via voice transmission, "Be steady." Han Fei replied, "I'm very stable." At this moment, the half-king who led the crowd here walked out. He said solemnly, "I am Feng Qing, the disciple of Long Yujun, and Zhao Xiaoxiao is my junior sister. Today, let's settle old and new scores together." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Oh, how?" Feng Qing clasped his hands, and a scorpion shadow appeared behind him, and a poisonous stinger was hooked up. Han Fei said disdainfully, "I heard that you are the strongest here?" Feng Qing said, "We'll find out whether I'm strong or not in combat." Han Fei said disdainfully, "There's no need for that. If you can survive a single blow of mine, you win." Boomo. The crowd was in an uproar. Is Han Fei really that arrogant? You couldn't even kill Bansha with one blow. Feng Qing can rank among the top 10 half-kings in the Merman royal family. How dare you say you can kill him with a single blow? Feng Qing was furious. How arrogant. I'd like to see how you can kill me in one blow. Han Fei smiled. His body was not his original body, but in fact his soul was still his original soul. He had a move that he had never used in front of others. The Tao of his avatar was different from that of his original body. His avatar was born for fighting, so there were some things that his original body couldn't comprehend, but his avatar could. Han Fei stood there, and with a bang, a green crack appeared in the sky. Han Fei grinned. Sword opening the heavenly gate. Swish 2. This sword came very slowly, like a huge pillar of light. It couldn't be called a sword, but only infinite killing intent. However, when Feng Qing saw this sword, he seemed to fall into a state of dementia. Bang! There was a loud noise in the distance, and someone was angered by Han Fei. Long Yujun said coldly, "What a sword opening the heavenly gate! It's actually the long-lost sky-opening sword manual of the Supreme Clearness world." Behind Long Yujun, someone asked in shock, "Master, what is the sky-splitting sword manual?" Seeing that Feng Qing didn't move for a full second, Long Yujun knew that Feng Qing couldn't survive. He said, "Sky-opening sword manual, a magical sword technique that can directly slash the Great Tao." At the gate of the inner city, everyone was still waiting for Feng Qing to fight back. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "The so-called heavenly talent is nothing but a weakling. There's no need to wait. He's already dead." Chapter 1971, Crystal Palace. When the sword-opening heaven gate appeared, all the people who came to challenge Han Fei were stunned and felt that it was ridiculous. This kind of strength actually belonged to a mere avatar? This kind of strength actually belonged to a mere peak-level venerable? Finally, after 3 venerables died in a row, no one dared to challenge Han Fei again. Who didn't know the value of life? Who wanted to die as pathetically as Feng Qing? Feng Qing's death sounded the alarm in everyone's heart. Xuanhuan's man was very strong. Someone thought that this avatar's original body had already become a king. He must have obtained a lot of king-level insights. It was only natural for his avatar to be stronger. However, none of the venerables could withstand 2 attacks from Han Fei. This made many people feel ashamed. However, they could only swallow it because they dared not attack at this moment, which would only mean death. After Han Fei laughed at the heavenly talents in the Merman royal family, a voice echoed in the void, "Disperse. Let them come over." Han Fei glanced at everyone and then snorted, "If there are still so-called heavenly talents who want to fight, come on. My principle is that once we fight, fight to the death." With that, Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan looked at each other and flew deep into the royal city. After Han Fei and the others left, the so-called heavenly talents around them were all relieved. Someone thought to himself, how can this person be so strong? How can a peak-level venerable be so strong? Someone sighed. His physique can resist a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. He has many weapons and all kinds of tricks, especially his last slash. I can't figure it out at all. Someone guessed. I heard that when the humans founded the Supreme Clearness World, a strong master learned a sword technique called the Sky Opening Sword Manual. It said that it can open the sky and cut the Great Tao. That's why Fengqing died today. Hus Fengqing died today? Hus Fengqing Dao? Many people were stunned, some were shocked, and some looked at Han Fei and Xiao Xiaoshan in the distance in disbelief, wondering if there was such a magical combat skill in this world. A moment later, when Han Fei came to a tall palace-like building more than 500 meters high, he asked, "Is this your usual cultivation place?" Xia Xiaoshan shook her head slightly. "This is a teleportation place. Because cultivation requires silence, I own a trench canyon alone." Han Fei was speechless. It was good to have a high status. There were so many people living in the city, while Xia Xiaoshan had a huge manor alone. In this one-story building, Han Fei saw tens of thousands of teleportation arrays, which should lead to different places. Xia Xiaoshan took Han Fei to the top teleportation array with ease. When the two of them walked in and appeared again, Han Fei saw an abyssal trench. In his perception, at the bottom of the trench, there was an exquisite palace that emitted golden brilliance. Han Fei could even see 2 clam girls waiting outside the palace, as if they were waiting for Xia Xiaoshan. However, Xia Xiaoshan came back to transcend the tribulation this time, not to enjoy life. Therefore, when Xia Xiaoshan saw these clam girls, she shouted, "Everyone, leave." "Yes, Your Highness." Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw 12 clam girls come out one after another. Each of them was wearing a white transparent gauze dress and stepping on a white clam. The gauze moved with the water, and the clam girls looked very gentle and beautiful. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder the hexagon starfish liked clam girls' massages, and he wanted 6 at once. Just looking at them, his Sir Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath and looking at Xia Xiaoshan. "Why are you pinching me?" Xia Xiaoshan narrowed her eyes. "What are you looking at?" Han Fei immediately straightened his face. "I'm not looking at anything. I'm just looking at the place you've been staying for decades." Humph. Xia Xiaoshan couldn't help but tighten her grip and then said, "Then let me tell you in person." Okay, why don't you let go first?" When the clam girls left, only Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were left in the entire trench canyon. However, the two of them didn't enter the palace but stood on the roof. Xia Xiaoshan said, "We're not here for a vacation. My chance to transcend the tribulation has come. It's time for you to appear." "Oh, I thought you were going to fight outside for a while." Xuanhuan voice came leisurely, lazy, and indifferent. Han Fei said, "You Merman royal family don't even have a decent heavenly talent. Why bother to fight them? Who dares to fight me?" Xuanhuan's figure quietly appeared 100 meters away. He looked at Han Fei indifferently. "Just because you're allowed to come doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. You must have paid a heavy price to create this avatar. Don't lose it here." Han Fei chuckled. "Since I dare to come, I dare to give up this avatar. However, I hope the Merman royal family can handle the consequences." Ignoring Han Fei's threat, even Xuanhuan knew that this guy had already become powerful. He was definitely among the tops in the sea establishment realm in the Raging Sea. If he was given some time, it was indeed possible for him to reach the sky-opening realm. He said, "Since you're going to transcend the tribulation, follow me. Go see your mother." Xia Xiaoshan's body trembled and she was a little nervous. Han Fei, on the other hand, wondered if it was possible for the god's blood to regrow in her body. Xuanhuan pressed his hand on the void and a teleportation array appeared. Xia Xiaoshan took Han Fei's arm and tightened her grip, looking very nervous. This was not as simple as only seeing her mother, because this meant that her tribulation was about to begin, and she would have to return the drop of blood in her body to her mother, so she was nervous. When they stepped into the teleportation array again, Han Fei looked around and found that this place was covered by pale yellow turbid water, like the mist in the Sea of Mist. In front of them was a crystal-clear huge palace, and they could even see its inside. Towering in the turbid water, this palace was 1,000 meters tall and spanned more than 10 kilometers, like a crystal palace carved from pure ice. On the crystal palace-like building, there were almost invisible array carvings. It must be the protective arrays of the crystal palace. However, when Han Fei saw Li Qingdi push open the door that was more than 500 meters high, his heart did a flip. It was said that Li Qingdi rarely appeared in the Merman royal family. Had he been guarding here? When he saw Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, Li Qingdi said casually, "I'm glad you keep your word. Since you're here, let's start." Chun Huangdian nodded slightly, but no one noticed that his body was secretly tensed up. He had been waiting for this day for too long. For this day, he found Xia Xiaoshan, nurtured her with all his strength, fought the soul-sealing world, and even reached an agreement with Han Fei. All of this was for this day. Li Qingdi waved at Xia Xiaoshan. "Come, this is the first time you've seen your mother. She's the pioneer of the mermaid royal family and the only king of our mermaid royal family." Xia Xiaoshan held Han Fei's hand tightly, very nervous. In fact, Han Fei was very nervous too, fearing that something would happen to Xia Xiaoshan after the god's blood was taken away. As they walked into the Crystal Palace, an extreme coldness made Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan shudder, but they were both very strong, so they didn't care. In the huge palace, in addition to the ice pillars that supported the palace, there were also various complicated patterns. If one looked carefully, they would find that they were all arrays. This place had existed for so long because of the arrays. When they came to the center of the palace, they saw the crystal coffin floating in the air from a distance. They scanned it with their perception and saw a beautiful woman who looked 60% similar to Xia Xiaoshan in the ice coffin. Oh no, she was more like a girl and looked like Xia Xiaoshan's sister. This was the benefit of cultivation. As long as one was willing, youthfulness was a very simple thing. Xia Xiaoshan's mother was sleeping soundly. She was not breathing, and her face was fair as if she were asleep. Xia Xiaoshan asked, "What's her name?" Chun Huangdian said leisurely, "Hongzhu. She is the goddess of war and queen of the Merman royal family. You've been good at fighting since you were young because you inherited your mother's characteristics." "Xia Hongzhu?" Xia Xiaoshan straightened her face. Her surname, Xia, must be her mother's surname. She said, "How can I return that drop of blood to her?" Li Qingdi said, "The god's blood in your body hasn't been fully activated. This means that you haven't encountered a life and death situation. In a life and death situation, the god's blood will bless you to transcend the tribulation, and it will also be activated at that moment. What you have to wait for is that when you transcend the tribulation, once the god's blood is activated, you need to condense it and inject it into your mother's body." Wait a minute, Han Fei's face changed. Then how can she handle the life and death situation if she returns the only god's blood that can protect her to her mother? Chapter 1972, Xia Xiaoshan's Tribulation. When Han Fei heard their plan, he immediately disagreed. They wanted to exchange Xia Xiaoshan's life for Xia Hongzhu's awakening. Han Fei continued, "Back then, my mother-in-law knew that she only had one drop of God's blood left, but she still gave it to Xiaochan, which meant that she wanted her daughter to inherit the God's blood. Now that you want Xiaochan to return the blood, so be it. But if Xiaochan dies, why did my mother-in-law give the blood of a god to her in the first place?" Li Qing Emperor and Chun Huangdian were speechless. "What the hell are you talking about? Your mother-in-law? She is still sleeping. Do you think she can hear you?" Li Qingdi said, "Of course the princess won't die easily. We have a backup plan to help her survive," Han Fei asked. "What backup plan?" Li Qingdi shook his head. "You don't need to know that." Han Fei was about to argue when Xia Xiaochan stopped him. Xia Xiaochan said, "Don't worry. I still have the giant arowana and the heavenly cicada. It's not a bad thing to lose the blood of a god. If I don't return the blood, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive this tribulation." Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Chun Huangdian. It was all this guy's fault. If he hadn't told Xia Xiaoshan this matter, Xia Xiaoshan would have successfully transcended the tribulation. Unfortunately, it was too late now. But Han Fei still said, "Xiaoshan is the princess of the Merman royal family. In order to save her mother, she has paid a great price. Shouldn't you prepare all the top resources of the Merman royal family for her? At least hundreds of thousands of spiritual fruits, billions of ultra-quality spiritual stones, and all kinds of divine pills, right?" Chun Huangdian said disdainfully. "How petty. The place where the princess will transcend the tribulation is the Crystal Palace, and the resources in the Crystal Palace are dozens of times more than what you said." Han Fei was relieved. It seemed that for the sake of Xia Xiaoshan's tribulation this time, Chun Huangdian and the others didn't dare to be negligent or even very careful. This was because Xia Xiaoshan's tribulation represented the recovery of Xia Hongzhu and the rise of the War Queen. After seeing Xia Hongzhu, Xia Xiaoshan loosened her grip on Han Fei. Then she glanced at Han Fei and said, "I can do it." With that, Xia Xiaoshan said, "I'm ready. You can start now." Li Qingdi and Chun Huangdian looked at each other. Chun Huangdian took out a dazzling golden harpoon that emitted a terrifying Dao rune pressure. Well, if what Han Fei got before was a harpoon, this one could be called a better name, Trident. Han Fei's first feeling was that this weapon was extraordinary, even surpassing sea-quelling bizarre treasures and human sacred weapons. A godly weapon? Han Fei couldn't help but guess that even if this thing wasn't a godly weapon, it was definitely an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, it shouldn't be as good as his Green Thunder wine gourd. Han Fei's Green Thunder wine gourd had been in Forge the Universe for almost 600 years. Because he had adjusted the flow of time several times, there was still a period of time before 1,000 years. It was placed in Forge the Universe for 1,000 years for the 1,000-year Heavenly Dao wine. The 100-year Dao querying wine was no longer very effective for him, but the 1,000-year Heavenly Dao wine was different. From the name, one could tell that it was extraordinary. When it was brewed, it would be enough to improve his strength further. Han Fei suddenly realized that he had thought too far ahead. He waved the trident at the Crystal Palace, and the dome of the Crystal Palace cracked. Han Fei saw that a massive amount of resources were stored between the dome and the top of the Crystal Palace. At this moment, they were revealed. They must be prepared for Xia Xiaoshan's tribulation. However, Xuanhuan fell to the ground and shouted, "Rise!" Clatter. The entire Crystal Palace began to tremble. After it stabilized, the Crystal Palace began to rise up, probably to the surface of the sea to facilitate Xia Xiaoshan to transcend the tribulation. However, as the Crystal Palace moved, the entire Merman royal family trembled slightly. A strong master realized that something had happened in the forbidden area. However, when someone wanted to investigate, a king shouted, "The princess is transcending a tribulation. No one is allowed to observe the tribulation. Retreat, the princess is transcending a tribulation?" Countless people exclaimed. So Xia Xiaoshan came back to transcend the tribulation? With a thought, the wind and clouds gathered. Xia Xiaoshan had already decided to transcend the tribulation, so the heavenly tribulation would come naturally. The tribulation clouds in the sky gathered for half an hour before lightning rolled over. However, when Han Fei saw the slightly purple clouds in the distance pressing down, his heart did a flip. It seemed that Xia Xiaoshan's heavenly tribulation was not simple. Li Qingdi also said, "It's extremely dangerous to transcend the tribulation with the god's blood, because this bloodline is too strong. The heavenly tribulation attracted is naturally stronger than ordinary heavenly tribulations." However, Han Fei wasn't worried. Xia Xiaoshan had already practiced the purity mystic body. In this raging sea, in addition to the void fire technique that he was cultivating now, the purity mystic body was the ceiling of body refining arts in the raging sea. Even though old man Taiyuan had already become an emperor, his body refining technique was far inferior to the purity mystic body. Xia Xiaoshan had been suppressing her strength for hundreds of years, so he wasn't very worried even if it was a full purple heavenly tribulation. However, Han Fei still stuffed a bunch of bottles and jars over and said, "This 5-level Dao pattern pill can double your strength. This 6th-level soul pill can help you resist the inner demon tribulation. And this one is even more incredible. This 7th-level soul-suppressing pill can help you survive at least one late-stage heavenly tribulation." Li Qingdi and Xuanhuan were speechless. This guy was really generous to the princess. He had even taken out a level 7 divine pill, so the success rate of tribulation transcending would certainly increase a lot. Although the Merman royal family had a lot of resources and had prepared many very rare ultra-quality spiritual fruits this time, no one knew how to refine pills. Robbing the Medicine King world meant a full-scale war. Instead, it was easy for people like Han Fei to get these pill resources. Xia Xiaoshan accepted them all. She was here to transcend the tribulation, not to die. If she could successfully transcend the tribulation, she would go back to the yin-yang world with Han Fei. At that time, she would really have nothing to worry about. Although she had her mother, she didn't know her well, and she was closer to Han Fei. Han Fei and the others retreated. Xia Xiaoshan put on a battlesuit and stood in the air, facing the heavenly tribulation. Boom. When a dark blue lightning snake drilled out of the sky, Han Fei couldn't help being relieved. Fortunately, the first one wasn't purple lightning. Otherwise, the difficulty of this heavenly tribulation would be even higher than his. It might be as difficult as the Emperor Sparrow's. As for the first lightning bolt, it continued the style of body tempering. Xia Xiaoshan completely endured it and used her physique to temper her body with the heavenly tribulation, and her purity mystic body circulated crazily. Around Han Fei, more than 20 sea establishers were watching the heavenly tribulation, but he didn't notice it at all. Rumble, rumble. The second heavenly tribulation was still a pillar of blue lightning, but it was slightly purple. Xia Xiaoshan still withstood it with her body. At this point, the surrounding kings secretly discussed, "Her Highness's physique is so strong. I'm afraid there are few people with such a physique in the raging sea. She withstood 2 heavenly tribulations in a row and tempered her body with the heavenly tribulation. As far as I know, there are less than 10 people in the raging sea who can do this." Rumble. This time, a blue and purple heavenly tribulation fell. Xia Xiaoshan still resisted it with her body, but a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Immediately, thousands of spiritual fruits shattered, turned into pure power, and poured into Xia Xiaoshan's body to heal her. Someone thought to himself, "What? Purple lightning appeared on the 3rd heavenly tribulation?" Someone was surprised. She withstood this lightning bolt again? The princess's physique is stronger than we imagined. However, to their surprise, the 4th lightning bolt was basically a purple lightning bolt. Xia Xiaoshan still withstood it head-on. Tens of thousands of spiritual fruits shattered and were sucked into her body. When xuanhuan transcended the fifth heavenly tribulation, finally, even Li Qingdi couldn't help but glance at Han Fei, wondering what kind of body-tempering technique xuanhuan had practiced. She had withstood 5 heavenly tribulations in a row and tempered her body with the heavenly tribulation. If this went on, could xuanhuan just withstand all the heavenly tribulations like this? However, Han Fei found that xuanhuan's armor was full of cracks and her chi blood was turbulent. Han Fei shouted, "Xuanhuan, don't save spiritual fruits. Directly swallow 100,000 spiritual fruits. If your battlesuit is broken, change into a new one. Eat as many healing pills as you can. Before the 6th heavenly tribulation comes, heal your injuries." When the kings heard that the 6th heavenly tribulation was coming, they all thought what Han Fei said made sense. Sure enough, the heavenly tribulation this time was completely purple and shockingly powerful, like a divine pillar. Bang! The battlesuit on xuanhuan's body shattered, and a new sea-quelling bizarre-level battlesuit was put on her. Above the Crystal Palace, spiritual fruits flew into the air like a stream, and when they were less than 10 kilometers away from xuanhuan, a large number of them shattered, continuously supplying power to xuanhuan. Han Fei noticed that there were more than 3 million spiritual fruits in the reserve resources of the Crystal Palace. How many had xuanhuan used? However, after the 6th heavenly tribulation, xuanhuan's flesh and blood began to show signs of cracking. Han Fei told her not to hesitate to use resources, so xuanhuan didn't. This heavenly tribulation consumed more than 100,000 spiritual fruits, and she only managed to survive after eating a third of the healing pills Han Fei gave her. She even used 2 5-level Dao pattern pills in a row. However, xuanhuan found that the power of the heavenly tribulation was almost several times stronger. She would probably have to consume several times the power just now in the 7th heavenly tribulation. Rumble, rumble. However, when the next dark purple heavenly tribulation descended, Han Fei's face changed. Why did xuanhuan's heavenly tribulation become so fierce? Han Fei shouted, "Don't hesitate to use the 6-level Dao pattern pills, spiritual fruits, and healing pills. Where are the arrays and shields? Throw them out." Chapter 1973, War Queen. Ordinary people didn't know the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, so it was extremely unlikely for them to survive the tribulation with their physique. Han Fei believed that even the former human king, even if he walked the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment, didn't survive the heavenly tribulation with his physique. This was because in the Raging Sea, human beings' best body-refining technique was ranked outside of the top 10,000 in the infinite ocean. Therefore, xuanhuan had actually survived 5.5 heavenly tribulations in a row, but she couldn't rely on her physique to survive the rest. As Han Fei expected, xuanhuan certainly wouldn't forcibly resist the heavenly tribulation when she knew that she couldn't. As for the god's blood, even if she wanted to activate it, she wouldn't do it now. At this moment, a big shield that looked like a pot lid appeared above xuanhuan's head. As xuanhuan released the last array map, hundreds of thousands of spiritual fruits rose to the sky, and ultra-quality spiritual stones surrounded her, forming a spiritual vortex. In fact, this cost wasn't much. The big shield shouldn't be able to block the entire heavenly tribulation, let alone the array. But with xuanhuan's battlesuit and her physique, it wouldn't be a problem for her to block the 7th heavenly tribulation. In fact, Han Fei didn't really care about the 8th heavenly tribulation. The problem was the last one, but Li Qingdi and Xuanhuan seemed to be confident and didn't panic at all. They had clearly expected it. Sure enough, the 7th heavenly tribulation shattered the big shield and the array, but didn't even shatter xuanhuan's battlesuit. With the help of more than 100,000 spiritual fruits, she survived this heavenly tribulation. Xuanhuan's purity mystic body circulated crazily and even tempered her body a little. The 8th heavenly tribulation was the same as the 7th, but it contained a soul tribulation. However, Xuanhuan stuffed the spiritual fruits Han Fei gave her into her mouth. This tribulation consumed 2/3 more resources than the last one, but she was still safe. However, xuanhuan's injuries were not light at this moment. It was really difficult for her to recover in such a short time. Fuse. Therefore, in the last heavenly tribulation, xuanhuan had to fuse with the giant arowana. Transform. With this cry, transparent cicada wings grew on xuanhuan's body, reflecting colorful light. When the last heavenly tribulation fell, Han Fei clearly found that at the moment when the heavenly tribulation fell, xuanhuan's wings trembled. Originally, her wings set off an endless blade storm that swept into the sky, but in the heavenly tribulation, a dark red shadow appeared. Han Fei remembered the situation when he transcended the tribulation and was shocked. Could it be that a sky fiend had descended? Heart demons or sky fiends would appear in a heavenly tribulation. With no shortage of spiritual fruits, spiritual energy, spiritual pills, and weapons, xuanhuan only had to face these two things. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, xuanhuan couldn't be seen clearly anymore. The pillar of heavenly tribulation had completely enveloped her. Except for the cries of the cicadas, there were only dragon roars. At this moment, in the lightning tribulation, the lightning pillar array Han Fei had used appeared. Its purpose was to attract lightning and seal the lightning in the pillar, which would collapse with the pillars in the end. Being able to use this array meant that xuanhuan was still conscious. However, 3 seconds later the dragon roar disappeared and the chirping sound weakened, but what replaced it was a blood shadow in the lightning tribulation. Swishta. In the 4th second, a wisp of blue blood broke out of the tribulation and fell into the crystal palace, rushing towards Xiahongzhu. Buzz. Chunhuangdian personally escorted the weird blue drop of blood and seemed to be watching it fall. Han Fei, on the other hand, was not in the mood to watch the blood drop at all, because a shrill scream in the lightning tribulation made Han Fei so anxious that he just wanted to rush into the lightning tribulation. At the moment when the god's blood flew out of the heavenly tribulation, except for Chunhuangdian who chased after the drop of blood, Li Qingdi immediately clasped his hands. Sea sacrifice, tide light, open. Bang. In the heavenly tribulation, a small dark blue light suddenly bloomed on Xiaoshan's body. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Before the 3rd second came, the heavenly tribulation had been withdrawn. In the void, Xiaoshan's body was seriously cracked. Her battlesuit was seriously damaged, she was dripping with blood, her hair was messy, and her body was unstable. Around Xiaoshan, a blue light surged into her body like a tide. Li Qingdi said her divine blood was stripped away and her foundation was greatly damaged. But fortunately, in addition to the god's blood, she also has the bloodline of the heavenly cicada, and at the same time, she has the pure blood of the merman race, so her strength won't be much weaker. This tide light can help stabilize her injuries. Han Fei asked, is this tide light as powerful as my heaven enlightenment divine technique? Li Qingdi shook his head. Of course not, Han Fei said. I'm taking her away. Han Fei said, girl, the energy in your body is transforming, but don't be hasty. I can heal your foundation. Xiaoshan's strength was rapidly transforming, but she didn't consolidate it. After the tribulation, she stabilized herself and looked at the inside of the crystal palace. Buzz, crack, crack, cracks appeared on the walls of the crystal palace one after another, and the surrounding void began to tremble. Han Fei also looked at the crystal palace, only to see that the countless spiritual fruits and ultra-quality spiritual stones were turning into infinite energy and being sucked into Xiahongzhu's body. Han Fei finally understood that the real purpose of the reserve resources here was not to help Xiaoshan transcend the tribulation, but to help Xiahongzhu wake up. After more than 60 seconds, in the energy storm, faint breathing sounds came from the crystal palace. Xiaoshan quickly looked down, but Han Fei held her hand and said, don't panic, she'll wake up sooner or later. Sure enough, after another 80 seconds, the breathing sound gradually stabilized, and Xiahongzhu finally opened her eyes slightly. The moment Xiahongzhu opened her eyes, Chunhuangdian grabbed the crystal coffin hard. Although he tried to hide it, Han Fei knew that he was very excited. Otherwise, how could a sky opener reveal his real emotions in front of ordinary people? And the first person Xiahongzhu saw after she opened her eyes was Chunhuangdian. Xiahongzhu said, Brother Dian? Chunhuangdian replied softly and slowly, it's me. Xiahongzhu seemed a little surprised. I'm still alive? Chunhuangdian said, you are the child of a god. No matter how long you sleep, you will wake up. Xiahongzhu was not stupid. She looked at the void, and when she saw Xiaoshan who was transforming her power, she couldn't help narrowing her eyes. Han Fei thought to himself, the way the mother and daughter narrowed their eyes is very similar. Xiaoshan, bang. As Xiahongzhu's aura shook, she suddenly flew up, and the entire crystal palace shattered. Xiahongzhu couldn't help looking at Han Chunhuang. Did you take back the blood of a god? Chunhuangdian smiled faintly. The princess can live without the god's blood, and her talent is still astonishing, but without the god's blood, you can't wake up. You, Clang. Chunhuangdian handed the trident to Xiahongzhu's hand. If I could choose again, I would still have made the same choice. Xiahongzhu frowned. Who are you to decide for me? At this time, Li Qingdi slightly cupped his hands. Queen, please don't blame him. For your recovery, he didn't hesitate to use his immortal chi to help you live for 100,000 years. Back then, you were already dormant and the princess hadn't been born yet. Although you gave the princess the god's blood, if no one nurtured her with spiritual energy, she wouldn't have been born. Because you are too strong, for the sake of the birth of the princess, he used all his immortal chi in the past 100,000 years to help you give birth to the princess. You shouldn't blame him. Xiahongzhu suddenly looked at Chunhuangdian, who smiled and said, a mere 100,000 years is nothing to an emperor. But Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. So she was born like this? Han Fei was speechless. Gosh, this guy is really cruel to himself. It seems that he is even comparable to Old Han. Old Han is an excellent strategist. Although it seems that he has only planned for the coming decades and pushed him to grow up, just crossing the river of time back and forth is not something ordinary people can calculate. Ordinary people might not even know what the river of time is. Faced with Chunhuangdian's frankness, what could Xiahongzhu say? Few women could resist a man who spent 100,000 years protecting and resurrecting her. Xiahongzhu took the trident, and a halo circulated around her body. A golden-red battlesuit appeared on her body, and the aura of the War Queen was immediately revealed. Xiahongzhu and Xiaoshan looked at each other for a few seconds, then Xiahongzhu looked at Han Fei and frowned. Human? Han Fei cupped his hands. Han Fei of the human race greets my mother-in-law. Xiahongzhu couldn't have felt worse. She thought to herself, before I fell asleep, the child hadn't been born yet. But when I woke up, I even had a son-in-law who could accept this. At this moment, a group of kings interrupted Xiahongju. They knelt down respectfully. Congratulations on waking up, my queen. Chapter 1974, Meet Mother-in-Law. Xiahongju was more decisive than Han Fei had imagined. If it were a normal person who slept for 100,000 years and woke up to hear this news, he would probably be stunned. But Xiahongju was different. After seeing these kings, she directly ordered, all kings, retreat. Don't spread the news that I've woken up. Yes, my queen. After the kings retreated, Xiahongju looked at Li Qingdi. Are you the only one who has advanced to the sky-opening realm? Li Qingdi nodded slightly. Yes, there is another person who may enter the sky-opening realm within 1,000 years. Xiahongju looked at Xuanhuan. Is this still the Raging Sea? Xuanhuan, yes, Xiahongju asked. Since we have the two sky-openers of you, what about the human race and the other races? As she spoke, Xiahongju looked at Han Fei as if sizing him up. Xuanhuan said, when you were in a deep sleep, the human race established the 36 mystic worlds. Among them, there were 4 people in the sky-opening realm. Among them, Huang Jingyuan from the soul-sealing world contacted the An family through some means. In order to obtain power from the An family, he was reduced to a lackey of the An family. As for the 100 demon race, who are half mermen and sea demons, now they have a sky-opener named Shi Po Huang. As for the undersea human race, they have a sky-opener called Kong Shen. These two races can be considered allies and are against us and humans. Which world are you from? Han Fei, master of the yin-yang world. Han Fei, Xiahongju asked. The master of a heavenly palace is only a peak-level venerable, Han Fei said. This is my avatar. I'm invincible under the sky-opening realm. Xiahongju couldn't help being a little speechless. Was invincible so easy to talk about now? Xiahongju asked, are you saying that you are the strongest in the sea establishment realm? Han Fei grinned and said, not only the sea establishment realm, I'm the strongest in every realm I've passed. If Xiahongju had a gentle personality, he would just be a little modest, but Xiahongju was obviously not. She was a very decisive person. Because of her powerful combat power, it was not good for her to be modest. Xiahongju couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Dian, call a strong master of our race over to test his strength. But this time, Xuanhuan didn't move. Instead, he said indifferently, there's no need to try. What he said is true. He has only been in the sea establishment realm for less than 30 years, but he is almost invincible in this realm. Less than 30 years? Xiahongju couldn't help narrowing her eyes. In less than 30 years, he became the first in the sea establishment realm in the Raging Sea. Were there too few strong masters in the Raging Sea, or was this person too heaven-defyingly strong? She had married the wrong man. Was her daughter going to embark on the same path as her? However, she also knew that there might be bad humans, but there must be good ones too. But no matter what, although she hadn't done her duty as a mother, now that she had woken up, she would naturally make up for it. Ignoring Xuanhuan and Li Qingdi, Xiahongju looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen, although I haven't done my duty as a mother, you are still my daughter. Do you think you can completely believe this human being? Xiaochen didn't expect the first talk between her and her mother to be like this. Her mother's aura was really a bit too strong. But Xiaochen was not afraid. I was born in the human world. I have been cultivating together with Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Li Renquang since we were young, entering the sea together, hunting treasures together, adventuring together, and growing up together. I know what's right and what's wrong. Han Fei is the person I trust the most. Xiahongju asked, is he more trustworthy than your Uncle Dian? Xiaoshan looked at Xuanhuan and couldn't help shaking her head. No matter if he meant well or not, no matter how many things he did in secret, I don't like his way of doing things, from the day he killed Han Fei. Xuanhuan couldn't help but chuckle. Like I said, if I could choose again, I would still have chosen to kill him. At that time, the talent he showed was too weak. The more intimate you two are, the more he must die. Xiaoshan said angrily, why? After I return to the Merman royal family, won't I still have to face the An family? You said as if the An family doesn't know of my existence, Xuanhuan sneered. One of the powerful techniques of the An family is the curse technique. If they could get anything of yours from Han Fei, with your strength back then, even if I protected you in person, you wouldn't have been able to escape death. Xiaochen snorted. No matter how you explain, I just don't like you. Xuanhuan shook his head indifferently. I don't need you liking me. Hearing this, Xiahongju roughly understood the whole story. She said, so, now that you've returned the god's blood to me, are you leaving? Xiaochen pursed her lips and nodded. I don't like this place and don't want to stay here. Xiahongju pondered for a moment. Cultivate in seclusion with me for 3 days. If you still want to leave in 3 days, I won't stop you. Han Fei frowned slightly. At this point, there was nothing he couldn't say. He said, Mother-in-law, I have something to say. Xiaochen transcended the tribulation and returned the god's blood to you, causing her foundation to be greatly damaged. As for me, I have the heaven enlightenment divine technique. It might be able to repair her foundation. If possible, please let me heal her as soon as possible. You know the heaven enlightenment divine technique? Are you related to the human king? Han Fei said. No, mother-in-law, I'm not yet 100 years old. How can I know the human king? Xia Hongju thought for a moment and nodded slightly. I see. Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei. If you call her mother-in-law again, your avatar won't be able to return. Han Fei shrugged. It's none of your business. I'll come to you for revenge sooner or later. Xia Xiaoshan secretly pinched Han Fei, thinking to herself, shut up, you can't beat him now. Xia Xiaoshan said, wait for me for 3 days. Xia Hongju looked at the shattered crystal palace and tapped the ground with the trident in her hand, and countless ice crystals rebuilt the crystal palace at a visible speed. As Xia Hongju and Xia Xiaoshan entered, the crystal palace closed. Han Fei and Xuanhuan hated each other, so Han Fei sat directly at the door of the crystal palace, not standing in mid-air with Xuanhuan. In fact, Han Fei was thinking about something else. From what Xia Hongju and Li Qingdi said, he could get a certain information, which was that Xuanhuan had been a sky opener 100,000 years ago. This made Han Fei speechless. If this guy had been cultivating for the last 100,000 years, wouldn't he have been able to become a monarch? Han Fei knew that Xuanhuan had been lying low for 100,000 years, but it was impossible for him to do nothing. If it were him, although he had to supply Xia Hongju with immortal qi, it wouldn't limit his thinking, right? Therefore, Han Fei guessed that since Xia Hongju had woken up, Xuanhuan's outbreak might be coming soon. At that time, he really suspected that no one on the human side could be his opponent. After all, this guy was too powerful. 3 days passed. Han Fei sat cross-legged at the gate of the Crystal Palace, only to see the Crystal Palace suddenly open. Han Fei quickly got up and saw Xiaoshan come out of the Crystal Palace with a swish. Han Fei, my mother calls you in. Han Fei was surprised. Me? Xiaoshan pushed Han Fei away with a smile. Don't be afraid. My mother is actually quite easy to talk to. Han Fei clearly felt that Xiaoshan was more lively, so he immediately smiled and said, okay, I'll go. When Han Fei entered the Crystal Palace, he heard the sound of the door closing, but Xiaoshan didn't follow him in, which meant that Xiaoshan wanted to talk to him alone. Facing a mother-in-law in the sky-opening realm, he was still a little restrained. At this moment, Xia Hongju was sitting on a big ice chair, holding the trident. Seeing Han Fei approach, Xia Hongju said, you can't hide your personality from me, but I'm not a narrow-minded person. Since the Monarch Palace is about to open, I won't make things difficult for you. Since you say that you are talented, I can believe you. I can even let Xiaochan go back with you now, but Han Fei's eyes glittered. But what? Xia Hongju said, if you survive the Monarch Palace, your original body should come to me. Han Fei thought for a moment. Does she want to see my original body because she wants to kill me? However, it's more important to take Xiaoshan back first. She didn't ask me to make a great Dao oath, so what if I don't come? Han Fei immediately said, no problem. Xia Hongju said, since you want to be with Xiaoshan, I have to confirm that you have the strength to protect her. I won't let you take her away from the raging sea rashly. Don't you have a navigator? I don't ask you to wipe out the An family, but I need you to gain a foothold in the outside world. Then, if you still want to marry Xiaochan, I may consider marrying her to you. Han Fei was about to speak when Xia Hongju said, while you are still in the raging sea, I will watch your performance. Didn't you say that you were first place in the sea establishment realm? I'll leave the soul-sealing world to you. Han Fei thought for a moment. Although Xiaoshan had already transcended the tribulation and become a king, the outside world was really dangerous. It wouldn't be a problem for him to go explore the outside world first. As for the soul-sealing world, even if Xia Hongju didn't mention them, he would still kill them. His growth required resources. It wasn't appropriate to attack any world now. It would be good if he could take down the soul-sealing world. Han Fei asked, will she be willing to stay in the raging sea? Xia Hongju said, I have my own arrangements, but you'll meet again anyway. The premise is that you can survive the Monarch Palace and the An family. Han Fei thought for a moment. He hadn't left the raging sea yet. There were still the 36 heavenly palaces to be unified, and the 100 demons and the undersea human race to be annihilated, so he was very busy. According to the resources of the raging sea, it shouldn't be difficult for him to open the sky here. Then he would have more say. Han Fei thought that Xia Hongju's confidence came from her strength. Although he couldn't see her strength clearly, he knew that it couldn't be low. Since she could escape from the An family, she must have some strength. Besides, Xia Hongju's environment was very different from the environment of the Divine Sun he knew. It was only natural that she was very strong. Han Fei thought to himself, take Xiaoshan away first. Anyway, I won't leave the raging sea soon. Therefore, Han Fei gladly accepted it. Okay, deal. Chapter 1975, Divine Blood Awakening. Chapter 1975, Divine Blood Awakening. Han Fei actually came with the determination to die. He dared to let Xiaoshan come because he thought that if her mother woke up, she wouldn't watch her die. Now it seemed that everything was going better than he had expected. Except that ordinary mermen seemed to hate him, even Xuanhuan didn't deliberately make things difficult for him. Perhaps, for Xuanhuan, no one was as important as Xia Hongju. However, the awakening of Xia Hongju meant the re-emergence of the merman royal family. This was different from the era of Li Qingdi. It was impossible for Xiaohongju to be called the War Queen for no reason. Han Fei suspected that back then Xiaohongju was in the sky-opening realm or even close to becoming a monarch. Otherwise, why would such a powerful force like the An family weave a huge lie to deceive Xiaohongju? Han Fei and Xiaohongju's conversation soon ended, mainly because Xiaohongju was very confident that as long as she was in the raging sea, Han Fei wouldn't dare to mess around with Xiaoxiaoqian. After Han Fei left the Crystal Palace, Xiaohongju pouted slightly. This was the first time in her life that she had been a mother. She wasn't used to it. She might as well make up for her daughter. You came out so quickly? When Han Fei walked out of the Crystal Palace, he saw Xiaoxian standing at the door, her breath unstable. Obviously, after reaching the Sea Establishment realm, she hadn't had the time to stabilize her cultivation, and the power in her body hadn't completely transformed. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you stabilize your cultivation?" Xiaoxian said, "I'm not in the mood. I'm waiting for you. What did my mother say to you?" Han Fei smiled. "Nothing. She just said that we could return to the yin-yang world now." Xiaoxian was overjoyed. It seemed that Han Fei had a good chat with her mother. She didn't expect her mother to be so amiable. Although she looked intimidating, both she and Han Fei weren't afraid of strong masters. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a figure quietly appeared, but this person was not Xuanhuan, but Li Qingdi. This sky-opener who was said to be extremely strong had never interacted with Han Fei and Xiaoxiaoqian before. Li Qingdi said, "Although the queen has agreed to let you take the princess away, there is one thing I have to remind you." Han Fei, Li Qingdi said, "The 36 mystic worlds of the human race are still the enemies of the Merman royal family. The battle between the Merman royal family and the human race has never stopped for thousands of years. Now that you take away our princess, you should know what position you should be in. Do you stand with the human race or the Merman royal family?" Han Fei asked. "Are mermen considered sea demons?" "Of course not," Han Fei grinned. "The enemies of human beings are sea demons, but for me, all races in the world are equal." Han Fei wasn't lying. If the sea demons didn't provoke the human race, why would humans pay such a high price to fight them? Li Qingdi smiled faintly. "Then I'll wait for the day you unify the 36 mystic worlds." Han Fei left with Xiaoxiaoqian and didn't see Xuanhuan again. He probably didn't want to see Xiaoxiaoqian and Han Fei. As the saying went, what the eye didn't see, the heart didn't grieve over. The two of them left the sea and rushed to the nearest route as fast as they could. Just as the two of them stepped out of the merman route, they suddenly saw a golden light flash. Who else could it be but Han Fei's original body? However, Han Fei's original body immediately shouted, "Enter my origin sea." Xiaoxiaoqian was stunned for a moment, but then she realized what was going on. A strong master from the soul-sealing world must have come. At this moment, Han Fei opened the invincible eye, circulated his strength to the limit, and attacked the void with the immortal fiend saber. A triangular mark shot out horizontally, attacking the immortal fiend saber. At this moment, Xiaoxiaoqian and Han Fei's avatar had just been sucked into the origin sea. Rumble, rumble. As the immortal fiend saber collapsed, a big void hand smashed the void within 10,000 kilometers of Han Fei with irresistible power. Swish. At that moment, in the void, Han Fei's voice came from afar. "Huangjingyuan, this is your last chance. Unfortunately, you didn't grab it. One day, I'll flatten your soul-sealing world." Swish, 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 swish. Golden light flashed, and Han Fei's figure quickly left. He was so fast that Huangjingyuan was speechless. Huangjingyuan frowned and gritted his teeth. Twin divine technique. In fact, Han Fei had only guessed that the soul-sealing world would seize this opportunity, so he hid outside the mermaid royal family. When he perceived that Xiaoxiaoqian was transcending the heavenly tribulation, he had been hiding here. However, Han Fei wasn't sure if Xiaoxiaoqian and his avatar could come back. Fortunately, he had got an ominous divination result today, so he knew that maybe the people from the soul-sealing world had come. Han Fei didn't stop until he reached the Sea of Mist. As soon as Xiaoxiaoqian appeared, she said, "My mother has already sealed the aura of the heavenly cicada on me. Why can the people from the soul-sealing world still find me?" Han Fei had already synchronized with his avatar, but he didn't know that Xiaoxiaoqian's aura of the heavenly cicada had been sealed. He said, "They don't need to find you, they just need to guess. Even I can feel your tribulation. It's impossible for them not to sense the cry of the heavenly cicada." But as soon as Han Fei said this, he suddenly remembered something. Was Huang Jingyuan's purpose to kill Xiaoxian or to stop Xiaohongju from waking up? If it was to prevent Xiaohongju from waking up, why was he chasing Xiaoxian now? Han Fei suddenly said, "That's not right." He knows that this place is close to the Merman royal family. It's impossible for him to break into the Merman's territory alone because of Xuanhuan and Li Qingdi. Therefore, Huang Jingyuan just came to see if your mother had woken up. It just so happened that you came back, so he attacked you by the way. On the other side, Huang Jingyuan failed the attack and felt a gaze focused on him. At that moment, Huang Jingyuan was horrified and fled. Has she really woken up? Huang Jingyuan knew that it was too late. Since the heavenly cicada woke up and he hadn't found Xiaoxiaoqian, it meant that he had lost this battle with the Merman royal family. Now, xuanhuan had transcended the tribulation and become a king. Xia Hongzhu had awakened, and her strength would recover sooner or later, and the An family would eventually have to face the revenge of the merman royal family. This matter was no longer something he, Huang Jingyuan, could control. When he came back this time, it should be time for the soul-sealing world to be sealed. Several hours passed. In the Sea of Mist, Han Fei said, "When the healing divine light descends later, feel if your damaged foundation is recovering." Buzz. As Han Fei activated his great Tao, the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique descended, and a healing pillar of light fell from the sky. Han Fei's current lifespan had exceeded 100,000 years. This Heaven Enlightenment divine technique consumed 1,000 years of his vitality and smashed down crazily. How terrifying was Han Fei's current 1,000-year vitality? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the 8th second, xuanhuan suddenly said, "My foundation is recovering. No, there is still a trace of God's blood in me." While xuanhuan was shocked, Han Fei was also shocked. He couldn't help but ask, "But hadn't you returned it?" Xuanhuan said, "I don't know. It grew from my own blood. There's only a little of it. Maybe it grew because of your Heaven Enlightenment divine technique," Han Fei said. "Then continue to recover and see if you can recast the God's blood." The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique that was injected with 1,000 years of vitality only lasted for about 20 seconds. It was supposed to make up for xuanhuan's foundation, but it accidentally gave birth to a little bit of God's blood in xuanhuan. Han Fei estimated that this might be the regeneration of the God's blood in xuanhuan's body. After all, was the God's blood always only 1 drop? Xuanhuan wasn't a king before, so she couldn't make it. But now, xuanhuan had already reached the sea establishment realm and had had the God's blood for so long. She should be able to give birth to some of it. 20 seconds later, xuanhuan said, "The God's blood has recovered less than 1/10. Han Fei gritted his teeth. "It doesn't matter. Let's continue. You can't give up the blood of a god so easily." Han Fei was excited. This was equivalent to creating a god. Just look at Xia Hongzhu. A drop of divine blood was the root of her recovery. And back then, all her blood was divine blood, so it could be imagined how terrifying her strength was. If xuanhuan could recast this drop of God's blood, she would be the second Xia Hongzhu. Oh no, maybe even stronger than Xia Hongzhu, because in xuanhuan's bloodline, there was also the heavenly cicada bloodline of the An family. To be able to take a place in the outside world, control the soul-sealing world from a distance, and command sky openers, the An family was definitely not simple. Therefore, when the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique descended one after another like a snowball, Han Fei finally made up for xuanhuan's injuries after consuming about 12,000 years of vitality. And under the effect of the crazily cast Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, about 60% of the blood of a god was reproduced. Xuanhuan said, "Don't use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique anymore. My foundation has been restored, and the effect of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique is not great anymore. Now I can only nurture the growth of the god's blood through my own growth." Han Fei was slightly relieved. That works too. And Han Fei's real thought was, as expected of the blood of a god, I haven't even recast a drop of God's blood after consuming more than 10,000 years of vitality. I have to become a god. Chapter 1976. Time Fishing Technique. Chapter 1976. Time Fishing Technique. More than 7 months passed. In Han Fei's origin sea, crack, boom, a sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level hammer was completely destroyed in Han Fei's hand. Bah! Han Fei spat and put away the broken sea-quelling bizarre treasure hammer. Anyway, after he tempered it with the demon purification pot and added some new materials, a new hammer would be refined. The old turtle said, "This is the 5th sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level hammer you have broken in the past dozen years. With the consumption of forging 5 hammers, you can throw the gravity origin magnet into the calabash to forge it." Han Fei shook his head and looked at the gravity origin magnet in front of him that had at least 30% of its impurities removed. "There's no need. In the past dozen years, I haven't really been forging. I've been cultivating. Old man Taiyuan is known as the strongest body refiner in the raging sea. If we were in the same realm, I could have hammered him to death now. Besides, this gravity origin magnet is too heavy and inconvenient to use. It's not bad for forging." The old turtle said, "If you have the time to temper your body, you might as well think about how to study your great Tao." "Your origin great Tao can only increase your strength less than 2 times now," Han Fei said. "I've got some clues now. I'll explore it a few more times when I'm free." "Oh, is it getting closer and closer to the opening of the Monarch Palace?" the old turtle said. "There are still 3 months in the outside world." Han Fei twisted his body and scanned the origin sea with his perception, only to see that Xia Xiaochan was cultivating on the ice snow lotus throne on a snow mountain. "Girl, it's about time. We should go out." Xia Xiaochan slowly opened her eyes and got up. "It took me more than a decade to expand my origin sea by only more than 2,000 kilometers. My origin sea is still smaller than 8,000 kilometers now. How can it be as easy as you say?" Han Fei said with a smile. "Be content. Ask Tang Yan and Cao Tianji how big their origin seas are." Even Queen Life's origin sea is not as big as yours, and in a dozen years you have expanded it by more than 2,000 kilometers. It's already not bad. Xuanhuan curled her lips and said, my origin sea is bigger than theirs because the heavenly tribulation I transcended was stronger and I consumed more resources. Alas, forget it. It seems that ascetic cultivation is not a long-term solution. It's indeed time to go out. Yin-Yang world. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan came out, they found that only Queen Life was there. The others, including Zhang Xuanyu and the others, had run away. God knew where they went. However, they should still be within a few million kilometers. After all, the seaborne prairie was no larger than 8 million kilometers. It was not easy to get lost in this range. They must have gone to the vicinity to gain experience or search for treasures. One of the benefits of the seaborne prairie was that it had abundant resources. Those venerables wouldn't compete with ordinary people for resources, so they needed to expand their territory. As for Queen Life, she was quiet and didn't like to fight. Besides, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and saw an acquaintance. Queen Life had found the original body of the water immortal, who was cultivating with Bai Su Zhen now. Han Fei was lost for words. How much did Mu Wu Hua like to be a teacher? Seeing that she couldn't find anyone, Xia Xiaoshan said, fortunately, no one is here, Han Fei said. They should have gone to the surrounding area to hunt for treasures. The Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world have been established here for too short a time and have a lot of things to do. As strong masters, it's normal for them to explore the surrounding area. Why don't you go find them and bring them back? Xia Xiaoshan was puzzled. Then what are you going to do? Han Fei smiled. Before I explore the Monarch Palace, I need to improve my technique. The effect of the 7th level of void fishing, void descending, was just ordinary to Han Fei. Even now, the range of the void descending technique couldn't exceed the entire seaborne prairie. The only good thing was that Han Fei could now summon 4 king projections. Perhaps this was the most powerful part of the void descending art. If it were an ordinary projection, it would either only exist for a short period of time or it wouldn't be so many. It was rare that one could project 4 king-level projections at the same time like Han Fei. Han Fei suspected that no one else could do such a thing in the raging sea. Of course, although it was good that the king-level projections could exist forever, projecting them would weaken the power of the original body. This was an indisputable fact. Therefore, for Han Fei, the void descending technique was relatively useless. Perhaps it would be better after he reached the sky-opening realm. Now, he was already a rare powerhouse in the sea establishment realm, and he hadn't cultivated the 8th level of void fishing since he found it in the supreme mystic world. The main reason was that he was too weak at that time, so it was not easy for him to cultivate it. But now, Han Fei felt that he was strong enough. He looked at his information to confirm it again. Owner, Han Fei level, 95 sea establishment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 980,006 Chaotic Chi, 31,011 Wisps, Spiritual Power, 8,006 6,065 Perception Range, 850,000 kilometers. Strength, 2009 2006 Dive Waves First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Spiritual Beast Ember Sparrow 1011. Level 91 Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King Level, Divine Quality. Now, even with pure strength, there were very few people in the entire Raging Sea who could resist him head-on. If he activated the Great Tao, activated the Invincible Eye, and used the Dharma Idol, Han Fei believed that he could at least withstand 1 or more attacks of a sky-opening realm cultivator. Han Fei was very satisfied with his growth. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was his research on his origin Great Tao. Originally, if he could comprehend what the origin Great Tao was at a deeper level, once the Great Tao was activated, Han Fei was confident that he could fight a sky-opening realm powerhouse. But some things couldn't be figured out even if he racked his brains if he didn't find the knack. At this moment, he asked Xia Xiaoshan to find the others and found an empty place. With a thought, he held the void fishing technique that he hadn't looked at for a long time. When Han Fei immersed his perception into the book and read it, he was stunned. Hiss! Time fishing technique? In theory, the time fishing technique should be a sky-opening realm technique, so when he was in the Venerable Realm, although Han Fei got it, he didn't look at it. Now that he felt that he could unleash a sky-opening realm blow and had to go to the Monarch Palace, he remembered it and wanted to upgrade his technique. But it seemed that this technique was a bit exaggerated. This was because from the cultivation information of this technique, it turned out to be a technique to fish in time. When Han Fei saw how the technique worked, he was shocked to find that this technique could not only break the river of time, but also fish for specific things in time. Han Fei knew the Great Tao of Time himself, but the 8th level of the void fishing technique was a technique specifically for the Great Tao of Time. It could break into the river of time and fish whatever one wanted from history. However, the longer the time, the more difficult it was and the lower the success rate. However, what Han Fei knew was that it was impossible for ordinary people or with ordinary means to break through time. For example, the only thing on him that was not afraid of the power of time was the Blade of Hope, which could ignore the existence of time. However, the time fishing technique could resist the power of the river of time through a strange mechanism. And being able to resist the power of the River of Time meant that by cultivating this technique, his original body could actually step into the River of Time. Of course, like fishing, it was still a mystery how far he could cross. However, this meant that he had the ability to enter the River of Time for a longer time. As for time fishing, it was still a bit mysterious. Han Fei planned to try it first. However, this time, there was no need to deduce the time fishing technique. Han Fei felt that if he just cultivated it, he wouldn't need to experience the baptism of lightning tribulation. Therefore, he didn't take it seriously and began to circulate his technique. However, at the beginning, there was no problem, but the way the technique operated was a little strange. It turned out to be a reverse circulation. In an instant, it triggered the other levels of the void fishing technique that Han Fei had once learned. Instantly, all the cultivation techniques in his body circulated in an abnormal form. Even the current Han Fei felt a strong stabbing pain in his meridians, and his body was convulsing because of the reversal. But fortunately, his current strength was enough to deal with all this. Rumble, rumble. When he finished operating the technique in his body, he saw thunder rumbling in the sky, clouds gathering, and heavy rain falling. Without giving Han Fei much time to think, a shocking bolt of lightning struck down at Han Fei. Even though Han Fei was already at the mid-level of the sea establishment realm and his strength might have reached a terrifying level, he still staggered. Wait, does it have nothing to do with deduction? Han Fei was shocked. He suddenly had an inexplicable guess. Last time, he was struck when he deduced the technique, but this time he was struck by lightning when he was cultivating it. Why? Is it because lightning will strike as soon as the technique appears? Han Fei felt that it was very likely so. The Great Tao here didn't allow such a powerful technique to exist. However, a mere lightning bolt couldn't hurt him now. Han Fei shouted in a low voice. Yin Yang Millstone, Chapter 1977, Heaven-Defying Fishing Technique. Chapter 1977, Heaven-Defying Fishing Technique. Boom, boom, boom. Han Fei didn't expect to be struck by lightning, so he wasn't prepared. However, with Han Fei's current physique, the seemingly terrifying lightning not only failed to injure him, but also sent him extremely pure lightning power. After being absorbed by the yin-yang millstone, the power of lightning turned into purer power that seemed to have the power of Tao runes. It swept through his body, and the tempering effect on his flesh and soul made Han Fei feel dizzy. As it happened, this pure power could help him easily break through this complicated reversal, one cycle after another. This was because in the lightning baptism, Han Fei didn't need a massive amount of energy to temper his body like before, nor did he have to risk his life to withstand it. Therefore, this time, Han Fei simply took advantage of the operation of the technique to see how to fish and how far he could fish with the so-called time fishing technique. Han Fei had a bold guess. Could he fish out some ultra-quality divine pills or some ultra-quality spiritual fruits that even he wanted? Because this needed to be done through the River of Time, Han Fei certainly wouldn't grab it with his hands. This was why it was called the time fishing technique. Only then did Han Fei take out the fishing hook that he hadn't used for many years and throw it out with the power born from the reversal. The moment the fishing hook was thrown out, a small blue light hole appeared not far away from Han Fei. Han Fei wanted to fish out a level 7 soul-subduing pill. When he felt resistance from his hand, his eyes lit up. Do I really fish it? He suddenly retracted his fishing rod and pulled out a red pill from the blue hole. Because of the strange spiritual energy produced by the reversal, the thing he pulled over wasn't damaged or expired. Can I really catch one? The old turtle was confused and couldn't help asking, where did this pill come from? Han Fei said, I'll tell you when I figure it out. Han Fei stuffed the soul-subduing pill into his mouth without hesitation. Although it was a soul-subduing pill, this pill could nourish the soul and tranquilize the soul. Not only could it resist soul attacks, but it could also help him quickly comprehend the Tao. After Han Fei finished eating, almost immediately, he felt that his soul was refreshed. This made his eyes widen. Useful? This is really useful. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. If this could be done, wouldn't he be able to keep fishing and eating pills? When Han Fei tried again but failed, he realized that although this was something from the River of Time, the time node of his existence was fixed. It seemed that he could only fish once. Han Fei tried a few more times but still failed to catch any. He wondered if the soul-suppressing pill no longer existed after he finished fishing the things on that node. Han Fei couldn't help but think, if I catch the things of the past, will the things of the present disappear? Han Fei thought of something familiar that he had obtained but hadn't used yet, and then his heart stirred. He threw the fishing pole again and retracted it when he felt resistance. This series of actions was done in one go as skillfully as fishing. However, this time, when he hooked his fishing pole over, he caught nothing. Didn't catch anything? Han Fei tried again, but didn't catch anything. After trying 5 times, Han Fei finally dragged back an earthen yellow crystal with his fishing hook. It was the mystic yellow stone that Han Fei had once obtained from the land of King Death. He had basically used most of the other resources he could use. This mystic yellow stone could be used as the key to open the mystic yellow stone, so Han Fei certainly wouldn't use it. Han Fei grabbed the mystic yellow stone and scanned his origin sea with his perception, only to find that none of the 13 mystic yellow stones in the origin sea was missing. Hiss! The two can exist at the same time? While Han Fei was overjoyed, he suddenly sensed someone. He scanned around with his perception and found that it was Tang Yan. Han Fei didn't want others to see him cultivating, so he put away his fishing pole and sat cross-legged to be struck by lightning. When Tang Yan arrived, he was relieved to see that it was Han Fei. However, when he saw the endless lightning smashing at Han Fei, he was speechless. This scene looked familiar. When Han Fei was still a hidden fisher outside the Scattered Stars Island, he seemed to be struck by lightning because of some technique. At that time, Tang Yan was curious and controlled the Cloud Whale to approach and give Han Fei a ride. Now it seemed that the technique Han Fei practiced was extremely powerful and had been used all the way to the Sea Establishment realm. Seeing that Han Fei was unguarded, Tang Yan thought that since he was already here, he might as well guard him for a while. Han Fei was speechless. "Why do I need you to guard me? You're really looking for trouble. Now I have to cultivate hard." However, the lightning lasted too long and was too powerful. After a while, Jinger, Bear Handsome, and even Xuanhuan and the others arrived. In such a short time, Xuanhuan hadn't had the time to find all of them, but Han Fei's cultivation technique attracted many people. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shanyu couldn't help but say, "Oh, being struck again?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Shut up!" Luo Xiaobai was smart enough to know that there must be a secret behind the lightning strike. Han Fei had always been struck by lightning since he was young. It would be strange if there was no secret behind it. Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang looked at each other and shut their mouths. However, Le Renquang couldn't help but look at Xuanhuan as if to say that Xuanhuan must know it. He had always felt the lightning strike was strange since he was young, but now it seemed that only Xuanhuan knew this secret. Seeing the eyes of Le Renquang and the others, Xuanhuan was lost for words. "I don't know anything either. I was struck from head to toe and couldn't move at all." This was because Han Fei hadn't run very far in the first place, and the time fishing technique this time was theoretically targeted at the sky-opening realm. He could cultivate it now because his physique was extremely strong. Besides, the power of lightning was probably just because the heavenly Dao didn't tolerate the appearance of the technique, so the lightning struck down. The Great Dao here probably had the mentality of trying to kill him, but it was alright if it couldn't kill him. However, the noise was still too loud. It would probably attract everyone over later. Finally, after Han Fei pretended for about half an hour, the lightning became less and less, and it seemed that it was about to dissipate. However, Han Fei was surprised to find that the effect of the soul-suppressing pill was gone. Not only was the effect of the soul-suppressing pill gone, but the power contained in the mystic yellow stone had almost disappeared and cracks had already appeared on it. Huh? Time fishing is time-based? However, when Han Fei found that the soul-suppressing pill and the mystic yellow stone became useless, he wasn't very sad. Instead, he was relieved. How could there be such a terrifying technique as the time fishing technique in this world? If everything could be caught from the river of time, wouldn't there be endless resources? However, even so, Han Fei still thought that if it were under special circumstances, how could a resource like the soul-subduing pill be consumed in half an hour? After all, when transcending the tribulation, it might only take a few seconds for its power to be exhausted. Although Han Fei still wanted to try the time fishing technique, there were too many people around. He might as well try it when no one was around. Han Fei suddenly rose, shattered some milky impurities on his body, and then looked at the crowd. "Why are you guys here?" Tang Yan said. "The weather is abnormal, and the surrounding spiritual energy is flowing here crazily, so I came to take a look." Jinghe said, "We're guarding you." Many people looked at Jinghe. With the rumbling lightning just now, there was no need for them to guard him. Even if there were kings hiding in ambush around, they might not dare to go up to resist the lightning. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Since you're all here, gather all the half-kings of your races later. We have something important to discuss." Everyone knew what was going on. When Xuanhuan came out, they knew that Han Fei must have come out too. And Han Fei coming out meant that the Monarch Palace was about to open. Although the people here didn't know what kind of place the Monarch Palace was and how many opportunities there were in it, they knew that it was very dangerous in the Monarch Palace, so they had to be careful. Bear Handsome laughed. "Then, I'll go back first. Serpent Mengyu and the others have been waiting for this day eagerly." Luo Xiaobai and the others were all shocked. It had been decades since Han Fei had led them to the Raging Sea, and Han Fei had been using all kinds of resources on them. They were at least advanced venerables now. More than half of them had already broken through to the Half-King realm in this year. 2 hours passed. Thousand Star City, Central Holy City. From the Demon Beast Union, the Forest of Terror, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, and the Yin-Yang World, a total of 43 Half-Kings, including Song Kaiyuan and the others, were all gathered here. This didn't include Ren Tianfei. This old guy had recovered his strength quite quickly these years, so it was only a matter of time before he became a king again. And once Ren Tianfei became a king, his strength would definitely not be weak, so Han Fei didn't call him this time. In addition to these half-kings, Queen Life and the others were also here. Han Fei stood on the tower and said solemnly, "You should know what I'm going to say. I called you here today to see how many people don't intend to go. I'll also tell you very clearly that according to the information I know, the probability of death in the Monarch Palace is about 90%. In other words, it's really a place of death. Because of the exploration in the past tens of thousands of years, all the relatively safe opportunities in the periphery of the Monarch Palace have been taken. Those who haven't been taken are very dangerous. Therefore, it's entirely up to you whether to stay or go, xuanhuan said. We'll definitely go there. It'll be boring for you to explore the secret realm alone, won't it? The Insect King stepped forward. I've found my Tao. I've waited too long for this opportunity. Serpent Mengyu said, I've been training for so long and suppressing my cultivation every day. I've been waiting for today, Zilua said. When we reach the Raging Sea, I think sea establishment is not the end of my road. I must go to the Monarch Palace. Chapter 1978, Patriarch, Don't Worry. Chapter 1978, Patriarch, Don't Worry. None of the people who came to the Raging Sea with Han Fei were going to flinch. From the moment they entered the Raging Sea, Han Fei had already told them their purpose of training. Didn't they cultivate almost tirelessly to this day just to go to the Monarch Palace? This meant that Han Fei had already placed the opportunity in front of them. Although they might die, so what? If they took a risk, they would have a chance to become a king. Becoming a king. That was something many people had never thought of in their lives. Back then, a fake king-level black evil conch king had terrified countless people. In history, many people had chosen to break through to the sea establishment realm in the yin-yang world and the cage. At this moment, how could they flinch? However, not everyone among these people wanted to take the risk. For example, the sea bamboo man from the Forest of Terror said, Master Human King, I'm too old. Although I think I'm not weak, I'm afraid I can't keep up with the half-kings in the Raging Sea. Therefore, I'll just stay at home. A few insect queens said, Master Human King, after we adapt to the new environment, we find that the Raging Sea can let us shed our shells again to increase our bloodline and life potential. We want to continue to accumulate strength. On the Demon Beast Union side, Golden Tiger shouted, We're not afraid. Anyway, we'll die sooner or later. If we don't fight now, when will we? When I return as a king and cultivate for tens of thousands of years, I might be able to reach the sky-opening realm. We didn't even dare to think about it before. Elephant Dun-Dun, Old Golden is right. I didn't even dare to think about such an opportunity when I was in the cage. How can I miss it? Tianju said. If I go, I will definitely become a king. Everyone from the Demon Beast Union was going, but the Forest of Terror was much more conservative. There were only Ziluo and the Void Vine who would be going. As for the Void Vine, it hadn't broken through to the Half-King realm and was only at the peak of the Venerable realm. However, because of its special characteristics, its survivability was extremely strong, so it was prepared to take a risk this time. In the end, Han Fei glanced around and saw only 32 people left. In other words, 11 people didn't intend to go to the Monarch Palace, but this was what Han Fei expected. Originally, the people from the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world had only come to the Raging Sea for less than a year, and not many of them had grown up. Those who had great potential had been taken away by him to the Raging Sea to gain experience, so those who chose to stay now, although they had become half-kings, were either old people like the Sea Bamboo Man or Queen's Insect who could continue to become stronger here. Han Fei didn't dwell on this question. With swishes, he threw out an ancient object to each of them. Some were incomplete weapons, some were rotten wood, and some were stones. They were all things that had once existed in the Monarch Palace. Han Fei said, These things have the aura of the Monarch Palace. They are all the keys to enter the Monarch Palace. Keep them. We'll set off in the next few days. At this moment, xuanhuan cupped his hands and said, Master Human King, are you free later? Han Fei nodded slightly. You guys stay. The others can disperse first. With that, Han Fei looked at Queen Life and the others. You guys stay too, a moment later. After the others left, Han Fei looked at xuanhuan and the others and said, The Supreme Clearness World is suppressing your 4 palaces in order to cut off your path to becoming kings. I can only try, but I'm not confident. Otherwise, the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world wouldn't be hiding here. I've already conquered the Infinity world and the Supreme Clearness world. I'll make arrangements in the next 2 days. You just need to wait for news. Go back first. xuanhuan cupped his hands. Thank you, Human King. As early as when Han Fei faced the kings and several sky openers alone and saved the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world, xuanhuan and the others knew that Han Fei could not be described simply as the so-called heavenly talent. It required luck, potential, opportunities, talent, and other characteristics to have an extremely low chance to become a person like Han Fei. After xuanhuan and the others left, Han Fei said to Queen Life and the others, If my guess is correct, I won't be the only king going to the Monarch Palace this time. There are too many old kings in the Raging Sea, including from the 36 mystic worlds, 100 demons, undersea humans, and even the Merman royal family. For tens of thousands of years, many people became kings nearly 100,000 years ago. Even if some of them died, this number is probably half 100. But you are different. You have just entered the sea establishment realm and still have tens of thousands of years to live. My suggestion is that you'd better not go. Jinger was surprised. Then, won't you be targeted if you go alone? Han Fei said with a smile. How many people in the sea establishment realm do you think can do anything to me? Besides, it's not like our yin-yang world doesn't have any allies. More importantly, your strength is still too weak. Without resources for a long time, even if you become kings, your strength won't be too strong. If you go to the monarch palace now, it's basically equivalent to suicide. The probability of a king dying is not much lower than a half-king. Bear handsome, so if we go in, I'm afraid it won't be easy for any of us to survive. If that's the case, I, old bear, haven't lived long enough. I'm not going. Jinger said, I'm not going either. Who will want to seek death? Tang Yan, Cao Tianji, and Queen Life also shook their heads. Even for Queen Life, the path to becoming a king had just begun. She had never reincarnated before, so she still had a lot of time. In the temple in the central holy city, Ren Tianfei was extremely distressed. Should I go or not? If I don't go, I'll return to the sea establishment realm in 10 years at most. If I go, with my physique, I should be able to come out alive. However, I've lived for too long. Why don't I go there to have a try? As soon as Han Fei persuaded Tang Yan and the others, he heard Ren Tianfei muttering. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, you're about to become a king, and your strength is at least among the tops in the raging sea. Why are you going there? Ren Tianfei said, I'm not becoming a king, I'm recovering. My lifespan is about to end. I only have 10,000 years at most. Why don't I make a bet? Han Fei said. Don't you know what it's like in the monarch palace? Do you think it's necessary? If you go, it might not even be 10,000 years. If you don't go, you still have 10,000 years. If I can open the sky and achieve longevity, you might have a chance to become an emperor. The more Han Fei said so, the more determined Ren Tianfei was. He immediately got up and said, no, I have to go too. Now that you have reached the sea establishment realm and can escape from the hands of sky-opening realm cultivators, how can I lag behind? I have to carve out my own path and can't just idle around. Yes, I have to go too. Han Fei curled his lips. I wanted to teach you the purity mystic body, but you refused. If you accept it, you will definitely make rapid progress in the sea establishment realm. Ren Tianfei shook his head. What I want to walk is my own. Do you think all I have is the indestructible body? Since I've created this path, even if it's not strong now, this is my path. I have a feeling that after this technique, there will be more mysteries that I need to deduce. Needless to say, I have to go this time. Han Fei was speechless. You've already mastered the indestructible body. You can't cultivate it anymore, however. Seeing that Ren Tianfei was so persistent, Han Fei didn't stop him. As he said, Ren Tianfei might not be the strongest in the sea establishment realm, but few half-kings could surpass him. Forbidden Island. After leaving the central holy city, Han Fei came here immediately. When Han Fei came, Golden Boy and Jade Girl, who were in Death Valley, had already noticed him. Except for Golden Boy, in fact, all the undead in the immortal city of the human race were here. Perhaps they also knew which force they represented and what was behind the undead, so when the yin-yang world and the water-wood world returned to the raging sea, they spontaneously gathered here. Han Fei glanced at the grassland and saw a deserted tomb through the array. Han Fei couldn't help sighing and came to Death Valley in a few steps. Senior Zhao hasn't come out of seclusion yet, Golden Boy said. Greetings, human king. Master might be teaching his disciple what he has learned in his life. That child is very lucky. You don't have to worry about him. Even if Master comes out of seclusion, he can't shake the current yin-yang world and water-wood world. Han Fei said, of course I know. It's just a pity that Senior Zhao is actually not dead, nor is he an undead creature. If he can regain consciousness, he will be the master of the dragon, subduing world again and restore his extraordinary strength. Golden Boy said, unfortunately, Master is too persistent. Han Fei said, I can try, but whether it works or not depends on luck. By the way, why do all the undead gather here? Do you have nowhere to go? Golden Boy shook his head slightly. No, this Death Valley actually leads to a secret place. We didn't leave yet because we hope to leave after Master is freed. Han Fei looked back, only to see the patriarch thug, Li Daxian, had stepped onto this island. Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Patriarch, what are you doing? Li Daxian said. Han Fei, my body can't withstand the undead energy and has been corroded, but this made me stronger. Now, I can't change my fate of becoming an undead creature, so I can only be an undead creature forever. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. No solution at all? Li Daxian shook his head slightly. Hee, don't worry. Undead creatures are known to be undead. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the dark passage in Death Valley, wondering where it led to. Was it the legendary Immortal Temple? Unfortunately, Han Fei knew that with his current strength he wasn't qualified to solve these mysteries. He said, Patriarch, don't worry. Pure Sundao Palace will eventually return. Chapter 1979, Zhao Shenglong came out. Chapter 1979, Zhao Shenglong came out undead. Creatures had always been a mystery, and this mystery might only be known when he entered the Void Temple and became an official disciple. Thinking about this now was too early. Patriarch thug, Li Daxian, had once suppressed the Thousand Star City alone. He was a legend of an era. Although he was leaving, perhaps there was still a chance for them to meet again, so Han Fei wasn't sad. After Li Doxian entered the barrier, Han Fei said to Golden Boy, "I'm here to take Senior Zhao Shanglong to the dragon, subduing world." "Do you have any objections?" Golden Boy grinned. "Of course not. I've guessed more than once what the current dragon-subduing world will be like. If Master sees the current dragon-subduing world, will he regain consciousness?" "Thank you, Human King. If my master recovers, Golden Boy will never forget your grace." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay." After speaking to Golden Boy, Han Fei went to the grassland. He had a purpose to take Zhao Shanglong back to the dragon-subduing world. Now, the Supreme Clearness world had surrounded the 4 palaces of the Sword God with the Golden Crow world, the Dragon, Subduing world, and the Dream-Weaving world. Sha Zhimeng of the Dream-Weaving world had returned, and the Golden Crow world had long submitted to the Supreme Clearness world. Only the Dragon-Subduing world shouldn't be involved in this matter. At least, from what Han Fei knew after meeting the people from the Dragon-Subduing world, the people from the Dragon-Subduing world didn't have a good impression of Supreme Clearness and Infinity. According to Song Kaiyuan's understanding, the Dragon-Subduing world was actually forced to do so. Although they had kings, they weren't strong enough, and because they didn't have sky openers, they couldn't resist Supreme Clearness and Infinity at all. And because the Dragon-Subduing world wasn't weak, they would inevitably enter the vision of Supreme Clearness and Infinity. Who didn't want such a lackey? Therefore, it was still a mystery whether the dragon-subduing world really wanted to besiege the 4 palaces of the Sword God. Therefore, Han Fei planned to take Zhao Shanglong to the dragon-subduing world. With his current strength, no one in the dragon-subduing world should be able to do anything to him. As for what would happen to Zhao Shanglong, it would depend on Zhao Shanglong's own luck. If he recovered his consciousness, he might affect the dragon-subduing world's attitude. Of course, if it was just to force the kings of the dragon-subduing world to return, it was actually not difficult, just like how he dealt with the dream-weaving world. Han Fei took Zhao Shanglong with him because he wanted to try to find another ally. On the grassland, Han Fei stood there. As if discovering a strong master had come, the deserted tomb appeared directly on the grassland, as if it was looking at Han Fei. Han Fei said, "Senior, I'm Han Fei. Do you want to go home? I'm talking about the dragon-subduing world." Buzz. A hole appeared in the deserted tomb. There was no telling if Zhao Shanglong was interested in Han Fei's words, but Han Fei just greeted him symbolically and said, "Senior, I'm going to break this array. Stay back." Seeing that there was no response from the deserted tomb, Han Fei extended his hand and pointed, and all great douse in one sword burst out. As soon as this sword appeared, the periphery of the grassland appeared purple, and then a large amount of purple lightning tried to defeat all great douse in one sword. However, the current Han Fei was no longer an ordinary venerable, and Han Fei's current attack, even without the power of his great Tao, was not easy to block. Ka. In the void, some inexplicable cracks appeared. On the grassland, the arrays were collapsing and many pillars revealed their original forms. There were tent-like array buildings that were also full of cracks. Bang, bang, bang. After about 5 seconds, almost the entire grassland collapsed and the ground was cracking. Roar. In the deserted tomb, Zhao Shanglong seemed to realize something. The tomb suddenly opened and the skinny figure burst out, punching at the almost broken array. Crack, boom, whoosh. The moment the array shattered, Zhao Shanglong opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy and energy within 1,000 kilometers were continuously gathering. Han Fei was not stingy. He casually threw out more than 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones and tens of thousands of spiritual fruits. Huff, huff, huff. Zhao Shanglong was swallowing crazily. His flesh and blood were growing at a visible speed, and Zhao Shanglong's momentum was constantly increasing. After only half an hour, Zhao Shanglong's Sea Establishment realm suppressing pressure was fully revealed. Cracking sounds erupted from his throat. After another half an hour, Zhao Shanglong turned into a brawny middle-aged man with a square, masculine face, slightly dark skin, and a murderous gaze. In the end, when he looked at Han Fei again, he seemed to recognize Han Fei and asked, "Dragon, where is the dragon?" Han Fei said casually, "The dragon is in the dragon-subduing world." When Zhao Shanglong heard the words dragon-subduing world, the suppressing pressure from him was getting heavier and heavier. With a thought, Han Fei raised his hand to block, and Zhao Shanglong punched towards him. "Dragon-subduing world, it's those beasts who destroyed my dragon-subduing world." Zhao Shanglong was delirious and attacked Han Fei, which made Han Fei speechless. "Do I look like a fucking dragon?" However, at this moment, Zhao Shanglong's strength hadn't fully recovered, so he posed no threat to Han Fei at all, so Han Fei easily blocked this blow. However, just because Han Fei could block it didn't mean that this blow was weak. Zhao Shanglong had been trapped in the cage for too long. During this period, Zhao Shanglong basically hadn't eaten his fill and had basically starved himself to this point. Therefore, when Han Fei brought food to him, he was treated kindly and taught many great techniques because Zhao Shanglong lacked energy. Now Han Fei sensed the power of Zhao Shanglong's punch and found that he was at least in the top 30 of the Sea Establishment realm, and the void behind him exploded. Shoot, if this guy had been in the raging sea for 80,000 years, wouldn't he have become an emperor? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Although Zhao Shanlong posed no threat to him for the time being, he was definitely not weak. Han Fei estimated that when Zhao Shanlong fully recovered, he might have a chance to enter the top 10 of the raging sea. But at this moment, Han Fei didn't move at all. Instead, he shook Zhao Shanlong back and said, "The dragon subduing world has risen again. The crisis brought about by the dragon race has been resolved. Don't you want to go back and see your people?" When Zhao Shanlong heard this, the fist mark that was about to attack was stopped in midair and then gradually retracted. His eyes finally returned to some peace. "Dragon subduing, peace, Han Fei said. "We'll know if it has been pacified or not after we take a look. But as far as I know, although the dragon subduing world has been pacified and resolved the problem of the dragon race, it is suppressed by the supreme clearness world and the infinity world now." Supreme clearness, infinity, seeing that Zhao Shan's eyes were about to turn red, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Senior, is this your disciple?" Han Fei reached out and tried to pull the boy out, but Zhao Shanlong hurriedly slashed out and shattered Han Fei's hand. Then he reached out and pulled the boy out. Zhao Shanlong suddenly looked at Han Fei and growled as if warning him. Wang Hai looked at Han Fei in surprise and then at Zhao Shanlong, who was no longer a mummy. He didn't know what was going on. Was his teacher fighting with this young, strong master? At this time, not far behind Han Fei, Golden Boy and the others had also rushed to the grassland. Not far away, Golden Boy and the others knelt on one knee. "Master, you're finally back." Zhao Shanlong seemed to be thinking for a long time. No one knew how he remembered. After more than 10 seconds, he asked, "Golden Boy?" Golden Boy was overjoyed. "Master, it's me. You've been trapped here for 80,000 years. You have to go home. I heard that the dragon subduing world still exists." Zhao Shanlong seemed to have a headache. He grabbed his hair and kept pulling it. "Are you dead?" Golden Boy smiled bitterly. "Master, we are not kings. We couldn't survive." Roar. Seeing that Zhao Shanlong's breath was unstable, Han Fei took out a pill reluctantly. This was a soul-subduing pill. He had given Sha Xiaoshan 3 of them, and now there were only 2 left. He didn't expect that he would have to give out another one now. Han Fei thought to himself, if there weren't so many people here, I could have caught a fake one to feed Zhao Shanlong. 18, Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior, this pill can relieve your headache. It's a 7th grade divine pill from the Medicine King world. Try it." When he threw the pill to Zhao Shanlong, the latter was not stupid. He could tell the quality of the pill. As if knowing that the effect of this pill was extraordinary, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. In fact, Zhao Shanlong had been starving all these years. He didn't even dare to think about a level 7 divine pill. How could he, a delirious king, let go of such a high-level thing so easily? Therefore, after this mouthful, the killing intent on Zhao Shanlong's body quickly settled down, and a normal color began to appear in his eyes. Zhao Shanlong went crazy because he was too hungry and he was trapped here by the Azure Dragon and got too angry. However, he was a king after all. When his chaotic thoughts were suppressed, his consciousness would naturally return. After a full minute, Zhao Shanlong opened his eyes again, looked around, and then looked down at himself. "Where am I? Golden Boy, have you switched to undead creatures? Where is the Azure Dragon?" Han Fei retreated, giving Zhao Shanlong and Golden Boy time to talk. However, he didn't know how long a soul-suppressing pill could last. He hoped that Zhao Shanlong's consciousness could return. Then it wouldn't be a waste of his effort to save him. Chapter 1980, Dragon, Subduing World. Chapter 1980, Dragon, Subduing World 1, an hour later. With Golden Boy's explanation and the increasing effect of the soul-suppressing pill, Zhao Shanlong roughly understood what was going on. Although his brain wasn't working so fast yet, at least he wasn't delirious anymore. After all, the soul-suppressing pill was a 7th grade divine pill. In the raging sea, it was a peerless treasure. If even this couldn't wake Zhao Shanlong up for a moment, this guy was probably hopeless. After hearing Golden Boy's explanation, Zhao Shanlong cupped his hands at Han Fei. "Thank you, brother. I'll remember your kindness." Han Fei couldn't help taking a long breath. "Senior, don't call me brother. You are tens of thousands of years older than me." Zhao Shanlong seemed to be sober at this moment, and he immediately said, "No, we are both in the sea establishment realm, so we should treat each other as equals. Besides, you are now the master of the yin-yang world, so we should address each other as equals. Brother Han, I already know the cause and effect. I know that I may only be temporarily sober, and it may take time for me to recover. In that case, while I am still sober, if Brother Han has anything to say, please tell me quickly." Wasn't the effect of this soul-suppressing pill too good? It actually woke up Zhao Shanlong, who had been crazy for tens of thousands of years. Han Fei immediately grinned. "In that case, Brother Zhao, please follow me to the dragon, subduing world." Han Fei had planned to release Zhao Shanlong and trick him into going to the dragon subduing world. But now it seemed that he had thought too much. After all, a sea establisher was still a sea establisher. Even if he fell into madness under the effect of the divine pill, his recovery and acceptance ability were still extremely strong. Although Han Fei didn't know if the soul-subduing pill could heal Zhao Shanlong, it would be fine as long as nothing went wrong recently. Dragon subduing world. This was an extremely special one among the 36 heavenly palaces. No one was willing to take the initiative to deal with the dragon-subduing world because the dragon-subduing world had been fighting the dragon race. For the raging sea, if the dragon-subduing world didn't resist the mysterious dragon race, it might cause serious consequences. Anyway, the people from the dragon-subduing world were experienced in slaying dragons, so under normal circumstances, they wouldn't make things difficult for the people from the dragon-subduing world. At this moment, Han Fei and Zhao Xianglong had just arrived in the dragon-subduing world. Instead of barging in, they hid their strength and took a look at the current dragon-subduing world. However, as soon as they came here, both Han Fei and Zhao Xianglong were fascinated. It turned out that there was a huge vortex above the dragon-subduing world. Obviously, it was an entrance. As for where it led, Han Fei didn't know. Zhao Xianglong said, Is this the dragon domain? Why is the entrance of the dragon domain in the dragon-subduing world? Han Fei was lost for words. You don't know? Zhao Xianglong shook his head. When I left, the dragon domain had just appeared. This seems to be a battlefield that runs through the dragon-subduing world and the dragon race. I thought it was a place to capture dragons, so at the beginning, we captured many dragons from it. Later, when the dragon domain erupted, sea establishers surged out and slaughtered wantonly. After hunting many azure dragons, I didn't return to the dragon-subduing world. Han Fei had seen some pictures on the grassland, which must have been specially recorded by Zhao Xianglong. Back then, during the battle between the people of the dragon-subduing world and the dragon race, there were heavy casualties. The main city was about to collapse, and billions of creatures died. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Xianglong slaughtered dragons like crazy. Of course, perhaps it was Zhao Xianglong's dragon-slaying technique that saved the dragon-subduing world and laid the foundation for its recovery. Han Fei and Zhao Xianglong looked at each other. Zhao Xianglong was puzzled for a moment and decided to ask someone. He didn't quite understand the current dragon-subduing world. After all, Zhao Xianglong was once the master of the dragon-subduing world. He didn't want to mess with the kings of the dragon-subduing world the moment he returned home. If Han Fei were alone, he might have started fighting. Then it would probably be another robbery. For Han Fei and Zhao Xianglong, it was too easy to find someone. Han Fei directly used the void lines, and a venerable took the initiative to find them. Zhao Xianglong glanced at Han Fei. Brother Han, is this a soul-controlling technique? Han Fei said. Sort of, but not dangerous. He will be safe. The person controlled by Han Fei was a young man. When Han Fei looked at this person, he saw that the young man's pupils were dilated. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't speak now, he would have exclaimed. Han Fei said, I'll let you go, but don't shout. You should know that it's impossible for you to escape from me. As Han Fei let go, the young man immediately said with a black face, Demon Han, I won't say anything. The dragon-subduing world is not the dream-weaving world where you can trample as you please. With that, the young man tried to blow himself up. Han Fei speechlessly slapped his shoulder, making him stagger. The power he had just accumulated was instantly shattered. Zhao Xianglong couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. Demon Han? This name, Han Fei said indifferently. You want to blow yourself up in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Answer whatever I ask you next. Otherwise, I might really come to cause trouble for your dragon-subduing world. Seeing that he couldn't even blow himself up, the man didn't know what to do. Only then did he notice Zhao Xianglong beside him. However, when he saw Zhao Xianglong, he immediately flew into a rage. Hey, Demon Han, do you really think I, Zhao Feiyu, am a coward? Not only do you want to conquer the dragon-subduing world, but you also pretend to be our ancestor. You're too much. Even if I die today, I won't say a word to you. Han Fei looked at Zhao Xianglong in surprise and then at Zhao Feiyu. Do you know him? Zhao Feiyu snorted. Of course. Our ancestor was the first master of the dragon-subduing world, the first dragon slayer. He once saved tens of thousands of people from fire and water, attacked the dragon domain, comprehended Mystic Yellow, and created the Mystic Yellow dragon-slaying Dao. Who doesn't know that? Now, our ancestor statues are still standing on the islands of Dragon City. How dare you use our ancestor's face to deceive us? You're too much. Han Fei and Zhao Xianglong looked at each other. When they came, in order to avoid being discovered immediately, they didn't perceive the entire city. Now that Zhao Feiyu said that, Han Fei felt that Zhao Xianglong seemed to be quite famous. He had thought that no one would remember him after he left for 80,000 years, but he didn't expect that there were still statues of him everywhere. Then he found that Zhao Xianglong's face was red and he seemed a little guilty. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that Zhao Xianglong made the dragon domain thing, right? Good lord, ordinary people don't know that and treat him as a hero, but only Zhao Xianglong knows that, although he tried his best to make up for it, he still couldn't save the lives of billions of people in the dragon-subduing world. Han Fei couldn't help but say, Old Zhao, you didn't do those things on purpose. I think you should be more optimistic. Look, isn't the dragon-subduing world fine now? Zhao Xianglong sighed. Alas, with that said, Zhao Xianglong looked at Zhao Feiyu and said, Tell me, why did the dragon domain appear in the outside world, and why did the entrance become so big? Wasn't the entrance to the dragon domain sealed into the heavenly palace? Zhao Yufei couldn't believe that they didn't know what even a few-year-old child knew. He said, the second patriarch of our Zhao family, Zhao Zilong, Puffed! Han Fei burst into titter and asked, "Do you know Guan Yu?" Zhao Feiyu frowned. "No." Han Fei asked, "What about Liu Bei?" Zhao Feiyu said, "I don't know him. Let me tell you, our second patriarch is still alive. In the entire Raging CC, our second patriarch is ranked third, only after Yun Tianhe of the Infinity World and Chen Fengguo of the Chaos World. He is several times stronger than Wan Qingling, who was killed by you." Zhao Shanglong couldn't help looking at Han Fei. "Brother Han killed Wan Qingling?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Why, does Brother Zhao know her?" Zhao Shanglong nodded slightly. "This woman is not weak, but her comprehension ability is a little low. I didn't expect her to have died." Seeing the two of them putting on an act in front of him, Zhao Feiyu said, "Also, our dragon-subduing world is different from the dream-weaving world. We don't rely on supreme clearness and infinity. Therefore, we actually have no grudge with your yin-yang world." Zhao Feiyu didn't want to die. He didn't want Han Fei to cause trouble. Of course, he knew that Han Fei's purpose was probably to threaten their strong masters besieging the four palaces of the Sword God to return. Therefore, he wanted to ease the relationship with Han Fei first and express that they were actually not enemies. However, what he didn't know was that Han Fei didn't intend to attack the dragon, subduing world in the first place. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Let's talk about it when your master comes back." However, Zhao Feiyu immediately said, "Our palace master is right in the city to prevent what happened to the dream-weaving world from happening again." "Huh?" Zhao Shanglong's eyes lit up. "You said that Zhailong is in the city?" Zhao Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. This liar's eyes are so bright. It's over. He came with Han Fei, which means that he's not weak. I heard that Han Fei betrayed the human race. Is he a strong master of the Merman royal family? Are they here to hunt second patriarch? Han Fei said, "Take us to see the second patriarch of the dragon-subduing world." Zhao Feiyu said, "That's impossible, Roar." Zhao Feiyu's soul was controlled again. And then Han Fei said, "The Zhao family is the dragon-slaying Holy Land in the middle of Dragon City." Chapter 1981, Dragon-Subduing World 2, The Dragon-Slaying Holy Land. In the dragon-subduing world, only the Zhao family could live in the dragon-slaying Holy Land. In the eyes of others, one of the Zhao brothers had repelled a strong enemy from the dragon domain, and the other had defended the dragon-subduing world. This situation was exactly the same as the Nine Palace world. When old Han entered the Wild Abyss, he left Han Xuan alone to carry half of the main city and the Heavenly Palace to escape. In the end, Han Xuan successfully guarded the Nine Palace world. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. It seemed that in old Han's era, there were many brothers who became strong together. Originally, Han Fei and Zhao Shuanglong's plan was not like this. They wanted to think of a way to get the people of the dragon, subduing world back from the sword god world. But now, Zhao Shanglong returned when Zhao Zilong happened to be here. This timing was perfect. But Han Fei still reminded him, "Old Zhao, are you sure your brother can still recognize you? You haven't seen each other for so long." "Hey, were you close before?" Zhao Shanglong said. "I trust Zilong." "Back then, forget it. Let's go first." Han Fei's heart did a flip. He wouldn't run to someone else's home for no reason. Therefore, his black mist body quietly left, and his white mist body followed Zhao Shanglong. Anyway, with Han Fei's current strength, even his clone was very powerful. No one would find anything wrong. A moment later, Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong took Zhao Feiyu to the periphery of the dragon-slaying Holy Land. As the so-called dragon-slaying Holy Land was because there was dragon-fiendish chi here, so ordinary people couldn't approach it. And the Heavenly Palace's routine was always the same. Dragon Fiendish Chi was used to assess and select heavenly talents. When Zhao Shanglong saw the Dragon Fiendish Chi, he couldn't help but frown and tense up a little, and his body unconsciously emitted some killing intent. But how strong was Zhao Shanglong? The overflowing killing intent immediately made Zhao Feiyu feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Zhao Feiyu was horrified. This person was indeed up to no good. They hadn't even reached the dragon-slaying Holy Land, but he was already exuding such a terrifying killing intent. Wouldn't they have to fight later? Unfortunately, although Zhao Feiyu wanted to, he couldn't do anything in front of Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong. Otherwise, he would feel his soul being controlled again, which would make his blood run cold. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Zhao Shanglong. "Old Zhao, hold on. There are no azure dragons here." Zhao Shanglong forcibly suppressed his killing intent and tried to calm down. Then, he smiled apologetically. "I'm too obsessed with the dragon race. Feeling the dragon fiendish chi will inexplicably trigger my fury. I'm afraid Zilong has already sensed my killing intent." Zhao Feiyu thought to himself, who is this person? Is he addicted to acting? Zilong? Does he really think he is the patriarch of the Zhao family? However, at the next moment, a voice sounded leisurely. "I have indeed sensed it. After 80,000 years, I didn't expect you to come back alive." Zhao Feiyu was shocked. Isn't this the voice of the palace master? Then, a small path was opened amidst the dragon fiendish chi. Zhao Shanglong couldn't help but smile and couldn't wait to step out. Han Fei followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two came to the so-called dragon-slaying Holy Land. When Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong appeared, they found themselves standing outside a long hall. Behind them, there was a road that led straight to the center of the dragon-slaying Holy Land. There was a statue 1,000 meters tall, engraved with the scene of Zhao Shenglong tearing an azure dragon apart. In front of them was the entrance to the palace, deep and dark. On both sides of the entrance there were 2 sea establishers, one on the left and one on the right, looking at the 2 of them with a complicated and vigilant expression. Whoosh! 2 rows of lights stretched out for more than 50 kilometers. At the end of the corridor, in front of a huge dragon skeleton, stood a middle-aged man who looked 80% similar to Zhao Shenglong. The man said, 80,000 years ago, you went crazy and slaughtered and hunted dragons. But in the end, you disappeared from this vast sea. I didn't expect to see you again one day. So you went to the yin-yang world? Han Fei looked at the middle-aged man and thought to himself, this must be Zhao Zilong. Unfortunately, I don't know what weapon he uses. It would be interesting if he used a spear. Zhao Zilong turned his eyes to Han Fei. Han Fei, master of yin-yang, I've heard a lot about you. Han Fei nodded slightly. Nice to meet you. After nodding at Han Fei, Zhao Zilong continued to talk to Zhao Shenglong. The killing intent on you is too strong. Don't tell me that you came back to reopen the dragon domain seal and fight the dragon race again. When Zhao Zilong said this, he stared at Zhao Shenglong and seemed to want to know Zhao Shenglong's answer very much. Of course, Zhao Shenglong shook his head slightly. I came back just to see what the current dragon-subduing world is like. When Zhao Zilong heard Zhao Shenglong's words, he was secretly relieved and his expression softened a lot. The moment Zhao Shenglong left, he knew that Zhao Shenglong had gone crazy. Today, Zhao Shenglong had returned, and the 5 sea establishers in the dragon-subduing world, including him, were already ready. Once Zhao Shenglong wanted to start a war, he would have to give up the so-called brotherhood. Han Fei's heart stirred. Zhao Shenglong's state was unstable. Zhao Zilong was clearly very worried just now. It could be seen that once the seal on the dragon domain was opened, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, Han Fei added, dragon-subduing palace master, before I came, I gave old Zhao a level 7 soul-subduing pill. To be honest, old Zhao's soul hasn't fully recovered. I can't guarantee that he can keep his mind clear all the time. Huh? Zhao Zilong's face changed slightly when he heard that. Even the 2 kings at the door were shocked. In order to help Zhao Shenglong become sober, Han Fei even used a level 7 soul-subduing pill. Han Fei said, if you go to find some of the 5th grade Tranquil Heart pills or 6th grade Tranquil Heart pills and Spirit Nurturing pills produced by the Medicine King world, the effect should be good. Hearing that, Zhao Zilong looked back. Take some from the treasure house. The king immediately accepted the order, glanced at Zhao Feiyu, and took him away. Then he warned Zhao Feiyu. No one else is allowed to know what happened today except you. Zhao Feiyu was stunned and felt terrible. That person just now was really the first master of the dragon-subduing world, the patriarch of their Zhao family? Zhao Feiyu didn't know how serious this matter was. What did Han Fei mean when he said that the patriarch's soul hadn't recovered yet? The palace master asked if the patriarch was going to open the seal on the dragon domain. What did he mean? Instantly, Zhao Feiyu felt that he was caught in a huge mystery. He murmured, no, I have to find a meditation pill to eat in the palace. Zhao Shenglong said with slight shame, I won't stay long, I'll come back when my soul has truly recovered. Seeing that the dragon-subduing world is fine and that there are many sea establishers, I'm relieved. Zhao Zilong said in a slightly hoarse voice, brother, although I don't want to mention it to you, I think you should take a look. With that, Zhao Zilong waved his hand and the entire palace was brightly lit. On the inner wall of the entire palace there were pieces of white bone jade, each about 3 inches long. Some had names engraved on them and some didn't. Zhao Zilong said, you and I are both guilty of what happened back then. You chose revenge and I chose to protect my people. But no matter what, we should repent to those who died. Zhao Shenglong's eyes were blurred. These pieces of white bone jade were made of human bones. There were countless pieces here which made Zhao Shenglong's heart flutter. Zhao Shenglong almost couldn't hold it back, but fortunately he tried to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Zhao Shenglong staggered to the wall, leaving Han Fei and Zhao Zilong looking at each other. Zhao Zilong said bluntly, since the yin-yang master chose to take the risk to come alone and didn't mobilize the pirate army to besiege us, and even brought my brother back, I'm not stupid. Within 7 days, all the people of the dragon-subduing world who surrounded the 4 palaces of the sword god will retreat. Quan Fei nodded slightly. Thank you, dragon-subduing palace master. In addition, what do you think of the yin-yang world and the waterwood world? After all, our yin-yang world has limited allies on the trip to the monarch palace. Zhao Zilong pondered for a moment. On the trip to the monarch palace, I'll ask the disciples of the dragon-subduing world to maintain a friendly attitude towards the people of the Avenger. When necessary, they can help. As for the other people from the yin-yang world and the waterwood world, in fact, no one will know them. Just tell our disciples that they're from a heavenly palace who is allied with you, or just tell them they are from the dragon-subduing world. I'll tell them. Han Fei nodded. That's great, Zhao Zilong asked. Is this enough to repay your favor? Han Fei said. I didn't expect you to repay me in the first place, but I suggest that the dragon subduing world can observe the situation in the future. Supreme clearness and infinity might not be as strong as they seem, and I, Han Fei, might not be much weaker than them. But this matter can be discussed after the trip to the Monarch Palace. Zhao Zilong said, I'll remember, thank you. Zhao Zilong looked at Zhao Shanglong, who was groping the wall, and sighed in his heart. At the same time, he praised Han Fei in his heart. Han Fei's style of doing things seemed to be much better than the rumors said. At least, the dragon subduing world's return to him was actually not enough, but he didn't ask for more. In comparison, he was easier to get along with than supreme clearness and infinity. Han Fei looked at Zhao Shanglong and called him Old Zhao, but no one responded. Han Fei shook his head slightly and finally looked at Zhao Zilong. In that case, I'll take my leave. Chapter 1982. Target. Supreme Clearness World. Han Fei didn't have to fight for everything. For example, he could resolve the problem of the dragon, subduing world, sending troops to the Sword God world with Zhao Shanglong. The effect would be better, and he could get an ally for himself. Of course, their alliance wasn't very strong at the moment, but Han Fei only needed them to wait and see. It wasn't the time to choose a side yet, but when it was time to choose a side, it wouldn't be up to the dragon subduing world. After leaving the dragon subduing world, Han Fei didn't leave immediately. 2 of the 4 heavenly palaces that surrounded the 4 palaces of the Sword God were gone, and there were only the Supreme Clearness World and the Golden Crow World left. As far as he knew, Xuan Qingzi from the Supreme Clearness World should be guarding the heavenly palace, but he didn't know if there was a 3rd sky opener in the Supreme Clearness World. But even if there was a sky opener, so what? He could run away from those sky openers even when he was carrying that small world, let alone now. Besides, Huo Buli from the Golden Crow World hadn't reached the sky-opening realm, and he wasn't stronger than him. He could only be on par with him. But now, Han Fei was confident that Huo Buli was no match for him. Therefore, when Han Fei left the dragon, subduing world, he went straight to the Golden Crow World, even though he knew that there must be an ambush in the Golden Crow World. Han Fei was 100% sure that there was an ambush in the Golden Crow sky, because the battle in the Wild Abyss had just erupted, and even Zhao Zilong didn't dare to personally go to the battlefield of the Sword God world, but stayed in his own heavenly palace, in case Han Fei restaged the tragedy of the dream-weaving world in the dragon, subduing world. Huo Buli was not stupid. He knew that Han Fei might use this method to deal with the Golden Crow world, so he couldn't leave. Since they didn't leave and guessed that Han Fei might attack them, it was very likely that they had set up an ambush. But Han Fei still came. This was the confidence he had since he became so strong. If Han Fei came secretly, Huo Buli and the others probably wouldn't notice him. When Han Fei stood in the blazing sun city of the Golden Crow world and scanned it with the vast ocean navigator, he was stunned. He originally wanted to find a place with rich resources, which meant a place with countless resources like a treasure house. However, in the Golden Crow world, the vast ocean navigator pointed at the void. It turned out that all the places with rich resources in the blazing sun city had been taken into the heavenly palace of the Golden Crow world. Han Fei was speechless. Perhaps Huo Buli also knew that if Han Fei really attacked, they would be caught off guard. Instead of defending against him head-on, they might as well gather all their resources into the heavenly palace. Huo Buli must be very confident that he could beat Han Fei in his heavenly palace. In fact, Han Fei felt that he did. Just like when Wan Qingling fought him, these people might be weaker than him in terms of physique and strength, but they had a deep understanding of their great Daos, unlike him who hadn't even figured out what his origin great Dao was. Originally, if Huo Buli hadn't collected all the resources, Han Fei felt that he might have just robbed 1 or 2 places as a warning. However, Huo Buli had collected a massive amount of resources and might even be hiding in his origin sea, which tempted Han Fei. If he killed Huo Buli, didn't it mean that he could get a massive amount of resources at once? Perhaps this would be the best chance for him to get all the resources in the Golden Crow sky. Tisk, Han Fei couldn't help licking his lips and leaving quietly as if he had never been here. 3 days later, on the way to the Golden Crow world, Han Fei said, Uncle Xuan, we have to cooperate well this time. If the Golden Crow world has a sky opener ambush us, we'll just leave. If not, let's take Huo Buli down as soon as possible and snatch tens of billions of resources from him. Han Xuan was dragged out by Han Fei with a dumbfounded look. Han Xuan didn't intend to come out in advance. Once he came out, it meant that the 9-palace world would return to the vision of the major forces in the raging sea, and his strength would more or less be exposed. However, Han Fei's words that the resources were at least 10 billion stunned him. Did a heavenly palace have so many resources? Of course, every heavenly palace did. However, no world's resources were placed together for you to take. They were very scattered. Therefore, even if they wanted to snatch resources, could they find people all over the heavenly palace to snatch resources from? Even if Han Fei was given this chance, he could only use the vast ocean navigator 3 times a day. In the end, he could only rely on Little White to find resources, so his speed would inevitably be slow. However, hearing Han Fei say that Huo Buli had collected all the resources, Han Xuan was tempted. If they succeeded, how long could the resources support the 9-palace world? Han Xuan said, Han Fei, if we get the resources, give me half of them. Although there aren't many people in the Nine Palace world, the resources have been consumed a lot and haven't been filled up. Take it as a reward for me. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Even if he split half of it with xuanhuan, he could still get a lot. As it happened, the Forge the Universe still lacked resources. Because the resources given to the demon purification pot could not be consumed, Han Fei had very few resources now and didn't dare to expand his origin sea. Even the resources given to the demon purification pot were actually consumed a lot. The birth of the second divine pill had swallowed half of the resources Han Fei had piled up. Now, the remaining resources might not be enough for the demon purification pot to swallow. Now, Han Fei happened to get this opportunity. God help him. It was the best way to get resources. Han Fei pulled his strongest teammate over. Han Xuan's 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass was very strong. When he sparred with Han Xuan, the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass only reached the third form. According to Han Xuan, the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass had a total of 5 forms. Han Xuan hadn't told him about the 5th form yet, but Han Fei had a rough idea. If one day someone could force Han Xuan to use the 5th form of the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass, that person would probably be close to death. This time, Han Fei didn't bring anyone else because it was meaningless. Unless the Golden Crow world had a sky opener, it was impossible for them to stop him and Han Xuan. Han Fei said with a smile, "Of course, but we have to test them first. I'm afraid that Xuanqingzi or Bei Luochen will be here. If either of them is here, I'm afraid we won't have a chance." Han Xuan said, "Xuanqingzi has just entered the sky-opening realm. If I really go all out, I might be able to hold on for a while, but if it's Bei Luochen, let's just give up." Han Fei nodded. "Of course, we'll snatch what we can. If we can't, I won't force you." On the 4th day. On the battlefield outside the Sword God world, a king of the dragon, subduing world cupped his hands and apologized to He Daoyuan and the others. Patriarch Supreme Clearness, the second patriarch of the dragon, subduing world personally sent a message to ask us to retreat. He said that Han Fei has already threatened the dragon domain. If anything happens to the dragon domain, the consequences will be disastrous. This is much more terrifying than the death of only one king in the dream-weaving world, so I have to return with my soldiers. He Daoyuan didn't look good. It wasn't that he didn't believe him, but he was surprised that Han Fei could threaten the dragon domain. Was this guy so capable? However, under such circumstances, if the Supreme Clearness world didn't let them leave, their relationship with the dragon-subduing world would definitely be completely broken. Zhao Zilong would definitely think that the Supreme Clearness world didn't care about the life and death of the dragon, subduing world at all, and might even fall out with the Supreme Clearness world. Although the Supreme Clearness world didn't care if the dragon-subduing world would fall out with them, this would definitely make it more difficult for him to rule the 36 mystic worlds. Therefore, He Daoyuan waved his hand. "Go, I will oversee the battle of the Sword God Palace." This time, 2 of the 4 major powers had quitted. Although there was still a king from the dream-weaving world here, she was only here to show their attitude and didn't bring any soldiers over, so the king of the Golden Crow world was a little uneasy. He Daoyuan said, "Everyone can be worried, but not the Golden Crow world. Bei Luochen is watching the Golden Crow world at all times. Besides, Howl can take advantage of his heavenly palace. If Han Fei really dares to go there, he'll be walking into a trap." On this side, Han Fei and Han Xuan hadn't reached the Golden Crow world yet, so Han Fei tested his luck with the 9 Palace Luck Ruler, only to find that it was impasse. Han Xuan immediately said, "There must be a sky-opening realm cultivator there. Han Fei, Huo must be gathering resources to bait you." Han Fei was horrified. When he was still in the Golden Crow world, he had used the 9 Palace Luck Ruler to test his luck, and the result was ominous. But in the blink of an eye, it became impasse. The other party's trap was clearly a bit big, but Han Fei's face immediately turned cold. "Uncle Xuan, what kind of power can make us fall into an impasse?" Han Xuan said. "I think only sky openers can put me in danger. Besides, there must be more than one sky opener." "Huh?" Han Fei looked at Han Xuan in surprise. "More than one?" Han Xuan said. "I didn't tell you about the 5th form of the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass before. This form is enough for me to unleash 10 times my combat power in a short period of time. But the price is that the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass will collapse. My tens of thousands of years of hard work will be destroyed. Therefore, if there was only one sky opener, it was impossible to put me in an impasse. There had to be at least 2. 10 times the combat power?" Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. What kind of fucking weapon was the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass? If Han Xuan's current strength soared 10 times, he would have the strength of 1,000,000 waves. Besides, Han Xuan was a top heavenly talent in the first place. His strength could definitely rank in the top 3 of the Sea Establishment realm in the Raging Sea. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. It's an indisputable fact that He Daoyuan is guarding the Sword God world. Huang Jingyuan doesn't have a goal now, and because of some matters, it's impossible for him to participate in the matter of the Golden Crow world now, so he can't be in the Golden Crow world. Then, there are only 3 sky openers left, Bei Luochen, Taiyuan, and Xuanqingzi. Old Man Taiyuan never interferes with the matters of supreme clearness and infinity, so it's impossible for him to be here. It means that Bei Luochen and Xuan Qingzi are sure that I will come to the Golden Crow world. Han Fei immediately asked, Uncle Xuan, are you interested in doing something big? Han Xuan asked, what do you want to do? Han Fei grinned coldly, how about robbing the supreme clearness world? Chapter 1983, Reappearance of 9 Palaces, Robbery by Demon Han. Han Xuan was stunned by Han Fei's idea. Are you crazy to rob the supreme clearness world? Han Xuan said. Even if He Dao Yuan and Xuan Qingzi are not around, there are probably as many as a dozen sea establishers in the supreme clearness world. Even if they are not your match, it's not difficult for them to stop you. Besides, the supreme clearness world's protection array is not easy to break. Hearing that, Han Fei asked, Uncle Xuan, try trapping me, supreme clearness world. Han Fei and Han Xuan came to the supreme clearness world as fast as they could. Since Bei Luochen and Xuan Qingzi were both in the Golden Crow world, they might as well stay there. This time, even if it wasn't for robbery, Han Fei had to cause trouble to the supreme clearness world. Blocking my path to wealth equals to killing my parents. Since you don't let me rob the Golden Crow world, fine, I'll mess with your supreme clearness world. Han Fei didn't care about how the humans in the supreme clearness world evaluated him. Anyway, his name as Demon Han had already spread far and wide. Why would he care about the evaluation of others? This day was destined to be the darkest day in the history of the Supreme Clearness world. Heavenly Imperial City. As usual, the humans in the Supreme Clearness world didn't find anything unusual. After all, how could ordinary people discover a king's action? There were more than 20 CBD areas in the Supreme Clearness world. The resources here were so abundant that ordinary heavenly palaces couldn't compare to them. If they could quickly plunder all these places, they could still get tens of billions of resources. At this moment, Han Fei and Han Xuan had hidden their strength and were standing in the middle of the Heavenly Imperial City among the treasure tower, the auction house, and the resource shops. There were so many people here. Who would have known that there were 2 kings shopping with them? Han Xuan said. It seems that I came for nothing. If we rob them one by one, we can at most rob this place. However, Han Fei said, Uncle Xuan, this is for you to rob, not me. Han Xuan said leisurely, I shouldn't have listened to your bluff and got involved in this matter. You're just being impulsive. Fine, let's see how many kings you can hold back later. Don't expect me to get 10 billion resources for you this time. 2 billion is probably the most. Han Fei smiled. Uncle Xuan, don't worry, I won't hold you back. An hour passed. Han Xuan had figured out the main resource concentration points in the city. Then, he found a place to drink tea, and Han Fei was already gone. Suddenly, when Han Xuan discovered abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations nearby, he couldn't help but smile. The noise was too small, and it wasn't worth taking action. At the same time, in the Soul Sea, Han Fei circled the Heavenly Imperial Tree and launched an impudent attack. The Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree was the main reception place of the Heavenly Imperial City. The people who lived here were mainly strong masters who came and went between the major heavenly palaces. They either had business or had something to do, but no one under the venerable realm dared to sail in the raging sea. Therefore, Han Fei began to bite and swallow crazily. Little Black and Little White were level 88 creatures who were about to reach the peak of the venerable realm, and the Emperor Sparrow had already transcended the tribulation and become a king. Crack, crack. Han Fei bit through a big shell and quickly ate it, immediately hunting his next target. In less than 30 seconds, more than 20 venerable level spiritual beasts had been swallowed by Han Fei. The Emperor Sparrow said, Little Black and Little White's growth mainly relies on the environment. They grow well through the Soul Sea, but the further they go, the fewer spiritual beasts they can eat. In this world, there are only a few sea establishers, and most creatures wander below the sea establishment realm, Han Fei said. Then let them eat until they reach the sea establishment realm. By the way, help me hunt. Knock them out first and I'll eat them. There will definitely be sea establishment realm spiritual beasts appearing later. If I kill one of them, Little Black and Little White will probably reach the peak. However, the Emperor Sparrow said without interest, the resources you see now are actually meaningless. You don't dare to fight for real. You might as well study the origin Great Tao and reach the sky-opening realm as soon as possible. At that time, it'll be easy for you to fight the emperors here. In my opinion, you're just messing around. Han Fei was lost for words. You really have no idea how many resources we need. Without my savings, how could I have grown so fast? Don't always talk about your inherited memories. The Age of Gods must have been full of resources, but the problem is that I wasn't born in that era. Gulpa Han Fei bit off a small part of a golden flood dragon's body. The golden flood dragon tried to erupt, but Han Fei swam around it quickly and even ate its bones. After he ate it, the Emperor Sparrow said, Didn't you say you were going to the Monarch Palace? No matter what era it is, those who can become emperors are extraordinary. That's where you should go. As he spoke, the Emperor Sparrow's eyes glittered, and with a flash of red light, a black sea cucumber went berserk. Han Fei took the opportunity to rush up and finish it in the blink of an eye. Han Fei said, I'll go after this meal. In the outside world, near the Heavenly Imperial Tree, countless venerables exclaimed, Who? Who is hunting my spiritual beast in the Soul Sea? Ashhole, is there no one in the Supreme Clearness world? Let's not talk so much. Everyone, summon your spiritual beasts first. As more and more people realized that something was wrong, someone summoned a fish baby and was dumbfounded and vomited blood on the spot. Someone found that his jellyfish had become the size of a thumb and he shouted, "Someone is hunting in the Soul Sea, be vigilant." An inspection team of the Supreme Clearness world immediately perceived around. The leader was a half-king sword cultivator. As soon as he landed, he shouted, "Seal the area of the Heavenly Imperial City. This person is hunting here. His original body must be nearby." Puff 1. As soon as the half-king finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and the team members were all shocked. The captain had been targeted so quickly, everyone saw that the captain seemed to be summoning his spiritual beast, but they were surprised to find that he couldn't summon it at all. Then a team member exclaimed, "Not good. I can't summon my spiritual beast either." The half-king captain shouted, "Come on, summon your spiritual beasts." In fact, with a glance from the Emperor Sparrow, which venerable level spiritual beast could resist him? They were like dead fish, letting Han Fei bite them. Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow cooperated seamlessly. In just 100 seconds, more than 80 spiritual beasts had been swallowed by Han Fei, which meant that more than 80 venerables had lost their spiritual beasts, or their spiritual beasts had been reborn. Buzz. Just as the captain of the inspection team was shocked, he felt a terrifying pressure descend from the void. Finally, a king descended. He shouted, "Get out of the way. Everyone below the Sea Establishment realm, summon your spiritual beasts." With that, he glanced at the captain of the inspection team and said, "Guard me." After that, a circle of strange runes appeared in front of the king, forming a door that looked like a blood-colored teleportation array. Then, this person's soul left his body and entered the Soul Sea. The captain narrowed his eyes and said in a voice that only he could hear, "What are the kings doing? Why is there only one?" However, the next moment, 3 kings appeared in a row. Seeing that a king had already entered the Soul Sea, 2 of them said, "Let's help him." Han Fei was dumbfounded. Was this the so-called luck? He had temporarily controlled his original body with his avatar's soul and killed this inspection captain just to appear here more reasonably. Now it seemed that there were 3 kings sitting cross-legged in front of him, entering the Soul Sea to find him, and there was another king guarding the others. This reminded Han Fei that if he attacked now, he could kill 4 kings. While there were not many people here, 4 kills were enough. Han Fei immediately summoned the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei was trying to eat a Sea Establishment crab. This crab was the first king to come in. The 2 were so close that even Han Fei was shocked when he came in. However, the Emperor Sparrow reacted quickly and stunned the king. He directly activated the Eye of Disaster and produced inner demons in the king's heart. However, Han Fei had only eaten half of it when Little Black and Little White flashed. Obviously, they had leveled up, but before he finished eating the crab, he heard the Emperor Sparrow say, "Are you summoning me?" Han Fei was surprised. So fast? Han Fei certainly knew that summoning the Emperor Sparrow meant that he had to go out. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Han Fei thought it was quite urgent, so his body became bigger and bigger. In the end, he bit a few more mouthfuls and was about to leave when he happened to see a lobster and a turtle suddenly appear. Judging from their eyes, they were here for him. However, as soon as the 2 of them came in, they saw that the Emperor Sparrow and Little White had dissipated. The 2 of them didn't know what happened. Looking at the small section of the crab left, they thought to themselves, did the other party give up so easily? However, when the 2 of them communicated, their eyes were filled with shock. And when they saw the spirit swallowing fish, they knew who came. Unfortunately, they came in 1 step slower, so they left 1 step slower. Han Fei suddenly came back to himself. Almost in an instant, he activated his great Tao, and the immortal chi and fiendish energy in his body erupted. The immortal fiend saber darted out without hesitation. The king who guarded the 3 other kings was dumbfounded when he saw Han Fei attack. How could he resist such a blow? Tweet. When Han Fei attacked the 3 people sitting cross-legged, the Emperor Sparrow had already appeared and attacked the sober king. Rumble. Rumble. When a heavenly Tao crack appeared, Han Xuan's figure had already quietly disappeared from the restaurant. Chapter 1984. Reappearance of 9 Palaces, Robbery by Demon Han 2. What happened at the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree was too sudden. They had only come to investigate, but when they realized that there was something wrong with the Soul Sea, they just wanted to explore it. They didn't expect that entering the Soul Sea was equivalent to courting death. However, how could they know that someone could communicate with the Soul Sea from outside? This was simply unscientific. Except for 1 person, the other 3 didn't move at all. 3 of them were killed by Han Fei with 1 slash. The other's first reaction was to run, but the Emperor Sparrow was too close to Han Fei. He was less than a kilometer away. How could that king run away at such a short distance? Han Fei was quite ruthless. He stabbed this person with all great Taos and 1 sword so hard that he didn't even have a chance to react. Rumble, 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 rumble. In the sky, a total of 4 great Tao cracks appeared one after another. The blood-colored rain was as dense as blood plasma, filling the sky like a river of blood. At that moment, the entire Supreme Clearness world was dumbfounded. After Han Fei killed these 4 people, as many as 9 king-level perceptions locked onto him. It could be seen how many kings there were in this supreme clearness world. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for Han Fei to go to the origin sea of these dead kings. He didn't have the time, but he was here to cause trouble anyway. Even if he couldn't harvest these people's origin seas, by killing 4 kings, he could at least shock the supreme clearness world and let them know how powerful he was. They shouldn't think that they were the strongest in the raging sea and could really suppress the 36 mystic worlds. Han Xuan was stunned to see 4 kings die in a row. Is Han Fei already so strong? How did he kill 4 kings in a row? The kings who stayed behind in the supreme clearness world might not be the strongest, but they were definitely not weak. Han Xuan admitted that it would be impressive if he could kill one of them in such a short time, but Han Fei had killed 4. Did he kill them in the Soul Sea? Golden Crow World. Xuanqingzi and Bei Luochen were hiding here. For some reason, Xuanqingzi seemed to be uneasy. Bei Luochen said, "You just opened the sky. Do you often have an epiphany about the great Tao?" Xuanqingzi shook his head. "No, but I feel that something is wrong. Han Fei is cunning. It can be seen from the battle in the wild abyss. This person basically has no principle in doing things. Do you think he knows that we are here?" Bei Luochen said. "He must have some guesses, but haven't you and I already been prepared? With the Supreme Clearness Immortal Locking Array and the Palace, protecting divine sword of your Supreme Clearness world, how can a mere Han Fei dare to do anything?" With this in mind, Xuanqingzi nodded quickly. That was true. The Supreme Clearness world was so powerful that in addition to the sky openers, it also had a divine sword. This sword hung in the heavenly palace for 100,000 years. If anyone had any ill intentions, the sword would fly out and kill the enemy. In the Sea Establishment realm, no one dared to say that they could survive a single slash of the sword. Bei Luochen said, "Anyway, it'll only be a few months. If Han Fei doesn't come, we'll just kill him." But at this moment, Xuanqingzi suddenly took out 4 life tablet jade slips. However, these 4 jade slips were all broken. Not good. Someone ambushed our Supreme Clearness world and killed 4 kings in a row. Swish without thinking, Xuanqingzi rushed towards the Supreme Clearness world at full speed. As for Bei Luochen, his eyelids twitched several times and he was shocked. Kill 4 kings in a row? Could it be Han Fei? He had seen this guy fight before. How did he have the ability to kill 4 kings? Could it be someone from the Merman royal family? And if the Merman royal family attacked the Supreme Clearness world for no reason at this time, didn't Han Fei play a part in it? Since they could cooperate once, they might cooperate twice. With this in mind, Bei Luochen's expression turned ugly. They really have no principle. Howl, I have to go to help. Why don't you go with me? Otherwise, if Han Fei comes to you, the Golden Crow world might not be able to stop him. Yes, I'll be going. Howl was dumbfounded. If Han Fei really dared to launch a sneak attack on the Supreme Clearness world, why would he be afraid of attacking his Golden Crow world? Thinking of the dream-weaving world and the battle in the wild abyss, Howl shivered and chased after Bei Luochen. Anyway, all the resources were with him. Even if Han Fei killed all the way to the Golden Crow world, so what? Could he slaughter the people? And now, all the things that could be taken away in the Golden Crow Heavenly Palace had been taken away by him. Even if Han Fei really came, he would get nothing. Therefore, Bei Luochen's suggestion was really good. Supreme Clearness World. Human demon Han Fei, break into our Supreme Clearness World and kill our kings. Supreme Clearness Immortal Locking Array, open. At that moment, Han Fei saw that the entire Heavenly Imperial City was covered in a layer of green light. But Han Fei was full of disdain. It was just a city-protecting array. Even if this array was difficult to break, his golden light could directly walk through the river of time. Also, the time fishing technique he had just learned also gave him the ability to escape from time. How could a mere array tie him up? Unless you even sealed time. But it was obviously impossible. Unless everything was still, time wouldn't stop. Han Fei smiled contemptuously, and his low voice resounded throughout the Supreme Clearness World. The Supreme Clearness World claims to be the leader of the 36 mystic worlds, but don't you know how many dirty things you have done in the dark? The human race is disunited, and the sanctimonious Supreme Clearness World snatched treasures and destroyed cities with the pretext of justice. He Dao Yuan, the old beast-starred, hunted the 4 palaces of Sword God and Immeasurability. Why did they eat your Supreme Clearness World's big yellow fish? You call me a human demon, but I think you're more like scum. Han Fei's voice resounded throughout the Supreme Clearness World, but it wasn't recognized by the people of the Supreme Clearness World. Everyone was cursing him. Someone cursed, "Human demon Han Fei, what the hell are you doing? Do you have a grudge against all the heavenly palaces? You just want to snatch resources and treasures, bah." Someone was furious. This Han Fei deserves to die. If I were a king, I would have beheaded him and hung him on the heavenly imperial ancient tree for 10,000 years. Someone shouted angrily, "Kings, please slaughter this human demon." The 9 kings surrounded Han Fei, but they didn't rush up immediately. After all, this was the heavenly imperial city. The power that erupted in a battle of kings was too terrifying and could easily affect the innocent. Therefore, one of them burned a token in his hand, and Han Fei felt that the void seemed to shake, and then he felt a great danger coming. Swish the all of a sudden, a sword light cut across the sky, piercing thousands of kilometers and darting at Han Fei. Hiss, Han Fei was shocked. What kind of sword was this? Before the sword arrived, its killing intent had completely locked the void. Before the sword arrived, Han Fei opened the invincible eye and raised his hand, and the immortal fiend saber erupted again. How could Han Fei dare to underestimate this thing that seriously threatened his life? None of the remaining 9 kings of the Supreme Clearness world moved. They were only responsible for guarding on 4 sides. If a powerful force escaped, they could block it. One of them shouted, "The Empyrean ancient sword can even kill immortals." Demon Han, do you think you can break into the Supreme Clearness world while our patriarch is not around? You underestimate the Supreme Clearness world. Bang! The immortal fiend saber and the ancient sword collided in the sky, and countless people looked up at the sky. A sword light wrapped half the sky in green light, and a power with black gas surging like a pillar of light. Half of the green light in the sky pressed down a pillar of light, which lasted for about 3 seconds. Then, the immortal fiend saber suddenly shattered, turning into a layer of ripples that shook the sky. The 9 kings joined forces to seal the heavenly imperial city. At this moment, they looked at the other side almost at the same time, only to see a strange figure in black armor. In a breath, he directly took over the treasure tower, the auction house, and the resource shops. With multiple phantoms following him, countless resources were automatically taken into Sun Moon shells by a strange array. A king shouted, "Demon Han has an accomplice. I'll stop him." However, as soon as the king came down, a black light suddenly enveloped him, and thousands of arrays appeared out of thin air, sealing him. During this period, xuanhuan had already changed places and continued to rob. xuanhuan even took the time to say, "Do you need help? This sword is called the Empyrean Ancient Sword. It's said that it can exert the combat power of the sky-opening realm, but I didn't know that this sword could fight on its own. Can you block it? Do you need me to stop robbing and help you repel this sword?" Han Fei said. "No, so what if it can exert the combat power of the sky-opening realm? It's just a sword. Who doesn't have something good?" Then, Han Fei took out a big calabash and shouted, "Sword out to kill an immortal? My calabash can suppress the sky." Roar. Han Fei took out a level 5 Dao pattern pill and stuffed it into his mouth. This pill could boost his strength for a while. Although the effect was not long, it would be enough. Dharma Idol World. Han Fei went all out. A huge shadow more than 500 meters long grabbed a huge calabash and knocked the so-called ancient sword with it. Boom. At that moment, the echo shook and ripples swept in all directions. The ancient tree that had existed for 100,000 years was broken. Puff! Han Fei vomited blood, and his Dharma idol was full of cracks as if it would break at any time. But this sword blocked it. Han Fei bared his teeth, which were shining with golden blood. He laughed. "You are just a sword. How dare you attack me?" Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the 8 kings who surrounded Han Fei vomited blood almost at the same time. Everyone was shocked. This guy blocked the blow of the ancient sword with a calabash? The aftershock alone injured them. Did this mean that Han Fei could already unleash the combat power of the sky-opening realm? Chapter 1985, Divide the Spoils. The damage caused by the battle of the sky-opening realm could be imagined. Fortunately, the nearby venerables had already fled. Otherwise, they would have all died under this blow. The poor heavenly imperial ancient tree couldn't move and was eventually cut down. From then on, there were no heavenly imperial starfruits in the Supreme Clearness world. However, the moment the heavenly imperial tree was broken, Han Fei sensed the smell of chaotic qi. Carrying his seriously injured body, he flashed, picked up the huge tree, and stuffed it into the origin sea. Everyone was still resisting the aftershock of the calabash and the ancient sword, and could only watch Han Fei snatch the half of the heavenly imperial tree. However, what Han Fei did next stunned them. With a thought from Han Fei, his Dharma idol ran to pull the other half of the tree. The Dharma idol was pulling the tree, and the infinity water was crazily cutting the roots of the heavenly imperial tree underground. As for Han Fei, he stood in the air and activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. His body was gradually recovering. In fact, Han Fei was equally shocked. This blow shattered all his internal organs and turned them into paste. At this moment, his internal organs were intertwined crazily and quickly recovered. Beside Han Fei was the unscathed calabash. The ancient sword in the distance didn't attack again. It seemed that it was absorbing energy from all directions. Obviously, this sword was not omnipotent. Although it could unleash a killing move in the sky-opening realm, it clearly needed to accumulate power after the attack. Han Fei was secretly relieved. He had already prepared for the second blow. If the sword could come again, he would have to run. Bang! In the ruins of an auction house in the heavenly imperial city, an array exploded. A king who was tied up by the 1,000 Opportunities divine ghost compass had just broken out of the array, but what was in front of his eyes was already a ruin. The man shouted, "It's the divination array of the 9-palace world." When the kings heard that, their hearts sank. The 9-palace world that had disappeared for 80,000 years had reappeared, just to rob the heavenly imperial city? A king gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Han Fei, you brat, you even invited the 9 palace world over just to snatch the heavenly imperial city? How many resources can a mere city have for you to snatch? Han Fei sneered. Do you think I'm here to rob you? I'm just here to disgust you. The king saw that the ancient sword was still accumulating power, but they couldn't attack Han Fei, otherwise the island would be destroyed. Han Fei didn't seem to be in a hurry, but in fact his heart was in turmoil. Although the heaven enlightenment divine technique had partly healed him, this ancient sword was indeed powerful. His internal organs had exploded into a paste. How could he still attack? Once his flaws were seen through, how could these kings let him go? However, on the surface, Han Fei looked very tough, and others didn't see anything wrong. As for xuanhuan, if there was only one king chasing him, he really couldn't stop him. In this short period of time, he had already looted 6 CDB areas and kept stuffing resources into Sun Moon shells. While robbing, xuanhuan sighed. It turns out that robbing is so comfortable, it's too easy to get these resources. It seems that forming a pirate team is a good choice. On this side, the Dharma idol forcibly pulled out the heavenly imperial ancient tree, whose roots had almost been cut off. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all and directly collected the heavenly imperial ancient tree into his origin world, which made everyone's face turn green. Han Fei said, "Hey, I can restore this tree. Are you sad? From now on, the heavenly imperial ancient tree is mine." A king shouted angrily, "Demon Han, don't be arrogant. Even the sky-opening realm can't break this inescapable net and the immortal locking array. Even if you slaughter the supreme clearness world and destroy the entire city, you can never break out of this place. When the patriarch returns, you have nowhere to escape." Ignorant. Han Fei didn't want to argue with them. Since they thought that he couldn't leave, he would just let them think so. After all, they were too inexperienced and didn't know that there would always be a way to crack an array. If they wanted to stop him from escaping, they needed to be more proficient in the great Tao of time than him. It was almost impossible for them to trap and kill him in this supreme clearness immortal locking array. Han Fei said via voice transmission, "Uncle Xuan, just rob them. These people don't dare to do anything. If the kings take action, ordinary people will suffer. These sanctimonious people won't easily attack." Han Xuan said, "I've already discovered it. Just hold them off for a while." Han Fei grinned. "You, hand over your sun moon shells. Otherwise, if I attack ordinary people in this city, don't blame me for not reminding you." In fact, Han Fei didn't dare to do it. Slaughtering ordinary people would only cause him psychological burden, causing him to be plagued by hellfire and mental demons. However, they all thought that he was a devil. It seemed that being a devil had benefits. At least, others would be very afraid of him. No one would agree to Han Fei's request. All the kings were waiting for the ancient sword to accumulate enough power to attack. However, he couldn't just leave these people alone. If Han Fei didn't take action, these people would only feel that he was afraid. Besides, these people were supplying power to the ancient sword. How could Han Fei let them do whatever they wanted? Therefore, Han Fei went all out. The sky-hanging ancient sword was powerful, but so was my green thunder wine gourd. Han Fei's injuries were slightly better, so he smashed the wine gourd at the sky-hanging ancient sword with all his strength. In the eyes of others, Han Fei seemed to be confronting the ancient sword. Therefore, when Han Fei smashed the ancient sword with all his strength, these kings suddenly pulled the void and an invisible net seemed to envelop him. Heh! You're quite good at seizing opportunities. With a flash of golden light, Han Fei appeared beside a king with the calabash and dragged the invisible net over. The king who was approached by Han Fei was very fast. The moment he saw the golden light, he retreated and blocked it with a huge shield. Boom, crack. The 7 kings hurriedly moved again to seal the shockwaves. The king who was sent flying by Han Fei bulged his body and turned into a fatty. Although Han Fei's terrifying blow shattered his shield, it was blocked by his body. A jellyfish fused into the king's body. It turned out to be the power of his spiritual beast. At this time, Han Fei saw that the ancient sword trembled again. Han Fei had a feeling that this thing would attack again soon. Did it have such a short time to accumulate power? This was not good. When he slashed out just now, he used all his trump cards and was injured. If it attacked again, he would really be seriously injured. Han Fei's figure flashed and appeared thousands of kilometers away. Han Xuan had just stuffed a tower into his origin sea when he looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Xuan's face changed slightly. "Can't hold on anymore?" Han Fei said. "It's time to go." The power of that sword is very strong. With that, Han Fei grabbed Han Xuan and flew into the void. Han Fei didn't try to walk the river of time directly. He wanted to see if the so-called supreme clearness immortal locking array was really as awesome as they said. However, with a flash of golden light, Han Fei felt that the void was locked and he suddenly hit the void barrier. Buzz. Han Fei and Han Xuan fell out of the void and the 8 kings quickly perceived it. One of them shouted, "Demon Han, you won't be able to escape today." Swishta, the ancient sword had already cut through the sky again. Han Fei secretly cursed, "Uncle Xuan, follow me. Don't resist." Swish this. Swish this time, the 2 of them collided into a blue light. The river of time, glowing blue, looked extremely mysterious. Han Xuan looked at the circulating halo around him and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "The river of time?" Han Fei said, Uncle Xuan, don't worry. I'll go against the time flow and return to the time before the Supreme Clearness Immortal locking array is activated. Han Xuan, although Han Xuan was smart, when it came to time, he really had no clue. Could someone escape like this? This time, the kings of the Supreme Clearness world waited for a long time but didn't find Han Fei and Han Xuan again. Someone asked, what happened? Did he really run away? How was it possible? The Supreme Clearness Immortal locking array can even seal a sky opener. No, the person from the Nine Palace world is extremely strong. He condensed 10,000 arrays in an instant, and his strength is equally terrifying. Did he break the Supreme Clearness Immortal locking array with his high attainments in arrays? If I'm not wrong, that person should be Han Xuan. He's indeed a genius. We can't underestimate him. The group of people continued to wait, and many of the billions of people in the Supreme Clearness world were still dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. Swisha. A blue halo flashed, and Han Fei and Han Xuan ran out of time. Han Xuan said, are we at the normal time now? Han Fei said, of course. As long as we run out of the Supreme Clearness world's range, we can just return to the normal time node. We didn't cross much time, so it's no problem. Han Xuan said, let's go away first. An hour later, when the two of them were sure that they had run far enough, Han Xuan said, is the Empyrean ancient sword very strong? Han Fei vomited a little blood. He raised his hands and activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Bathed in the healing divine light, Han Fei felt much better. Han Xuan said solemnly, it seems that the ancient sword is stronger than I imagined. Han Fei said, it's a little strange. I could have blocked the attack, but the sword chi kept destroying my body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just snatched a tree. After using 3 Heaven Enlightenment divine techniques in a row, Han Fei consumed at least 1,000 years of vitality to heal the injuries caused by the ancient sword. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to have recovered, Han Xuan frowned and said, it seems that we made a loss this time? Han Fei shook his head. No, I lost 1,000 years of vitality but killed 4 kings. Uncle Xuan, how many resources did you snatch? Han Xuan took out sun moon shells one after another, and the two of them counted the money on the sea. After counting for half an hour, the two of them looked at each other and grinned. Han Fei said, there are about 2.5 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, more than 370,000 spiritual fruits, more than 800 ultra-quality divine weapons, and countless materials. There are also a bunch of demonic energy crystals here. The ground vein essence is a bit little. In the end, the two of them calculated about 3.7 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. Although it was very different from the tens of billions of resources they had planned, it was worth the risk. Robbery was very dangerous in itself, Han Fei asked. Uncle Xuan, what do you want? Han Xuan said, 1 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. You can take the rest. Han Fei said, then I'll give you 1.5 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, but I'll keep the spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, demonic energy crystals, and the essence of the ground veins. All the other materials and ultra-quality divine weapons will be yours. Han Fei didn't care about the so-called materials. He didn't need these materials at all, and the renewable resources were what he needed. Han Xuan couldn't help but smile. That's fine. You do need these to expand your origin sea. After you expand your origin sea to 30,000 kilometers, you'll need more and more resources. After 60,000 kilometers, from 60,000 kilometers to 70,000 kilometers, the consumption of resources can even match all the previous consumption. Han Fei smiled. I know. Chapter 1986, The Supreme Clearness World Retreats. After splitting the loot with Han Xuan didn't leave immediately. Han Xuan said, Han Fei, I know you're going to the Monarch Palace, but I have some experience to tell you. Firstly, don't rush into the Monarch Palace. Han Fei was puzzled. Why? Han Xuan said. All these years, although I haven't gone to the Monarch Palace, the Nine Palace world sent people over every time it opened. After a long period of observation, I've come to a lot of conclusions. Han Xuan said, first of all, when the Monarch Palace is opened, there will be countless entrances, and people will enter holding a key to the Monarch Palace, which is an item with the aura of the Monarch Palace. Although others think that it's the same no matter which entrance you enter from, I feel that the more dangerous the entrance is, the safer it will be after entering. Remember this. Han Fei looked solemn. The more dangerous the entrance was, the safer it was to enter. Han Xuan's research was very convincing because he was smarter than others. Han Xuan continued, however, the choice of the entrance can't just depend on the degree of danger around. If the color of the entrance is blue and black, it's normal. If it's red, according to the degree of brightness and darkness of the red, it represents the strength of the danger. The most important thing is that there is a pure black entrance. Don't enter it. According to my research, anyone who enters from the pure black entrance has a 90% chance of dying and basically doesn't come out. But kings can't enter from the blue and black entrances, or it will cause void turbulence. Because the space entrance can't carry the power of a king, you don't know where you will be sent in the void turbulence. Han Fei nodded. I see. Han Xuan continued, also, after entering the Monarch Palace, there are many abandoned places. These places are mostly on the periphery of the monarch palace. They have been broken through over the past tens of thousands of years and are generally not dangerous. However, that's relative to the venerable realm. However, if you explore deeper, you will still encounter danger. This depends on one's luck and fate. For kings, they rarely appear in these places because their luck will decide where they appear. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, does it mean that the place where a king appears is generally more dangerous than venerables? Han Xuan said, that's for sure. That's the monarch palace. If a king hides among a group of venerables and starts a massacre, who can stop him? The monarch palace is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. The former arrangements of the monarch palace won't allow things like this to happen. Han Fei nodded slightly. It doesn't matter. Which opportunity can be obtained for nothing? Since I was young, I've encountered a lot of opportunities. Han Xuan nodded. Also, don't rush to enter the monarch palace because there are a lot of places that haven't been explored. Therefore, no one knows what's there. Walk slowly and feel every crisis. According to my judgment, those crises don't appear for nothing. Since they appear, they should appear for a reason. Walking slowly has its benefits. Anyway, the monarch palace will be open for 3 years. When the time is up, everyone will be sent out. Han Fei suddenly said, sent out together? Han Xuan said, the places sent out are different, just like when you enter it. Of course, there is still a possibility of being hunted. Therefore, when people leave the monarch palace, there are often battles. This is one of the reasons why so many people died on the trip to the monarch palace. If 70% of the people died in the monarch palace, 20% died when they came out. Han Fei thought of something. So, if the few sky openers hunt us at that time, won't we be at their mercy? Han Xuan shook his head. No, of course not. The area within 3 million kilometers of the imperial palace is a place of competition for the entrances. Those in the sky-opening realm don't dare to go there. If a sky-opener wants to go there, there will definitely be great dangers blocking their way. Therefore, you see, none of the sky-opening realm cultivators in the Raging Sea are preparing to go to the Monarch Palace. Great dangers? Han Xuan nodded. That's what I'm worried about. There seems to be great dangers in the Monarch Palace, so I think the probability of exploring the entire Monarch Palace is extremely low, almost nil. Han Fei nodded and said, I see. As long as sky openers can't attack me, ordinary hunting is normal. Han Xuan said, it's good that you know. Go as far as you can. If you can't walk anymore and want to save your life, stop in a relatively safe place and wait for 3 years. I'm just afraid that the environment you are in doesn't allow you to do this. Han Fei smiled. You mean I may not be able to enter the Origin Sea? Han Xuan shook his head. No, you can't. You may be able to use the power of the Origin Sea, but if you want to enter, your Origin Sea might be targeted. Han Fei took a deep breath. It does sound dangerous. Han Xuan said, that's all I know. Being slow is enough to increase your survival rate by 30%. Han Fei cupped his fists. Thank you, Uncle Xuan. Han Xuan waved his hand. Forget it. By the way, does your avatar want to go back with me? Yinner has been urging me. Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay, letting his avatar go to the 9 Palace world was naturally a way for Han Xuan and Yinner to protect him. Han Fei was not stupid. The Monarch Palace was so dangerous that he had to be prepared. However, he believed even more that if he couldn't even explore the Monarch Palace, how could he open the sky and even become a monarch, let alone become a god? When Xuan Qingzi, Bei Luotian, and Huo Bulei sensed it, they found that 8 important trading centers in the Heavenly Imperial City had been destroyed. The Heavenly Imperial Tree had disappeared into thin air. Although the Supreme Clearness Immortal Locking Array was still open, there was no sign of the enemy. Bei Luotian looked at the ancient sword hanging in the air and asked, who is the intruder? Everyone had already surrounded him. A king said, Emperor Xuan, this attack was launched by Demon Han Fei, who came with a top king of the 9 Palace world. Han Fei attacked Yang Rui and the others in the Soul Sea and killed them. Humph! Xuan Qingzi was so angry that he clenched his fists, wishing he could find Han Fei right away and kill him. Bei Luotian asked in surprise, are you saying that the 9 Palace world has appeared? The king nodded. Yes, that person looks very much like Han Xuan. Han Xuan, Xuan Qingzi, and Bei Luotian's heart sank at the same time. This name, just like Han Guanshu back then, couldn't be underestimated. Han Guanshu was a person who was meticulous and cunning. He was the one who saved the yin-yang world back then. Otherwise, how could there be the current Han Fei? As for Han Xuan, he was also a genius. This guy created the God of War armor, a combat armor with extremely high intelligence. Back then, he used this to run away with the 9 Palace world. They didn't expect that Han Xuan would choose to appear at this moment just to snatch some resources. Xuan Qingzi said, they didn't dare to break into the Supreme Clearness Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, even if Han Xuan is here, they won't be able to escape. Bei Luotian, the Supreme Clearness Immortal Locking Array, failed to lock the 2 of them, the king said. Han Fei escaped from the River of Time. He controlled the Great Tao of Time and left a time halo before he left. Xuan Qingzi and Bei Luotian looked at each other. At this moment, Han Fei had already become so powerful that they could no longer do anything to him. Although Han Fei wasn't strong enough yet, if he successfully came out of the Monarch Palace, the consequences would be disastrous. Beiluochen said, "It seems that everyone has to try their best in this trip to the Monarch Palace. After all, we can't let him grow up." Xuanqingzi said, "I'm afraid it's unrealistic to continue to surround the sword god world." When Xuanqingzi learned that 4 kings had died, He Daoyuan, the master of supreme clearness, certainly knew it too. At this moment, He Daoyuan's expression was also ugly. It was not easy to become a king. Although there were many kings in the supreme clearness world, they couldn't afford losing 4 kings so easily. This must have been a sudden attack when Xuanqingzi was not at home. Now, Xuanqingzi would definitely return, and Beiluochen was not stupid. Han Fei even dared to touch the supreme clearness and infinity. Would he not dare to touch the infinity world? Therefore, Beiluochen would probably stay to guard the infinity world. Then, how did Huobuli dare to stay in his heavenly palace? If he did, he would probably die. In the distance, the sword god and He Daoyuan were confronting each other. The sword god seemed to notice He Daoyuan's abnormality. He said bluntly, "He Daoyuan, it's actually not very useful to surround our 4 palaces. It's true that if you dare to fight me to the death, you can take down our 4 palaces at the expense of sacrificing a sky-opening realm cultivator, but the problem is, do you dare?" He Daoyuan knew that his operation this time had failed. If he didn't go back to guard the supreme clearness world, if Han Fei took advantage of the opening of the Monarch Palace to cause trouble again, supreme clearness and infinity might be able to bear it, but the other worlds wouldn't. He Daoyuan snorted, "Retreat." When He Daoyuan chose to retreat, Han Fei had already secretly reached the Golden Crow world. He didn't believe that Xuanqingzi could still stay here after such a big thing happened. However, when the vast ocean navigator turned, Han Fei found that Huobuli was gone too. "Son of a Bht, you ran quite fast. Humph." Chapter 1987. Fishing Old Han Out. Since Huobuli ran away, Han Fei was no longer interested in going to the Golden Crow world. But Han Fei didn't return to the Yin-Yang world immediately. He found a random place, took out his fishing hook, and planned to continue to study the time fishing technique. Before going to the Monarch Palace, he couldn't learn this new technique for nothing. He had to study how to use it. The previous 2 experiments proved that the things caught with the time fishing technique couldn't be preserved for a long time. Han Fei thought to himself, if pills can be caught, what about other things? Han Fei immediately thought of Han Xuan's 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass. He didn't know if he could catch it. If he could, why would he bother to make one? Han Fei threw the fishing hook and started fishing from the time node on the battlefield of the Supreme Clearness world. The hook caught nothing, but Han Fei felt resistance. Perhaps because the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass was of a higher level, it was not easy to catch. But Han Fei didn't give up. Once, twice, 3 times, he actually caught the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass the 8th time he tried. At the moment when the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass was caught, Han Fei felt that he could control it without even making it acknowledge him as its master. It felt as if his consciousness was connected to the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass. As long as he thought of something, arrays would appear in the void. With a thought, an array will appear. What a strange power. And Han Fei sensed that there was something sealed in the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass, which looked like a set of armor. He couldn't help but remember the armor Han Xuan wore when he sparred with him. It could deflect half of the force. However, to release this armor, he needed to untie the thousands of array chains around the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass with a thought. However, Han Fei was telepathically connected to the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass, so a strange black armor quickly appeared on his body. Hiss, it feels so powerful. This armor seems to be alive. Yes, Han Fei felt that this armor seemed to have intelligence. Did this armor have a soul sealed in it? Han Fei had a feeling that if he didn't move in battle, he could just let this armor control his body. Unfortunately, no one came to spar with him. Han Fei immediately thought of the ancient sword that he had just fought. That thing was really strong. He didn't know if he could catch it. That thing had its own consciousness too, and was also very strong. If he could catch that thing over, now that the force had been reduced by 50%, it might not be able to hurt him again. 11. Therefore, Han Fei fished again, but this time he fished 12 times in a row before he pulled out the ancient sword from time. Although he had fought the ancient sword a moment ago, it was obvious that it was not easy to fish. As he expected, if he really wanted to use something with this fishing speed, it would be too late when he finally caught it. The moment the ancient sword appeared, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Hey, evil sword, come and fight me again if you have balls." However, Han Fei was surprised to find that the ancient sword didn't attack him at all. Instead, it fell beside him and trembled around him. Why? Can I use it? Hissed Tedass. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Can something I caught from time be controlled by me? Han Fei grabbed the ancient sword with one hand, but the sword didn't resist and was easily caught by him. Fuck. So everything I catch belongs to me? Han Fei was a little confused too. He thought to himself, isn't this time fishing technique too powerful? If its function is so powerful, all the good things in the world can be used by me as long as I have seen them? Han Fei grabbed the ancient sword and slashed backhand. In an instant, the spiritual energy and energy in his body were drained, and this was still not enough. Han Fei hurriedly activated the power of the Origin Sea, Chila. A sky-splitting sword beam spanned thousands of kilometers across the sea, creating a trench dozens of kilometers deep at the bottom of the sea. Buzz! After this slash, Han Fei immediately saw that the ancient sword was unstable, as if it was about to dissipate at any time. Han Fei was shocked. Is this thing so strong? Finally, after 10 seconds, the ancient sword disappeared into thin air, as if it didn't exist at all. About 60 seconds after the ancient sword disappeared, the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass also disappeared. This time, Han Fei concluded that anything he could catch, be it weapons or resources, could be used by him. But Han Fei immediately had a new idea. What about fishing a person? Han Fei had planned to try fishing Huo Bu Li, but then he thought that the other party might notice him. So, he decided to try how far he could fish, so he decided to fish Old Han. Fishing Old Han meant that he would have to cross the time river of decades to return to the last time he met Old Han. Swish, 1 hook failed, 2 hooks failed. In the end, on the 5th time, Han Fei pulled out a familiar figure from time. Who else could it be but Old Han? Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Although the section of the river of time he had crossed was a little far, Old Han was only in the half-king realm at that time, so it was easier to fish him. Han Fei couldn't help looking at Old Han, but he found that Old Han looked dull as if he didn't know him at all. Han Fei asked tentatively, Old Han, can you hear me? Han Fei shouted for a long time, but Old Han didn't respond. Then Han Fei ordered, Old Han, make me a cup of tea. Then Han Fei waved his hand and a table and tea set appeared on the sea. Old Han was making tea with glassy eyes. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the things I catch are all limited. I guess Old Han will only stay for a while at most. Although the time fishing technique is a divine technique, there are drawbacks. I might not be able to catch what I want immediately, and the time limit is the greatest drawback. Slurp. Han Fei drank a cup of tea and thought for a long time, ready to explore other uses of the time fishing technique. But suddenly, Old Han said, Don't, enter time, Buzz. Han Fei suddenly looked at Old Han. He only saw a slight struggle on Old Han's face before he returned to a daze. Old Han, Old Han. Han Fei gestured in front of Han Guanshu for a long time, but the latter didn't respond at all. At this time the old turtle said, Did you just fish someone from time? How did you do this? Han Fei said, I estimate that it should be a projection in history, so it can only exist for a moment before dissipating. The old turtle asked, Really? Then can you fish my great Dao back? Hiss! Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he immediately said, Old Yuan, you are really a fucking genius. Han Fei thought to himself that he had never tried to fish a great Dao before, but wasn't Old Han warning him just now? Han Fei was not in a hurry to use the time fishing technique again. He couldn't help but say, That's not right. Even if I catch your great Dao back, won't it disappear? Old Yuan asked. Will the great Dao disappear? Han Fei asked. Didn't yours disappear? Old Yuan, mine was swallowed by you. Han Fei, Han Fei also suspected that if it was something like the great Dao, it was really hard to say. He said, Old Yuan, do you think your great Dao can be regenerated after it collapses? Anyway, you're not dead. The old turtle said, I think it's strange too. Logically speaking, I should have died when my great Dao was broken, but I'm still alive. This makes me wonder if there are still remnants of my great Dao. Why don't you try fishing it? Anyway, we'll know if it's useful after you try it. At this moment, Han Fei saw Old Han's figure fade away. Even when he disappeared, he was still in a daze. Han Fei said, Okay, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, there's nothing I can do. Han Fei thought to himself, fishing for the great Dao of others is really exciting. As he threw out the hook, he tried to cross the river of time and return to the past. Han Fei didn't know how to fish for the great Dao, so he just recited it silently and cast the fishing hook. However, Han Fei did catch something heavy. Han Fei's eyes glittered. It worked. However, as soon as he said so, a power of time strangled him from the opposite direction. Han Fei was horrified and subconsciously let go, only to see his fishing pole instantly collapse. Fuck! Han Fei flashed with golden light and retreated 10,000 kilometers. A blue halo twisted where he was, and within 1,000 kilometers, many creatures instantly decayed and withered. Han Fei broke into a cold sweat. Old Yuan, are you fucking kidding me? If my reaction had been any slower, I would have been swallowed by that time. Son of a BHT, it's too terrifying. Han Fei was horrified. Just a moment ago, Old Han said not to enter time, and in the next moment it happened. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Just now, time was messed up and he was almost killed. The old turtle was lost for words. Well, I didn't expect this, Han Fei said. Forget it. I'm not going to study it anymore. Let's go. Anyway, you're only in the sky-opening realm. I think I'll have to give it a second thought before I do what you asked me to do in the future, the old turtle. Chapter 1988, Goal, Monarch Palace. When Han Fei returned to the yin-yang world, everyone was already ready. In the Thug Academy, the group of people were eating at a big round table. Wang Dashui said, Junior brother, did you forget us? Although we're not half-kings yet, we're not weak. We might be able to gain something from this trip to the Monarch Palace. As soon as he said so, Old Bai scolded him, Are you out of your mind? Do you really think you're invincible? Don't you know why Han Fei only allows the half-kings and above to go? You're not even a half-king. Aren't you courting death if you go there? Wang Dashui mumbled. Then the Void Vine, old Zhang said. Void Vine is very special. It can run very fast, but can you run as fast as it? It won't die even if a part of it is cut off. Come on, let me cut you into a few pieces and see if you can survive. On the other side, Yi Xian tugged at Zhang Xuanyu's arm. Darling, take me with you. I feel that I'm super powerful. Zhang Xuanyu said impatiently. You're not strong at all, okay? Do you really not know how to spell the word death? Even a half-king might die there, let alone you, a mere advanced venerable. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei appeared. Are you eating? Make some room for me. Shan couldn't help but ask, where have you been? As everyone looked at Han Fei, they hadn't seen him in the past few days. They didn't know where he had gone. Now that Han Fei was strong and elusive, as long as he wasn't around, they felt that he had gone to cause trouble. Han Fei said nothing. I went to the dragon-subduing world and the supreme clearness world. Everyone, Zhang Xuanyu pouted. Look, is this human language? Le Renquang said. I bet he secretly went to rob people and make a fortune. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Le Renquang. What a sharp eye. He guessed it right away. Seeing Han Fei's look, everyone knew that Le Renquang had guessed right. Old Zhang snorted. You only know how to explore crazily on the edge of death. Don't get yourself killed one day. Luo Xiaobai asked, when are we leaving? Han Fei said, tomorrow. Tomorrow? Everyone at the table was surprised. Old Bai said, isn't there still 3 months? Han Fei said, near the Monarch Palace, there's an area with a radius of 3 million kilometers where sky openers can't reach. Therefore, I'll ask our allies for a roadmap tomorrow. Let's go in advance and enter the 3 million kilometers first. Luo Xiaobai asked, why can't sky-opening realm cultivators reach this place? Han Fei said, it's said that it will cause great horror. As for what it is, I don't know. Luo Xiaobai asked, is this 3 million kilometers a safe area? Han Fei said, not really. There's also danger within this area. But you can enter my origin sea first. When the Monarch Palace opens, I'll let you out. Everyone couldn't help but look gloomy. With an enemy in the sky-opening realm, they had to be very careful even when exploring secret realms. If they were accidentally caught by the enemy, the consequences would be disastrous. The next day, Snow God's Temple. Han Fei and the Snow Lady met again. The Snow Lady said, I'm going too this time. Han Fei asked in surprise, why? The Snow Lady said, as I said before, some of the people who became kings back then have almost reached the end of their lifespans. If we don't go this time, it will be even more difficult for us to go in the future. Han Fei frowned. Why? The Snow Lady said, this time you caused a huge uproar. The wild abyss didn't stop you, and now it's said that the supreme clearness world has retreated. If you rise to prominence, who can feel at ease? Besides, many people are indeed about to reach the end of their lives. They have to go. This time, there might be a scene of many kings exploring the Monarch Palace together. The more people there are, the stronger they will be. Even if they are not allies, their goal of exploring the Monarch Palace is the same. Han Fei said, got it. They choose to concentrate their firepower on this exploration to explore as far as they can and take as many opportunities as they can. Then it's up to fate whether they can survive or not, right? The Snow Lady. That's right, Han Fei grinned. So, Huang Jie must be going too. The Snow Lady looked at Han Fei in surprise. Is the Million Poison World your ally? The Snow Lady couldn't help but remember that when she went to the land of King Death last time, Han Fei had boarded Huang Jie's ship. In that case, there might have been signs at that time, but she didn't know how Han Fei developed trust with Huang Jie. Han Fei said, I'm going first. Once we enter the Monarch Palace, if we can meet, we'll help each other. If not, take care. The Snow Lady tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei. She was really a little emotional. How could anyone rise to such a level in such a short period of time? It was said that Han Fei's strength had already entered the top 10 of the Sea Establishment realm in the Raging Sea, and according to the data of the Martial Emperor City, he was currently ranked 5th. It wasn't that Han Fei could only be ranked 5th, but that he was ranked in the top 5. It meant that he was ranked at least 5th. But the 5th place was already beyond the reach of countless sea establishers. If it weren't for those sky openers, it could be said that Han Fei had already reached the top. However, Han Fei didn't feel that way. He felt that there were still many people suppressing him. Not to mention the sky openers, Xia Xiaochan's mother, Xia Hongzhu, the Queen of War, had yet to recover her strength and was already in the sky opening realm. If her strength recovered, Han Fei suspected that she would be able to touch the threshold of the Monarch realm. What made Han Fei feel most depressed was the existence of the Monarch Palace. It had suppressed the Raging Sea for 100,000 years. It could be imagined how terrifying a monarch was. It could also be imagined that he was still far away from the ceiling of strength in this world. Even a monarch could suppress the Raging Sea. Then, what about an existence at the level of a god? Han Fei had thought that the Monarch Palace would be in the inner sea, but in fact, it wasn't. If the Raging Sea was divided into the inner and outer sea, then the Monarch Palace happened to be in the outer sea, but its direction was in the east. The Raging Sea took the direction of the Monarch Palace as the east. However, once you left the vicinity of the Monarch Palace, you wouldn't even know which direction was north, south, east, and west. You would only circle around and go back, or you would sink into the raging sea. So far, except for the human king who went east, and Xiahongju, no one had left the raging sea. After Xiahongju returned, it had been 100,000 years. Whether she could still find her way out was a mystery. This was because Xiahongju and the others, who were the first batch of people to travel to the east, had never seen the Monarch Palace. The Monarch Palace appeared later. Therefore, Han Fei even suspected that a monarch-level powerhouse had deliberately sealed this place. Anyway, following the route map given by the Snow Lady, Han Fei flashed for a full day. Although he took a break during this period, the distance was far away. During this period, Han Fei passed 13 landmarks marked on the route, and then realized that he had walked about 2/3 of the way. Half a day later, Han Fei came to a warm sea area rich in resources and suitable for the survival of all creatures such as coral reefs. According to the Snow Lady, when one first came here, he would find that there were colorful colors here, but the deeper he went, the redder the color inside. There were many towering stone pillars here, and the surrounding stone pillars were full of colorful plants and animals. As he went deeper, the main color of these stone pillars also turned red. The Snow Lady warned him that he would officially enter the Monarch Palace after another 100,000 kilometers. As for where the Monarch Palace was, he couldn't perceive it with his perception. He could only enter it through the teleportation entrance that appeared in this sea area when the Monarch Palace opened. However, there were hidden dangers in this sea area, and the level of danger was very high. The Snow Lady said that before entering the Monarch Palace, just in this sea area, 10 to 30% of explorers might die. Only when everyone was in the Half-King realm did the probability of death drop to about 10%. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and immediately found the problem. When his perception extended about 110,000 kilometers, it disappeared as if it had been absorbed by some power. He couldn't see anything and seemed to be able to only see with the naked eye. Oh, interesting. Absorbing perception and making everyone blind. In such a vast territory, it's hard to say if we can meet anyone, but we will definitely encounter other forms of danger. Han Fei thought for a moment. He had to go in anyway. It made no difference whether he went in now or later. Buzz. Han Fei leaped with golden light and appeared directly in this sea area. Han Fei didn't know where he was, but at this moment, there were wisps of red mist in the surrounding seawater, as if the seawater had become turbid. This red turbidity could have normal vision. Han Fei happened to be next to a colorful stone pillar. Although his perception was ineffective, he still tried to perceive around. However, as soon as he spread out his perception, it touched the red mist, causing his perception directly to be swallowed, and he couldn't even perceive a meter away. Whoosh! While Han Fei was chuckling, he saw that the void next to him shattered into a pair of scissors and suddenly clamped over. Chapter 1989, Collect Chaotic Chi, Colorful and Poisonous. It was a fat worm with a tail like a pair of scissors. Its body was full of marine plants, shells, and seaweed, and it was stuck to the stone pillar. Its disguise was simply flawless. This creature was already extremely fast, but Han Fei was a sea establisher anyway. The moment its killing intent burst out, Han Fei's eyes had already fallen on it. Han Fei clasped his hands and grabbed the two scissors that could cut through the void. Seeing that it seemed to be a creature made of stone and grass, information popped up in his eyes. Name a bloody scissor worm. Introduction. Living in a place that has been suffused with blood for a long time, they grow by absorbing the suppressing power in the blood and chi of this realm. The bloody scissor worms can completely blend into the natural environment. In a non-combat state, they can be plants, insects, or stones. This worm is poisonous. Once the poison enters the blood, it can corrode the bloodline. 2. Level 88, to Quality Exotica Realm. Advanced Venerable Advanced. Venerable Agiotic Chi contained 59 wisps are battle technique, blood-light scissors, shadowless scissors, blood-dissolving poisonous, spiker collectible edgy-solving poison. Blood-tail scissors are absorbable. Remarks. First TD. This insect is poisonous. First TD and E59. First TD-U are remarks in WATD. First TD-8 to W8. First TD. First TD 40U at G6. Before the insect reacted, he tore the insect in half with his hands. The void lines were attached to it, and the demon purification pot absorbed the chaotic chi in the insect's body quickly. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the harvest. Although this insect hadn't reached the peak of the venerable realm, it still had dozens of wisps of chaotic chi. At this speed, wouldn't it be easy for him to get tens of thousands of wisps of chaotic chi if he hunted for a few more months here? Without stopping here, he continued to swim deeper into this place. The scenery along the way became more and more strange because the colors here were too beautiful and pure. For example, Han Fei saw a large area of black and yellow striped sea anemones. The color was so pure that it was almost glowing, as shiny as polished gold. There were also red poisonous mushrooms, blue and white spiders, and corals of various colors. Only the ground and the rock skin were dark red. Han Fei felt that he seemed to have entered a sea of paintings. All kinds of colors surrounded him, making his eyes a little uncomfortable. Han Fei thought that he would encounter a lot of danger, but when he walked forward, he found that no creatures attacked him. Except for the one just now, no other creatures ambushed Han Fei again. Han Fei was curious. He fused with Little Black and Little White and soon discovered something wrong. He found that in a place that he couldn't see just now, after a sea anemone saw him, it immediately turned into a normal sea anemone. A colorful crab shrank itself into a stone, and a squid drilled into its nest. It seemed that these creatures had discovered Han Fei long ago. Huh? I couldn't even discover them. How did they discover me? Han Fei flew past these creatures, but they didn't attack him. Instead, he found that these creatures weren't very strong and didn't even need to be hunted. After searching for quite a while, Han Fei went at least 1,000,000 kilometers deep. When there were more and more turbid red particles in the surrounding seawater, he found a blood coral spider in the Half-King realm under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator. The spider disguised itself very well. Under the cover of the turbid red mist, it could even conceal its spiritual energy and energy state. If Han Fei hadn't seen its information, he would have missed it. When Han Fei approached the spider, he took action. Unlike other creatures, although the spider didn't move, a big net fell silently. The moment the big net fell, Han Fei felt a sharp claw extending out of the void and stabbing the back of his head. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to defend against. Oh! Han Fei waved his hand, and a knife light burst out. In the next moment, the net broke and the claw shattered. From beginning to end, the spider didn't move at all. Han Fei didn't attack immediately. He just wanted to see if the spider would attack again. As he expected, the spider didn't attack again but stayed still, trying to hide itself. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. This spider's combat power was not low, and its attack methods were not bad. If it were an ordinary half-king, he might not have been able to completely dodge it. Besides, even if he dodged this sneak attack, so what? The spider's original body hadn't even attacked. It could be seen that the half-king creatures here had extraordinary hunting methods. This was why most of the people coming from the raging sea to explore the monarch palace gradually became half-kings here. However, the spider didn't attack again because it found that Han Fei was very strong. But this time, Han Fei keenly noticed that when he shattered the claw sting, a tiny part of the turbid red mist in the water passed through his body after it shattered. No wonder. Han Fei suddenly understood why no creatures attacked him along the way. It turned out that when he was destroying the red mist, this strange red mist seemed to reflect his strength. Han Fei checked the reflection but didn't find anything. Yes, even with his strength as a king, he didn't find anything wrong with the red mist, nor did he find anything on his body. It seemed that only the creatures here could feel it. Therefore, when Han Fei approached other creatures, these creatures could know how powerful Han Fei was, so they didn't attack him at all. Han Fei was speechless. So, a king in this so-called dangerous area was actually equivalent to being in a safe area? In that case, the embroidery needle appeared in Han Fei's hand, and he thrust out his spear, nailing the blood-colored coral spider to death. The void lines buckled, and Han Fei put his hand on the rock-like spider and swallowed its chaotic chi. Han Fei grinned. In that case, I won't hold back. Shall I? Let's hunt. Han Fei said in high spirits, Little White, find me the half-king creatures here. However, after a brief stun, Little White looked at Han Fei. Dad, I can't find any. Huh? Han Fei, who was in high spirits just now, was dumbfounded to hear what Little White said. He asked in surprise, how can you not find it? How can they hide from your eyes? Little White swam around Han Fei a few times. Dad, I can't feel anything, spiritual energy or energy. I can't even see 100 meters away. Han Fei's heart sank. It seemed that he was still too naive. It made sense. If the half-kings here were so easy to hunt, this place would have become a resource-gathering ground for the kings in the raging sea. Then there wouldn't have been any half-kings left here. Therefore, if he wanted to hunt, he could only do it through the vast ocean navigator. According to the speed of hunting 3 times a day, he could only hunt 90 times a month. Even if the average chaotic chi contained by a half-king was about 150 wisps, it was equivalent to 13,500 wisps of chaotic chi. Plus the chaotic chi he had accumulated now, it would exceed 45,000 wisps. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It was already a lot. At least, if he came out of the monarch palace in the future, he could hunt here for a year or so. As long as there were enough half-kings here, it wouldn't be difficult for him to accumulate chaotic chi. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator. The hunt had officially begun. 3 months later, Han Fei estimated that it would be less than 2 days before the monarch palace opened. In the past 3 months, Han Fei had hunted 102 half-kings, some of which he found and killed. This was not bullying the weak, but the law of survival in nature. During this period, Han Fei had obtained 15,096 wisps of chaotic chi, and his total chaotic chi had reached 46,015 wisps. The amount of chaotic chi he stored now was probably the most in the entire raging sea. He had asked the old turtle how much chaotic chi a sea establisher should store. However, this time, the old turtle didn't have an accurate explanation. He could only provide information about him. He said that when he transcended the tribulation to become a king, the amount of chaotic chi he had just exceeded 50,000 wisps. This number really shocked Han Fei, because among the kings Han Fei had killed so far, who had so much chaotic chi. However, the old turtle explained, "But I slept on an ancient battlefield for tens of thousands of years. An emperor-level powerhouse died on that battlefield, so I absorbed a lot of chaotic chi." Han Fei thought to himself, the old turtle is an exception. He had so much chaotic chi because of opportunities. He hadn't even surpassed the old turtle, so he didn't think that his chaotic chi was the most anymore. Buzz. Suddenly, when Han Fei was preparing for today's hunt, the red mist in this sea area seemed to be boiling. Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw that all the creatures he saw no longer hid themselves. For example, a sea anemone in the junior venerable realm not far from Han Fei suddenly bloomed. Every sea anemone tentacle was a sharp knife that could extend 100 meters. Han Fei passed by other places and found that wherever he passed, all the creatures no longer hid themselves and appeared one after another. However, Han Fei felt that they seemed to have entered a berserk state. Is this the so-called entrance danger? Chapter 1990, Life and Death Are Fated. Take care. When something strange happened here, Han Fei knew that the Monarch Palace was about to open. If he guessed right, the kings had already arrived at the periphery of this place. Because of the red mist, even a sky opener couldn't perceive the situation in the red mist sea from the periphery. Therefore, people like Bei Luochen were destined to be unable to find him. Even if they had already set up an ambush outside, as long as he broke into the Red Sea, they were helpless. Perhaps this was also a kind of protection for the people who came to explore. As for sky openers, they didn't need to explore the Monarch Palace at all. With the thought from Han Fei, the illusion of mountains and rivers was reflected, and Xia Xiaoshan and the others all appeared near him. Even the hexagon starfish was forcibly summoned out by Han Fei. Han Fei threw the hexagon starfish to xuanhuan. With the hexagon starfish's current ability, it could protect Xuanhuan, but it was almost impossible for it to protect him. As soon as they appeared, they observed their surroundings. Someone immediately said, "Perception is useless here. It can't even penetrate half a meter outside my body." Ziluo said, "These sea demon plants are a little strange. They're swaying so violently and crazily as if they're burning their blood to fight." Zhang Xuanyu said, "For some reason, I feel an adventurous vibe that I haven't felt in a long time." At this moment, everyone had realized where they were. This must be the Monarch Palace. Han Fei said, "Everyone, listen up. The Monarch Palace will open in less than 2 days. Therefore, from this moment on, I can no longer protect you. Now, I'll give you a few pieces of information about the Monarch Palace, which are enough to increase your survival rate by 30%. Hearing that it could increase their survival rate, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Although they had made countless preparations for this trip to the Monarch Palace, this was a dangerous situation after all. Their chances of death would be as high as 90%. Who wouldn't panic? After a while, when Han Fei told them what Han Xuan told him, everyone was a little surprised. Was it so simple to increase the survival rate? Han Fei said, "Don't think this is simple. Do you know how many half-kings will enter the Monarch Palace this time? I'm afraid that at a conservative estimate, there will probably be more than 5,000 of them. Listen, they're half-kings, not venerables. In addition to humans, there are also sea demons, undersea humans, the merman pirates, the martial emperor city, the 10 great pirate teams, and even giant beasts, as well as itinerant cultivators in this raging sea. There will be countless strong masters. Whether you can come out alive depends on you." Hisset, as the only peak-level venerable present, the Voidvine asked nervously, "Master Human King, am I too weak?" Han Fei said grumpily, "You can try running out now. If I've guessed right, there are a few sky openers 1,000,000 kilometers away. Maybe they will be kind enough to let you go." The Voidvine, "Well, then I'll just stay," Luo Xiaobai asked. "What's wrong with where we are now?" Han Fei said. "It should be a sign that the Monarch Palace is about to open. Because your perception can't detect it, and the creatures here are too good at disguising themselves, even I might not be able to find the disguised creatures here at a close distance. Therefore, when looking for the entrance, you will definitely be attacked by a large number of creatures. In theory, 10% of you will die here." Han Fei looked at everyone. "However, melee should be what you are best at. As long as you pay attention, don't get ambushed, and be vigilant at all times, the probability of survival is still very high. You just need to choose a good entrance. This time, I won't help you find your way one by one. You have to find your own ways. In this sea of red mist, your own fate will be up to you." Luo Xiaobai asked, "Shall we go now?" Han Fei said, "It doesn't matter. It's dangerous, but also an opportunity. If you can't even find the entrance, entering the Monarch Palace is equivalent to suicide." If they died outside without even finding the door, how could they explore the Monarch Palace? Han Fei said bluntly, "You can leave now. As long as you don't leave the range of this red mist sea, unless you encounter a sea establisher, the strongest creature here is at the same level as you. Anyway, I hope you can come back alive. In the Demon Beast Union's team, Serpent Mengyu, Tianzhu, White Ferret, and Mystic Shadow all said goodbye to Han Fei. Serpent Mengyu said, "Thank you for your care over the past decades, Human King. If we can return in 3 years, we will definitely be the most loyal allies of the Yin-Yang world." The Insect King turned into a bald man and cupped his hands at Han Fei. "I can't thank you enough," Ziluo said. "Thank you, Human King. If we become kings this time, the Forest of Terror will pledge loyalty to the Yin-Yang world." Song Kaiyuan and the others also cupped their hands. "Thank you, Human King. We'll take our leave." Han Fei smiled. "Life and death are up to fate. Take care." Swish, 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 swish. Everyone bid farewell to Han Fei one by one. Although they knew that it was very likely that they would never return, this was what the path of cultivation was like. They only hoped that they could return as kings and stand at the peak of this world. Even Han Fei was the same. When everyone had left, there were only Luo Xiaobai and Ren Tianfei left. Ren Tianfei smiled and said, "This place can't stump me. I'm leaving." In the Monarch Palace, there must be many conflicts among the half-kings. They need a real powerhouse like me to guard this place. Han Fei smiled. "Old Ren, in fact, you had been to the Monarch Palace, right?" Ren Tianfei laughed dryly. "So what? That was a long time ago. The current Monarch Palace is definitely different from before." "The current Monarch Palace will probably be even more difficult," Han Fei said. "No matter how difficult it is, others may not be able to become kings this time, but there's no reason for you not to become a king. Unless you continue to explore the deepest part. Old Ren, don't go too far. Didn't the Masters of the Heavenly Masters fight for treasures back then?" Ren Tianfei said. "Hey, I don't know if I should say this." However, before Han Fei could speak, Ren Tianfei continued, "There are some things that you should listen to, xuanhuan, but when it comes to the treasures of the Monarch Palace, don't be slow. If the kings had considered these things back then, how many of them do you think could have their current strength? Where do you think the sky-opening realm came from? The strong compete with others, the heavens, and their fates. Therefore, never hesitate to compete." Both Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were silent for a while after hearing Ren Tianfei's explanation. At this moment, the hexagon starfish said leisurely, "Well, I don't want to compete. Can I return to Han Fei's origin sea?" "Everyone?" Han Fei put on a cold smile. "Is your skin itchy again?" The hexagon starfish, Xia Xiaoshan, pressed the hexagon starfish and said, "You'll stay with me. If I die, you die. Understood?" Lu Renkuang asked. "Then are we going our separate ways?" Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "Don't make it sound like we're separated forever. Haven't we experienced enough danger since we were young?" "Which time wasn't a narrow escape," Luo Xiaobai said. "We're no longer the 5-person team back then. The stronger we are, the less likely there will be a team. But we do have our own paths. We just need to walk it with determination. If we can't make it, it's because we're unlucky. If we can, there will definitely be greater challenges waiting for us in the future. Therefore, this trip to the Monarch Palace is just a hurdle." Xia Xiaoshan said, "Just try our best. Don't be so pessimistic." Lu Renkuang also said, "That's right, but I still think that survival is the most important at critical moments. Take it easy. Don't be reckless." Hearing it, everyone couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai said, "Okay, let's go. Since the entrance is the only one, we don't know how many there are. If there is a scramble, we won't just have to guard against this marine creature, but also against humans. Therefore, we need to disperse as soon as possible and find a suitable entrance to enter directly." Han Fei said, "Okay, let's meet outside." Xia Xiaochan said, "See you outside." Shang Xuanyu said, "I really look forward to the moment I become a king." "Don't envy me then." Lu Renkuang said, "I wonder if the monarch's house has a kitchen. I wonder if the ingredients inside have gone bad." Everyone, after saying goodbye to everyone, Han Fei said leisurely, "Old Yuan, this time it decides if we can go to the real infinite ocean. If necessary, help me." The old turtle was lost for words. "I can't help you now." "What else can I help you with?" Han Fei said. "At least you know more than me, although you might not know it right." The old turtle said, "Although I've never been here before, in fact, there are many places as dangerous as this. Just do your best. With your current means, even if you can't explore the entire Monarch Palace, you can at least explore more than others. If you go to the outside world and find my original body, the place where I sleep will be full of opportunities." "Oh," Han Fei thought to himself, "the old turtle is afraid that I'll be killed. If I die, he will die too. If it were me, I would definitely be worried too. However, I don't believe that there are so many opportunities in the place where the old turtle's original body is. Can they make me an emperor or even a monarch? With the old turtle's personality, he must be sleeping somewhere. Only then could he avoid the so-called era of the death of the gods." Han Fei said, "Don't worry. Why would I come here to die? Let's go. Before I return from the Monarch Palace, it's meaningless to deal with supreme clearness and infinity. I have to find a way in." Chapter 1991, Man-Eating Red Mist Sea. Perhaps because it wasn't time yet, the entrance to the Monarch Palace hadn't been opened. During this period of time, Han Fei didn't know if it was the hunting feast of all the half-kings who came to explore the Monarch Palace or the hunting feast of the native creatures here. But there was inevitably a crazy battle. After everyone left, Han Fei wandered deeper. Han Fei wondered if he would encounter sea establishers from other heavenly palaces, the 100 Demon clan and the Undersea Human clan here. This was because these people were conceited about their strength and would often go to the center. The closer he got to the center, the higher the probability of encountering them. At least, that was what Han Fei thought. As for where the center of the sea area was, he just needed to look at the surrounding environment. In the environment, the more red there was, the closer to the center. Without thinking, Han Fei flew thousands of kilometers away. However, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he saw a burst of black poisonous stingers shooting at him. Han Fei took a look and found that it was just an advanced venerable sea urchin. How dare it even attack him? Han Fei didn't even bother to respond. How could an advanced venerable understand the speed of a sea establisher? Humph! As Han Fei snorted, the terrifying pressure crushed the sea urchin into a pancake, and even its soul and body exploded. It was deader than dead. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it. He just thought that the abnormal movement in the Monarch Palace had a certain effect on these marine creatures, making them crazy. They could feel how terrifying he was before, but now they couldn't. In fact, as Han Fei expected, some creatures still dared to attack him. Of course, not all of them chose to attack him. Perhaps it was because some creatures were too excited and crazy. However, none of these creatures that took the initiative to attack Han Fei were in the Half-King realm. Perhaps he hadn't encountered them, or maybe the Half-Kings had a certain level of consciousness. Anyway, after Han Fei went deeper into this place for another 1,000,000 kilometers, he found that the further he went, the fewer creatures would attack him. At this moment, a broken crab lay at Han Fei's feet. In the environment he was in, the overall color was already red, which meant that most of the colorful colors in the early stages had disappeared. The remaining colors were mostly red or similar colors. The color was dark and looked very dim, like a neon city in the mist. In the depths of the red mist sea, there were many strange rock walls. Han Fei grabbed the vast ocean navigator, looking for the most suitable entrance for him. However, the vast ocean navigator didn't move. Seeing this situation, Han Fei curled his lips and sat cross-legged. Before the entrance came out, it was meaningless for him to search blindly. As for the central area, he should have already arrived. As for why he didn't meet any other kings, maybe they didn't come in at all, or maybe perception didn't work in this place, but he just didn't meet any of them. In fact, outside the red mist sea. At this moment, the half-kings of the various heavenly palaces in the 36 mystic worlds were entering the Monarch Palace. It was impossible for them to form groups to explore the Monarch Palace. Even if they wanted to, it wouldn't be now. Instead, they would form groups inside the Monarch Palace in the form of humans, sea demons, merman royal family, and undersea humans. At this moment, the only thing everyone needed to do was to find the entrance. Therefore, the ships of the 36 mystic worlds were relatively scattered, because this time, not only did half-kings enter the palace, but many masters of the heavenly palaces also wanted to enter the Monarch Palace. For example, when the Snow Lady came to the Sea of Red Mist, she didn't stop at all and shouted, "Everyone, follow me in." After entering the Red Mist Sea, disperse and find the entrance. Yes, Master Snow Lady. In the Million Poison World side, Huang Jie also led the half-kings into the Red Mist Sea. Huang Jie said, "All of you, listen to me. There are many strange poisons here, but don't be greedy. Your purpose of this trip is not to collect poison, but to become a king. Once you reach the Sea Establishment realm, you will have 100,000 years or even longer to study poison. You have to be clear about your priorities." Yes, Patriarch. As for the Supreme Clearness and Infinity side, their momentum was much greater. Supreme Clearness and Infinity set off with Golden Crow, Dream Weaving, Five Elements, Mad Corpse, and other heavenly palaces. On the surface, it seemed that Supreme Clearness and Infinity, as the leaders of the 36 mystic worlds, were taking care of the other heavenly palaces, but in fact, they just wanted to make these heavenly palaces submit to them. In fact, once they entered the Red Mist Sea, they would still go their separate ways. Only when these people entered the Monarch Palace would they have a chance to gather again. However, this method was extremely unwise in the eyes of some independent heavenly palaces. The treasures were limited, the resources were limited, and it was so dangerous in the Monarch Palace. Who would take the resources they snatched? Now they seemed to be harmonious, but it was unknown if they would get along the whole time. Wu Duisho from the Supreme Clearness world, Li Xinghen from the Infinity world, and these seed-type powerhouses all had the potential to become kings. Each of them took many treasures with them. This time, they ignored Han Fei and had no intention of hunting him here. Even Bei Luotian didn't intend to do so. This was because the range of this Red Mist Sea was too large. Who knew from which side Han Fei would enter? Even if their perception range was very large and they could find Han Fei, so what? They had seen Han Fei's speed more than once, on the side of the 100 demons and the undersea human race. A king leader said almost the same thing. Those who enter the Monarch Palace don't have to fight fearlessly. Finding a way to become a king is the only thing you need to consider. Becoming a king is more important than anything. In the dark, from all directions of the Red Mist Sea, teams of itinerant half-kings rushed in from time to time. There were even some extremely strange humanoid creatures rushing in. If Han Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that they were from the giant beast race. On the merman royal family's side, Xia Hongju stood quietly outside the Red Mist Sea. Her power passed through the red mist and collided with an invisible force in the depths of the Red Mist Sea. Buzz! A violent wave immediately swept across the red mist sea, and furious waves surged above the sea. Xiaohongzhu couldn't help retracting her power, and she said, I can't tell what kind of power it is, but it may not necessarily be a living creature. It seems that this monarch palace is real and quite difficult. I suspect that sea establishers won't be able to explore the entire monarch palace and control all the treasures in it. Chunhuangdian, I don't know, I've never been there. Li Qingdi said, it's indeed dangerous inside. The last time I entered, I encountered a severed hand. At that time, I thought I was already the strongest in the sea establishment realm, but I could only have a narrow escape from that hand and almost died. Xiaohongzhu couldn't help looking at Li Qingdi. A severed hand? Li Qingdi said. Yes, a severed hand that can attach to others. While Xiaohongzhu was in a daze, a big ship came over. It was a battleship from the Martial Emperor's city. The Martial King stood at the bow, but before he said anything, a king shouted, All half-kings, follow me into the Red Mist Sea. The Martial King didn't seem to care much about this. Instead, he looked at Xiaohongzhu from a distance. When the Martial King saw Xiaohongzhu, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes and nodding at her. Greetings, Your Majesty. You know me? Chun Huangdian looked at the Martial King and said leisurely, This person is the Martial King. He built the Martial Emperor's city and can suppress the raging sea alone. No sky opener here is his match. Xiaohongzhu nodded slightly and then said, If you hadn't wasted 100,000 years, you might not be weaker than him. After the half-kings of the major powers entered the monarch palace one after another, after only 100 seconds, one of them died. This person was from the Thunderfire world. Lei Qing looked at the broken jade slip in his hand and couldn't help cursing. I told you to be careful, B-starred, Red Mist Sea. As Han Fei expected, at this moment more than 4,000 people had broken in. With the addition of itinerant cultivators and people from the Martial Emperor's city, it was certain that there would be more than 5,000 people. It was unknown if these people were hunting or being hunted. They had no goal. They only knew to rush into the depths of the Red Mist Sea. Along the way, some people were lucky and didn't encounter strong enemies in the Half-King realm. Some were unlucky and didn't see through the creature's disguises and were killed on the spot. For example, there was a lobster demon who was holding a spear full of energy and was very vigilant. He crossed a winding seagrass and had already killed a sea urchin, a centipede, and an octopus. Just when he thought that there was no danger around, he temporarily stopped on a colorful stone pillar. Suddenly, a black light enveloped him. Crunch, the shrimp soldier didn't even know how he died. If he was still alive, he would see that a certain section of the seagrass land he passed through bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was clearly an algae centipede, and it was still chewing. There were many situations like this. After waiting for about 6 hours, the vast ocean navigator finally turned. Chapter 1992, Neon Wall in Bloodlight Bay. Han Fei followed the vast ocean navigator and came to a strange place. There was a crack no more than a kilometer long and only 7 or 8 meters wide at the surface of the ground. It was very inconspicuous. Even Han Fei's casual slash would leave a crack more than this size, so under normal circumstances, even if someone noticed it, they might not go deep into it. But the vast ocean navigator was pointing at this place. Han Fei didn't hesitate to enter it. As soon as he went down 100 meters, he saw a dark red color on the rock walls on both sides. However, on this dark red rock wall, there were also some strange green and yellow glimmers. Less than 1,000 meters down, suddenly, a snake head emerged from the rock wall. To be precise, it didn't look like a snake, but more like dead wood at the bottom of the sea, a rotten black block. If Han Fei hadn't seen its information, he would have thought it was a stone pillar smashing at him. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. To name, Bloodlight Rock Python Introduction. Living in a place full of blood and corroded by filthy blood all year round, it grows extremely fast, but it also dies extremely quickly. Its life may only be more than 500 years. Its blood contains poison. If infected by the poison, one's vitality will flow away. His body will decay or his blood will melt, so it can't be underestimated. TH9, Equality 89. Quality, a legend, SATU. Legend SAT9. Chaotic Key contained 48 wisps, a battle technique, blood explosion, dimensional devour, blood soul devouring, collectible SSS, blood poison, soul devouring eye, absorbable Han Fei slashed back, and the knife light illuminated the area. How could a mere half-king withstand the suppressing pressure of a king? With a single slash, the bloodlight wrought python was minced into pieces. The void lines quickly buckled down and absorbed the chaotic chi. Because this bloodlight rock python could only live for 500 years, it had very little chaotic chi. Han Fei didn't think it was a big deal that it became a half-king with such a short lifespan. Maybe it was because of its talent or the unique environment here. Also, what kind of blood was this so-called filthy blood? Was the background of this entire area red actually because it was stained with blood? After quickly absorbing the chaotic chi of the bloodlight rock python, Han Fei didn't think too much but continued to rush deeper. After another kilometer or so, a transparent spinach suddenly emitted a red light. Each leaf had 7 spikes, and countless leaves came at him together, just like the big red trunk he met back then. Humph! With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water turned into 10,000 knives and followed him. Wherever it passed, the wind blew away and the spinach grass leaves were all shattered. However, this spinach seemed to be the beginning. It seemed to have opened a switch for Han Fei. After completely crushing it, strange bergamot tentacles appeared. So did red magma burst fruits and blood-colored giant rock moths. Almost in the blink of an eye, several powerful creatures attacked Han Fei. These attacks were completed in an instant, because before he met them, Han Fei didn't know where they were or how they would attack. Of course, with Han Fei's strength, no matter how well these creatures hid themselves or how strong their attacks were, it was impossible for them to work. As for these creatures, although their lifespan was not long, they more or less contained some chaotic chi. After this wave, his chaotic chi quickly soared. After only half an hour, Han Fei's chaotic chi exceeded 50,000 wisps for the first time. Yes, in terms of the number of chaotic chi, Han Fei had already caught up with the number of chaotic chi when the old turtle opened the sky. Although Han Fei didn't know how much chaotic chi people like Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan had when they opened the sky, he didn't think it should be much. But he wasn't sure. If they absorbed it slowly with time, they might have 40 or 50,000 wisps after half an hour. Han Fei didn't know how far he had gone, but at this point, fewer and fewer normal creatures attacked him. Han Fei felt a strong blood chi, and he could feel that this blood chi was not good and tried to drill into his body. How could Han Fei let them do that? The surface of his body was shining with golden light, constantly repelling the erosion of the blood chi. Bo. As if passing through a certain barrier, the strange and disgusting creatures around him disappeared almost instantly. Or maybe he got rid of them. However, this place was even worse. Han Fei saw stone pillars of different shapes like gobi stones one after another. And here, not only was the blood energy rich, but there was also a large amount of death energy. Undead creatures? Han Fei was shocked. It was impossible that there were no undead creatures under such a strong death energy. As soon as Han Fei stood still, he saw spirals appearing around the neon rock wall in all directions. But these spirals were not vortexes in the water. Han Fei saw soul shadows one after another. Swish like arrows, they shot straight at Han Fei. When the spirals shot over, Han Fei felt that they were nailed directly at his soul. However, no matter how strong this spiral was, it was only in the Half-King realm, so it was still ineffective against him. Han Fei even grabbed a spiral that brushed past him. When he took a closer look, information popped up in his eyes. A Nam Sea Leech Soul Conch, Undead. An introduction. Sea leech conchs, corroded by the death energy, gradually transform into undead creatures. Their bodies are twisted like sea slugs and nailed conchs. They can attack the soul. If one was touched by them, his soul will be damaged. O level 89. Quality exotic E-realm. Half-King AUS. 5-King AUS. 58. Wisps RD8. Wisps RD8. Viral technique spiral soul. Static collectible A. None. Unabsorbable. Han Fei was speechless. The creatures in the Half-King realm he met just now were ugly, but they were at least alive. But this one didn't even have chaotic chi. It was a waste of his time. The infinity water formed a blade barrier in front of Han Fei and pushed forward. Bang, bang, bang! Along the way, the neon stone pillars were collapsing, and the sea leech soul conchs were shattering. None of them could cross the killing range of the infinity water. However, this was not the end. This kind of sea leech soul conch was only a very ordinary creature. It was only because it was born in this special place that it had reached the terrifying strength of a half-king. If this place wasn't special, even if the conchs could reach the Half-King realm in 5,000 years, there wouldn't be so many of them. But behind this conch, there were even more dangerous existences. They were densely packed ant-like small insects. As soon as Han Fei saw them, he felt a headache. These things were like the marching sea leeches back then. Humph! How can an ordinary creature withstand the suppressing pressure of a king? Break! At that moment, Han Fei released all his power and was surrounded by arrays. Although they were not as powerful as the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass, they couldn't be underestimated. Puff puff puff. The countless tiny insects the size of a thumb were annihilated when they collided with Han Fei's protective arrays. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Were name, dosed aphid. Undead, were introduction. A kind of undersea worm, corroded by undead creatures and collectively transformed into ghost aphids. This worm's saliva is extremely corrosive. Even a sea-quelling bizarre treasure can be slowly corroded by it. 2 18-5s, 2 8s quality exotic, realms, Tao, seeking undead energy. 1 wisp a battle technique. Ghost aphid food. 1 wisp a battle. First abact a buy. None absorbable. Being attacked by so many strange creatures in a row, Han Fei was speechless, especially the ghost aphids, which were far stronger than the creatures he met just now. Even if the infinity water turned into a million knife dragon roll, it was impossible to completely block these ghost aphids. The arrays outside Han Fei's body were almost instantly covered by the ghost aphids. As the ghost aphids were annihilated, his hundreds of arrays were melting at a visible speed. This was the time to compete in endurance. He wanted to see if these ghost aphids would be exhausted first, or if his spiritual energy would be insufficient to withstand the devouring of the ghost aphids. Pooh! 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 Han Fei's suppressing power and killing array appeared at the same time, and the infinity water was strangling crazily. The crack was already turbid. After half an hour, Han Fei was slightly moved. He couldn't imagine how many ghost aphids there were. There must be billions of them. Even he couldn't go on like this. Not only that, but the use of the infinity water would consume soul power. Han Fei couldn't help but look pained. He raised his hands. Heaven enlightenment divine technique. Buzz. As the healing divine light descended, the entire abyss suddenly lit up. With continuous sizzling sounds, countless ghost leeches were purified after Han Fei consumed more than 800 years of vitality. While Han Fei was casting the healing divine light, someone happened to pass by the entrance. Since the person dared to appear in the deepest part of the cave to find the entrance, he was undoubtedly a sea establisher. The person who came had a big-headed doll sitting on his shoulder. It was the Thousand Puppet, the spiritual beast of Hong Yu from the Mad Corpse world. The Thousand Puppet said, "There seems to be a battle inside," Hong Yu said. "The more dangerous it is outside, the safer it is inside. It seems that this is not a safe place. This road is good. I don't know who is so lucky to find this place. Let's go and take a look." Chapter 1993, 9 Infant Demonic Worm, Son of a BHT. You almost wasted 1,000 years of my vitality. And you're just looking for an entrance? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Although he could devour the vitality of others, after he became a king, he discovered a problem, which was that even if he had the void lines, his vitality wasn't infinite. Although he could absorb vitality, there was a limit to this absorption. Han Fei had a feeling that when he absorbed more than 100,000 years of vitality, it would be extremely difficult for him to continue to absorb vitality. In other words, in addition to his own 100,000 years, he might have another 100,000 years of additional vitality. But now, 30,000 years of vitality had been consumed by him. If he continued to consume vitality like this, how many years of vitality would be left? He had already consumed 30,000 years of vitality with the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. If he were to stay in the raging sea for another few hundred years, he would probably consume all the additional 100,000 years of vitality. However, Han Fei thought that this monarch palace might already be the greatest opportunity in the raging sea. Therefore, since he had begun to use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, he might as well use it freely. He would prepare 20,000 years of vitality and see if he could consume it all. Now 80% of the ghost aphids had been purified. The rest were either dying or didn't dare to approach Han Fei again because of their instinctive fear of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei thought to himself, there shouldn't be any danger after this, right? After all, the danger level of the ghost aphids was so high that it could even shake sea establishers. If there were stronger creatures, Han Fei would feel that he had come to the wrong place. However, as the saying went, misfortune never came alone. This insect cave, yes, Han Fei felt that this was an insect cave. After the ghost aphids were gone, after about 100 seconds, Han Fei saw that the surrounding rock walls were already filled with red and black liquid that was as thick as magma. In the thick magma, Han Fei saw a few long tentacles that looked extremely weird. In Han Fei's eyes, a new kind of insect appeared. 19 Insane Infant Demonic Worm, Mutated. Introduction. An ancient ferocious beast with the bloodline of the 9 neonate. It controls water and fire and swallows death energy to refine demons. Because it is trapped here all year round, it has swallowed too many strange demonic insects, causing its body to mutate and become a mutated creature half insect and half beast. The 9 infant demonic worms cry like babies, and their demonic sounds can taint the soul. It controls origin fire and ominous water. Origin fire burns the body, and ominous water damages the soul. It can't be underestimated. 2. Level 92. Quality Primordial Fierce Beast E-Realm. Sea establishment were contained. Chaotic Chi 4 T659, Wisps or T659, Wisps Origin Fire, Ominous Water, 9-Headed Cry, Collectible, Filthy Blood, Absorbable, a primordial fierce beast in the sea establishment realm. Han Fei's face changed slightly. This was not an ordinary king, but a primordial fierce beast. Of course, it was definitely much weaker than the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei's heart did a flip. In that case, why don't I ask the Emperor Sparrow to solve it? With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, the Emperor Sparrow appeared. When the Emperor Sparrow was a little impatient, he saw the 9 infant demonic worm and couldn't help but cry, 9 neonate? No, a mixed blood descendant. His bloodline is so contaminated. Where did you find this thing? It can't even be eaten. His body and soul have basically been contaminated. Han Fei said, you are both primordial fierce beasts, and you are the nemesis of the insect race. I'll give this insect to you, okay? The Emperor Sparrow glanced at Han Fei. The filthy blood is not worthy of my taking action. Solve it yourself. Han Fei was speechless. What do you mean? Even if its bloodline is dirty, it's still a primordial fierce beast. Why do you make it sound like an ant? At this time, the 9-infant demonic worm had also noticed the existence of Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow. The Emperor Sparrow in particular made it feel very uneasy. Boo-hoo! Instantly there was the sound of a baby crying, which sounded like a baby laughing too. For a moment, Han Fei couldn't tell if the other party was crying or laughing. However, the sound echoed infinitely in this place. It was fine to hear it once, but after hearing it twice or 3 times, Han Fei felt that his head hurt. Even if Han Fei closed his hearing, he found that the sound fell directly into his soul and he still couldn't avoid it. Han Fei snorted. A Han Fei directly used all grade Daos in one sword. When fighting an enemy, one had to kill him in one blow. Since this 9-infant demonic worm didn't know what was good for it, he might as well kill it. However, when Han Fei saw layers of blood tide appear in the void, rushing at all grade Daos in one sword, he was stunned. Is that ominous water? Each wave of the ominous water tide seemed to be billions of kilograms heavy. When they collided, the place trembled as if it would collapse at any time. Han Fei's heart sank. All great Daos in one sword broke through the barriers one after another, but after colliding with the ominous water, with a swish, only one tentacle was cut down. Han Fei saw with his own eyes that the tentacle rolled towards all great Daos in one sword. Although it was minced into powder immediately, most of the power of Han Fei's all great Daos in one sword was consumed. Then, hundreds of tentacle shadows slapped and finally broke Han Fei's all great Daos in one sword. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Although he didn't use the power of his great Dao, his current pure strength was not something ordinary kings could compare to. Just as Han Fei was dissatisfied that he failed to kill the enemy, he saw the shattered tentacles and minced flesh ignite in midair. Buzz. Extremely terrifying fire energy instantly filled the entire crack. Behind, Hong Yue, who was chasing in, was attacking some half-dead ghost aphids with an ugly expression. But suddenly, a terrifying flame instantly swept the entire crack. The temperature was no longer the key. The key was that the flames seemed to be burning every wisp of his flesh and blood. Hong Yue couldn't help taking a breath. What kind of flame is this? It seems to be roasting every wisp of my flesh and blood. It hurts. If Hong Yue was still so far away, how could Han Fei, who was closest, be any better? This thing didn't seem to care about his physique. It just made him feel incomparable pain. On one side, there was physical pain, and on the other side, the red tide was coming at him. It was probably mental pain. How could Han Fei bear this? Han Fei shouted, "Heaven, enlightenment, divine technique." Although the 9-infant demonic worm wasn't an undead creature, its bloodline was too impure. The effect of the heaven enlightenment divine technique on it wouldn't be much worse than on undead creatures. When the healing divine light fell, with a cry, the 9-infant demonic worm screamed crazily in pain. Han Fei grinned. "Come on, let's see who can withstand it. How can a little bug like you break my invincible physique?" Although Han Fei felt that every inch of his skin and flesh was being torn apart, the pressure caused was transmitted to his mind from his body, but it wouldn't really damage his body. At most, it would weaken his combat power, so Han Fei was not afraid at all. Roar! The 100-beast soul devouring erupted, and Han Fei slashed out with the yin-yang reincarnation blade. A faint blue color appeared in front of him, and Han Fei casually drew a time blade. With a golden light, he cut off 3 tentacles and vomited blood. The Emperor Sparrow watched such a violent head-on battle with relish. As if feeling that his flesh and blood were a bit uncomfortable, the Emperor Sparrow glared at the 9-infant demonic worm, who was instantly in a frenzy, and charged at Han Fei with all his strength. Han Fei looked at the Emperor Sparrow speechlessly. "Even if you don't help, don't cause trouble," the Emperor Sparrow said. "I'm just letting you have a taste of the power of the primordial fierce beast." Although this disgusting insect has reached the sea establishment realm, its power seems to have been purposely increased, so there's no need for me to attack it. However, this doesn't mean that it's not strong, Han Fei said. "I found it. If its demonic sound is several times stronger, I have to guard my soul carefully. I even feel that my body is being torn apart, which will greatly affect the effect of my attack." At this moment, the 9-infant demonic worm's tentacles were pulled out of the magma one after another. On the tentacles, there were skulls, and all the sounds came from the skulls. As if knowing that there was no way out, a spike protruded from the 9-infant demonic worm's mouth. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding seawater was dyed dark red. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. Blue light enveloped this place, and under the slash of time, the infant demonic worm was instantly cut into several pieces. At this moment, the yin-yang reincarnation blade erupted at the same time, and the 9-infant demonic worm's soul was directly cut apart. Only then did Han Fei have the time to use the void lines to absorb the chaotic qi. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow and Han Fei looked back at the same time, only to see a familiar figure fleeing. Seeing this scene, the Thousand Puppet immediately shouted, "Run, run! It's Han Fei and his ferocious bird." In fact, when Hong Yue saw that the person below was Han Fei, he immediately ran away. He didn't need the Thousand Puppet's reminder at all. That guy's strength was already extraordinary. In the sea establishment realm, there was probably no one who could kill him. This was the conclusion of the intelligence of the martial emperor city. As Hong Yue ran, he thought to himself, there are sea establishment creatures at the entrance. Is there a great opportunity here? Chapter 1994, Hard Start, Don't Enter the Insect Nest 1. Hong Yue only remembered this place, but he didn't advance rashly. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but with his damn luck, he almost met Han Fei 3 times in a row. More importantly, every time he met Han Fei, he saw a king die. The first time was when he went to the Wild Abyss with Wu Li. At that time, Han Fei killed Yu Meng and Gongzhan fled. The second time, Han Fei pretended to be the second sword god, Wang Yijian, and killed a king with one slash. This time, although Han Fei didn't kill a human half-king, it was obvious that a sea establishment monster had been almost killed by Han Fei. It would die sooner or later. Hey, old Hong, what kind of luck is this? Why do you always run into Han Fei? If you meet him again, I might as well surrender. Hong Yu ran away in a hurry, and Han Fei had already absorbed all the chaotic qi of the 9-infant demonic worm. Now, it was already a dead worm. Han Fei moved his body and felt that the pain he felt just now was almost comparable to the heart-wrenching pain he felt when he practiced the indestructible body. It had to be said that even the mixed-blood descendants of primordial fierce beasts couldn't be underestimated. Even in the face of a king like him who could be said to be among the top few in the raging sea, this 9-infant demonic worm was enough to reduce his combat power by 30%. If it were an ordinary person, their combat power would probably be reduced by 50%. Besides, this 9-infant demonic worm was good at soul attacks. If his soul wasn't strong enough, he probably couldn't beat it. At this moment, after Han Fei absorbed the chaotic qi of the 9-infant demonic worm, he threw its corpse to the back to feed the bugs. This thing's body had been contaminated. Although it became a king, it would never become an emperor. When the 9-infant demonic worm died, the red magma around seemed to show signs of receding. When Han Fei continued to go deeper into the crack, no creatures attacked him again. After about 5 seconds, Han Fei saw a vortex door. Fuck. When Han Fei saw the vortex door, he was dumbfounded. He had spent so much effort to come here, only to open a black entrance for himself? Han Fei still remembered what Han Xuan told him. The doors had 3 colors, blue and black, red and black. And he emphasized that never enter the black entrances because they were death doors. This made Han Fei feel terrible. Han Fei immediately took out the Vast Ocean Navigator and tried again. However, the Vast Ocean Navigator was clearly pointing at the black vortex. Han Fei didn't really want to use the 9-Palace Luck Ruler because the Monarch Palace was definitely dangerous. Therefore, at this time, the 9-Palace Luck Ruler definitely wouldn't show a good divination result. However, Han Fei still tested his luck. However, the 9-Palace Luck Ruler showed a state that Han Fei had never seen before. The indicator moved back and forth between greatly auspicious and impasse. However, shouldn't this situation be unpredictable? Why was it moving in such a way? Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Could it be that the level of the 9-Palace Luck Ruler couldn't detect the danger of the Monarch Palace, nor could it see through his luck here? Han Fei suspected that it was very likely because of this reason. This meant that the 9-Palace Luck Ruler also had an upper limit. The human sacred weapon was not a godly weapon in the first place. Logically speaking, it should be at the same level as a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, but he didn't use it for fighting. Since the 9-Palace Luck Ruler had an upper limit, Han Fei didn't know if the Vast Ocean Navigator had an upper limit. However, finding the way should be simpler than measuring luck. Han Fei felt that the Vast Ocean Navigator might have more usable space. Now, the 9-Palace Luck Ruler was useless, and the Vast Ocean Navigator was clearly pointing at this black vortex entrance. What could Han Fei do? Although there were 10,000 reasons for him not to enter it, he still had to enter in the end. This was because no matter how dangerous this entrance was, the Vast Ocean Navigator said that it was most suitable for him. Since it was most suitable for him, he might be able to turn misfortune into luck. After hesitating for a long time, Han Fei gritted his teeth and decided to enter. Although Han Xuan, as his uncle, shouldn't have any reason to lie to him, there must be a reason for the existence of the black vortex entrance. Besides, Han Xuan had also said that the more difficult the entrance was, the less dangerous it would be inside. Obviously, in this aspect, the black vortex might not be as dangerous as he imagined. Since he had already decided, Han Fei didn't intend to change it. Anyway, no matter which entrance it was, he had to choose one to enter. He might as well enter the one most suitable for him. Buzz. Han Fei disappeared into the vortex with a swish. When Han Fei reappeared, the void stabilized, and Han Fei immediately looked around. This was a lush green forest. There were many strange demonic plants of various colors. There were huge pure blue flowers with white stamens that spread out in circles. There were dark green plants that looked like feather fans, like peacocks spreading their wings to show off. There were bright red half-art flowers that looked like squids with many tentacles wrapped in the flower, which looked like stamens extending out. Han Fei wanted to release his perception immediately, but in fact his perception was still useless, so all he could see was what he saw now. Forest? Han Fei shook his head slightly. They didn't look like trees. The trees were in a strange shape, like lanterns. Among the leaves, a huge curved calabash hung down. There were also some that looked like trees, but their leaves were strange, like the broad leaves of algae. He didn't know what kind of trees they were. Han Fei quickly calmed down. He came here to find opportunities. Han Xuan asked him to be slow and not rush, which meant that every scene he encountered might have a purpose. Han Fei didn't know what was here, but he still planned to call Little Black and Little White out to see if they could show him the way. Today, he had already used the vast ocean navigator twice. In this unfamiliar environment, he better use the vast ocean navigator carefully. Therefore, Han Fei thought of Little Black and Little White. Buzz. As soon as Little Black and Little White were summoned by Han Fei, Little White exclaimed, "Dad, so many enemies, huh?" Han Fei was stunned. Why didn't I see any enemies? At this moment, Little Black swooshed over to Han Fei's head, where there was a thin vine. Han Fei had seen this vine when he came in. It was hanging from a big leaf that looked like a broad leaf above his head. It didn't move at all, or he would have noticed it. However, Little Black directly bit at the vine and broke it. Han Fei was about to ask Little Black why he began to eat plants when the vine twisted. Fuck? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It was not a vine or a demonic vine, but a bug. It even had flesh and blood. Although its flesh and blood were almost dry, the bug could still fight back. Although he couldn't see where Little Black was, the vine instantly split into dozens of vines and grabbed at Little Black. Munch, munch. However, the little vine couldn't compare to Little Black's teeth. It bit them easily. Anyway, Little Black could digest them. Little Black's movement was like a fuse, lighting a fire in the forest. Han Fei saw the few demonic plants that he had noticed just now, such as the big pure blue flower. Every circle of its patterns was torn off from the flower like a sweater thread. When he looked again, the pattern moved and opened its eyes. Wasn't that a bug? It was the first time Han Fei saw a circular bug. As for the dark green feather-like plants that looked like peacocks spreading their tails, in fact, every fine hair on the feather had fallen off and surged towards Han Fei. As for the bright red flower with white stamens, it was not a squid, but a bunch of insects wrapped in a circular leaf. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. So this place was literally an insect cave. Good lord, he had come to a real insect cave. As far as he could see, they were all insects. More importantly, they could perfectly transform into plants. When Han Fei was stunned by this scene, he saw that the calabash on his head suddenly exploded. Yes, it exploded for no reason. But what was with the millions of insects that spewed out? Wasn't this purely disgusting? What was the difference between these insects and the ghost aphids just now? With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White fused. The infinity water turned into a spinning storm, minced countless insects, which exploded into a rain of sticky liquid, looking disgusting. More importantly, the insect slurry contained poison. The arrays Han Fei set up were corroded dozens of layers in just 2 seconds. Han Fei glanced around and saw several kinds of insects. For example, a name explosive worm. Introduction. This is a kind of worm that will only be in the mother's womb and never come out. The mother's womb nourishes these explosive worms by absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world. Once the mother's womb explodes, all the explosive worms will spray out and explode within 100 seconds. Its worm plasma is extremely corrosive. If one stays in the worm plasma of the explosive worm for a long time, even the golden body can be corroded. A level 29, quality, rare realm, spirit guard contained spiritual energy 481, points H41, points of battle technique, none a collectible, none unabsorbable, see chapter 1995, hard start, don't enter, the insect nest, 2 chapter 1995, hard start, don't enter the insect nest, 2. Chapter 1995, hard start, don't enter the insect nest, 2. At this moment, the explosive worms had almost surrounded Han Fei. Countless worms piled up like a mountain, as if Han Fei was pressed to the bottom of the mountain. Besides, not only this calabash exploded, but 2 other calabash also exploded. It formed a bug tide, which was almost the same as the ghost aphids. But the problem was that the ghost aphids were undead creatures, but the explosive worms were living creatures. And other information that Han Fei could see appeared, a names to 10,000 wheel leaf worm. Introduction. As a kind of insect born to serve as grass, the strength of the 10,000 wheel leaf worm is judged by the length of its life. The longer it lives, the more resilient it is, and the stronger its binding ability is. The 10,000 wheel leaf insect can turn into a soul-binding thread, entangling and destroying others' souls. A level 39, a quality rare realm, awakening. A contained spiritual energy 102048. Battle technique, bind a collectible. None absorbable. When Han Fei saw the insect roll towards him, it suddenly disappeared in front of him, so it could turn into invisible threads to bind his soul. Explode. Han Fei detonated the infinity water without hesitation. He was so decisive and direct because he didn't know how big this forest was at all. Although he could run out with a leap now, what about the environment he would encounter later? Then would he continue to jump aimlessly? Instead of that, he might as well detonate the infinity water. If the power of the infinity water was completely detonated, it was impossible for there to be any survivors within 50,000 kilometers. Rumble, rumble. Han Fei didn't care about the Monarch Palace. If he was really pinned down by these things, he wouldn't be able to absorb enough spiritual energy unless he used the resources in his origin sea. If it were an ordinary half-king, he might have already been poisoned. This was because when a massive number of explosive worms corroded you at the same time, the speed at which you absorbed resources might not be enough for you to prevent these worms from corroding you. Like a nuclear bomb exploding, Han Fei saw that the surrounding forest was flattened. As Han Fei extended his hand and waved, the infinity water quickly returned to Han Fei. Han Fei didn't use it again, but directly extracted the water energy here to prepare for the recovery of the infinity water. In addition, Han Fei had already begun to accumulate spiritual energy. If this place was big enough, the infinity water definitely wouldn't be able to flatten it all. When the aftershock of the explosion gradually subsided, Han Fei was completely fine. He re-examined the place and found that the explosion of the infinity water didn't shake this space at all. In addition, this place was now full of poisonous gas. Perhaps because he had annihilated too many creatures, most of the bugs and poison had completely dissipated, but there were still some poisons that couldn't be vaporized by the explosion that were still spreading and interweaving here. In Han Fei's mind, the 9 poison treasure silkworm had been swallowing, and Han Fei's body was spontaneously absorbing and adapting to these poisons. After fusing with Little Black and Little White, Han Fei tried to perceive his surroundings with Little White's ability, but as in the Sea of Mist, he had no chance at all. Little White was also restricted. In that case, Han Fei put away Little Black and Little White and set up a soul-controlling array for himself. He took out a bottle of antidote pills and swallowed dozens of them. He didn't want the 9 poison treasure silkworm to sleep, nor did he want his resistance to poison to reach its limit. Buzz! Han Fei jumped and flashed with golden light. He went in a random direction and rushed more than 50,000 kilometers. As soon as he stopped, some dilapidated forest appeared, but most places had been charred. What a huge insect cave. 50,000 kilometers is not enough? When Han Fei was walking along the entire area of the explosion, he found that in the unknown forest, a dense tide of insects was heading towards the empty space that had just exploded. Fuck, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. There were still so many of them. Even if the infinity water exploded again, it probably wouldn't be able to kill them all. The self-destruction of the infinity water only proved that there were too many insects here to kill. At this time, Han Fei certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to try to kill the insects again. He knew that no matter what, it was impossible for him to stay here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the insect tide covered the entire place, forming a sea of insects. Han Fei discovered that he only had 2 choices now. One was to kill in the insect tide and find a way. Han Fei could totally do this himself. However, Han Fei remembered what xuanhuan said. The things in the Monarch Palace were generally not meaningless. In such a large sea of insects, was there any treasure here? If there was no treasure, why did they barge in? To fight the insect tide? To court death? In the Monarch Palace, countless people had obtained opportunities from it, which meant that this was very likely a test. For example, a strong cultivator wanted to find a disciple and pass on his abilities. If it was the second one, then there must be something waiting for him in the insect tide forest. The insect tide might be a test to make you panic. However, the insect tide here was not very strong. This meant that although there were billions of insects here, the people who came were at least venerables. If they were lucky, there was still a chance of survival. However, because Han Fei was the first to come here, he simply turned a multiple-person mode that should have been explored by countless people into a single-person mode, so the difficulty soared. Han Fei quickly made up his mind. God knew how many insects there were here, but at least these insects couldn't hurt him. Even if he continued to blow up the infinity water, he could still kill countless insects. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care where the way out of the insect tide forest was. He held the vast ocean navigator and used the 3rd pointing ability without hesitation. In that direction, Han Fei directly flashed tens of thousands of kilometers away. Sure enough, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he was surrounded by a surging insect tide, worms, beetles, threadworms, 10,000 wheel leafworms, and many other insects that Han Fei didn't read the information about. These insects almost crushed Han Fei's face. Buzz! The halo of time appeared, and anyone who touched it was annihilated. However, Han Fei only stayed for a short time. As soon as the insects within hundreds of meters withered, Han Fei had already disappeared. The vast ocean navigator's continuous directing could only last for 6 to 8 seconds, and this was when the destination was certain. If the destination was not certain, or it was not in this space, the vast oceanquake navigator could only be used once. When Han Fei saw the vast ocean navigator move, he knew that there must be a treasure protected by these insects hidden in the so-called insect tide forest. Because of the reaction time of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei had to pause every time he appeared to let the vast ocean navigator repoint the direction, so Han Fei could barely maintain the frequency of 2 leaps in 1 second. After 6 seconds, Han Fei should be close to the place indicated by the vast ocean navigator. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared again, he suddenly found that his vision was broadened, and when he took a closer look, there was not even a bug where he was. Looking around, Han Fei found that more than 20 kilometers behind him was the place where the insect tide surged. Have I entered a seal? Han Fei's first thought was that he had found the key place. Because this was the place guarded by the insect race, there were no insects here. Han Fei walked deeper into the seal. After walking for more than 300 kilometers, at the end of his vision, an altar-like place appeared. However, the thing placed on the altar was very strange. It was like a bronze mirror, polished to the point of perfection. And under the altar stood a black-clothed man holding 2 scimitars, half of his face covered. Han Fei was shocked to see this person. He knew that the real test was coming. The insect tide might not be the key, but this person and the mirror behind him were the root of the problem. Han Fei was only 10 kilometers away from the man, and the man seemed to sense that someone was coming and slowly raised his head. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Since this was the most suitable place for him to come, there must be a reason. There was no energy flowing in this person's body at all, but the sense of threat he brought to Han Fei was not weak. He was not particularly strong, but he was definitely not weak in the sea establishment realm. Han Fei asked, "Are you a human or an insect? Can you speak?" Because what he saw were all bugs, Han Fei had this bold guess. After all, the Insect King was also a bug and could transform into a human. However, the man didn't respond but slowly drew his scimitar. With a swish, Han Fei saw 2 wisps of smoke appear in front of him. Subconsciously, in front of Han Fei, the embroidery needle stood firmly on the ground. Clang! The crisp sound was the collision of weapons. A ripple spread out. Chapter 1996, Hard Start, Don't Enter. The Insect Nest 3, Chapter 1996, Hard Start, Don't Enter the Insect Nest 3. Up close, there was no data in Han Fei's eyes, which meant that this person was not a bug. However, this person's appearance was very strange. He seemed to be covered in tattoos, which should be some kind of runes. Especially his face, there was almost no normal skin, only dark green runes. Han Fei blocked the power of the double knives. In the first moment, he activated the void lines, intending to control this person with the void lines. As for the other party, his double knives avoided the embroidery needle and slashed at Han Fei. The 2 of them chose different attacking methods. What shocked Han Fei was that the void lines were ineffective, which meant that this person might not even have a broken soul. Almost at the same time, blue light circulated on Han Fei's upper body, and 2 terrifying knife lights cut into time but didn't touch Han Fei's head. With this blow, Han Fei retracted the void lines, and the other party turned into a cloud of black smoke and retreated. In the first clash, neither of them gained any advantage. Since the other party didn't even have a remnant soul, he was like a puppet. However, this kind of character wasn't afraid of death and had no emotions. His combat style continued his original body's combat style and was extremely powerful. Han Fei quickly judged the other party's strength. Judging from the strength displayed in this blow, the other party's strength was less than 200,000 waves. However, this person was fast and could turn into smoke. His way of using the double knives was unique. That was all Han Fei could see from this blow. The 2 separated as soon as they touched, but then, the weirdo seemed to sense Han Fei's strength. He clasped his hand and drew a strange seal in the air, and then a tide of bugs crawled out of the ground. Originally, there were no insects in this area. Han Fei had thought that it was because of the special environment here. Now it seemed that this was not the case, but because this person could control insects. The reason why he didn't let insects enter this area was probably to protect the bronze mirror on the altar. At this moment, with an intruder like Han Fei, who was not weak, he used the method of insect control. So, this person's main ability was insect control? Although Han Fei didn't want to deal with a lot of insects, it didn't mean that he was really afraid of insects. In addition to detonating the infinity water, Han Fei had many other means. Han Fei reached out and grabbed, producing a void crack. Bang! Instead of fighting with this space crack, Han Fei crushed the void crack in the next moment. The surrounding dozens of meters exploded, and void turbulence wreaked havoc here. As Han Fei opened his hands, the infinity water continued to turn into blades, which, coupled with the void storm, slashed the storm here bigger and bigger. Han Fei grinned. Unfortunately, your insects are too low level. If their strength could reach the law enforcer realm, I wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. However, the strange man clasped his hands, and the countless insects that were surging over were crazily intertwined and turned into hundreds or thousands of human figures, and their appearance was very similar to the strange man in front of Han Fei. What's this? Han Fei was surprised. After these interweaving insects turned into human forms, their strength soared. In the blink of an eye, thousands of explorers had appeared here, and these people were still trying to fuse with each other. Han Fei's heart sank. If this went on, wouldn't they become venerable soon? Buzz. Han Fei directly projected a Sea Establishment realm clone, and his clone casually slashed in the void. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, dozens of explorers were cut into pieces. But at the moment these insect people were cut into pieces, a large amount of corrosive liquid of insects floated in the void towards the pile of insects. Han Fei realized that behind the insect pile, a powerful insect man might be born. Han Fei knew that he couldn't give this weirdo a chance, otherwise it wasn't impossible for so many insects to fuse and create another Sea Establishment realm powerhouse. Therefore, Han Fei's original body immediately took action, trying to take the initiative to find and kill the strong master who was fusing in the insect pile behind. However, the strange person in front of him seemed to erupt with all his strength, turning into a black mist that enveloped him. And in the black mist, in the blink of an eye, thousands of knives slashed at Han Fei. The speed was so fast that Han Fei felt as if xuanhuan was attacking. However, it was precisely because Han Fei and xuanhuan had fought too many times that he was very used to this explosive power. Besides, this person didn't have a soul. How could he block his great Tao of time? In the black fog, a blue light curtain appeared unknowingly. The moment the light curtain appeared, Han Fei could clearly see a black shadow in the black fog holding double knives and slashing crazily. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei was like an iron wall, instantly slashed hundreds of times, but he also used the time of being slashed hundreds of times to lock onto the black shadow. With a flip of his hand, he launched an immortal fiend saber. Faced with such an enemy who could control billions of insects, if Han Fei dared to be negligent, when the insects fused with each other and turned into a super powerhouse, it would be even harder to fight. The strange man tried to avoid the immortal fiend saber, but he was slowed by time. He knew that he could only take it head on. KKK eats 7 void cracks appeared around this person, and a massive number of large worms drilled out. The power of the immortal fiend saber was naturally terrifying. However, this space was immediately filled with large worms, and colorful sky bowl beetles also appeared. With just one impact, hundreds of thousands of large worms and colorful sky bowl beetles were reduced to powder. WL. The strange man was retreating. Tens of millions of insects in front of him blocked in front of him, just to block Han Fei's blow. Humph! Han Fei's great Tao was completely activated. He turned into a golden light and jumped in front of the strange man. He poked his 2 fingers and all great Taos and 1 sword stabbed at the strange man. Even though he was about to be crushed by Han Fei, he threw the 2 knives in his hands away, which then slashed back. The runes on his arms flashed, and his hands turned into 200-meter-long superworms like bobbit worms. Looking from afar, they looked like 2 azure dragons going to sea. However, how could he block Han Fei's all great Taos in 1 sword? The 2 fat insect arms exploded in an instant, and his body was shattered by Han Fei's sword. As for the knives flying back, Han Fei counterattacked with the yin-yang reincarnation blade and sent them flying. But Han Fei didn't look good, because the man shed his shell like a bug in front of him when he was about to die. At this moment, black smoke gathered, and the strange man appeared again. However, beside him, an identical figure appeared. It must have been fused from insects. Then, Han Fei saw a disgusting scene. The strange man suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed the identical sea establisher. This is indeed an insect man. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. After the weirdo ate the insect man, his strength doubled. As he waved his hand, 2 scimitars returned. When he looked at Han Fei again, Han Fei's heart sank. This insect sea was completely his territory. He could have as many clones as he wanted. If he could keep eating like this, how strong would he become? At this moment, the ripples and storms in the void were endless, and the waves of insects were destroyed one wave after another. The immortal fiend saber was still blocked by the insects. Although it moved slightly forward again, it failed to reach Han Fei. Han Fei took a deep breath. In that case, let's decide the winner. Just as Han Fei was about to use his full strength, he suddenly heard the old turtle say, "Wait a moment, the mirror seems to be looking at you." Huh? Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Was the mirror looking at him? When Han Fei looked back, he saw that the mirror was facing him indeed. Is something targeting me? Han Fei's heart sank, and he didn't continue to reveal his trump card. If something was really staring at him all the time, it was unwise to expose his trump card now. At this moment, the insect man continued to attack, which was completely different from the previous person. This person was faster, had stronger explosive power, and his strength reached more than 300,000 waves. Of course, although he was still not a match for him, if he kept swallowing, God knew how strong he would become. Therefore, Han Fei knew that this had to be a quick battle. At this moment, the immortal fiend saber had just attacked, and all great Daos in 1 sword had cut off one of the insect man's shells. The power of the yin-yang reincarnation saber was still there. Han Fei's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but look at the sea of insects where the immortal fiend saber was. As he issued an order in his heart, the infinity water exploded again. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying ripples blasted the billions of insects into nothingness, and the immortal fiend saber escaped from the sea of insects. The man seemed to know what Han Fei was up to and intended to retreat to the sea of insects. However, Han Fei took out the embroidery needle and rushed to the altar, ignoring the man. Seeing that Han Fei didn't care about him at all, the runes on the insect man's body immediately lit up, and his speed soared to the extreme. He immediately blocked in front of Han Fei with a swish. Han Fei, on the other hand, had already expected this scene. The embroidery needle in his hand was already ready, and he launched the knocking on the heavenly door and shattered the body of the insect man. How could Han Fei be at ease if the insect man wasn't dead? Just as the insect man turned into smoke before the original body in the smoke could escape, the immortal fiend saber slashed over and the yin-yang reincarnation saber returned too. Puffed. Puff. At this point, the insect tide stopped, and the insect man was finally annihilated by Han Fei's attack. Chapter 1997, Hell Mode, Infinity Mirror. Chapter 1997, Hell Mode, Infinity Mirror, Huff. Han Fei took a long breath. This insect sea was extremely difficult to explore. It wasn't easy to find the altar, let alone that the insect man was so hard to deal with. Han Fei didn't dare to imagine if he didn't have the vast ocean navigator, how long it would take him to find this place. It would be at least a few days. During this period he was swallowing poisonous gas almost all the time, and he was also corroded by the corrosive insect liquid. If it were another king, even if he could barely reach the altar, he would be half dead first. At that time, if that king fought this insect man, the difficulty of the battle would be like fighting a king in the top 30 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. However, after the insect man swallowed a clone, his strength would soar to the top 10. Fortunately, Han Fei reacted quickly and killed this insect man as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the insect man continued to swallow his clone, he would probably be ranked in the top 3 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea, which would be even harder to fight. Han Fei was speechless. It was so difficult to start just for a mirror? What kind of fucking mirror was this? At this moment, the insect man was annihilated. Han Fei thought that he had obtained the first treasure of this trip, a mirror. Han Fei was quite careful when walking up the altar. The altar was in the shape of a ladder with a total of 99 steps. At the center of the steps, there seemed to be a river left behind by a waterfall. Of course, the river was almost dry now. Occasionally, a drop of water could be seen falling from it. When Han Fei came to the bottom of the steps, he was surprised to find that there was a pool under the river. What flowed in the river was the ground vein's essence. There was even a pond more than 10 meters wide under the altar. How could Han Fei let this go? The ground vein's essence was so rare. He had once snatched more than 30,000 caddies under the ground veins of the Forest of Terror. And xuanhuan must have got at least 1 million caddies back then, which was why the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, which was full of big red trunks, was created. However, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City was about 300,000 kilometers, and the ground vine's essence had to nourish the ground veins and help all living beings cultivate, so it might not be enough. But now Han Fei saw that there were at least 1 million caddies in this pool. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help but swallow and sigh. No wonder countless people tried so hard to break into the Monarch Palace. This pool can completely shape the ground veins of a sea establisher's origin sea, and the quality of the origin sea could definitely be a level higher with the help of this batch of ground veins essence. The old turtle also exclaimed, as expected of the Monarch Palace, "This is too extravagant. This entire insect forest probably relies on the endless ground veins essence." Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, this insect tide forest was very big, and the ground veins essence had created a perfect living environment for them. Therefore, there could be so many insects here. However, Han Fei didn't care about those bugs at this moment. He used the water control technique to absorb a large amount of the ground veins essence and stuff them into the origin sea. How to arrange it was a matter for the future. He would stuff the ground veins essence into the origin sea first. After Han Fei almost dug out all the soil here, he estimated that there were a total of 1.112 million caddies of ground veins essence. This was understandable. Because the ground veins essence belonged to the entire ground veins, it was impossible for it to stay here forever. Therefore, the amount of energy this small pool could accumulate should have been accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Bada at this moment, Han Fei saw a drop of ground veins essence flowing down from the altar. Han Fei reached out and stuffed the ground veins essence into his mouth. Although it was used to create ground veins essence, it was extremely nourishing to the soul. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no time to wait here. This was the first place he had encountered since he entered the Monarch Palace, and he had already obtained so much ground veins essence. It was hard to imagine what other treasures there were. After collecting the essence of the ground veins, Han Fei felt that even if he expanded his origin sea by 100,000 kilometers, the ground veins essence would be enough. Therefore, Han Fei didn't feel the insect tide forest was very dangerous anymore. After all, it wasn't beyond his ability. He could still get through the black vortex entrance. Han Fei stepped onto a step in one go and found that nothing was wrong. Han Fei still waited for a while every floor he passed and didn't rush forward because of Han Xuan's warning. Han Fei didn't encounter any trouble even when he reached the last floor. In the end, he directly reached the top of the altar. Han Fei was relieved. It seemed that not all altars were mysterious. When Han Fei reached the last floor and looked at the bronze mirror suddenly faded, and the surrounding world changed as if it were a dream space. The insect tide forest disappeared, and then Han Fei's eyes lit up. Above his head was a flawless mirror, and under his feet was also a flawless mirror. Around him, mirrors appeared one after another, and in the mirrors, he appeared one after another. Clank. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He should have guessed it. How could there be an ordinary altar in the Monarch Palace? He hadn't even taken a good look at the bronze mirror before he appeared in this world full of mirrors. Fuck, Han Fei appeared in the mirror, surprised. Because there were mirrors everywhere, Han Fei saw himself no matter from which angle he looked. Gulp was Han Fei swallowed. As far as he could see, he was swallowing in all the mirrors. He even felt that the person in the mirror seemed to be standing outside. Hey, 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 Han Fei just shouted, but this hey came from all the mirrors in all directions. Hiss. Han Fei's eyes widened. What the hell is this? Why can those Han Feis in these mirrors shout too? Han Fei told himself that there must be a secret about this place. Since there must be an answer or something he needed to find here, he had to try to break this space. Han Fei waved his hand and slashed at one of the mirrors, trying to destroy the mirror and see what was wrong with this world. However, when Han Fei casually slashed out, he felt a headache because he saw countless knife lights attacking him from the mirrors. Son of a BHT, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he immediately punched out to block the knife lights. In an instant, fist shadows filled the sky and blasted saber beams in all directions. But what happened next made Han Fei break into a cold sweat. The fist shadows filled the sky and blasted out in the mirrors too. For a moment, all he could see was saber beams and fist shadows. Fuck! Han Fei's current strength was no longer weak. Although he only used 30% of his strength, countless 30% of his strength was superimposed and blasted everywhere. It wouldn't be easy for him to withstand it. At this moment, Han Fei had two choices. One was to resist the knife lights and fist marks that filled the sky, and the other was to reverse time to the moment just now. Han Fei decisively chose to reverse time. After consuming a few wisps of the chaotic chi, Han Fei successfully returned to his original state. Seeing the calm space, he was relieved. His reflections in the mirrors were also relieved. Han Fei couldn't help but curse, "Why are you relieved? I was the one who was beaten. Why are you relieved? I was the one who was beaten. Why are you relieved? I was the one who was beaten. Why?" For a moment, the entire space was filled with this voice. Han Fei shut up, thinking to himself, "Fine, I'll just keep quiet." Han Fei suspected that if he wanted to get the bronze mirror, he had to pass this trial. If he couldn't pass this trial, what would the consequences be? However, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Can't I fucking reverse time and go back to just now? This should be a way to pass the trial, right? Han Fei was overjoyed and immediately activated the chaotic chi. Blue light circulated on his body, and he tried to reverse time and return to before he fell into this place. However, after consuming 10 wisps of chaotic chi in a row, Han Fei found that he was still in the same place. Hiss. How is it possible? Time reversal can be used just now, so in theory, this place doesn't block the Great Tao of Time. Why can't I get out? This was the first time Han Fei couldn't reverse time. Han Fei immediately wanted to tear open the void and enter the River of Time. However, the void here couldn't be torn open at all. It was as if he was already in the void and the void couldn't be opened again. Damn, I'm trapped. Chapter 1998. Lost? Chapter 1998. Lost? Fuck, I knew that the Monarch Palace was dangerous, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. How long has it been? I've already encountered such a trap. Han Fei's heart sank. The difficulty of the Monarch Palace far exceeded his imagination. He had thought that it would be difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult from the beginning. It was only the first day he came in, and this was what he encountered? If it were another king, he might have died. However, it was useless to complain here. In this world filled with mirrors, the only thing he could do was not to attack. Once he attacked, he would only beat himself. Fortunately, time could be reversed here. Otherwise, he would have been beaten up by himself just now. Who would believe this? Now, what gave Han Fei the greatest headache was looking at these mirrors. This was because when he looked at any mirror, there was actually not only one him in the mirror, but countless of him. This was because all the scenes reflected by the mirrors were the same. As a result, wherever Han Fei looked, he saw countless mirrors and countless himself. Fortunately, he had the twin divine technique. After confirming that he couldn't run out in a short time, the first thing Han Fei thought of was the twin divine technique. His black mist body was pure black and could even absorb light. Therefore, when Han Fei's black mist body appeared, he looked at the mirror again, only to see nothing inside. Huff! Han Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had many means. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. The white mist body was still standing where he was, not moving at all, mainly because he was too lazy to move. This was because every time he moved, his reflections in the mirrors would move too. This feeling was very strange. Or as Han Fei left where he was with his black mist body, the first thing he did was not to find the way but to look in the mirror. Han Fei walked around one of the mirrors and found that it was a 4-sided mirror. On the back, left and right of the mirror, there were mirrors, even above and below. Countless mirrors overlapped here. To be honest, even Han Fei, who was already a king, couldn't tell the difference because this mirror didn't have an obvious frame at all. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Since the black mist body couldn't be reflected in the mirror at all, it shouldn't be a problem for it to destroy the mirrors, right? This time, Han Fei only used less than 10% of his strength, so even if there was still an invisible counter-attacking force, he could easily withstand it with his body. However, when Han Fei slapped the mirror, his face immediately changed. It was as if he had slapped a godly weapon. He couldn't even shake it. Instead, it produced a huge force that shook the void. Although the mirror couldn't be shaken, the crazy attacks from all directions didn't appear. Therefore, this mirror could only refract power, but it couldn't refract anything. It couldn't refract. Han Fei grinned. Quite tough, huh? Han Fei went up and struck the mirror with full strength. With the power of his black mist body, Han Fei could exert the strength of at least 200,000 waves. However, the mirror still didn't move at all, but the energy ripples caused a reaction in the void and were reflected. Buzz, swish, swish, swish. Instantly, countless energy ripples hit him. Han Fei knew that something was wrong and shouted in a low voice, "Twin in one." After his twin bodies fused, Han Fei immediately used the time reversal technique. Otherwise, when all the ripples shook down, he would feel as if he had been hit by the shockwave caused by countless black mist bodies. This was even more terrifying than Han Fei's previous attacks. When the light reversed, Han Fei was relieved again. This time, he didn't intend to attack. He could tell that this place couldn't be broken with strength at all. It seemed that in this space, this mirror was actually an invincible existence. Activating the twin divine technique again, Han Fei's black mist body fumbled out. He was trying to find a way out. Because there were mirror images everywhere, it was really difficult to distinguish the route. After searching for a long time, not only did Han Fei not find the way out, but he couldn't even find the way back. Everywhere he looked was empty. He had already collided with the mirror hundreds of times. Fortunately, Han Fei was used to collisions. He turned his black mist body into a black mist and walked around the mirror. Finally, on the second day, Han Fei failed to find his white mist body. However, it didn't matter. Now that the two were closely connected, he just needed to know that his white mist body was still there. If it didn't work out, when he fused his twin bodies, they would still be together, so Han Fei wasn't very nervous. Han Fei was sure that a day had passed, so he immediately took out the vast ocean navigator and asked it to find a way out for him. However, the vast ocean navigator began to spin crazily, but the needle was circling around as if it had failed. Han Fei thought to himself, so the way out is actually in the mirror? Han Fei was sure that the vast ocean navigator wouldn't be affected by the mirror no matter what, so its movement meant that it knew how to get out, and the way was in the mirror. Han Fei thought to himself, this is nonsense. I can probably guess that I've fallen into the world of the bronze mirror. If I want to get out, I can only go out of the mirror. But the problem is, how can I get out of the mirror? Therefore, Han Fei recited silently, point to the treasure or secret place here. However, just like before, the vast ocean navigator was still spinning randomly. Huh, the old turtle said. Well, why do I have a feeling? Are you sure that you're your original body? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? The old turtle said. There are countless mirrors here. The you in the mirrors can attack you physically. Then, is the you in the mirror real or fake? Han Fei's eyes widened. The old turtle's idea was too terrifying. If what the old turtle said was true, it was hard to say if he was himself. But Han Fei thought for a moment. If he could fight his white mist body instead of in the mirror, did it mean that he was real? As he was thinking, the vast ocean navigator began to spin again. Hey, I didn't ask you to spin. Han Fei made a mistake by accident just now. He didn't know where he had gone, although he wasn't far away from the white mist body. Under the refraction of so many mirrors, it was probably difficult for him to find the white mist body in a few seconds. Besides, he could just let the vast ocean navigator point at the real him. Unfortunately, the 3 chances he had today had been used up in this short period of time. Han Fei had no choice but to go back. As soon as Han Fei could use the vast ocean navigator, he took it out. He thought to himself, if the him in the mirror is real, is their vast ocean navigator also real? Han Fei asked. Where is my original body? But this time, something that made Han Fei's blood run cold happened. The vast ocean navigator continued to spin randomly, pointing to everywhere, as if his real body was everywhere. Son of a beta chi, Han Fei couldn't help but curse. Is the vast ocean navigator broken? What the fuck is going on? If the me in the mirror is all my original body, what am I? But Han Fei didn't panic but asked, where is my only original body? However, the result was the same. It seemed that what appeared here was all his only true body. Suddenly, Han Fei activated the twin divine technique again. Han Fei asked where his black mist body was, but the vast ocean navigator was still spinning randomly. Even Han Fei began to doubt if he was real. This space made him doubt himself. Clash. Han Fei sat on the ground and leaned against the mirror. The black mist body and the white mist body faced each other. The black mist body looked at the white mist body and was speechless. If he did this to his enemy, it would definitely be terrifying because the enemy might not even know where his original body was. The white mist body and the black mist body both looked at themselves in the mirror aimlessly. Huh! But suddenly, the black mist body and the white mist body exclaimed almost at the same time. At that moment, Han Fei couldn't help but think of his green jade bridge. He remembered how he stood on the top of the bridge and looked at the bottom of the bridge, where there was another him looking at him. For some reason, this feeling suddenly appeared just now. Is this mirror space related to a Tao? Chapter 1999, Enlightenment Yin-Yang. Chapter 1999, Enlightenment Yin-Yang. When Han Fei saw so many of himself looking at him, he inexplicably thought of the scene when he looked at himself across the green jade bridge. At that moment, Han Fei was even stunned. Twin in one. He suddenly felt that the vast ocean navigator letting him in from this entrance meant that this was the most suitable place for him. Why? Just now, he felt that this world was very suitable for his great Tao. However, what was his great Tao? It was a completely unknown great Tao that even he hadn't figured out yet. As if thinking of something, Han Fei closed his eyes and cultivated quietly. Another day passed. 1 day later. Han Fei asked the first question. Is there anyone else in this space except me? This time, the vast ocean navigator didn't move, which meant that there was no one else here, and the vast ocean navigator didn't lose control. Han Fei immediately asked the second question. Is there any inhuman power watching me in this space? The vast ocean navigator didn't move, which meant that this mirror space was completely a sealed trap-like space. After the second question, with a thought from Han Fei, a green jade bridge appeared in front of him. Of course, in the mirror, there were also countless green jade stone bridges. However, Han Fei ignored them and climbed to the top of the bridge in one breath. When Han Fei stepped on the top of the bridge, he couldn't see the outside world anymore. In the mirrors, Han Fei's figure disappeared, and there was only a green jade stone bridge left in the mirror space. Han Fei stood on the bridge and looked at the figure under the bridge. Han Fei had tried this no less than 1,000 times, but he still couldn't figure out what this great Tao was. But this time, Han Fei murmured, "Fake is real and real is fake. I'm real, so are you. So, there's actually no current me or future me. These are actually all me." Han Fei was curious. Behind the figure under the bridge was a hazy mist. He had always obtained the power of the great Tao when he walked under the bridge. If he wanted to go further, he couldn't. However, Han Fei suddenly had some strange thoughts today. He suddenly turned his head and lay on his stomach on the bridge, looking under the bridge instead of down the steps. Before, the entire bridge was covered in white mist, and the green jade bridge hadn't revealed its true appearance yet. When the entire green jade bridge appeared, Han Fei thought that he saw the entire green jade bridge, but did he really see it? The existence of the mirror space made Han Fei realize that what he thought was real might not be real. Perhaps the him in the mirror also thought he was real. Just like you in the mirror is reversed. Do you have to use a mirror to produce such an image? Sure enough, when Han Fei looked under the green jade bridge, he saw a reflection under the bridge, as if the bridge was supposed to be in the water. Under the water there was also a green jade bridge, and the two bridges looked like a circle. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he was really alone on the green jade bridge, because there was also him in the reflection under the bridge. Han Fei immediately looked back at where he came from. This was something he had never thought of before because he came up from below. However, when he looked in the direction he came from, he found himself standing under the bridge. Fuck. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Sure enough, this mirror space gave him inspiration, making him realize that he thought he was his original body in this great Tao, but in fact, perhaps in the eyes of the other him, he was the blurry figure standing here without moving. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. How to break it? How to break it? Han Fei's forehead was covered in sweat. He had never seen such a weird great Tao. It was as if the green jade bridge was spinning. When he was walking up the bridge, his reflection was actually walking down the bridge. If he looked at it the opposite way, would he be walking down the green jade bridge or up the stairs? If he was going down the steps, why did he have to withstand such tremendous pressure? If he was going up the steps, was he real or fake? Wouldn't it become that he thought he was going up the steps, but he was actually going down the steps? Therefore, Han Fei finally analyzed an extremely terrifying fact. He might have always been a reflection in the great Tao. This horrified Han Fei. If he had always been a reflection, why did he feel that he was his original body? No, Han Fei shook his head quickly. I am me, and I am my original body. There is no such thing as a reflection or not. Because even if I am a reflection, the other self on the opposite side will be under pressure when going up the steps, so he won't think he is a reflection? Han Fei took a deep breath. What if he thought in a different way? For example, because of his yin-yang great Tao, he actually had two bodies, one yin and one yang. Then when he went down the steps, it was actually two of him walking towards the same destination. It was like the combination of yin and yang, the fusion of his twin bodies, and his strength naturally doubled. Therefore, could it be the reason why his strength increased by 3 times after he went down the steps? With this in mind, Han Fei suddenly felt that the bridge began to tremble slightly, and Han Fei felt that his yin-yang great Tao was collapsing. What's going on? Han Fei hurried down the steps. Because he was worried that something would happen to his yin-yang great Tao, he didn't notice that he felt much easier when he was going down the steps this time. When Han Fei went down 7 steps, he immediately switched to the yin-yang great Tao among the 3 great Taos. However, at this moment, the yin-yang great Tao began to dissipate in Han Fei's eyes. However, it didn't disappear. The yin-yang great Tao turned into a black and a white mist. One entered the green jade bridge, and the other entered the projection of the green jade bridge. Buzz. Han Fei was suddenly repelled by the green jade bridge. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing in this mirror space. Although Han Fei really wanted to continue to see the subsequent changes on the Green Jade Bridge, something that made Han Fei extremely excited happened. He had just activated his Great Tao, and he felt that his strength had tripled. Ha 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 ha. Han Fei was so excited that his breathing became rapid, which made Han Fei grin. His comprehension of the Great Tao had deepened, and when he activated it, the effect returned to 3 times. How could Han Fei not be excited? Originally, although his strength had been soaring, when his strength was 200,000 waves, he could barely unleash 500,000 waves of strength. When his strength reached 250,000 waves, the power that erupted from his Great Tao was only slightly more than 500,000. When his strength reached 290,000 waves and approached 300,000 waves, the power of his Great Tao didn't increase. It was still slightly more than 500,000 waves and even showed signs of weakening. Han Fei even thought that as he became stronger and stronger, the effect of his Great Tao would decrease. Now it seemed that it was actually not the case. In the end, it was just that he didn't understand his own Great Tao. When he activated his Great Tao, his strength would increase by 3 times and be close to 900,000 waves. How terrifying was that? Han Fei felt that in the raging sea he was already invincible in the sea establishment realm. Who said that strength couldn't be used as a standard to measure combat power? Now, his strength was several times stronger than the top 10 of the raging sea. Why couldn't he crush them? Of course, Han Fei wasn't happy for long. When he wanted to summon the Green Jade Bridge again, he found that he couldn't summon it. Although it shook, it didn't appear. Han Fei suspected that it was related to the disappearance of the Yin-Yang Great Tao. However, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the Yin-Yang Great Tao had collapsed or fused into the Green Jade Bridge. Unfortunately, he could only study this later. Now, when Han Fei looked at the countless him in the mirror space, he had an idea. Just like when he was on the Green Jade Bridge, he could fuse with the reflections. Then, how could he make the thousands of him in the mirrors walk towards him? Han Fei activated the Twin Divine technique and turned into a black and white mist. The purest primitive form of the Twin Divine technique was the current mist form. Although the black mist body couldn't be projected, the white mist body could. The white mist body stuck to a square mirror and completely sealed the mirror. The mirror extended infinitely and immediately turned the entire mirror space into a white mist. Buzz. Han Fei's heart trembled and he suddenly opened his eyes. He was already standing on the altar. Huff, at this moment, Han Fei was covered in cold sweat. This test was too weird. To pass it, he had to rely on comprehension. His comprehension was actually indirectly guided by the vast ocean navigator. Otherwise, who could have thought of this? If there was no Yin-Yang Great Tao, no Green Jade Bridge, and no Twin Divine Technique, how could he get out of that damn place? While Han Fei was glad, he was also vigilant. This monarch palace was too difficult to break through. Fortunately, he was out now. Han Fei immediately looked at the bronze mirror. When Han Fei looked at the bronze mirror, he seemed to feel that he had missed something, but he didn't care. Instead, he walked to the center of the altar excitedly. Chapter 2000, Greedy Jewelry Skeleton. Chapter 2000. Greedy Jewelry Skeleton. When Han Fei approached the bronze mirror, information popped up in his eyes. Name a Mirror of Infinity, Replica. Introduction. This mirror is a copy of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Mirror. It can reflect the enemy and automatically absorb him into the Mirror of Infinity to trap the enemy. The way to destroy the Mirror of Infinity is either to have power beyond this mirror or to find a way to break it. The Mirror of Infinity is only effective on people of the same realm, and it can only trap one person at a time. If trapped for a long time, one will be turned into a mirror 3 years later. Quality, low-quality godly weapon. West 20C, West 20 Fine, West 20C, West 20C. West 20C Infinite Confinement Mirror, recastable O unrefined, West 20C, recastable, a West 20C. Because it's a replica, its function is very simple. Hiss, hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. A low-quality godly weapon? A replica? If this was a replica, how strong was the real one? Han Fei's heart trembled. Good and bad things came together. Although the function of the Mirror of Infinity was indeed simple, just this single function was terrifying. What would ordinary people do if they were trapped in the mirror? They would probably try to break the mirror immediately. Han Fei couldn't help imagining that scene. If one dared to attack with his full strength, he would only be beaten to death. As for finding a way to break the mirror, he didn't figure it out until he comprehended a lot. Han Fei felt that he was already very smart. If others were inside, they might have been killed by themselves. Therefore, regardless of whether the Mirror of Infinity was a replica or not, it was so powerful that it could even trap the time technique. Han Fei was already prepared, but his heart did a flip. No matter what, this mirror had to recognize him as its master. If his blood and chi weren't enough, he had plenty of opportunities to increase his blood and chi. Therefore, Han Fei pressed the Mirror of Infinity with one hand, and the essence blood in his body flowed out. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the essence blood didn't flow out very quickly. After only losing 60% of it, Han Fei found that this low-quality godly weapon was subdued by him without any resistance. Buzz. As the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and put away the Mirror of Infinity. Thousands of spiritual fruits appeared around him, shattered one after another, and were absorbed by Han Fei in a few mouthfuls, producing pure essence blood. At this point, Han Fei felt that he had passed the insect-tide forest. The reason why the vast ocean navigator pointed here was probably that Han Fei would obtain the most benefits here, so it chose this path. However, Han Fei didn't think this road could be called a dead end, although it was very dangerous indeed. If it was so difficult for him, how could it be easy for others? Han Fei couldn't imagine what would happen if he was trapped in the mirror for 3 years. To turn into a mirror? Han Fei thought of the mirrors he saw in the Mirror of Infinity. He hoped that it wasn't what he thought. If they were all humans, it would be too creepy. After a while, when Han Fei finished replenishing his chi and blood, he was not in a hurry to continue exploring the Monarch Palace. Firstly, he had just experienced so much, so he had to take some time to digest what he had got. Secondly, he still had some questions about the Green Jade Bridge. He wanted to wait 2 days to see if the Green Jade Bridge had stabilized and if he could enter it again. And today, he still had a chance to use the vast ocean navigator. Han Fei asked, "Is there any opportunity here suitable for me?" However, the vast ocean navigator didn't move, and Han Fei didn't care. This was because he had already obtained a lot of opportunities. With more than 1 million caddies of Ground Vein's essence and the Mirror of Infinity, this trip to the Monarch Palace was worth it. 3 days later. He still couldn't summon the Green Jade Bridge, but Han Fei tried to use the power of the Yin-Yang Great Tao. This power could be used normally. In that case, Han Fei didn't wait anymore. After all, the danger here was no longer a danger to him. The violent insect tide had changed into a forest again. Those insects disguised themselves as flowers and trees again. Since there was no opportunity that belonged to him, Han Fei didn't explore it anymore. Should he find poison to eat? As for how to leave, it was simple. The existence of the altar seemed to be for teleportation. After Han Fei took the Mirror of Infinity, array lines appeared on the ground of the altar. Although it was not the teleportation array he usually used, Han Fei could still distinguish the construction of the teleportation array. However, some parts of the teleportation seemed to be more like specific coordinates and places. Therefore, Han Fei guessed that this was a directional teleportation array, and the place it teleported to shouldn't be simple, because to teleport there, more complicated array patterns needed to be engraved. Since he was already here, he had to enter the teleportation array. Otherwise, he would have to sit on the altar for 3 years. Of course, this was impossible. Therefore, Han Fei lit up the teleportation array with spiritual energy without hesitation. As soon as the teleportation array lit up, a void entrance under the altar was opened, and Han Fei's figure immediately disappeared. When Han Fei's surroundings just lit up, he felt that his surroundings were golden and dazzling, and the gorgeous light almost blinded his eyes. When Han Fei took a closer look, he saw that this was really a real palace, a glittering hall. In the hall, the entire dome was inlaid with gold and jade, all kinds of jade essence, pearls, and demonic cores, and the surrounding walls and pillars were also filled with rare iron and black crystals, gold and jade, and sparkling powder. Han Fei was standing at the entrance of the hall, behind him was a golden door, and in front of him was a big ship more than 80 meters long, whose boards were made of treasures. On this entire ship, even the lowest level treasure was the life pearl of a venerable level sea demon. Outside the ship, there were golden corpses and their various spiritual beast statues. However, whether it was a human or a spiritual beast, they were all golden in color, but they were all just sculptures, and they looked so exquisite. The reason why they were exquisite was that even if you covered a mummy with gold and all kinds of jewelry, you would still think that the mummy was quite exquisite. Anyway, to summarize it in one word, this palace was magnificent and dazzling. Any object in it was shining and priceless. Of course, he still couldn't use his perception, but Han Fei heard someone shout, "Who is it?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Someone was here? It seemed that he had met someone. Anyway, Han Fei wasn't afraid that they were emperors. If they were his enemies, he would just kill them all. However, when Han Fei passed the big ship, he saw 3 people in the distance. One of them was Chu Yueming from the Glazed Glass World. Although he hadn't fought her before, they had met a few times. When Chu Yueming saw Han Fei, she was also shocked. Han Fei was here too. Han Fei looked at the other 2. In fact, he knew them. Ice Snow Chuling had introduced them to him when he went to the land of King Death. A woman holding a flute was the master of the Sanskrit music world, Liang Yin. And the thin but energetic man was the master of the spirit refining world, Shu Lian. The 3 of them were obviously not hostile at this moment, which showed that they got along well and had no intention of fighting. However, when Liang Yin and Shu Lian saw Han Fei, they were both shocked and immediately became vigilant. Would this ferocious person attack them? Although they hadn't experienced Han Fei's strength, it didn't mean they didn't know it. This was a guy who had snatched the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world from Bei Luochen. This was a terrifying person who dared to rob the Supreme Clearness world and successfully force Haidao Yuan back. And this was a peerless genius who could dominate the sea establishment realm in the Raging Sea in just a few decades. However, in their hearts, Han Fei was ruthless and direct and never hesitated to fight. Looking at the Five Elements world, the Medicine King world, and the Dreamweaving world, which of them hadn't been messed up by Han Fei? After seeing them, Han Fei looked at a throne not far behind them. On the throne, there was a jade-like skeleton. The skeleton was wearing gold, silver, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. It wore a 6-colored flower ring on its head and a gorgeous robe that seemed to be woven by some kind of golden thread, looking like an emperor. In front of the throne, there was a bronze platform, on which there were some rare treasures, sea-quelling bizarre treasures, exotic gems, ultra-quality spiritual fruits, and strange talismans. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is this the so-called monarch?" Han Fei came to the three of them in a step, and Shu Lian and Liang Yin both assumed defensive postures. Chu Yueming, don't come close. Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at Chu Yueming, nodding slightly. Did you come here directly? After that, Han Fei looked at Shu Lian and Liang Yin and smiled faintly. Don't worry. As long as you are not the enemies of the yin-yang world, I won't attack you. I'm not as bloodthirsty as the rumors say. Shu Lian cupped his hands. Greetings, master of the yin-yang world, Liang Yin said. Greetings, fellow Taoist Han Fei. Before I came here, I had already experienced 3 dangerous places. This is the 4th, Shu Lian said. This is the 2nd place I've been since I came in. Shu Yueming said, I came to this place after experiencing 3 dangerous places. Here, you will hear a voice asking for a rare treasure. Unless the treasure satisfies this person's needs, he won't let you go. Chapter 2001, Whoever takes my treasure, die. Chapter 2001, Whoever takes my treasure, die. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He looked at the skeleton lying on the gorgeous seat that looked like a throne. Give a treasure to her? Everyone nodded. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what will happen if I don't? Liang Yin said. So far, it seems that only by giving him what he wants can you have a chance to leave this place. As soon as Liang Yin said so, a voice sounded in the void, and it was a woman's voice. This voice said, This is the Temple of Greed. Only by offering treasures can you leave. Han Fei looked around and confirmed that the source of the voice was the skeleton. Shu Lian said, This sound will appear once every hour. Han Fei's first thought was, why didn't the 3 of you join forces to kill this guy? The 3 of them couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Is this the style of a bandit? He wants to kill the guardian of the palace in the Monarch Palace. Is he a born bandit? However, Shu Lian said, I was the first to come here. I searched every corner of this place but didn't find a place to go out. Chu Yueming said, after I arrived, I proposed to attack the skeleton on the throne. However, we tried but were blocked by an invisible barrier and given a warning. Chu Yueming, the first attack was just a verbal warning. If there is a second attack, the sacrifice will have to be doubled. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what about the 3rd time? Liang Yin said, sacrifice all your treasures, including those that have recognized you as their master. Han Fei immediately smiled. Why? You'll just give her whatever she wants? Don't tell me you have given your treasures to her. Regardless of whether others gave their treasures to her or not, Han Fei wouldn't do that. Although this was the Monarch Palace, so what? Unless the person in front of him was a real monarch, it was impossible for him to give her anything. Han Fei firmly believed that this person could never be a monarch. Look at her luxurious clothes. She was clearly a vain and corrupt female skeleton. Look at the decoration style of the entire palace. Even the floor tiles were made of gold and jade. To be honest, Han Fei was tempted the moment he entered this place, especially the ship behind. He really wanted to stuff it into his origin sea as his trophy. Chu Yueming nodded. Yes, but she doesn't want our treasures, huh? Chu Yueming explained. This skeleton seems to be able to judge the level of the sacrifice. She doesn't accept ordinary items and they will be bounced off. Han Fei was amused. She was really spoiled. The 3 kings thought that Han Fei would attack and break this place. However, with a flip of Han Fei's hand, the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. The moment the vast ocean navigator appeared, the 3 kings all looked at the vast ocean navigator in Han Fei's hand and guessed. Han Fei asked, where is the monarch of the Monarch Palace? Han Fei asked this question because he was afraid that the location of the skeleton was the only way to find the monarch. When the vast ocean navigator pointed at the skeleton, should he make a sacrifice or not? Sure enough, the vast ocean navigator didn't point. Han Fei smiled disdainfully and said, where are the sky openers in this palace, including those who have died? Ka. The vast ocean navigator began to spin, and the 5 wheels only turned a few times before pointing at the skeleton wearing all kinds of gorgeous jewelry. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. You're just in the sky-opening realm. If you were still alive, it would be terrifying, but you've been dead for so long. Do you still think you're something? At this moment, the other 3 looked at the vast ocean navigator in Han Fei's hand in surprise and then at Han Fei in shock. Shu Lian said, has this thing really been made? Han Fei didn't care about the surprise of Shu Lian and the other 2. He took out the vast ocean navigator in front of them just to show them. With the strength of these 3 people, so what if they saw it? Besides, the spirit refining world and the Sanskrit music world were not his enemies. He wanted to subdue them by showing them the vast ocean navigator. Since Han Fei was sure that this skeleton was only in the sky-opening realm, he had nothing to worry about. Logically speaking, Han Fei felt that he had already exceeded the limit of the sea establishment realm. If one didn't use a secret technique and just relied on his own strength, it was almost impossible for his strength to reach 500,000 waves. Even 300,000 waves were very rare. Even when Han Fei fought Han Xuan, he didn't feel the suppression in strength. Although sea establishers didn't depend on strength, was his great Dao weak? Besides, his great Dao had improved a step further. If he really used all his strength, he might be able to display a terrifying power of more than 1,000,000 waves. He could probably blow up a sea establisher with a single punch. Han Fei jumped with golden light as if he wanted to ignore the so-called barrier and go straight to the corpse. Bang! But then, the terrifying impact shook the entire palace. Han Fei was speechless. Now anything could block his golden light. Unfortunately, this barrier had been set up for too long and he couldn't bypass it through the river of time. Han Fei's body was only slightly numb, but he recovered soon. A voice echoed in the palace. Warning, the heavenly might must not be provoked. If it happens again, the wealth and treasures to be sacrificed will be doubled. Han Fei grinned. Doubled? Huh. Han Fei took out the embroidery needle and activated his great Dao. In an instant, he unleashed all his strength and smashed it at the two nearest pillars in the palace that were inlaid with gems and various demon essence and crystals. And the target of the embroidery needle was the rich skeleton covered by gold and silver. Boom, boom. Even if the building of the monarch palace was extremely hard, it wasn't so hard that even Han Fei couldn't shake it. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that even an ordinary pearl here had reached the point where even a sky-opening realm cultivator couldn't break it? Then how could the monarch palace be for a monarch to live in? It should be for a god to live in. Sure enough, the two pillars exploded, and a large number of treasures were scattered all over the ground. What shocked Han Fei was that even the fucking pillars were full of treasures, which were dazzling and fancy. Han Fei even saw a lot of mystic yellow stones. In addition to the mystic yellow stones, Han Fei felt that there were many gem mines here that seemed to be able to be used to refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Not to mention anything else, these two pillars alone should include 100,000 pieces of scattered gems, which could be used as 100,000 monarch palace keys. Gulp Chu Yueming and the other two were dumbfounded. Lunatic, this is simply a lunatic. Can you be so unscrupulous just because the skeleton is in the sky-opening realm? What do you take the sky-opening realm for? At this moment, Han Fei's rod shadow didn't stop. It swept around and finally hit the corpse. Boom, rumble, rumble. The terrifying power directly shook Chu Yueming, Shu Lian, and Liang Yin until their bodies slid on the ground and they were pushed back to the corner by the surging airwaves. In fact, the three of them who were wearing battlesuits had to hold shields to circulate their great Dao to block the aftershock. Crack. At this moment, in the eyes of the three of them, the invisible barrier was full of cracks, as if there were white cracks in the void. This meant that Han Fei's rod almost shattered the invisible barrier of the corpse. Besides, judging from the residual power, they didn't know how strong Han Fei was now. Chu Yueming had seen the battle between Han Fei and Feng Xinlan, but she still didn't expect Han Fei to grow to this point in just a few decades. Earlier, she didn't believe that Han Fei could fight a sky-opening powerhouse, but now she had no reason not to believe it. Seeing that the barrier was not broken, Han Fei turned his hand and collected the various gems and mystic yellow stones that were scattered all over the ground. He sneered. It's always I who rob others. No one can rob me. What can you do to me? Sure enough, this time the corpse didn't make a sound anymore, as if warning him was meaningless. The golden skeleton lying on the throne slowly stood up. The precious jewelry on its body clanged. Then the king saw that the skeleton's eyes were burning with faint blue soul fire. A voice sounded in the palace. Whoever takes my treasure, die. The golden skeleton slowly got up. In the midst of the jewelry and treasures on the ground around her throne, demonic essence and mystic crystals flew up and attached to her bones. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. More than 20 colorful gem rings appeared on her 10 skeleton fingers that were shaped like dead branches but showed the color of gold and jade. From her wrist to her arm, bracelets of various materials were hung on them, such as the black sky treasure jade, the green light jade essence, the crimson fire glazed crystal, and so on. There were more than 100 of them. On this person's neck, there were naturally various necklaces. A crown appeared on her head at some point, and on the crown was an unknown gem the size of a goose egg. Anyway, she was really rich.